Hello. So the book that I'm gonna read now, it's a big volume book, and it will take some time. I reckon it'll take close to 6 7 days maximum, and it'll take at least 4 days and max 6 7 days. And it is a book by Ezra F. Vogel, and the name of the book is Deng Xiaoping and the Transformation of China. I've got to know about this book through Nikhil Kamath. I saw in a social media he was reading this book, and it seems that it took him a lot of days because yeah, he does have his full job, and he's reading this book on on a site. That means 1 hour, 2 hour, not exactly sure, but yeah, yeah, but daily or every alternate year, I don't know. And he told me that it's been more than a month, so he's been reading, still not completed. And I got to know about this book at that time, and yeah, so I'm gonna read this book, and it's a big, it's a big book. So I'm gonna do a little introduction of it, right? Then Xiaoping. What I know about him is that he's the reason why China in Chinese economy is where it is today. Second largest economy in the world, 20 trillion, and the next, the first is 30 trillion United States, second China 20 trillion, and the third is I reckon it's Germany, and it's close to 5 6 if I'm not wrong. Just wait, okay, German's economy, and you could see the gap, right? Economy, okay, so economy GDP, it's 5.45 trillion, right? And just imagine, then the second is 20 trillion, right? Okay, so now we'll talk about, we'll see about him. Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping is a former chairman of the Central Military Commissions of the People's Republic of China. Deng Xiaoping was a Chinese statesman, revolutionary, and political theorist who served as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China from 1978 to 1989. 78, 88, 89. So 11 years he served. And okay, just wait. And then what happens? Okay, two children. And he was famous for, Deng Xiaoping is the most famous, for serving as the paramount leader of the China's Republic. This one from 1978 to this one, and being the architect of modern China. He led the nation out of the tumultuous Mao era by launching the reforms and opening up policies, transitioning China's rigid socialist system into a dynamic socialist market economy. Okay, is he the one? Okay, modern China reforming and opening so policies transitioning China's rigid socialist system into a dynamic socialist market economy. His monumental contribution includes economic transformation. He decentralized economic management, allowed private enterprises to open China to global trade and foreign investments. The shift is credited with the lifting millions out of poverty and creating the foundation. This one, socialism with the Chinese characteristics. Okay, this is very interesting, right? Because China, the name is the CCP, Chinese Communist Party. In a communism, it's very, very, it's very rare to see, a competition, private, and it is owned by the private. And if you see in most of the companies, right, it's ultimately owned by the government, but still it is owned by the Chinese, and there's a Chinese private ownership, right? And then there's a competition and such, and which is very rare. And then a lot of exports and all. And communism means everything is owned by the people, and socialism with the Chinese characteristics. And he coined this ideological framework, pragmatically summarizing his philosophy with his famous quote: "It doesn't matter if a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice." I think I've heard of it, right? I have heard of it. I've heard of it. Someone say that, okay, and it's by Deng Xiaoping. I didn't know that. So it doesn't matter if a cat is white or black, as long as it catches mice. Diplomatic relation, he spearheaded the normalizations of the trade and cultural ties with the West, and successfully negotiated the one country two system agreement for the handover of the Hong Kong from British control. I think he was the one who had a very good relation with the United States, because during 1900s, late 1900s, China was a closed economy back then. But because of that, if I'm not wrong, this president, And in the United States, there was a Henry Kissinger. I've read the book about it. So he was the main person who led who made the Chinese market economy. Right now, China is what it is in terms of economy. Also, thanks to the Henry Kissingers and the, if I'm not wrong, that time the president was President Nixon. So diplomatic relation, okay, his legacy remains complex. While he is celebrated for massive improvement in living standards. He is he also authorized 1989 military crackdown on pro-democracy Protestant. Oh, he was the person. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that because 2 days back I think it was celebrated, right? Okay, Tiananmen Square to deep dive and historical. Okay, I would love to. I would love to. Uh, was Deng Xiaoping the president which led to Chinese economy where China is in terms of economy? Because what I felt is that Mao Zedong was not a kind of a person with the economic vision and all. Okay, so yes, Deng Xiaoping was the primary architect of modern China's economy, though he was never officially the head of a state or president. He served as the paramount leader. Okay, what does the paramount leader mean then? He is the leader from late 70s to until 1990s. He pulled China out of an isolation launch. Okay, so he was the person. He pulled China out of isolations and launched these sweeping reforms that shaped the country's economic power. He transformed China's economy by doing the following: launching reforms and opening up. Starting in 1978, he moved China away from the strict Maoist command economic policies towards a system that embraced launching reforms and opening up. Starting in 1978, he moved China away from the strict Maoist command economy policies towards a system that embraced market incentives, private enterprise, and foreign investments. Creating special economic zones, he established zones like the Shenzhens, which operate with more capitalist policies. They attract global capital, turn investments, and pragmatic approach. He summarized his non-ideological, result-driven economic strategy with the famous phrase: "It doesn't matter if whether the flag is black or white, as long as you catch them." To read, okay. Then okay, what is the difference between paramount leader? Okay, paramount leader and is the primary architect, though he was never officially head of president. The core differences is that president is a formal, largely ceremonial state office, where a paramount leader is an informal term used to describe the person who holds ultimate. Okay, so who holds ultimate political power? And president, he established the constitution. Paramount leaders because it is an informal description used by the media and historians. Okay, head of a state. Okay, understood. The three stage one structure: general secretary. So the three-in-one power structures. While the presidency was purely symbolic in past, the political structure has evolved. To avoid international power struggle, China consolidated its leadership roles. Today's paramount leader, currently Xi Jinping, simultaneously holds three distinct positions to command absolute authority. General Secretary of the CCP, this is the leader of the Chinese Communist Party and the most powerful political position in the country. Chairman of the Central Military Commissions. This role makes the leader the commander-in-chief of the armed force and president of the PSC, People's Republic of Army. Okay, just wait. Now I want to know. Okay, China, all the presidents list. So okay, so what I know about, I want to memorize it, right, because it's important for the history. The first president is, I know that Mao Zedong, right? He was the person who actually made China the president of the People's Republic of Army. Okay, no, not Republic of Army. People's Republic of China is the head of the states. Since the office was formally established under the 1982 Constitution, the position here has been held by the Ling Jianqing Zhongzhong Hu Jintao. Okay, I know Hu Jintao's and current positions. Xi Jinping. The official list of president and chairman, the historical title for the head of the states of the People's Republic of China. List its founding in 1949 includes. Okay, so it was. Okay, just wait. Okay, China. Okay, China got independence in which year? 1949. Okay, so 1949. That means China became independent after India. India got independence in 1947. China got independent. I think it's from Japan, if I'm not wrong. China became an independent nation with the founding of the People's Republic of China on October 1, 1949. Instead of gaining independence from a single foreign colonial power, this date marked the end of a long, chaotic era of domestic governmental upheaval and this one, the transitions to modern India. The Xinjiang revolution, 1991, 1911. This uprising overthrew the Qing dynasty. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce this. Qing. Okay, QUI dynasty. pronunciation.
Qing Dynasty.
Qing Dynasty. Okay, it's King or it's Qing Dynasty. Qing. Why is King pronounced as Qing? Qing. In the Mandarin, Q is pronounced like Qing. Okay, because of the Pingi. Qing Dynasty. Just wait. I don't want to get wrong.
The hardest thing is to get started. You have to get it on paper.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of this dynasty, which was the last imperial dynasty.
So yeah, to give you a little context of it, right? The fun fact: it is the last dynasty of China, and after that there was a Republic of China.
China. It is officially known as the Great Qing Dynasty.
Okay, it's Qing Dynasty, right? Okay, so it's a Qing Dynasty. The Chinese Civil War. Okay, this uprising. Just wait. Okay, and chaotic. Okay, this transitions. The civil. Okay, following World War II, a bitter civil war broke out between Nationalist Party Kuomintang and Chinese Communist Party. Founding of the RSPC on 1st of October 1949. Communist leader Mao Zedong declared the creation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, effectively taking control of the mainland, and the Republic of China in Taiwan. Following the defeat, the nationalist government, retreated to the island of Taiwan. Both the People Republic of China and ROC, Republic of China ROC in Taiwan continues. Founding of the RPC People Republic of China continues to lay claim to being the legitimate government of China. For a visual breakdown of how imperial China transitioned into modern republic, and this one's right. Okay, when did China get independence from whom? First of all, and okay, did China get independence from Japan, or I don't know. Yes, China was liberated from Japanese occupation at the conclusion of the World War II. Okay, so now Japan, it lost in the Second World War. So because of that, it could be possible that they went, right? Okay. The China was liberated from Japanese occupation. They never finished this one story. The Empire of the Japan surrendered to the Allied power in 1949 September, sending its 14-year military invasion and occupations of Chinese territory. Unofficially returned to this one. So while China never became an official colony of Japan, Japanese forces controlled the large swaths of countries through brutal military campaign during the Second Sino-Japanese War and the puppet state of Manchukuo surrender. Japan formally signed its surrender in this one, which officially marked the end of the Japanese occupation in China. Territorial reintegration. Following the surrender, territories taken by the Japanese, Manchurian and Taiwan restored. Okay, ongoing civil war to end of the World War. This one, okay. And okay, so this is it. And the second is equals to who was the other president who got defeated from Mao Zedong. I think now that one was the founder of the Taiwan. The primary president defeated by the primary president defeated by the Chinese Communist Party for this one, and this one additional this one who later became the president and was defeated and purged internationally. Okay, just wait. Serve as the second president of the People Republic of China. Okay, no. Kuomintang. Okay, this one, and he was the primary military advisor. Multiple. Okay, just wait. Taiwan, right? Okay. Taiwan founder. Who was the founder? Taiwan officially the Republic in China. Taiwan officially the Republic of China. So both of them claim the Republic of China. Taiwan officially the Republic of China is a country in East Asia. The main island of Taiwan, also known as the Formosa, lies between the East and the Southwest China Seas in the Northwestern Pacific Oceans, with the People's Republic of China to the northeast, Japan to the northeast, and Taipei City. Okay, currency it's $1. President is equals to this one. Who was the founder of Taiwan? I'm sorry. The Republic of China, modern Taiwan, was founded by Sun Yat-sen, who is widely revered as the father of a nation. He founded the Kuomintang. Okay, so Kuomintang. I thought it's a president name. It's a party name. He founded the Kuomintang Nationalist Party and led the 1911 revolution that overthrew the the Qing dynasty, establishing the Republic of China in 1912. Okay, so he was the person, right? Okay, Sun Yat-sen. Okay, Sun Yat-sen and Lai Ching. So right now the president of the Taiwan is Lai Ching. Okay, Lai Ching-ti, and I want to know his father, who's okay. Lai Ching-ti. Okay, so is he the Sun Yat? Okay, so it's not right. Okay, so I want to know about the Qing dynasty. Qing dynasty. Last emperor. Puvi was the last emperor of China, having reigned as the Jiangtong emperor of the Qing dynasty, and then later as the Kangdi emperor of the Manchukuo as the Japanese puppet state during the World War II. He was born in Prince Chun mentioned Beijing, China, and he was died also in China, and spouse. Not two last. So, why did this one have no children? He doesn't have children. The last emperor had no children due to lifelong biological infertility and impotence. That is attributed to the trauma and severe sexual exhaustion in his early youth, as well as psychological damage inflicted during the upbringing. So, Qing dynasty. Duration. Duration of Qing dynasty lasted. Duration of Qing dynasty. The Qing dynasty ruled China for 268 years, spanning from 1644. That's a lot, 1644 to 1912, counting from its initial establishment in Manchuria as the Qing, later renamed as Qing in 1916. Its full lifespan covers equals to 276. It was the last imperial dynasty in Chinese history. Key timeline milestones. Just wait. Did Qing dynasty control Tibet? Yes, the Qing dynasty controlled Tibet for nearly 2 centuries, exercising authority over the region from 1720 to 1912. Rather than integrating Tibet into regular Chinese provincial state system, the Qing governed it as a protectorate and tributary state with varying degrees of direct interventions. How the Qing established control? 1720 expedition. In 1717, this one Mongol invaded Lhasa. The Kangxi Emperor sent a massive military force to expel the Zhongzhu in 1720, effectively establishing Qing lordship. The Qing court stationed imperial resident called Amban in Lhasa, backed by the permanent military garrison. They monitored local politics, supervised the Kashak Tibetan cabinets, and managed foreign policy. The Golden Urn, to limit the influence of the local nobility, the Qinglong Emperor introduces the Golden Urn system in 1792. This lottery process allowed the Qing officials to oversee and validate the selection of the reincarnation for high lamas, including the Dalai Lama. Nature of the relationship: the priest-patrons dynamic. Politically, the Qing viewed Tibet as a subordinate frontier territory. Culturally, the relation was often framed as this one: priest and patrons, where the Dalai Lama acted as the spiritual guide, and the Manchu Emperor served as the military protector. Administration: because Tibet maintaining its own legal tax and local administration system, largely escaping the direct Han-led bureaucracy that shaped mainland China. By the end of Qing rules, by the late 19th century, the declining power of this, its central Qing government weakened its control over Lhasa. Following the 1911 Xinhai Revolution and subsequent collapse of the Qing in 1912, the Tibetan forces expelled the remaining imperial troops. The departing Dalai Lama then declared de facto independence, which lasted until the People's Republic of China entered Tibet in 1959. Started from 1950. So I'm sorry, I'm back at this is basically the introduction. It's still not over because it's very important to understand the context. If I just directly go into the books, I might get like 80 to 90%. If I go from the whole broader perspective about what are the qualifications, what are the different this one presidents, and under what circumstances did he do all of those things, then I think it makes more sense. So first was Mao Zedong, 1949 to 54. He was not Mao Zedong, chairman of the central 1949 to 54, and then Mao Zedong is to 54 to 59. We lost our independence. So why was he removed right after this one? And then came Louis Shakwai, and he 59 to 68, and then Sung Jin Ling and Dong Biu, co-chairmen 1972 till, and Tong Biu acting chairmen 75, and Zhu Zi chairman of the standing committee 1976. Note: the presidency was abolished between 1975 and 1982. State functions were carried out by the chairman of the NPC standing committee, and then came Li and then Yang Sangxuan and Jiang Yemen, and came Hu Jintao, and then came Hu Jintao 2003 to 2013, 10 years, and then Xi Jinping 2013. He's from 2013. That means same as Modi, right around same as Modi, 1 year older. But then where is Deng Xiaoping? Where is Deng Xiaoping? Where is Deng Xiaoping? I'm sorry, I don't know spelling. X I Deng Xiaoping. Where is Deng Xiaoping? He was not the president. Okay, I know that. He was passed away on this one and does not have a grave or tomb. Following his final wishes, the organs were donated. His body was cremated. No, I'm talking about this one. Why he was not on the presidential list, de facto ruler, while Deng Xiaoping was the undisputed paramount leaders of the China from 1970 until 2000. He intentionally chose not never to take the title of president or premier official. He preferred working through consensus behind the scenes to the highest official post he held during his leadership. He was chairman of the central response places dedicated to his memory. Okay, just wait. So okay, he ruled equals to 1978 to 1990s, right? 70 to 1990 equals to 70 to 1990 equals to, okay, so that means around Zhu Jing, Lina, Yang Changshung, and okay, which personality played the most important role in opening Chinese economy and trading with outside of the US. I think it was Deng Xiaoping. Yeah, the person who played the most important role in opening Chinese economy and establishing trade with the United States was Deng Xiaoping. As the China's paramount leaders from 1978 to 1981, he shifted the country away from the rigid communist command economics towards a market-based capitalism. His historic policies permanently transformed global trade. Key action by the Deng Xiaoping. The open door policy launched in 1978. This doctrine opened China to foreign businesses, invited international investments, and integrated China into global economy. Special economic zones. Okay, Shenzhen. Okay, he was the normalizing U.S. relationship in 1979. That time there was a Islamic Revolution. Okay, Deng worked alongside President Jimmy Carter to officially establish formal diplomatic and trade routes. In response, a 1979 U.S. tour, he became the first Chinese communist leader to visit America. His five-profile tour included wearing a cowboy that hat as a Texas rodeo, which captivated American public and signaled that China was ready for Western businesses. Key American counterparts. While Deng Xiaoping led the effort from the Chinese side, two American presidents were this one. Richard Nixon, who made a historic meeting with Mao Zedong, stand premier this month to break decades of Cold War isolations. The initial icebreak cleared the diplomatic path for the future economic rates. Jimmy Carter, he finalized the official paperwork that legally recognized the People's Republic of China on this month, unlocking direct corporate commerces. Okay, now I think I got a pretty much of the sense. Okay, I wanna see a proper picture of Deng Xiaoping. Okay, what the fuck is that, man? Was the Chinese statements. Okay, he looks fine. Okay, this is Mao Zedong. But okay, I don't know, man. It's very difficult to figure out which one is it in a good picture. Okay, who changed the Chinese economy? Deng Xiaoping changed Chinese economy. Okay, who didn't? Okay, Deng Xiaoping. Okay, was Deng Xiaoping and okay, this is a capitalist. Let's see. Deng Xiaoping was not a capitalist. He was a committed communist leader who believed in a state-managed socialism. However, to save China's struggling economy, he implemented market-oriented reforms. His guiding philosophy was building socialism with Chinese characteristics. Yeah, socialism with Chinese characteristics. User market. Deng famously said, okay, this one here, utilizing capitalist-style markets and pricing mechanism was just a tool to generate wealth and efficiency, not an embrace of the capitalism itself. State control, while socialism with a Chinese characteristic way. While you allowed private businesses and foreign investment, his administration ensured that the state retained control over the commanding heights of the economy, banking, infrastructure. Then strictly maintained political control under the Chinese Communist Party. He firmly believed that the private property and the market serve as the mechanisms. Okay, was Deng Xiaoping being a critique and a critique of Mao Zedong? This is, I think this is exactly what I've heard. I don't know. Yes, Deng Xiaoping was a critic of Mao Zedong's radical policies though he navigated a complex political relationship where they both committed to communism. Deng Xiaoping strongly disagreed with Mao's focus on endless class struggles and disastrous mass campaign like the Great Leap Forward. Okay, what is that? Great is cultural reform in China, same as Great Leap Forward. I think a lot of people, 30 to 40 million people died, I think. No, cultural revolution is distinctly different from the Great Leap Forward. Both were socio-political campaigns led by the Mao Zedong, but they had a different, okay. The Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 69, okay, 1960. That means that time, I think, Great Leap Forward, China, India lost, Tibet lost its independence in 1959. So around that time, 1958 to 60, this was fundamentally an economic and agricultural campaign. Goal: Mao aimed to rapidly transform China from an agrarian society into a modern, industrialized powerhouse to surpass the economies of the West. Methods: it involved the aggressive collectivizations of agriculture into massive people's communes and the push for grassroots and industrialization, such as making steel in the backyard furnaces. Consequence: the policies were disastrous and led to the widespread and ecological damage, economic collapse, and the Great Chinese Famine, resulting in the death of tens of millions of people. Okay, that is great leap forward. And second, cultural revolution. Okay, it happened after 6 years. Officially known as the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. Proletarian Cultural Revolution. This was political and ideology. This one goal: after the failure of the Great Leap Forward, Mao lost some direct control over the governments to more pragmatic leaders. He launched his revolution to reassert his supreme authority, eliminate political rivals, and purge Chinese societies of traditional capitalist and bourgeois influences. Methods: Mao mobilized youth known as the Red Guards to attack the four old ideas. Okay, so this is the cultural revolutions. Four old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. It was marked by the extreme political violence, the persecutions of intellectuals, and destruction of the cultural artifacts. Consequently, it caused severe, social and industrial chaos, halted educations for generations, and brought the country to brink of a civil war before March 1976 verdict. Okay, just wait. Okay, was Mao assassinated? CNAT, assassinated. No, Mao Zedong was not assassinated. He died of a natural cause, referring to the failing health on this one at the age of 82. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so Dylan. Okay, where the assassination rumors stem from. Okay, I want to know about this one, right? Okay, Tiananmen Square. It's in China. Okay, Tiananmen Square. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce this. Tiananmen Square. Okay, Tiananmen Square. Or this one is the city square in the city center of the Beijing, China, named after the Tiananmen located its north. Okay. What is the Tiananmen Square incidents? Okay, the Tiananmen Square incident refers to a series of student-led pro-democracy protests. So, okay, they want a democracy. It's a pro-democracy protest in Beijing's Tiananmen Square in spring of 1989. The movement culminated on the night of the June 3 and 4 when the Chinese government used military force to clear the area, resulting in the death of hundreds, possibly thousands of demonstrators and civilians. Origins and demand. Catalyst: the protest began in April, mid-1989, sparked by the death of the Hu Habang, a former leader of the Chinese Communist Party who had been ousted for his lenient stance on political and economic reforms. Core issues: what began as mourning quickly swelled into a massive demonstration against official corruptions, high inflation, and slow pace of reforms. Escalation: by mid-May, roughly 1 million people, including students, worked, intellectuals. This was okay. Martial law divided on how they handle. Okay, this one's okay. And June, this one violence. On June, this one's okay. Troops and okay. Casualties: the two numbers of the casualties. Chinese government officially cited a death toll of 241, including military personnel, one international journalist, human rights group, and witness accounts estimate the fatalist to be hundreds of thousands. The crackdown was widely condemned internationally, leading to the contemporary diplomatic and economic sanctions against China. It also generated one of the most famous images of the era: a lone, unidentified protester, often tank man, who stood in the front of the column in tank state, leaving this one's. Okay, so what happened in this square incident 1976 was under which president, which leader? The Tiananmen Square protest and the subsequent military crackdowns were the leadership of the paramount leader Deng Xiaoping, while moderate Communist Party of this one favored negotiation with the pro-democracy demonstrators. The order to clear the square with the military forces was ultimately directed by Xi Jinping. No, it's Deng Xiaoping. And then Xiaoping. Education qualification. I want to know about his qualification, right? Is he an economist or did not had a formal university degree or traditional academic qualification? Education consists of a secondary education. This one's okay. Studied classical Confucian text in his early years, later attending conventional primary middle schools in Guang. Okay, secondary is wants to work study in France. Traveled to France at the age of 15 to participate in a diligent work frugal study movement. He attended middle school briefly, but spent most of his time working as an unskilled labor in factories such as the Renault. Studied Marxism and Leninist theory at Moscow Sun Yat-sen University, then known as the Communist University of the Workers of the East, before returning to China to join the revolution movement. So yeah, he was from a good family, it seems, apparently. Now let's talk a little bit about the author, right? Okay, who is the author? Then Xiaoping, the transformation of The Transformation of China, and it is a book originally published by author is to Ezra F. Vogel, American socialist, and Ezra. Okay, so it's very difficult name, man. Ezra Fievel Vogel. Ezra Ezra easy. Ezra Vogel, Fogel. Vogel, okay, I'm sorry. Ezra Fievel, okay. Easy. Ezra Fievel, Feiv Fievel. Vogel, right? So was an American sociologist who wrote on modern Japan, China, Korea. He was Henry Ford. Okay, he was Henry Ford, second professors of the social science at Harvard University. Okay, so his name was Ezra. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can remember his name, the entire name. I would just call it Ezra, Vogel, right? So Ezra Vogel, Ezra, Ezra Vogel, Ezra Vogel, and he's this one. Origin, right? Okay, country of origin. He doesn't look like okay. He was this one stand Ohio. He was prominent American scholar, sociologist. Okay, early born a Jewish immigrant in Ohio in 1930s. Academic career, he was the Henry Ford professor. Okay, key works. He authored the Denmark was an Asian development, including Japan, as number one stand in the transformation. You can read us. Okay, he died in 2020 recently. Okay, I mean 6 years back. Yeah. So this is him, and yeah. Now, okay, I'll just want to say, okay, did this one spend time in China? Okay, I don't know, because it's important, right? Yes, the renowned Harvard sociologist and is this one expert spent a significant amount of time living and conducting research in China. You can find, okay, after his visit to the country almost annually, often spending a month at the time. So 1980s, he spent 2 months at Sunxia SN University in Guangzhou. In this one, he spent 8 months living in Guangdong province researching China's economy. His search is highly acclaimed biography. Okay, so now I want to see, when was this book written? Deng Xiaoping. Okay, it was written in 2011. It was written in originally published as to 2011. So 2011. Okay, I want to see the 2011 China's. Okay, just when 2011 ranking of global economy GDP in 2011. Where was China? Okay, China. Okay, it was still China. Oh, I mean the gap was same, right? 2 times. That means United States. Oh no. Ranking based on the absolute market exchange rate. United States. It was first 14.99 trillion. China 7.31, and Japan 5.86, Germany 3.60, France 2.77. Brazil was ahead of India. I didn't know that. Okay, Brazil 2.47 trillion, and United Kingdom it was 2.44. India it was 1.87. China, Russia it was 1.87. Oh my God, man! India was at number 10, man. 2011. We've come a long way, man. But it seems that Japanese they've gone down, man. In 2011, their GDP was 5.86 trillion, right? Now, GDP of Japan. Right now, it's 4.38 trillion, ranking it as the 4th largest economy in the world. But that's like beyond the point. Because it was, I think it has declined, okay? So that time only China was a big country, sort of. And China president, okay, Chinese president list, okay. I want to see who was the president, okay, that time, because Xi Jinping, when he wrote the book, Xi Jinping was not the leader, so it was Hu Jintao, right? Okay, he served 2 consecutive 5-year terms, so he spent for more than 10 years. Hu Jintao, I want to see. I think I've heard of him. Hu Jintao, right? Okay, Hu Jintao, and it was Hu Jintao, and is Chinese retired politician who served as the general secretary. Okay. What happened to Hu Jintao? He is retired and living largely out of the public eye, having stepped down from all the politics. He made international returns during this one. Okay, so he served as this one, and the massive economic expansion during his tenure, China's per capita GDP quadrupled, and this country surpassed Japan to become the world's second largest economy. He also oversaw the rollout of this one, harmonious society, scientific outlook. Okay, so these are all, and I was doing okay. Okay, now I think I'm ready to Ezra Vogel. Okay, now I'm ready to read the book. Deng Xiaoping and the Transformation of China. Ezra F. Vogel. And it is a very long volume book. To my wife, Charlotte kills, and my Chinese friends are determined to help a foreigner understand. Okay, so it's a content is there. Okay, so first we'll go with the, okay, so there's a map, interesting map, China in the 1980s, preface in search of Deng, the man and his mission. Deng's backgrounds from revolutionary to builder to reformer. Okay, first it goes to revolutionary, builder to reformers, 1904 to 1969. Deng's tortuous road to the top, 1969 to 77. Banishment returns. Okay, creating the Deng's era. The Deng's era, challenges to the Deng's era, and the Deng's place in history. Okay, I'm sorry. What is the full form of TNT? TNT stands for tree. I'm not able to say it very fast. Tree. Okay. Tree. Tree. Is it a tree? A tree. Why or trees? Yeah. Okay. Tree. Trini, okay, Trini, okay, Trini Tronius, okay, Trini Trotro, okay, Trini Trotro, Trini, okay, Trini Trotrolion, okay, Trini Trotrolion. I'm sorry, it's out of a topic, but I forgot that, I'm just memorizing the full form. TNT stands for try, okay, Trini, okay, Trini Tro, Trini Tro, okay, Trini Trotrolion, Trini Trotrolion, right? So Trini Trotrolion, right? Okay, Trini, okay, Trini Trot. Tiny Trotolian, TNT, Tiny Trotolian, Tiny Trotolian. Okay, so I'm back. So there's a map. Can I do a flip of it? Okay, so there's a map of it. And it's a big map, and it includes, I think it's the current, map of the current map of China, and so this is map in 1980s. But why this Siachen is, okay, just when Aksai Chin, right? Okay, Aksai Chin was taken by China in which year? So it was taken, okay, China took control of Aksai Chin in two main phases. They consolidated initial occupation during the 1950s by constructing the strategic western highways and this ones. After annexing Tibet in 1959 and 51, China began converting in a construction of national this ones, okay, in an uninhabited Aksai Chin plateau to connect Tibet with the Xinjiang. India only discovered this highway existed in 1957, okay. People Liberation Army launched a full-scale offensive across disputed footprint. Okay, so they took around like in 1950s. I don't know what Indian governments were doing back then, Nehru era. So yeah, there's a Tibetan autonomous regions. Okay, there is a Tibet autonomous, and there's a it's not clearly mentioned that it's in China, but yeah, it's a border area is there. There's a demarcated line. There's Xinjiang AR. I think Tibet is known as what? Tibet is known as in China, Xinjiang, right? So Xinjiang, then it's same, right? Xinjiang and Xinjiang. What is the differences? Qinghai, Gansu, Inner Mongolia. Okay, so I just want to see the map properly. Xinjiang is the largest area. Tibet, okay, there's this, and then Xinjiang, okay, Gansu, and then Sichuan and Chengdu. Okay, Chengdu and Chongqing, Sichuan, Hubei, Yunnan, okay, Hunan, okay, Fujian, okay, it's a Macau, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Beijing, okay, Tai, and then it goes all the way. It touches border. It doesn't have a border with South Korea. It does have a border with North Korea, Liaoning, Jilin, Hilong, okay, I don't know, Japan, and all those things. So this is the map, and then there's a USSR. AR stands for autonomous regions. Okay. Now comes the preface. In search of a Deng. Okay, so what I want to know is that China is in terms of area, I think it is one of the largest, geographical place in the world. And if you see, much of the area of China, geographical area is taken. I mean, it's mostly conflicted areas. For example, like the Tibet region, Xinjiang, even the Inner Mongolia, right? So yeah, so it's all debated. So now, okay, so now we'll start. Preface. In search of a Deng, and it was written by Vogel. Okay, Ezra, right? So I'm forgetting the name, man. Why am I forgetting the name? Ezra. Okay, Ezra Vogel. Okay, Ezra Vogel. In the summer of 2000s, I'll try to read it fast, right? Because it's a long book, and I want to finish it fast. I mean, normally if I don't speak out loud and read, then I should be able to complete it in like 3-4 days. But I'm reading it. There's a friction. It slows my reading. So I'm gonna read it fast. And if there's any important topic, then yeah, I'll just read it slow and then I'll just discuss with myself. Yeah. In the summer of 2000s, relaxing after a leisurely outdoor supper on Jeju Island, South Korea, I hold my friends Don Oberfordor, one of America's greatest 20th century reporters on East Asia, and that I was retiring from the teachings and wanted to write a book to help Americans understand key developments in Asia. Many people said that my 1979 book, Japan as Number One, 79 written, okay, helped prepare some US leaders in business and government for Japan's rise in the 1980s, which had shocked many in the West. What would best help American understand coming developments in Asia at the start of 21st century? So without hesitations, Don, who had covered Asia for half a century, said you should write a book about it in Xiaoping. After some week of reflection, I decided he was right. The biggest issue in Asia was China, and the man who influenced most China's modern trajectory is Deng Xiaoping. Moreover, a rich analysis of Deng's life and career could illuminate the underlying forces that have shaped recent social and economic developments in China. Writing about Deng Xiaoping would not be easy when carrying on underground activities in the Paris and Shanghai in 1920s. Deng had learned to rely entirely on his memory. He left no notes behind during the cultural revolutions. Critic trying to compile a record of his errors found no papers in trail. Speeches prepared for a formal meeting were written by assistants and recorded, but most of other talks or meetings required no notes. For Deng could give a well-organized lectures for an hour or more, drawing only in his memory. In addition, like other high-level party leaders, Deng strictly observed party disciplines. Even when exiled with his wife and some of his children to Shanghai during the cultural revolutions, he never talked about them, just about high-level party businesses, even though they were also party members. So Deng criticized autobiographers in which authors lavished praise on themselves. He chose not to write an autobiography and insisted that any evaluation of him by others should not be too exaggerated or too high. In fact, he then rarely reminisced in public about a past experience. He was known for not talking very much, and for being discreet about. He said, I think that's apparent, right? That's like very apparent because he was not the main leader as such in the public eye. He was the a shadow, the shadow power who is influencing from behind. Is not the president. He was not the president as such. Writing about then and his eras thus poses more than unusual challenges in studying national leaders. I regret that I never had a chance to meet and talk with Deng personally because he was dead, I think. When I first went to Beijing in May 1973, a part of a delegation sponsored by the National Academy of Science where we met Zhou Enlai and other high officials. We did not meet Deng. One of my strongest impressions from the trip was the buzz in high circles about the recent returns of Deng to Beijing from his exile during the cultural revolutions and high expectation that he would play some important role that would bring great changes. What role, what changes? We Westerners speculated, but none of us could ever have predicted the sea change in China that was to occur over the next decades and how much China's futures would be advanced with the efforts of his singular leader. The closest I've ever came to Deng was a few feet away at a reception at the National Gallery in Washington in 1979. The reception was a grand gathering of Americans, China specialists from governments and academia, the media, the business world to celebrate the formal establishment of the US-China relations. Many relationships. Okay, where was I? Okay, I'm sorry. I lost my laptop speech. It had been a long time. It's okay. And gallery reception was not even speeches. The acoustics were terrible, unable to hear a thing that Deng and his interpreters were saying, through the loudspeaker. The gathered throng, continued to walking with our fellow Chinas, watchers and friends. The close to Deng said he was upset about the noisy inattentive crowds, but most of us watching were impressed with how he read his speeches as if delivering it to a disciplined Chinese audience sitting in a reverential silence. I've therefore to come to know about Deng as a historian knows his subjects by poring over the written words, and there are many accounts of various parties of Deng's life, despite being admonitions to the writers not to lavish praise. The traditions of writings an official. Where was I? Official or semi-official history to glorify. I think I have to be very careful, right? I have to be very skeptic about the fact that there could be a lot of his opinion also, right? Biases. So yeah. one hero and downplay the role of the other remains alive and well in China, since other officials have been glorified by the secretaries or family members. The careful leaders can compare these different accounts, and among the party historians, these are some who have out of professional sense of responsibility written about events as they actually occurred. There will be more books about things written in the years ahead as additional party archives become available to the public, but I believe there will never be a better time than now for a scholar to study them. Many of the basic chronologies have now been compiled and released. Many reminiscences have been published, and I have had an opportunity that will not be available to later historians. I met and spoke with the Deng's family members, colleague, and family members of these colleagues who gave me insights and detail not necessarily found in the written records and all. I spent roughly 12 months in China over several years. I spent roughly 12 months, that is a year, interviewing in Chinese those who had knowledge of Deng's and his eras. So the single most basic sources were studying the objective records of Deng's activities in Deng's Nianpu, a chronology of Deng Xiaoping. The first publication, a two-volume, 1,383 pages official summary of the Deng's almost daily meeting from 1975 until his death in 1997, was released in 2004. The second, a three-volume, 2,079-page description of his life from 1904 to 1974, was published in 2009. Okay, so the problem is that when this kind of a books was released, right, if it's from an open economy like India, United States, or some European countries, then you could say that, okay, so I mean, yeah, they could be true. The probability of it being true is quite high, and they'll just write it in a transparent manner. But country like China, which is a closed economy, no, not economy in terms of, but the closed country in terms of information and all, then it becomes difficult for us to also believe, right? Okay, so no problem. The teams of party historians who worked on these volumes have access to many party archives and were conscientious in reporting accurately. The chronology does not provide explanations, does not criticize or praise Deng, does not speculate, does not mention some of the most sensitive topics, and does not refer to political rivalries. Yet, it is very helpful for determining who Deng saw and when and how. In many cases, what they talked about. Many of Deng's major speeches have been compiled, edited, and published in the official selected works of Deng Xiaoping. The three-volume work provides a useful accounts of many of his major policies, although it is critical to interpret them in the context of nationalist and world events at the time. Chronologies, report, and key speeches and writing by Chen Yun, Yi Changyang, Zhu Enlai, and others are similarly useful. The books that offer the most in-depth understanding of Deng Xiaoping and personal thinking are the two by Deng Rong, Mao Mo, his youngest daughter, about the period before he came to power. The books draw on her own recollections, her visits with the people who knew Deng and party archives. After 1989, when Deng's health began to deteriorate after the time and incidents, I think Rong usually accompanied her father whenever he went outside for his home. And although Deng Xiaoping did not talk with the members of his family about high level politics, they knew both him and the country's situation well enough to perceive and understand his concerns and perspectives, some of which only they could see. One volume, My Father, Deng Xiaoping, is about Deng's life before 1949, and the others, Deng Xiaoping and the Cultural Revolution, describes the time when Deng Rong accompanied her parents and the exile away from the Beijing in Xinjiang province of 1969 to 73. She displays obvious affections and respect for her fathers and presents highly positive pictures, but she also provides the details that reveal much about his personal qualities and attitudes. In fact, considering the constraints of party policy and her efforts to paint a positive picture, she is remarkably frank, open, and concrete. In writing this volume, Deng Rong was assisted by party historians who have checked the dates, names, and events. She is continuing to write about some Deng's activities in the early post-1949 periods, but she has not written about the years after 1973, which are still more controversial. She has kindly granted me several long interviews supplementing what she has written. There are, several works in English that provided me with a good start for studying the Deng Xiaoping era before I plunged into the Chinese sources. But with the exceptions of Sun and Vince, they were written before the chronologist and the reminiscence on the 100th anniversary of his Richard, Evan Joseph, Fewsmith, Merle Goldmaster, and Roderick McFarquhar, and Michael Schoonhelst, Maurice this one's okay, and Warren and this one's Ambassador Richard Evans, a wise and seasoned British diplomat and ambassador to Beijing from 1984 to 88, drew on his own meeting with Deng and his resources of the British governments to write Deng Xiaoping and the Making of the Modern China, a highly literate brief overview for the educated public that is mostly about Deng's years prior to 1973. Among the Western political scientists, Richard Baum has done the most detailed study of the politics of the Deng's eras, which he reports in Burrowing Now. He draws on material from the China available before his book's publication in 1994, as well as the works by the Hong Kong analyst. He uses Hong Kong reports with the discretions, but I have chosen to rely even less on the Hong Kong sources because it is hard to trace the origin of this for their information. And therefore, to assess the the reliability in Deng's, in Deng Xiaoping's errors. Maurice Mencius, a thoughtful scholar deeply knowledgeable about the Marxist theory, presents Deng in the context of Marxist theoretical issues in the preparing sowing the seed of democracy in China, political reforms in the Deng Xiaoping era. My long-time Fairbank Center colleague merely Goldman traces the changing intellectual center currents during the Deng's era, drawing not only on publications but also on discussions with many of the intellectuals, especially descendants about whom she writes. Ruan Ming, author of the Deng Xiaoping Chronicle of an Empire, was a researcher at the Chinese Communist Party's, Chinese Communist Central Party School until he was removed by the party conservatives in 1983. Finding refuge in the United States, Ruan Ming presents a passionate critique of the conservative ideologies who drag their own feet unconvinced to. Quan Quenchens, author of the 10 episodes in China's diplomacy, was a foreign minister and vice premier during much of the Deng's arrest and has written a balanced, informative work on a foreign policy of the arrest. Yu Gong He, who helped Deng prepare the text of his speech for the third plenum, described his historical turning point in Deng Xiaoping Shakes the World. Because I helped edit the English translation of these 2 volumes, I had the opportunity to have a supplementary discussion with the authors, both of whom, as a former official, had worked closely with the Dengs. The late Harrison Salisbury, a journalist and author of the New, Emperor China in the End of the Mao and Deng, was given access to several key leaders soon after Mao's death. Although some of his descriptions, such as those with the Deng's relation to the Third Front industry, show serious misunderstanding, he was given much better access than the most journalists, and he relates fresh views that were not available in other systems. David Schambach, editors of the China's Quarterly, when Deng came to power, brought together a group of scholars to assess Deng and his era shortly after Deng withdrew from the power in 1992. The article were reprinted in the books Deng Xiaoping, edited by the Sham bookstore. Frederick Davis and Warren Son had done the most exhaustive readings of the Chinese sources of any Western scholars over the period between 1974 to 82 in preparation for the projected 3 volumes. They have published the first spanning the years 1974 and 1976. They aim to get the basic facts straight in a highly detailed way by carefully evaluating different interpretations of the various events. Warren Sons, who has been more persistent for 2 decades in tracing the every important facts about the era than anyone I know, later spent more than 2 months checking through various drafts of my manuscripts, correcting errors and suggesting supplementary interpretations and keywords. So there are lots and lots of famous leaders who had a significant influence in the entire history of the world currently. And most of the time, sometime, and I think still most of the histories are not documented. So therefore it is lost. So that's why I think it's important for, for people to document their history. So for example, if later, I'm not exactly sure, I'll do my best. If I become very, very successful later, then if anyone wants to know about me, if anyone, I don't know, but it could be possible, right? It's not impossible, right? It's plausible. But yeah, not impossible, but still it's plausible. And when they want to know about me, they don't have to care about anything, because my structural changes in my thoughts, my ideologies, how it changes, and the shaping, the basic, the foundations of me, right? The mind, Tenzin Vesi, it's being documented in this YouTube channel. So right now, whatever I'm doing, it's basically documenting myself, my shaping of ideology, basic foundations. I'm just laying my foundations in front of the internet. So yeah, it's way easier for them later if they want to document or if they want to know about me, about my basic foundations. And if you're listening after like 40, 50 years, anyone, it could be me, it could be anyone, then I want to say hello. And hello from Tenzin Vesi, 22 years old lad, 2026. Hello. And please, 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 you don't have to be good to me. You have to be as objective as you can. Don't be biased. Okay? Whoever is writing, I hope I'll do something big. And then you can write about it. If I don't do big, then obviously no one will write about me. And even this clip, no one will hear it apart from my granddaughters, grandchild's. Yeah. So Joseph Viewsmith has written the best book in English on the economic, debates of the eras, dilemma of the reforms. Okay, Triffin dilemma. Okay, it's Triffin dilemma. Okay. Debate of the era, the dilemmas of the reforms in China. Robert Rost has written excellent works that examine the foreign relationship issues during the period. giving the periods, and Roderick MacFargus, who has spent several decades studying Chinese elites, politics, and cultural revolution, has written 3-volume sets on the origins of the cultural revolutions, and with the Michael Schoenhelms to Mao's last revolutions about the cultural revolutions. I have known all these authors and talked with all of them about the Deng and his era. They have been generous in supplementing what is in their publications and given me a clearer sense of some of the important issues about which they write. In Chinese, so much has been released that even the best Chinese scholars have not been able to read all of it. Beginning in the 1990s, an explosion of the information became available on the Chinese internet. So I've been assisted by many research and assistant, but particularly by the Ren Ying and Duang Ying ones. Ren Yi's grandfather, first party secretary of the Guangdong provinces. Ren Zhuangzi was the great reform leaders of the Guangdongs. Dua Jing Yuan, who served for many years in the economic commissions of the Guangdong. Combines personal experience with a scholar determination to get a deeper truths within the historical documents. Ren and Dong spent each over a year working full time to help me cover over vast amounts of the material and to try to think through how Chinese people in various positions felt and acted. Yao Jinfu, an official in the Rural Development Institute under the Zhao Xinjiang, also spent several weeks going over my drafts of the chapters on economics. The Chinese internet is an extraordinary source for tracing names, dates, and likes, but beyond this specific issues, it is often difficult to distinguish fact from a fantasy or interesting storytelling. When articles on the internet presents important information without detailing the source, I've tried to track down the original sources or at least compare them with the other sources before using them. In doing so, I have found that the China Vitai, right? So Vitai is in particularly is very useful English language websites on Chinese officials who are still alive. There are many reminiscences by officials who worked with the Deng. Okay, the 3-volume elections. Hui Deng Xiaoping, remembering Deng Xiaoping is one of the best to recall. Although a similar series is the 3-volume collections. Deng Xiaoping, Renqing Sheshe, a record of the actual events in the life of the Deng Xiaoping. 2 excellent journals. They contain many articles by those who worked with the Deng are Yang Huang, Jing Chuang, and Bai Niang Chong. Okay, Yang Chuang, Chung Qing is edited by former high-level officials who are knowledgeable and reform-minded. Are different. I'm sorry for the pronunciation of the Chinese. Okay, I don't want to waste my time in pronouncing it correctly, which I know it will be incorrect. So I'll just do it fast. But even we can be found in the books Xuej and Chong Chuang, 1975 to 87, 12 Springs and Autumns, 1975 to 87, written by a conservative official, Deng Lingqing, and published in Hong Kong, as well as in Deng Lingqing's unpublished talks at the Contemporary China Research Institute. This research center has founded that has paved the way for many of these stories on the post-1947 and 49 events. There are also many accounts often written by the able Chinese journalists of all the key figures of the eras, including Chen Yun, Gu Mo, Hu Yangbang, Wang Ying, Yi Shang, Zhang Wang. That provide varying perspective. The best journalist account of the Deng is Yang Xingqian, then Xiaoping's Shidest. This is okay. The age of the Deng Xiaoping, a record of the 22 years of China's reforms and opening. Official histories like the Chen Yuan, Zhusun biography of the Chen Yuan are carefully edited and based on documentary sources. Zhong Ming's book on Chen Yong. All the belief benefits from the Zhong's 5 years service as an assistant to Chen, as well as a careful research. In addition to the Deng Xiaoping Mianpu, there are also official chronologies for Chen Yuan, Zuan Enlai, Ye Jingjing, and numbers of the others officials who worked closely with the Deng. Another valuable resource is the National Library, National History, Guishi of China since 1949, even 7 volumes of which have already prepared with a 3 months forthcoming, written by mainland scholars including Gao Hong, Hang Xing this one, and others. Among his monumental work is being published by the Research Centers for the Contemporary Culture, the Chinese universities of the Hong Kong. The volume set a new standards of the objective overall scholarship for the eras. The Chinese government has greatly increased the scope of what people can write about it. But some works by well-informed insiders on the mainlands are still considered too controversial to be published in Beijing. Hong Kong publishing, however, is much more open. So many of these works have been published in Hong Kong. Some of the most informative are those by the then Lingquist, Hu Jingjiang, Yang Zhensheng, this one's okay. Among other reformers who have been written in the reminiscence in these Hu Jiji, the former editors of the Renmin Review, People's Daily, who authored Gong Hang Gongfing from the fall of the Han Gongfing to the fall of the Hu Hang. Although chronologies of the Hu Hang have not been published in the mainland, his mainland friends have published 2 lengthy volumes, chronologies in the Hong Kong. One edited by the Shen Ping is this one's, and the second edited by this one's. Materials from the chronological record of this one. There's also a 3-volume biography that remains unpublished. One's friends have collected 4 volumes of elections, okay, and while others, okay. Jiang Jing, while house arrest after 1989, found a way to record his own accounts of history and personal views. A work that has been translated in English as a Prisoner of the State, the secret journal of the Premier Zhang Jing, edited by Bang Ping, Chai Rennie, China, and Eddie Ignatius. After 1989, the outside person with whom this one spoke the most is this one, who wrote Zhang Zhong conversation with this one while under house arrest. Zhang did not authorize the reminiscence by Zhang, but he authorizes and personally reviewed 3 recorded, highly focused conversation with the journalist Yang Xingqing, published in this month's political struggle in the period of Chinese reforms. These works, including some very critical of some of the Deng's activities, offer valuable alternative perspective to those given in the mainland publication. We also viewed Chinese documentaries showing Deng's giving speeches, meeting people, visiting various sites, and relaxing with his family. At my direction, research assistants translated material from Russia. In addition to general works in much of the Zen era, I have made use of the many more specialized material and specific subject covered in this volume. See materials in English, Chinese, and Japanese that are included in the online bibliography and glossary at bibliophile. Okay, bibliophile. I think I've 4 hours back. I think I've memorized a word, new word. It's biblio. I mean, when we say bibliography, right? Okay, the word that I've memorized is bibliophile. That means the people who love books. Apart from various short trips to China when I was in Beijing for longer periods, 5 months in 2006, 1 month in 2007, several weeks in 2008, and 1 month in 2009, and several weeks in 2010, I had an opportunity to interview in particular 3 categories of the knowledgeable people party. So he has been in China for quite some time now, right? And if it's like 5 months in 2006, 1 month in 2007, several weeks in 2008, for like 6, 7, 8, 9, continuously 5, 6 years, I had an opportunity to interview in a particular 3 categories of knowledgeable people: party historians, children of top officials, and officials who work under Deng. Except for several English-speaking Chinese who prefer to speak in English, the interviews were conducted in Chinese without an interpreter. In particular, I benefited from extensive interviews with Jung Jiamin Cheng, all outstanding historians specializing in the party histories. I also concluded interviews with the two children of Deng Xiaoping, then Rong, and this one's 2 children of Cheng Yun, this one's, and 2 children of Hu Bang. In addition, I've interviewed children of this one's, okay. They're all bright, thoughtful people, discreet and filial. They shared a concrete reminiscence that gave a flavor of their parents and the parents' colleague. The former official I interviewed ranged from those who are great admirers of the Deng Xiaoping to severe, critics who feel both that the Deng did not fully support Hu Hangbang and the intellectuals that he tragically missed opportunities to push for political reform. Some are well-known officials who had worked with him and under Deng, including former foreign ministers Hung Hua, former president Jing Chuimen, a former deputy head of the organization department of the party Li Yurun, a former vice president Kuan Xingjing, and former first party secretary of the Gongtong Ran Zhuangzhong. All of these officials had retired, allowing us to have a more leisurely conversation than would have been possible while they were still working. I also benefited from interviews with a talented group of retired officials who worked under Deng, some of whom now write articles for the journalist Yan Hung Krineng, including Du Jiansang, Fen Zhangzang, Sang Changchang, Wu Mingzhong, Yang Qingchang, and the late Zhu Haozhou. Some are occasionally criticized or warned for their outspoken comments, but generally they have been given freedom to express their views. In addition, I had a chance to interview scholars at research centers and universities in China. Scholars tend to be not to be as well informed on inner party working as those who have served in the governments and party under the Deng, even if they are party members, but they often have the opportunities to know that the people, and some have read broadly and research available documents with great care. Although there are several institutions where specialists are doing research on party history, including the Central Party School, several universities, and the Contemporary China Research Institute, the institution with the greatest numbers of the researchers, the greatest resources, and the best access to party material is the Central Party Literature Research Centers, which is operated under the purview of the Central Committee. Some 15 people at the centers worked on compiling Deng Xiaoping's. In addition, about 15 are now working on an official biography of Deng that they have to read in the systems. Harvard, I've had the opportunity over the years to exchange views with many visiting Chinese officials and scholars, some of whom are very, very, okay, where was I? Are very, very familiar with the politics of the Beijing. The numbers are very, okay, just wait. Where was I? Chinese relations, especially in Chinese relation with other countries, whom are very familiar with the politics of Beijing. A number of prominent political descendants to very able, dedicated, and idealistic people who ran afoul of party orthodoxies in the 1980s are particularly benefited from talks with Sheng Jing, Tai Kunjing, Go Jing, the late this one, and all of the student leaders during the Tiananmen incidents. And well, Wian Jingxing was famous 1978 wall posters on December this one on 5th modernizations led to the sentence of 15 years imprisonment. I have also talked with the younger former officials such as the Jung this one, was since returned to Beijing, and this one Okay, and I have also learned from economic specialists who I knew in Beijing and Harvard, particularly if this ones. In addition to those mentioned earlier, I interviewed lots and lots of name, man. I can't pronounce it. Like, okay, I'm just looking at some Tibetan name. Donald Sang, Tenchung, Gao Nang, okay, all those things. Jing Beijing, this one's I it all my Chinese friends and acquaintances who try to help a foreigner understand, but none bears any responsibility for the views I represent. Yes, this is very important, but none bears any responsibility for the views I represent, which are my own best judgments from the various resources I've seen to get a better sense of the environment that Deng experienced. I spent several days each in location that were important to Deng's during his lifetime. Okay, his birthplace in Guang and a country in this one, Sichuan, and the Tianheng Mountains. In this one, where then spent 8 years as a guerrilla fighter. Okay, guerrilla fighter. Kongqing and Chengdu. Deng's base when he was in charge of the Southwest Bureau from the 1949 to 52, and Rujin, this one's where he lived for several years during the early 1930s. I also visited Chengdu's birth site in this one's from the outskirts of the Shanghai in the age of places. Local scholars and officials were helpful in supplementing the material in museums, giving me a sense of Deng's role in the local settings. I traveled to Singapore to talk with the former Prime Minister Liu Yonview, Li Yonyu, who perhaps knew Deng Xiaoping as well as many foreigners leaders. Former Prime Minister Guan Shokchang, former advisors on the Chinese coastal areas, Guo Xing, this one, President Ezra, and other official. I also wanted to long discussion with the scholars, especially Wang Goswans, John Wong, and this one's in Hong Kong. I met this one's and this one's who met many times when traveling with his father-in-law. YK Pao, the leading Hong Kong shipping magnate who made this one's okay. In Australia, I had a chance to talk with the former Prime Minister Robert Hauke, a former ambassador to Beijing, Ross, this one's former Foreign Minister official Richard Rege, Robert. I traveled to Moscow where I met this one's Lev Delius, who spent years in China, headed the Oriental Institute in Moscow, and wrote a book on Deng. I have benefited especially from discussion with Alexandra Potts, a meticulous scholar now teaching in the United States, who is knowledgeable about Russian sources on Mao's and Zheng's and Sergio thing with okay. My visit to Dick Vinci. He is the person who led to the dissolution. That he was the last Prime Minister of the USSR. Yeah. My visit to England in search of accredited insights on this one with the former ambassador Sir Alan Donald, former ambassador Richard Evans, and former Hong Kong governor David Wilson. And while in Beijing, I met former British ambassador Sir Anthony Galsworthy. I also talked with the former Hong Kong chief executive talked with the former Hong Kong, okay, also members of this one. And while in Japan, I talked with the former Prime Minister Nakasone Yuso, this one, former ambassador to Beijing, including Anami, this one's okay. Other former Chinese, Chinese specialists in Japanese foreign ministry, such as this one knows a great deal about the Japanese foreign policy, including Kawashima, this one's okay. Tongo, okay. I also have talked with the Japanese scholars who specialize in China's relation with the other countries, particularly this one's all of those words who are translating the books in Japanese, who wrote an excellent books on foreign policy, assisted me in collecting Japanese material, including I've had the chance to talk with the numbers of American officials who met this one, including former President Jimmy Carter. So he had including former President Jimmy Carter and former Vice President Walter Montels, who had a key visit for the Deng in 1979, as well as Henry Kissinger and Brent Scoffords. I also talked with the this one and later Michael Ossienberg, who were the key White House officials who managed the informal normalization talks. Edward, a son-in-law of President Richard Nixon, who visited Deng with the presidents and shared his collections with me. I talked with several U.S. former ambassadors to Beijing, including the late Arthur Hummel, the late this one's to Winston Lords. Woodcock, Ambassador Woodcock's window, Sharon Woodcock, kindly shared with me her husband's paper. I've also had an opportunity to talk with the other Chinese specialists who have been particularly Mike Armacost, Chris Clark, Richard Fishers, Cass Freeman, David Kreis, Charles Kins, Don Crisis, Paul Crisberg, and Herb Wellens, Ken Lebertier, Bill McCahill, Dr. All of this is the English word. Two former students, Suzanne Lawrence and Melinda Liu, who spent many years reporting. All of this ones to Goldman. I benefited greatly from discussions with a colleague at Harvard, including William Desmond. All of those things, and I've also been assisted by Holly Engel. I'm also indebted to Jean with the equal passion to help scholarsly. My wife Charlotte being a specialist, and on the Okay, my wife, Charlotte Enkel, and specialist on the anthropology of China, has been a constant intellectual companion at all stages of his work. She patiently tried her best to provide balance and spiritual support to a driven workaholic, although I served as a U.S. National Intelligence Officer for East Asia from 1930 to 55. I have not had access to classified material in the course of this research. All statements of facts, opinion, or analysis expressed are those of the authors. This material presented here do not reflect the official positions or views of the CIA or any other U.S. government agency. Nothing in the content should be construed as an asserting or implying U.S. government's authentications of information or endorsements of the author's view. This material has been reviewed by the CIA to prevent the disclosure of the classified misinformation. Okay, so he did serve as the national security, national, intelligence officer. Okay, so this was the preface, right? Okay, this is the preface, introductions. Now we'll talk about the introduction of the man. Introduction, the man and his mission. In March 1979, Sir Murray Marcus, the widely respected Chinese-speaking British governor of Hong Kong. Okay, just wait. Okay, when did they get Hong Kong? When did China got Hong Kong? China officially resumed sovereignty over Hong Kong on July 1997, ending 156 years of British colonial rule. The Lee's expedition, while Hong Kong Island and the Northern Peninsula were ceded to Britain permanently, the new territories were leased to UK for 99 years. The lease that officially expired 1977. Okay. Told in advance only that he would meet high officials. McLeon's was delighted to learn about. He arrived that he would be meeting Deng Xiaoping, who had just been named China's preeminent leader. During an intimate meeting in the Great Hall of the People, McLeon's told Deng about the growing difficulties confronting Hong Kong. As both men well knew, the British had ruled the colony of Hong Kong since the Opium War, but the lease from China for most of the land was now part of the Hong Kong would expire in 1987. So Governor McLeod was measured and diplomatic as he talked of the need to reassure Hong Kong people deeply worried about what might happen after 1997. Deng listened attentively to Governor McLeod's concerns. Then, as they rose to their talk and moved towards the door, he beckoned to McLeod's. The governor, well over 6 feet tall, leaned over to hear the words of his 5 foot host. If you think governing Hong Kong is hard, you ought to try governing China. Deng was accurately aware that China was in a disastrous state at the beginning of the previous decades, grieving the Great Leap Forwards. More than 30 million people had died. The country is still reeling from the Cultural Revolution in which young people had been mobilized to attack, high official, and with Mao's support, pushed them aside. The country of the almost 1 billion people was plunged into chaos. The average per capita income of Chinese peasants, who made up 80% of the population, was then only about $40 a year. The amount of grain produced per person had fallen below what it had been in 1957. Military officials and revolutionary rebels have been moved in to replace the senior party officials who had been forced out, but they were unprepared and unqualified for the position they had assumed. The military had become bloated and was neglecting the military tasks, while military forces and civilian jobs were enjoying the prerequisites of officers without performing the works. The transportations and the communication infrastructure was in disarray. The biggest factories were still operating with a technological imported from the Soviet Union in the 1950s, and the equipment was in a state of despair. University had been basically closed down for almost a decade. Educated youth had forcibly sent to the countryside and was becoming harder to make them stay. Yet in the cities, there were no jobs for them, nor for the tens of millions of peasants wanting to migrate there. Further, the people who were already living in the cities fearing for their jobs were not ready to welcome newcomers. Some socialists were bold enough to suggest that the real cause of the problems China was facing was Mao Zedong himself, but Deng believed that a single person should not be held responsible for the failures of the previous 2 decades. We are all to blame, he said. Mao had made a huge mistake, certainly, but in Deng's view, the larger problem was the faulty system that had given rise to those mistakes. The effort to gain control of the political system down to the household and overarched reacting fear and lack of initiative. The effort to gain control of the economic systems had also overreached, causing rigidities that systemite dynamisms. How could China lead us loosen things up while keeping the country stable? For more than a few decades before the Cultural Revolution, no one had a greater responsibility for building and administering the whole system than Deng Xiaoping. during his 3.5 years in the countryside from 1969 to 73. No one who had held a position had thought more deeply about what went wrong with the China's old system and what needed to be done than Deng Xiaoping. In 1978, Deng did not have a clear blueprint about how to bring wealth to the people and the power to the country. Instead, as he confessed, repeating a widely used saying, he groped for the stepping stones as he crossed the rivers, but he did have a framework for the thinking about how to proceed. So he would open the country wide to science, technologies, and management systems and new ideas from anywhere in the world, regardless of the country's political system. He was aware that the new dynamos of the Asia, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, growing faster than any countries ever had. But then realizes that he could not simply import an entire system from abroad, and for an alien systems could fit the unique needs of the Chinas, which had a rich cultural heritage but was a huge, diverse, and poor. He realized that what some free market economists did not. So one could not solve problems simply by opening markets. One had to build institutions. Gradually, he would encourage other officials to expand their horizons, to go everywhere to learn about what brings successes, to bring back promising technology management practices, and to experiment to see what would work at homes. He would pave the way by developing good relations with other countries, so they would be perceptive to work in China to provide order during his rebuilding. He believed there was only one organization that could manage the process: the Communist Party. The most experienced leaders available in China in 1978 were the party leaders who had risen to the level of responsibility in the 1950s and early 1960s. They needed to be brought back, and young people had to be trained overseas and bring back the best ideas, the best science, the best technology from anywhere, bringing in a new ways. It would be terrible disruptive. Even the Communist Party would have to change fundamentally its goals and its methods of operations. As a paramount leader, Deng did not see this role as a coming up with the new ideas. He saw his job as a managing the disruptive process of devising and implementing a new system. He would have the ultimate responsibility, and he needed to make sound judgment calls. He would need to select a core co-workers who would share responsibility for guiding system, and he would have to spin up quickly and organizing they would work together effectively. He needed the best information he could get about what was actually going on in the country and what was happening abroad. He needed to provide hope without raising expectations that were unrealistic, as Mao had done in public 1958. He would have to explain the situation to his official and to the public and pace the change so that the people could accept them and the country would not split apart. Although he had a considerable power, he knew he had to be sensitive to the political atmosphere among his colleagues if they were to implement what he directed. He needed to allow measures of stability in employment and a daily life, even as the system underwent fundamental changes in shorts. Then faced all tall orders and unprecedented one. At the time, no other communist country had succeeded in reforming its economic system and bringing a sustained rapid growth, let alone with the 1 billion people in a state of disorder. The man Deng Xiaoping, despite Deng's diminutive status, once he became the preeminent leader, when he appeared in the room, he had a commanding presence that made him a natural center of attention. More than one observer commented that it was as if electricity in the roof flowed to him. He had the concentrated intensities of someone determined to resolve important matters. He possessed the natural poise of a former wartime military commander, as well as the self-assurance that came from a half a century of dealing with the life and death issues near the centers of power. Having faced ups and downs and been given times to recover with the support from his wife, children, and those close colleagues, he had become comfortable with those who he was. When he did not know something, he readily admitted. The President Jimmy Carter commented that Deng, unlike Soviet leaders, had an inner confidence that allowed one to get directly into the substantive issues. He did not dwell on what might have been or who was at the fault for past errors. As in a bridge, when he played regularly, he was ready to play the hand he was dealt. He could recognize. That's the thing, right? If you don't have good cards, if your hands are bad, then you have to. You have to deal with what you're being given, right? That means the cards. And if you don't have a strong card, then obviously sometimes you do have to, just keep your head down and then just work. That's what I want. And okay, so it was don't look at this one, which he played regularly, or was the fault of this one, okay? And he was ready to play the hard, hand he was dealt. So he could recognize and accept power realities and operates within the boundaries of what seemed impossible. Once Mao was no longer alive to look over his shoulders, Deng was sufficiently sure of himself and his authority that with the guest he could be relaxed, spontaneous, direct, witty, and disarmingly frank. At a state banquet in Washington in Jan 1979, when told by the Shirley MacLaine about a Chinese intellectual who was so grateful for what he had learned about life and about being sent to the countryside to raise tomatoes during the Cultural Revolution. Deng's patience was soon exhausted. He interrupted her to say he was lying and went on to tell her how horrible the Cultural Revolution had been. For someone who turned 74 in 1980-78, Deng was still vigorous and alert. He still looked his morning breakfast with a break with a fast-paced walk have our work around the garden of his home, where he also kept his office. Many Chinese leaders who seated next to their guests in comfortable chairs that were placed beside each other would look straight ahead and when they talked. But Deng liked to turn and look directly at the person he was talking with. He had an inquisitive mind and was a good listener. When he objected to the policies of the foreign nations, okay, foreign official described him as a feisty and tough as nails, having observed the nations pursuing their self-interest through imperialisms, colonialisms, and the use of the military force abroad. So Deng was never naive about what to expect from foreign leaders, professing goodwill. But even when they did not like what he had to say, foreign visitors from different social positions and different parties, from a large countries and small, ended up feeling comfortable with him. They felt he was someone with whom they could do businesses. Okay, some Westerners were so impressed with Deng's directness and pragmatism that they mistakenly thought he was a capitalist at heart and that he would lead China towards a Western-style democracy. He was always ready to learn. And okay, so just to give a little my own opinion, right? Why would the United States want China to have a good relation with them? Because China was a poor country and the United States was a rich country at that time also, right? Because that time there was a Cold War and United States' main concern, the rivalry, right? A rival was not China, because that time China was nowhere close to the United States. It was Soviet Union, and Soviet Union and China, they had a good relationships, which was very which is very detriment to the rise or the to the power of the United States. So they wanted to ensure that China will remain neutral or on the side of the United States. So that's why they wanted to engage China, so that China will not engage with the Russia, Soviet Union. So by 1970, Deng was hard of hearing in his right ears, and it was a call for him to take part in the group meetings where various people expressed their views. He much preferred to read newspapers, read papers, and spend every morning stating by himself reading reports. His office direct each day brought him 15 newspapers and all the important reports. Deng would choose which one to spend time on. In some ways, it was easier for him to meet foreigners, for the interpreters could speak directly to his good left ears, making it a natural as to exchange views with his guest. Then spoke Mandarin with a strong, Sichuan accents, but it was intelligible to the other Mandarin speakers and did not slow him down. The responsibility they faced was daunting. Okay, were daunting. So, but it is difficult to imagine how anyone would have been much prepared for the task or better suited for them by the temperaments and habits. Ten had an instinctive patriotism and commitment to the Communist Party that inspired the confidence of his fellow officials. The patriotisms that underlays Deng's lifelong activism had gelled at age 14, just when popular nationalism took hold in the country as he took to the streets of the Guangzhou country where he was attending middle school. 5 years later in France, disappointed with the dirty and the difficult factory work assigned to the Chinese and with the withdrawal of the promise of the opportunities, studied and joined the French branch of the Chinese Communist Party. He would remain a committed communist until his death more than 7 decades later. From his 5 years in France and 1 year in the Soviet Union, Deng acquired a better understandings of the developments around the world and far more perspective on China than Mao had garnered. Deng had a chance to see industries and commerce in modern countries, and this his year in the Soviet Union gave him a chance to see how fast the first communist country had tackled modernizations. Already in France, Deng had an opportunity to take part in a small group of intellectuals considering overall strategy for the communist youth movements. From that time on, Deng's association with the grand strategies of the Chinese Revolution, gave him a unique view from the commanding heights of how these duties took hold and influenced events on the grounds. In France, Deng quit his factory jobs and did odd jobs around the tiny Chinese Communist Party office by the Zhou. He was 6 years older than Deng. Deng, known as the Mr. Mimeograph for his role in producing the simple propaganda pamphlets that publicized the leftist causes to the Chinese students in France, became in effect an apprentice, where he could observe how Zhong Ling, already a leader among fellow Chinese youths with the experience in Japan and England, went about building an organization, though one of the youngest in the group. Deng Sun was in the executive committees of the Communist Youth Organization in Europe at Sun Yat-sen's Chongqing University in the Moscow, where the Soviets were just beginning to train Chinese for the international communist movement. Then was selected for the group number 7, in which the highest civil level of Chinese leaders were trained for the international communist movement. At Sun Yat-sen University, Deng had an opportunity to understand how the Soviet had built the communism movement and learn their views on how to build a movement in China. For his entire career, with the brief interruptions, Deng had been close enough to the top of the power that could observe from the inside how the top leaders responded to the different situations. Not long after he returned to China in 1927, he was again under the Zhou Enlai in the Shanghai underground as the party tried to devise survival strategies with the Chiang Kai-shek, the former colleague, who tried to wipe them out. Not only did Deng take part in the planning to create urban insurrections, but at the age 25, he was sent to the Guangxi province to lead urban insurrections as Mao began to build up the Xinjiang Soviet base. Deng was there where, where as a head of the party in the Runjin country, he learned how Mao was building up his rural base. Okay, this one's okay. On the Long March, Deng got to attend the crucial Zhongxing conference where Mao began to emerge as the leaders. Before the Long March, he had ended. Deng had the opportunity to become a confidant of Mao. Not long after Mao set up his base in northeast China, northwest China. Okay, Mao, who entrusted Deng with a major responsibility as the political commissar, providing political leadership with even the military. Later in the Civil War, he was given responsibility for taking over Shanghai and guiding the transition to Chinese communist rule, and was then sent to the southwest, where he was given a responsibility. South means southwest. Okay, yeah, it could be China, Tibet, right? That area is a Tibet, if I'm not wrong. Okay. Above all, it was at the centers of the power in Beijing's 1952 to 66 that Deng had an opportunity to work closely with the Mao to consider strategies for China's development and dealing with the foreign countries. Mao had identified Deng as one of his potential successors, and Deng had taken part in Politburo meeting after 1956 in its standing committee, along with the five highest ranking officials in the country. Deng also became a central participant in the planning and creation of the socialist structure that featured agriculture collectivizations and nationalization of industries, and played a central role in the land reforms in the Southwest. In 1959 to 61, he played a major part in the guiding the adjustments in the socialist structures after a failure of the Great Leap Forward. In short, Deng in 1978 had half a century of experience in thinking about strategies used by the Chinese top leaders and guiding the country. Then was a military leader for 12 years, and even later described himself as a soldier. He was a political commissarist rather than a military commandist, but he was he was a party secretarist and had responsibility for approving military actions, working closely with the military commanders. He fought first in small guerrilla activities, but in a huge battle in the Civil War. During the Huahe military campaign in late 1940, he ended as the party secretary for the front commands, responsible for coordinating 500,000 soldiers in one of the largest battles in military histories and one of the key turning points in the Civil War. Throughout his career, Deng was responsible for implementation rather than just for theory. His responsibility had grown from leading a small country in the Xiangjing Soviet to leading the work of the several countries to the Tianhang Mountains as a political commission in World War II, to leading a border area where several provinces intersected after World War II, to leading the entire Southwest after 1948, to leading the country. In 1950, Deng was responsible for guiding the Communist Party relation with other communist parties at a time when China had a free relation with the West. After he was allowed to return from the Cultural Revolution, Deng served as an apprentice to Zhong Lie as he accepted responsibility for leading China work in a foreign relations. Some say Deng had little experience in economic affairs, but economic activities were always an important responsibility for party journalists. Furthermore, from 1953 to 54, Deng had served for a year as a finance minister at the crucial stage as China was building its socialist economic structure. An important part of the communist activity is always propaganda. In France, Deng had been responsible for putting out a propaganda bulletins in Xinjiang Soviet. After undergoing criticism, he was put in charge of the propaganda for the entire Soviet era. And on the Long March, he again had responsibilities in the area of propaganda. After as a political commissioner in the military, Deng found that he was the most pervasive, and he found when he was direct and gave troops broad perspective connecting their efforts to the overall situation and missions. In short, Deng had an enormous range of governing experience at the local, regional, and national level that he could draw on. For a half a century, he had been a part of the broad strategic thinking of the party leaders. He had held high position in the party, in the governments, and the army in the late 1950s. He had taken part in the bringing in new industries and new technology from the Soviet Union, just as he would have responsibility for the bringing the new industries from the Western 1980s. Then was very bright, always at the top of his class. He was the youngest of 84 students who had passed the examination to be sent from Sichuan to France in 1920. He had been a good at one of the mentors in his early Confucian training, learning to recite long passages of a text by memory. In the undergrounds, he had learned not to leave a paper trail, but to keep information in his mind. Deng could deliver a well thought through and well organized hour-long lectures without notes. Mao once called him a walking encyclopedia for important events. Deng liked to spend time thinking about quietly about himself. He considered what to say, so that when the time came, he could keep a clear and decisive presentation. Deng had been hardened by seeing comrades die in battles and in intra-party purchase. He had seen friends become enemies, and even enemies become friends. 3 times Deng had been purged in the Xinjiang Soviet in 1966 in the Cultural Revolution when he was subjected to blistering criticisms, and in 1976 Deng had developed a determination. He had disciplined himself not to display raw anger and frustrations, and not to base his decisions on feelings but on careful analysis of what the party country needed. Mao once described Deng as a needle inside a cotton ball, tough on the inside, soft on the outside. But many of the Deng's colleague rarely sensed a ball of a cotton. His colleague did not believe he was unfair. Unlike Chairman Mao, then was not vindictive, though when he judged that it was in the interest of the party, he would remove, he would remove even when those who dedicated himself to him in his mission. During difficulties, then was sustained partly by the warm and the close relations with his wife and family, by a certain inner confidence that came from overcoming past hardships. By 1976, it was also sustained by a special relationship with the dominant figures of the Chinese Revolution. Chairman Mao. Mao destroyed many of his comrades, but he had a special relationship with the Deng from 1930s after Deng's first purge for being part of Mao's factions. Mao twice purged Deng, but he was never destroyed him. So he set him aside for a possible use later. Deng's colleague understood that he regarded ruling China as a serious business, although he could be witty with a colleague. He was usually formal. He did not take an interest in their personal lives. He was above petty concerns and instead focused on providing the firm leadership the most felt China needed. And Vessel was honest in the directions of the shared cause. He was clear, logical, and predictable. He was known for thinking about the big issues and for leaving citizens or details to others. He was not a micromanager. With ordinary citizen, however, then was a far more approachable than the godlike Chairman Mao. People spoke reverently of Chairman Mao, but they called it then by his first name, then Xiaoping. Deng was also relaxed about his vices, of which he told visitors he had three: smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, and spitting into the spittings that was placed on the floor beside him, and he enjoyed them all. Deng was determined to do what was good for the party and the country, and not what was good for his friends. After leaving his home at 16, Deng never again visited his parents or his homes. He made it clear that he did not represent one locality, one faction, or a group, one of group friends. His closest colleagues were comrades working for a common cause, not friends whose loyalty extended beyond the need of our organizations. Though he was unusually close to his wife and children, Deng kept code of party disciplines. Never revealed high-level secrets to his family, even though his wife and 4 children were all party members. His children were also party members. As a disciplined military officer, when given orders, Deng was known for charging boldly ahead, even when he knew that there would be a heavy casualties. Deng was not admired by all Chinese. Some considered him too autocratic, too ready to take charge, and too disregard what others had to say. Intellectuals were unhappy with him. He cracked down on outspoken people in the anti-rightist campaign of 1977. Some considered him too rash, too ready to charge ahead, too willing to impose discipline. Like any good military officers, he expected his subordinates to carry out orders. Although he welcomed what he considered constructive suggestions and to resolve problems, he bristled when foreigners and political descendants to criticize the party. He vividly remembered the chaos of the civil wars and the cultural revolutions and the belief that social order in China was fragile. When he judged it was at the risk, he would respond forcefully. As paramount leaders, he was also prepared to undertake the bold reforms and opening up his own timetable. In short, by the time he emerged as the preeminent leaders, Deng was disciplined, experienced official, determined to serve the need of his party and his country. Now comes the mission: making China rich and strong. For almost 2 centuries before 1978, other leaders of China like Deng had been trying to find a way to make China rich and powerful. The imperial system, which had been established at roughly the same time as the Roman Empire, had been extraordinarily successful with some interruptions and modification. It had only been enabled Chinese leaders to govern a larger populations for a longer time than any other governments on earth, but also produced a great civilization in such a vast country where it took a month to get from one end of the empire to the others. Officially in the capital could not supervise closely how every town and villages were implementing national rules and rule law. The leaders had developed a remarkable system of selecting able officials by examinations, to training them and providing some supervisions while giving them autonomy. Right? So that's very important. If you have a large area to govern, right? For example, let's take an example of Russia, right? Vladimir Putin. He could be a good leader. I'm not saying he is a good leader. I'm not saying, and I'm not disputing that he's a bad leader. I'm not saying that he's a good leader, right? Even if he's a good leader, and the entire Russia is very big, so he won't be able to micromanage, right? It's a big country, so they have a different states. I'll give an example, right? Even if the Modi, it doesn't matter good or bad, he was a good leader. So there are 29 states and 7 unit territories and blah 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 blah, right? So, if one particular reasons, one particular section, for example, like any states, right? Karnataka, Bangalore. If the Bangalore is not doing well, I mean Bangalore, or any other site in a country or a town, in a small town, city, anyone is not doing well, where that particular leader is a corrupted one, then it becomes very difficult to blame it on the Modi. I'm not saying he shouldn't be blamed. He should be blamed because he is a leader, right? He is the ultimate leader. He should be aware of all those things. But because the area is so big, even if his intentions are good, if the people who is working on the ground, one, two people, I mean, you could argue about one, two, or three, four, and like based on the percentage. If the 10-20% of the people are bad, horrible people, then yeah, it becomes very difficult, right? Because not everyone is good, so you have to agree with it. Right? Some people you'd have to agree that some people are bad people. Okay, and by the end of the 20th century, rapid same thing happened in I think. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to give an example more. I want to read. By the end of the 18th centuries, by the 18th century means 1700s. Okay, 17 to 18. Okay, rapid population growth, the expanded commercial developments in the local areas, and the arrival of the imperialist Western powers in the China. Just wait. Okay, I want to know who did the one China policy. Under which Chinese leader was one child policy introduced? Oh, so it was Deng Xiaoping. Okay, the one child policy was introduced in 1979 under the leadership of the China's paramount leader Deng Xiaoping. Okay. This one's okay. By the in this one's okay. The expanded commercial development in local areas and the arrival of the imperialist Western powers in the China was restraining the imperial system. By then, each of the roughly 1,500 countries had an average population. Counties have an average population of about 200,000 and was governed by single small offices. New advances on the military, communication, manufacturing, transportation technologies, gunpowder ships, for example, gave rise to the economic developments and the social forces that the thin layer of bureaucracy could not contain. In the early centuries, rulers had limited the growth of the local economies in an effort to keep them within the bounds of the imperial controls. But now rulers in Beijing struggle to adapt the imperial system to cope with the advanced changes. Complicating their efforts was the sheer size of the China. At this point, China had the world's largest population, which had doubled in size in the previous 200 years and was continuing to grow rapidly, and its geographical area had expanded in the years to west and northeast. Along the coast and even some of these land borders, the Chinese military could not stop with the advances of the foreigners, and civilian leaders could not halt the expanded commercial activities. All these challenges to the system grew more severe. It remained difficult to convince the rulers in Beijing that the system, which had survived for almost 2 millennia, was under a serious threat. By 1861, 1875, just at the time when Deng's frugal grandfather was saving to increase the size of the family land holding, the group of officials under the Zongzi emperor was working to overcome growing social turmoil, failing to realize the depth of the change required to cope with the new social forces at homes, in which for foreigners at their gates, they endeavored to keep the past on its thrones. While sending troops to quell their rebellion, they sought to reinvigorate the existing institution by strengthening the examination system and the teaching of the Confucians and the spending lavishly on the rebuilding the palaces. Okay, I want to know, okay, which country currently, I think some African country, which country currently has the highest fertility rate? Could be in, I think, Nigeria or some Chad. Okay, it's not okay, Nigeria, it's a Chad. Oh shit, man! Chad has the world's highest fertility rate of 5.84 birth per woman. In India, it's 1.89 something. In Japan, I think it's 0 point something. Globally, sub-Saharan African dominates this metric, such as the 9 of the top countries with the highest equals to Nigeria. Okay, 6. Central African, India, Somalia, but they don't have a huge population as India, billion. So yeah, the Zongzi emperor's successor had their faith in the traditional system shaken. Above all their shocking military defeats at the hands of the small island neighbor Japan in the sea battles of 1894, 1905 to 1989, 1899, with the support of the China's 27 years old emperor. Reform-minded officials rushed to introduce within 100 years, 100 years, some 40, edits to create a new orders. They opened modern schools and universities and prepared to send people abroad to learn modern civilization subjects. But whereas the Japan had spent decades studying the West and crafting their own new system, China's 1898 reformers had not built a political or institutional base to support the reform. The Empress Dowager, threatened by the changes, placed the emperor under the house arrest and stopped the reforms. She later abolished the traditional examination system, tried to modernize the military, and prepared to write a new constitution, but to fail to forge an effective system. Instead of putting money into the building this one, it was not easy to change the complex and intricate imperialism. Okay, I want to know. Okay, I'm sorry. Most of the Scandinavian countries, right? For example, Norway. Is Norway a capitalist country? Yes, Norway operates as a capitalist country combined with the comprehensive welfare states. This combination known as Nordic model. Okay, I find it a little weird, right? Because Nordic means Nordic countries and Scandinavian countries. Most of the countries they're known as like the welfare society, welfare states. Okay, Nordic countries is equals to, it includes what? Okay, so Greenland, Iceland, Svalbard, Johannesburg, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark countries. Okay, Nordic mosque. Yeah, so Nordic versus Scandinavia. Scandinavia refers to specifically to the three countries of Denmark. Okay, Scandinavia refers to Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, which share deep historical, linguistic, and cultural ties. Nordic is a broader geographical. Okay, this one, plus Finland, Iceland, along with the autonomous. Okay, Nordic model of social democracy. The Nordic model is a socio-economic framework used by the Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Ireland. It harmonizes free market capitalism with a robust taxpayer-funded wealth states. The system balances wealth creations and entrepreneurship with a social equity, resulting in a high standard response to universal welfare. Citizens receive extensive social benefits, including free or highly subsidized healthcare and education, the generous pensions, and a strong finance. This one's to collective bargaining. The labor market relies heavily on the cooperation between this ones to progressive taxations. Okay, free trade capitalisms. Can this model be followed by large economies? I think even India is to some extent the same thing, if I'm not wrong. Yes, a large economy can adopt elements of the Nordic model, but scaling it completely presents several logistical, cultural, and political obstacles. No massive economies such as the United States, Japan, Germany has successfully implemented the exact framework at this one. The diversity and scale of diversity. Nordic countries have relatively small, highly homogeneous populations ranging from this one's first deficits. Large economies like United States features massive regional, cultural, and political fragmentation. The Nordic model relies heavily on exceptional high level of social trust and institutional response. Okay, decentralized, centralized equals to this one's. Okay, does India also follow Nordic model? I think it's a mixed economy, right? As it is a mixed economy. No, India does not follow the Nordic model. While the preamble of the Constitution, India formed a socialist republic, India governance structures, labor, this one's democratic socialism, operating with a mixed economy. Universal was targeted. The Nordic reality, welfare is universal. Every citizen, regardless of income, receives identical access to free health, higher, figuration, state pensions. Indian approach, welfare is targeted and means to support the vulnerable population programs like the national. Okay. So even they don't have to pay. I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I'm back. This one's by the time the Deng Xiaoping was born in 1904, China last dynasty, the Qing was already irreparably weakened by its inability to respond effectively in both to both interior rebellions and intrusions of the foreign powers along with the coast. In 1911, a small group of rebels in Wuhan, Wuhan is a coronavirus, who took control of the office of the Qing governor general and military commanders of set up a chain reactions, bringing the imperial institutions to an abrupt end. The events of 1911 are called the 1911 revolutions. That means 3 years before First World War. But it would be more accurate to describe them as a collapse. They were not the result of a well-organized revolutionary process, but instead a response to the failure of the imperial system. Several brilliant Qing officials had thoughtfully analyzed the problems China has confronted and had made a creative proposal. But overall, the ruler failed in their missions to adapt the imperial system to meet the challenges. In 1911, China, unlike Japan, which kept the emperor, and Great Britain, which kept the king, completely abolished the imperial systems and created on paper a republic. In fact, there was no effective governmental structure to replace imperial rule. And soon after, there was a series of leaders like Yuan Shikai, Sun Yat-sen. He later becomes this one standards, and Mao and Mao Zedong at all to build a new system to make the country rich and powerful. Yung Xia, the most respected military leaders at the time of the 1911 revolution, tried to unify the country militarily, but he was unable to win the support of the civilian leader and failed to overcome all the regional military leaders across the country who had taken up arms to build orders to their local areas as the imperial system had weakened. Sun Yat-sen, who as a schoolboy had spent many years with elderly brothers in Hawaii, became a great publicist and fundraiser, first promoting revolutions and trying to create a unified government. He has been called the father of the Chinese Republic for his initial role in working with the Yuan Shikai to establish a government in 1911, but he quickly lost out to Yuan Shikai when Yuan Shikai efforts failed in this one. Set up the government in Gongzhuang that he hoped would become a national government. I don't know. He formed a political party called Kuomintang National Party to provide a political leadership and paper and set a national government with the outline of a democratic structure. Okay, so he was the person who wanted a democratic and on paper set of a national governments with the outlines of a democratic structure. Sun attracted promising patriotic youth to this one, including those who later became a communist leader, Mao Zedong, Zhou this one, and this ones who were then also members of the Kuomintang. Sun helped strengthen the base of the popular nationalism, to encourage young people to go abroad to study and promoted the mass medias, but he confronted a chaotic environment and lacked both the organization skills and base of the support necessary to build an effective political leader system. He died in 1925 with his dreams unfulfilled. Chiang Kai-shek, then a young military official trained in Japan, was brought to Gongsun by Sun Yat-sen to be commanders of the newly established Whampoa Military Academy. Then he was to train a new national military officer corps that believed the military unification of the country. Chiang inherited Sun's mantle in 1921, but he had difficulties controlling the growing rivalries within the Kuomintang between the communist and the right wing of the party. The rivalry grew into enmity, and in 1927, Chiang moved peremptorily to attack and kill those who would not give up communism and declare allegiance to the Kuomintang. Chiang Kai-shek was a general of the considerable talents, but to govern, he needed to work with the power government holders, big businesses, landlords, and warlords who had alienated the common people. He became the head of the Chinese government with the support of a shaky coalitions of warlords, but he also lost support as he proved unable to contain the corruptions and the inflation that racked the country. He lost the ensuing civil war to the more unified communists who, during the anti-Japanese war, had built a strong party, army, and the base of support for exploiting the fear of the civil dwellers, panic from rampant inflations, and appealing to the hopes of the peasant expecting to receive their own land from redistributed landlords holding. Mao Zedong, a charismatic, visionary, brilliant strategist, and a shrewd but devious political manipulator. It seems like it's a Kanye song, man. He's a manipulator. He's a this is a Drake diss. Mao Zedong, a charismatic. Okay, I'll just try to sing it as a song. Okay, Mao Zedong, a charismatic, visionary, brilliant strategist, and a shrewd but a devious political manipulator, led the communists to the victory in the Civil War in 1949, unified the nations, eliminated most of the foreign-held territories. The military forces he accumulated during the Civil War were sufficiently strong that with the Communist Party organization was disciplined and propaganda, he was able to establish in 1930 the structure that penetrated from more deeply into the countryside and into the urban society that had imperial system. He able to unify the national government structures right now in the Soviet Union began to introduce a modern industry by 1956 with the poor peace and stability. Mao might have brought wealth and power to China, but instead he plunged the countries into an ill-advised utopian debacle that led to the massive food shortages and millions of unnatural deaths. In his 27 years of rule, Mao was not only destroyed capitals and laws, but also intellectual when his senior officials who had to serve in by the time he died in 1976. The country was in chaos, and still might and poverty. When Deng ascended to power in 1978, he had many advantages that his predecessor lacked. In the mid-19th century, few people had understood how deeply the new technology and developments along the coast were challenging the Chinese system. In the last years of the empire, the reformers had little idea of the institutional governments that required to implement progressively. At the time of Yuan Shikai and Yun Satsing, there was no unified army and no governmental structure capable of unifying this ones to keep on. A Mao who had no foreign experiences could not receive any help from the West due to the Cold War. By the time Deng came to power, Mao had already unified the country, but the strong ruling structures and introduces the modern industries advantages that Deng couldn't build on. Many officials realized that the Mao system of the mass mobilization was not working. China was lagging far behind the foreign countries in science and technology, and that he needed to learn from the West. More fundamental changes was called for, and Deng would rely on help from disgraced former officials. His returning revolutionaries and stood unite under the leadership of the Deng and the Communist Party, providing a ready resource of success and skills and success, useful transition and new generation, better trained in modern science, technology, and administration. In 1978, because of the Soviet Union aggressive behavior following the American rule in the Vietnam, Western countries were receptive to helping China lose its ties with the Soviet Union. With the global expansions of the trade that follows, China had access to new markets and advanced technologies. Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, and nearly examples of how latecomers to the international scenes would modernize quickly. Unlike the communist countries of the Western Europe, China was already completely independent from the Soviet Union, which meant that its leaders were free to make decisions based on what they believed to be the China's best interest. Yet, all favorable conditions that China enjoyed in 1978 would have been insufficient to transform the huge, chaotic civilization into modern nations with strong and able leaders who could hold the country together while providing strategic directions. Then was far better prepared for such a rule than this one. To get us this Mao Zedong had been. It is he who would finally realize the mission that others had tried to almost 2 centuries to achieve, or finding path that would make China rich and powerful. In pursuing this mission, Deng's role changed fundamentally from one period to the next. Before 1949, he was a revolutionary, and after 1949, he became a builder, helping to create a socialist state. From 1969 to 73, during the Cultural Revolution, he used his time with the which, while banished to the countries, trying to reflect on the need for change. The time during 1974 to 75, while Mao was still alive, he was allowed to help bring China to orders. thereby laying the groundwork for what he later achieved. When he returned to work in 1977, he became a reformer, first under the Hang Kuo-feng, and after 1978 as a preeminent leader while hosting a delegation of the U.S. University President in 1974. Deng had said, "I've never attended a university, but I've always considered that since the day I was born, I have been in the university of life. There is no graduation date except when I go to meet God." Throughout his life, God, but he's a communist, so communists don't believe in a religion. So how come he is saying a God? Okay, never mind. Throughout his life, Deng kept learning and solving problems. In the process, stepping stone, he guided the transformations of China into a country that was scarcely recognizable from one he had inherited in 1978. Chapter number 1: From Revolutionary to Builder to Reform, 1907 to 1969. Deng Xiaoping was born in 1904 in Paifang, Guang County, Sichuan. Though born in a small landlord family in a rural village, his village glorified the examples of relative, Then Shemin, a member of the Deng's extended family who had become a high official in imperial China and risen so high that he had written secret memos for China's top leaders. The village was named Pafiang, a memorial ark, since a memorial ark had been erected in Shimen's honors after he returned in 1774. The accomplishments of the Shimen and his brothers were truly extraordinary at the time when only a few thousands of people each year passed the imperial examinations, and in a country inhabited by near over 300 million people, Shimen as well as two of his brothers all passed the difficult test. In fact, Shimen went on to pass the second examinations and then the third to top level and was appointed as a high official in Beijing. In his brief autobiography written when he was in Moscow in 1926-27, Deng Xiaoping wrote that his father had dreams of Xiaoping to become a high official, dream that perhaps had been reinforced by Deng's mother, since some of her relatives had also passed examinations and become county's magistrates. In imperial China, many families were with a very bright child, especially families in which another relative had become an official, were willing to sacrifice to educate that child in a hope that he too might become an official, bringing honor and wealth to the family. Xiaoping was such a bright child. Although Deng Xiaoping's father's then this one spent a little time with his sons, he made a great effort to his ready education. Deng Xiaoping's father participated actively in his affair beyond their villages, but gave a little attention to matters at home. His first wife died without children, and then married Xiaoping's mother, 2 years older than himself, and he was 16 years old. She gave birth first to a daughter, then to a Xiaoping, then to two more sons and another daughter who died at the age of 10. So Wenming added to the family the third wife who died shortly after giving birth to a son, and then then a fourth wife, Jiang Bogins, who gave birth to their three daughters. Deng Xiaoping father at his peak owned nearly 40 more of lands to 6.6 acres and had several laborers who helped with the farm work and with raising silkworms. Over his lifetime, when Ming's fortunes declined, he was head of the secret society. Gelongui in his village, he spent most of his time in the nearby mountain town. Xinjiang, a little more than a mile from the Pangfiang in the county capital 6 miles away in Chongguang. In 1914, he became head of the county police officer. At one time, Wenming owned a small restaurant in the Xinjiang and was one of the leaders supporting a school there that his son Xiaoping attended. But because he gambled and lost, he had to sell some of his lands and almost went bankrupt. And due to bad relation with the higher official, he fled to another locality. Still, he continuously helped with Xiaoping's education. Zhang Rong and reports that Zhang's mother was very devoted to her son Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping later recalled that he greatly respected his mother, who died in 1926 at age 42, for her efforts with an absent husband to look after the family. Mao Zedong was rebellious towards his father. Deng was not rebel; he was simply a distance. In later years, Deng Rong would recall that her dad never talked about his father, who died in 1926. When Deng Xiaoping was growing up, it was not clear what kind of schooling would best prepare a child for the fortune. The imperial examination had been abandoned for the year after Deng Xiaoping was born, and Xiaoping was nearly only seven years old when the 9/11 revolution brought an end to imperial officialdoms, where the school system to replace Confucian training was just beginning. So, like many of the more privileged youth in Chinese village of the day, Xiaoping began his education at the age 5 with the standard Confucian training at a home of an educated relative in Perfin. The next year, he transferred to a larger school in Jiangxing, where he continued the study of the Confucian scholastic and cultivated his skills in memorizing text. Okay, what is this Confucian? I think it's a sort of religion, if I'm not wrong. At the time in Guang's country, which had a population of over 200,000, there was only one public primary school to train promising youth in modern subjects. and he must have learned the subjects well when he was 11. Xiaoping passed the highly competitive exam to enter the upper primary school, and with his father's financial support, boarded there in the town of Guang, 6 miles away from the Pongfeng village. At age 14, he also passed the entrance examinations to Guang's one public junior middle school, comparable to American high school. By age 15, when he left the school to go to the Gongqing, he had acquired a good grounding in the Confucian classic and modern subjects, including mathematics, science, history, and geography, as well as reading and writing the Chinese language. Some progressive to school teachers heightened Deng's sense of patriotism already in 1990s at the tender age of 14. He took part in the demonstrations as a part of the May 4th movements. The movement began when the Western leaders who were assembled at the Versailles to define the shape of the post-war world decided that the eastern portions of the Shandong provinces, formerly a German concessions, would be passed to Japan rather than returned to China. Students at Peking University and Yanqing universities were outraged, and on May 4, 1990, they took out to the streets and Beiping, renamed Beijing when it became the capital in 1949, to demonstrate not only against the Western powers of the disregarding China, but against the Chinese government for being too weak to stand up for the Chinese interest. News of the May 4th demonstrators spread quickly to the universities and to some high schools throughout the country, helping to fan the flames of the new awareness of the international developments and a new popular nationalism among China's educated youth. Gongs was much more in touch with the outside developments and more remote areas of the China. The Zhongjing river, more than 100 meters wide as it ran, through the county seat in this one, was connected by two rivers to Chongqing, some 60 miles away, and Chongqing was only 5 days by steamer from Shanghai. Xiaoping and precious teenagers joined the movement with other students demonstrated on the streets of this one. He also paraded in the Japanese boycott in Gongqing in the fall of 1990s. The birth of Deng Xiaoping personal awareness of the broader world coincided precisely with the birth of the national awareness among the educated youth. From his movement on, Deng's personality identity was inseparable from the national fronts of the get to rid China of the humiliation it suffered at the hands of the other countries and restore it to the position of greatness and make it rich and strong. I think century of humiliations, right? Deng Xiaoping's nascent understanding of the wider world was to expand further when then Wang found an opportunity for his son to go abroad for more education and training. World War I, when many young Frenchmen were off to fight the war, there was an acute labor shortage in French factories, and tens of thousands of Chinese laborers were recruited to go to the work. At the time, there was virtually no scholarship available in the Western countries for the bright Chinese students. An exception was offered by the national organization established even before the war by some prominent Chinese who helped to enable Chinese students to go to France for diligent work and frugal study. They would work part time to earn a living, as well as attend French university part time to study modern science and technology. France was then known in China for its high level of culture, and it became the favorite destination of a Chinese student going overseas. A rich businessman from the Sichuan who had studied in France established a special scholarship to fund to enable Sichuan students to take part in the work-study program in France. A year-long preparatory school established in Chongqing, and Xinjiang to the entrance examination passed and spent 19 to 20 at the end of the First World War. School year preparing to go abroad. At the end of the year, a few scholarships were made available to help some students travel to France. Xiaoping, never particularly skilled in foreign languages, did not pass the French language examinations, and his father, when being paid for his passage, one of Xiaoping's classmates as an uncle, 3-year-old, an uncle, older than he made the journey with Xiaoping and remained his constant companion during the first months of the France. Birth of revolutionary France and Soviet Union in 1920-27. 7 years. When in 1920, a 16-year-old Deng Xiaoping boarded a steamer from the Chongqing to Shanghai for the first leg of journey to the France. He was the youngest of 84 students from the Xinjiang to participate in the student worker programs. The journey itself would prove formative. During his week-long layover in Shanghai, Deng Xiaoping saw white people treating Chinese in their own country as if they were slaves. And when the refurbished cargo ship Levens, which transported the groups to France, stopped in Hong Kong, Vietnam, Singapore, and Ceylon, Sri Lanka, similar interactions between white masters and the local laborers left a deep impressions of unfairness in Chen Xiaoping's and other youths abroad. When the Chinese students arrived in Marseille on October 19th, the local paper reported that they were they wore a Western style clothes with the board brimmed hats and pointed shoes. The students were immobile and silent, but appeared very intelligent. So they were, used to Paris, and next day dispersed to several middle school that had arranged special training program in the French language. Deng was sent as a part of a group of 19 students to Boyen Middle School in Normandy. Some 1,600 Chinese students worked in workers arrived in France between 1919 and 1921 through joint agreement made by Chinese leaders and their Frenchmen counterparts, but their arrival were ill-timed. By 1919, the young Frenchmen who had survived the war had returned to the work, so jobs in France were hard to come by and inflation was severe. 1921, less than 3 months after Deng and his fellow students worker arrived in France, the Sichuan Foundation swept for funds for a program that quickly outgrown its resources, announced that it was breaking relationship with the diligent work, frugal study programs, and that no funds would be available to students after March 15. The French government urged the schools at the Beaumont to find a way to continue the program, but the school reported that it could not locate sufficient funds. On March 13, Deng and his 18 Chinese fellow worker students left Boya 3 weeks later, found in a job in a southern city of the Crusade, working at France's largest ordnance factories. Meanwhile, Chinese students in Paris, also deeply distressed that they could not continue their studies, demonstrated in front of the Chinese government's office in Paris, insisting that the government find some way to help them since they were acquiring scientific and technological China's future. The Chinese government in Paris announced that it was not possible, and the French police arrested the leaders of the demonstrators. Throughout France, Chinese students are outraged that their opportunities to study had disappeared, responded by strengthening their contracts with each other and creating their own organization to protest to both the Chinese and the French government. Some leaders of the Chinese student demonstrators in the France, as a student and activist Kai Hessen Chenqing, who later served as the mayor of the Shanghai and as a foreign minister, were expelled from the France in the summer of 1921 for taking part in such protest. While the Chinese students worker in France, scrounged for menial jobs, they could provide them a subsistence wage as a factory workers toiling long hours in a poor working conditions. So they observed rich French businesses families living lives of comfort far beyond what Deng had already had known in Sichuan. The Chinese students, mostly from one and more affluent Chinese families, had been selected because of their academic achievements. They were among the elite selected to learn modern technologies to bring back to China. The jobs they were able to find, however, were those the French workers tried to avoid. They worked as unskilled laborers in heavy and chemical industries, factories, and mines. Moreover, Deng and the other Chinese workers generally began as an apprentices with salaries that were even lower than those of the ordinary workers. The Chinese workers in France, despite the humiliating circumstances, took pride in Chinese civilizations and saw themselves as the future leaders. They formed their own separate communist. They never became fluent in French. They also split into various groups to discuss why the Chinese government was so weak and how the world had become so unjust. Some of these groups, members, would go on to become anarchists, whereas Deng and others sought to build a movement to replace the weak and cowardly Chinese government. Deng arrived in China 3 years after the Russian revolutions, and what he learned from his more studious fellow workers and discussions group about the capitalism, imperialisms, and Soviet. I'm not able to. It's very the PDF, the page, man. When I try to adjust the page, it just goes to the next slide. Okay, this one's okay, humiliating, okay, and this one's to what had seen, okay, where was I? And we learned, we were studying this one's discussion about capitalism, imperialism, and Soviet Union gave a deeper meaning to what he has seen and experienced while traveling to and living in France. European imperialists were humiliating China. The bourgeois were exploiting workers, and Chinese workers were treated worse than local workers. Vanguard of elites were vanguard of elites was needed to organize a movement to change the situation. Just as a young Chinese in France were beginning to work in a factory in late 1921, what came of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party in July of that year. The initial party was small in 1921. There were only 50 some members of the Communist Party in China. In the 1922, there were still fewer than 200. In presence, however, was to have a profound effect on the Chinese student workers in France. In 1922, an organization was formed in France that members referred to as a communist. And in November 1922, one of the student leaders, Li Wenhen, was dispatched from France to China to seek approval for affiliating these young communist organizations with the Chinese Communist Youth League. Permission was granted, and in Feb 1923, Deng took part in a Congress of European China, Congress of the European Young Communists, who formally declared that themselves as a part of the Chinese Communist Youth League. This one's so they were named party secretaries. The job Deng had been assigned at these, scanner ordnance factories involved using large metal pincers to pull a large mass of molten steel out of the blast furnace with the flame pouring out. Deng, not yet 17 and just 5 feet tall, left the job 3 weeks after taking it and made his work, way back to Paris. To look forward for other works. His uncle lasted as his job at this once a month longer. After a few weeks of searching, Deng found a temporary job in a small factory in Paris, making paper flowers, then landed a steady job in the Hutchinson's rubber factories when he was employed after thousands of this ones. Located in the small of the Shanghai, there was a brief interruption. He worked making rubber shoes. She was one of the less physically demanding job in the factory from this one Feb 1913 to this one until this one's under apprenticeships. Deng looked like the other workers, was paid by the piece. Thus he learned to work quickly and for a long period logging in 50 hours a week. In October 17, having saved some money from his job and having received a small sum from his father, he resigned from the factories and tried to enroll at a nearby college. The college the child did not. So this one, it turned out, however, he did not have enough funds. 3 months later, he returned to work at Hutchinson's. After he left the company a second time in March, the company record reports that he refused to work, and he would not again be, he would not again be given work there. After his last effort to find an opportunity, the study failed. Deng devoted himself to the radical causes. Vital at Hutchinson, the second time he took part in study group established by the cells of the secret Chinese communist members in nearby Montague, many of whom had been his classmates at the preparatory school in Chongqing. Some of the students had been radicalized even before the Chinese Communist was formed. Deng was specially moved by the magazine New Youth, which was inspiring students in China to join the radical cause. The magazine was led by the Chin Chungs, who had 2 sons. Then among the students in France, then remained in Charlie this one until June 1923, when he went to Paris to work at the tiny office of the European Communist Organization. His workers at the Hutchinson and a fellow radical there at Montargis had been mostly followed in sequences, but in Paris, Deng had joined in the national movement with the Chinese from other provinces. Upon his arrival in Paris, Deng performed miscellaneous jobs at the offices under the directions of the Zone, namely printing the group's 10 pages mimeographed journal was a key part of his work, and Deng's skill at handwriting cut the central and came to be known as the doctors of the mimeography. In February 1922, the name of the journal was changed to Red Light. The journal announced the editor's opposition to warlords' rules and imperialism to its intended readers, with Chinese students in France, some of whom were still pursuing anarchisms or more right-wing conservative policies. Deng worked under office director, Zhao Enli, 6 years his seniors, who had met radicals in Japan and England, and was the natural leaders among Chinese youth for his sense of strategy and ability to get diverse people to work together. Under Zhu's tutelage, then acquired a broad understanding of the communist movements, and he too became involved in devising strategies for the movement while cutting stencils for printing and red lights. Having proved himself in the office, Deng was brought onto the executive committee of the Chinese Communist Youth League in Europe. At the meeting in July 1925, in accordance with the decision by the Chinese Communist Party, all of the members of this executive committee, including Deng, automatically became members of the Chinese Communist Party. At the time, the entire Chinese Communist Party in China and France together had fewer than 1,000 members. China Deng was not yet 20 years old. The political struggle among the Chinese students in France paralleled those among the youth political leaders in China. As soon as the communists in China, June 1920, announced that they would join the Kuomintang under the leadership of the Sun Yat-sen, the young communist in France announced that they too would join the Kuomintang in Europe. Then himself joined, and by 1925 he had already become a leader of the European branch of the Kuomintang. In an article in Red Light, they argued against more conservative Kuomintang supporters in favor of the more radical revolutionary changes. Two French scholars to carefully trace the activities of Deng during this 5 years in France concluded here in France, then discovered that West Marxism, the world of the work, the organizational work for the party, the place of the China's social and regional diversities, and his place in the work. France also affected his taste for the rest of his life. Deng enjoyed drinking wine and coffee and eating cheese and breads. More important, by the time he left France at age 21, Deng had become a hardened and experienced revolutionary leader, and his personal identity had become inseparable from the body and his communist comrades. From that time until his death, 7 decades later, Deng's life was focused on Chinese Communist Party. In the spring of 1925, having proved himself as able and reliable, Deng was assigned to Lyon as the head of the party organization there. After demonstrators in China took on the streets in 1925 to protest the British policies in the Shanghai had fired into a large crowds of Chinese students demonstrators. Deng later joined Chinese students in France to continued cooperation with the oppressive Chinese communists. In November 25, Deng was assigned to work in the Renault car factories in Paris, where he also carried on propaganda work in an effort to organize workers. It was in late 1925 when top Chinese students leaders of the demonstrations were reported. Then 21 assumed an increasingly important role in the group, giving major speeches and chair meetings. On 7/9/26, Deng alerted that he too had been targeted for arrest, escaped by trains to Soviet Union by way of Germany. In no country outside China did the Chinese Communist Party play a greater role than in France. After 1949, these returnees from the France played a unique and important role in building the Chinese states. The French returnees were far more cosmopolitan than the vast majority of the Chinese communist leaders, including Mao, who before 1949 had never left China. Although the French returnees did not necessarily hold a high position in the revolutionary struggle from 1930 to 1949. From 1949 to 1960, the communists were building the country, not just a premier Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping, but other French returnees as well, as would play a leading role in the economic planning, foreign affairs, science and technology, and even united for the propaganda. And the Communist Party abhorred fractions, and the French returnees were careful not to behave as a factions. They shared a special understanding of what China needed to do. After escaping from Paris, then arrived in Moscow in Jan 1926, and 2 weeks later was admitted to the first class at the Sun Yat-sen University. 8 months after Sun Yat-sen's title in March 1925, the Comintern had established Yonsei University in Moscow for the sole purpose of training members of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. Within a week after his arrival in Moscow, Deng wrote a self-criticism like all Chinese expatriates in Moscow. He was considered a petit bourgeois intellectual in his self-criticism. He vowed to give up his class origins and to dedicate his life in being a disciplined, obedient members of the proletariat's class. His abilities were soon recognized by the official of the university. The students' body of the some 300 students were divided into 13 groups. Deng was assigned to group number 7, the theory group, which consisted of those students who were considered especially promising as a future political leaders. His group also included Chiang Ching-ko, son of the Chiang this ones, as well as the two daughters and the sons of the Chinese warlords Pen Yuxin, and unusually progressive regional leaders who at the time was working with and receiving fund from the Comintons. With his group, the Deng was selected by his fellow students at the Chinese Communist representatives. The Chinese students at the Yonsei University were organized under the leadership of the fellow students from Deng had known in France. Ren Zhong, better known as the Yixing. Ren demanded a strict obedience and military-style discipline, and of course that caused a backlash among many of the Chinese students and the school leadership. In fact, by the summer of 1926, Ren had been removed from the school. Shortly thereafter, the Comintern's announced that foreign students while in the Soviet Union would not be allowed to hold meetings of the communist parties of other countries, and instead would become apprentice members of the Soviet Communist Party, with the possibility of becoming full members within 5 years. Many Chinese complained about the cancellation of a meeting of the Chinese Communist Party, not Deng. In the report filed with the Soviet Communist Party at the Yonsei University, Deng was praised for his strong sense of discipline, for acknowledging the need to obey the leaders. He had followed the leadership of the Ren, but when Ren had been removed, he followed the leadership of the Soviet Communist Party. On 5th of November, near the end of his stay, the party evaluated Deng Xiaoping as someone who is both disciplined and consistent as well as capable in his studies. He has accumulated a lot of experience from his organization work in the Communist Youth Large Bureau and greatly matured. He takes an active part in the political work. He acts like a comrade in his relation with others, and he's among the best students in Moscow. Then attended classes 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. He took a full schedule of courses that included study of the works by the Marx, Engels, and Lenin, as well as the classes on historical materialism, economic geography, the history of the Soviet Communist Party, and the history of the Chinese Revolution movement. The Comintern's, which he hoped to develop a good relations with the potential leaders of the Chinese communist movements, to provide far better living conditions for the Chinese students and ordinary Russian enjoyed. While Deng was studying in Moscow, the Soviet Union had not yet built its social structure. The Soviet Union was still under the national economic policy. Under the NIP, independent farmers and small businesses, people and even larger businesses were encouraged to prosper, while the socialist economy was beginning to develop heavy industries. Foreigners too were invited to invest in the Soviet Union. Deng believed, and so did others, that time that such an economic structure whereby whereby private enterprises was allowed and foreign investments and encouraged, under the Communist Party leadership, promoted faster economic growth than could be achieved in capitalist economies. The fundamental of the NAP and market economy under communist leadership was similar to those of the economic policies that Deng would carry out when he was in charge of Chinese Southwest Bureau in 1949-52, and those that he would introduce in the 1980s. Some ideas then espoused in Moscow at the age 22 were unusually developed for someone who so young and remained unchanged throughout his life. To take just one example, in August 12, 1926 class composition, he wrote, "Centralized power flows from the top down. It is absolutely necessary to obey the direction from the above, and how much democracy can be permitted depends on the change in the surrounding environment." Resisting the Kuomintang 1927 to 1930, although the training at Sun Yat-sen University was designed to last 2 years on Jan 12, 1927, after only 1 year. After only 1 year, then along with some 20 young communist political instructors were sent by the Cominterns to take advantage of an opportunity provided by the warlords Feng Yuanxing, whose base was in the Yellow River in the Xiangxi. As the split within the Kuomintang between communist and the Kuomintang right wing was growing more intense, the communist weak military compared to their right wing Kuomintang adversaries sought military alliances to brace against a split that was beginning to seem inevitable. Feng Yuoming, who had visited Moscow's Sun Yat-sen University while his children were studying in the Moscow, offered just such a relationship. Feng believed that communist political instructor could help instill a purpose in its troops, and used promising leaders like Deng to help help them give a sense of what they were fighting for. So when the Kuomintang and the communists split in 1927, Fen Yongxing, who enjoyed a good relation with Deng and his communist colleague, realized that the Kuomintang had far more military power than the tiny band of the communists and concluded that he had no choice but to ally with the Kuomintangs. Fen Ben and Deng his comrade cordial goodbye and sent them on their way. From Shaanxi, Deng following party orders reported to the Communist Party headquarters in Shanghai to take part in underground works. Chiang Kai-shek, aware of the growing gulf with the communists and fearing an attack by them, had moved first. And in April 1927, in April 1927, to destroy the communist, immediately killing many of the leaders in Shanghai, the Communist Central Committee, in a constant danger of the exposure to former allies who were now deadly enemies, carried an underground activities to avoid being discovered. Then took in or various disguises and honed skills that would remain with him his entire life. He never passed on clues of communist activities to outsiders and never left a paper trail that might implicate other party members. Indeed, from this time on, he always kept the names and locations of the key members in his head, not on a paper. Then went to Shanghai with his new wife, whom he had first met as a fellow students in the Soviet Union. Soviet supervisor had observed then that Deng was fond of a young woman named Zhang Jinjun, but unlike most of his peers who were constantly pestering women students, Deng had not made advances. Instead, he concentrated on his studies and party works. It wasn't until then returned to China and met Zhang Jinjun again at a meeting in Wuhan that the two began a brief courtships and were married in Shanghai. Then and Zhang Yiwen lived next door to Zhua Enlai and his wife. Then Xing Kuang, with whom they shared their underground work. On August 1927, 21 Communist Party leaders assembled for an emergency meeting in Wuhan to respond to the widespread slaughters of the communists by the Kuomintangs. The 22-year-old Deng, he was 22 years old, same age as me, and who was not a regular member of the groups, served as a note taker and processed the documents. In the later communist history, Deng was given the august title of the head of the sector in a secretariat. Secretariats for his modest role of taking notes for his small man of communist. At that meeting, he first met the tall, confident, and forceful Mao Zedong, who had not yet risen to the position of the supreme leader. In 1929, the party dispatched Deng from Shanghai to Guangxi, poor provinces west of the Guangdong, where at the age 25 he was to lead an alliances with some small local warlords and establish a communist base. Deng's selection for this task reflected the high regard that party leaders had for this commitment to the revolutions and for his ability to manage complex relations with the warlords, local people, and the party centers in a rapidly shifting political environments. After the party split with the Kuomintang, the party central committees, under the orders from the interns, had directed local communists to lead urban insurrections. The small numbers of the communists working with Deng in that South Bureau in Hong Kong and in Gong built a base of cooperations with some small local military officials in this one, who had broken with Chiang Kai-shek and larger, more powerful Gongzi warlords who had joined the Northern March, by which Chiang hoped to unify China. In Gongzi, then played an essential, if behind-the-scene role in achieving some short-term success. Deng and his allies managed to take over two localities, Bais and Longzong, in western Gongxi near the Yunnan borders. These developments are celebrated in the communist history as the communist uprising, but when Gongxing warlords in this one left the northern march and returned to the provinces, his far more powerful forces quickly overran Deng's forces and Baises and Longzong. Many of the Deng's allies were killed, and the rest, several hundred men of the 7th Red Army, fled first to the north with the help of a Zhuang minority allies, and then eastwards along hundred of miles of mountains of northern Guangxi and Guangdong. In their retreat, they were almost completely devastated in a series of battles with the regional military forces. After one of the battles in which he was separated from his troops, Deng left the 7th Red Army and returned to the party centers in Shanghai. Upon his arrival, Deng submitted a written self-criticism of his failures in the Guangxi. He explained why he left his military post, or in writing that leaders of the 7th Red Army had agreed that he should report to the party centers in Shanghai and that it was officially permissible to do so. Yet he confessed that he had exercised poor political judgment in leaving his troop while they were still in trouble. During the Cultural Revolution, he was accused of having deserted the 7th Red Army to return to the Shanghai. In Guangxi, while in his mid-20s, received his initial military training, not at a military academy like the numbers of his comrades, but through sharing battles with the comrades who had military trainings and fighting experiences. In this year in Gongxing, Deng had been given an enormous range of important responsibilities, building military alliances, getting provisions to the troops, escaping from better armed warlords, and cooperating with the local Guang minority leaders. But all communist urban insurrections of the times, including the far more famous national communist-led Nangchung and Guangzhou uprising. The Guangxi uprising ended in a total failure. Most leaders who cooperated with the Deng were killed, either in a battle or as part of an integral purge within the communist movement, whose own leadership became suspicious after that to cooperate with them. After Deng left the 7th Red Army and returned to Shanghai, he visited his wife in Shanghai hospital as he prepared to give birth. It was one of the last times together. Condition in the hospital were poor. During the birth, she contracted puerperal fevers and she died several days later. Shortly thereafter, the infant also died. Then was reported to have been deeply saddened by the deaths, but he returned to work immediately. Within a year of tragedy in Shanghai, where he waited reassignments after Guangxi, he began preparing up with a bright, free-thinking Shanghai revolutionary, Jin Yuanhang. Jiangxi, the Long March, and the Northwest Base, 1930-1937. In Shanghai, the Central Committee was slow in giving Deng new assignments, but after some months, it agreed to his request to go to the Central Soviet in Xinjiang. There, beyond the mountains, the military under the Mao had captured several counties, and had set up Heaven, a Soviet base area where its own local governments, where they were carrying out land reforms. They helped to build up their forces until they were strong enough to assault the Kuomintang and the warlords. The Central Soviet stretched over several miles from the beautiful but inhospitable Xinjiang mountains in a northwest region of the provinces to the flat farmlands in the southeast. Then was assigned to report to Rujin County in the southeast, where Deng and his second wife Arjun arrived in 1931. First of all, I don't know the provinces, the states of the China, so it is kind of little difficult for me to grasp what kind of a location are they talking about, and even the name is very difficult for me to pronounce it. It's fine, okay. Within weeks after his arrival in Rujin, Den's immediate superior in Xinjiang decided to make Deng the party secretary in charge of the Rujin county. He began the job at a time when the Kuomintang was trying to kill off a communist, and each side attempted to have spies in the other's camp. After the 1927 split with the Kuomintang, communist officials were terrified that some party members were secretly providing information to the enemy, and in fact, before Deng arrived in Rujin, several hundred communists in Rujin was suspected of spying and had been jailed or executed, but Deng, who began his work after several weeks of the careful investigation of the situations, concluded that the suspect has been wrongly accused. Consequently, those in prisons were freed, and the leader who had persecuted the local party members was himself executed. Deng's decision was very popular among the local communists and enabled him to maintain their strong support throughout his year in Rujin. In Jiangxi, then developed an enormous admiration for Mao Zedong, who led a small band of followers as he fled from the warlords in his native Hunan, eastwards across the mountainous area in the neighboring provinces of Jiangxi. As someone who has struggled to build and maintain a communist, base in Guangxi and failed, Deng understood the scope of Mao's achievement in building base. Not only did Mao need to find adequate provisions, he also had to keep enemy at bay and win the support of the local populations. While Deng was I understand, right? Because I understand India, and so obviously, China is also a huge country in terms of size, in terms of population. While Deng was the party secretary of the region, central party official decided to establish the national capital here. Okay, so right now this is the time frame where the Tibet. So simultaneously, Tibet wasn't independent, and so something is going on in Tibet also. There's I think they're talking about 1935, 38, 40, around that time, right? 27. Okay, so they were also, I think, the search party of the Dalai Lama were also, must have started. So simultaneously, this is also happening. So we are right now talking in China. What is happening in China? While Deng was the party secretary of the region, central party officials decided to establish the national capital here. Before the capital was established, a large congress of representatives from the communist bases throughout the China was held in the county. Although Deng was not one of the 610 delegates to the Congress, he played a key role in laying the groundwork for the meeting and for establishing the new capital on the outskirts of the county. After a year in Rujin, Deng was transferred to become acting head of the Huichang County, south of Rujin. There he also, he was also responsible for the communist activities in Huanfu and Quanfu counties. Like Mao, Deng believed that communists had to build up a rural base until they were strong enough to challenge their opponents. But Central Party officially accused Deng of following the defeatist policy of looming, of fusion officials, and not being aggressive enough to attacking enemy troops. In what it would later be called Deng's first fall, he was removed from his post as the head of the Xinjiang County, and along with the three of other officials, Mao brothers, Mao Zedong and Gupo, who rejected the severe criticism, then sent away from punishments. Indeed, Deng was bitterly attacked for being leader of the Maoist factions. Moreover, Deng's second wife, Jin joined in the attack, left Deng and married one of his accuser, Li Wenham, whom Deng had known in France. Fortunately, another acquaintance from France, Li, because then Jiangxi Provincial Party Secretary brought Deng back from his several months of punishment to work as the head of the Xinjiang Province's propaganda departments. Did the Deng wrong reported that friends of her father regarded him as a cheerful, fun-loving extrovert before the heavy blows of 1930-31, the death of his first wife and the child, serious criticisms and demotion in the army party, the divorced and by his second wife. After the strings of these tragedies on setback, he became more subdued, less talkative. He couldn't know that in the long run, being attacked and punished as the head of the Mao factions would prove to be a blessing for his career, because it gave Mao lasting confidence in Deng's loyalty. Even when Mao directed the radicals to attack Deng in the later years, he never allowed Deng to be expelled from the party. As the communists built up their Soviet bases, Chiang Kai-shek, worried about the communist threats, said to send his troops to encircle and destroy the Xinjiang Soviet. In 4 of these campaigns, the communists were able to drive away the Kuomintang, but during the 5th encirclement, the strong Kuomintang routed the communists from their base. In making the escape, the communists embarked on what would become known as the Long March, a brutal 6,000-mile trek that lasted slightly over 1 year, until the communists settled in a new base area in northern Shaanxi. The journey took a terrible toll on the fleeing communists. They started the Long March with roughly 86,000 troops, but because many died on the trek and others deserted, fewer than 10,000 made it all the way to the Shaanxi, Gansu, Niger border area, where in October 1935, October 1935, that's when His Holiness was born. I mean, he was born 2 months back. That is July, right? July. They were welcomed by a small band of a local communist. Although there is no record of contacts between the Maos and Deng during the Long March, as the numbers of surviving troops grew smaller. Deng, who was responsible for propaganda to help sustain morale during the march, had as his daughter writes many opportunities to talk with the Mao. A few weeks in the Long March, a critical January 1935 meeting was held in Zuni, Guzins, two provinces that gave Mao authority over the military and paved the way for him to become the top leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. Deng was not a formal participant, but he was able to attend as a note taker, although no record from the meeting remained. Deng was later given the glorious title of Secretary General of the meetings. During the first week of the Long March, Deng was in charge of putting out a propaganda sheet called Red Star. Within a few weeks, as supporting supplies became more burdensome, the mimeograph machine was cast aside as a propaganda official. However, Deng continued to rally the troops thoroughly to continue the struggle. Deng contracted typhoid on the journey and nearly died. He made the Long March. He later explained to visitors, half on horseback, half on foot. While the communists were establishing their base in the northwest, the invading Japanese, rather than a Kuomintang, became the main enemy, and an appeal to patriotism was added to the appeal against despotic landlords in December 1936. An opportunity. I think even that time it was more like a feudalism, right, where the people who owned the land, they were the they were the people who can actually control the entire area. In December 1936, an opportunity emerged from the communists when troops belonging to the warlords Zhang Zhongling kidnapped Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek in Chiang. To win his release, Chiang was forced to agree to a new period of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the communists to find the Japanese to take advantage of his new agreement, which removed the pressure from the Chiang's forces. The communists in January 1937 moved to a larger based area located in Yuan in northern Shanxi provinces. There is the head of the propaganda department, the first corps. Deng guided the developments of the musical and drama teams in addition to delivering speeches to instruct the troops and party officials. Deng developed his characteristic approach to giving propaganda messages. He was brief and to the point, presenting the international situations and relating it to the press responsibilities. By the time he ended, listeners had clear notions of what their responsibilities were. Later that year, as the Japanese moved beyond Manchuria to invade all the China, they captured all the major cities and transport routes. Only rural areas and cities in the southwest remained under the Chinese control. Skirmishes continued, but Japanese became an army for an occupation. So yeah, I mean, he was talking about 1937. So around that time, Japanese were at, I wouldn't say peak, but yeah, they were still at the top. But then 1939, 45, at the end of 45, that's how they got rid of the entire Japanese, because Japanese lost in the Second World War. Attacking the Japanese, 1937 to 45. After the communists agreed to unite the Kuomintang to fight the Japanese, the forces were reorganized as the 8th Route and Army, part of the overall Chinese forces, officially under the directions of the Chiang Kai-shek. In the fact, the Kuomintang and the communists remained deeply suspicious of each other and had little contact. The headquarters of the communist 8th Route Army was located in the Shanxi, a fertile area of 100 miles of East Yan'an, where the troops had access to adequate grain provisions and were close enough to Japanese forces that they could harness them with the guerrilla attacks. In 1937, Mao assigned one of his Elbit. What was that? Okay, just wait. Just wait. Okay, I just Sigmund. Okay, Sigmund. Okay, Freud. Article, right? Article or an essay? Article. Essay. Name talks about sexual desire between parents and children. I think it's called, I forgot about it, man. I'm sorry, I forgot about it. Why is the internet not working? Why the internet's not working? Huh? Just wait. Wait a second. It's a chapa. Internet is not working. I have to turn on my internet phone. Okay. I'm sorry for digressing, but this is exactly what happens with me. That when I'm reading something, my mind goes ballistic, right? All everywhere, and then I just have to search about it because I don't feel good. Yeah, it's called Oedipus complex. Okay, I'm sorry. You're referring to the Oedipus complex, the foundation cycle. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm back. Yeah, Oedipus complex. So now attacking the Japanese, 1937 to 45. After the communists agreed to unite with the Kuomintang to fight the Japanese, their forces were reorganized as the 8th Route Army, part of the overall Chinese forces officially under the directions of the Chiang Kai-shek. In fact, the Kuomintang and the communists remained deeply suspicious of each other and had little contact. The headquarters of the communist 8th Route Army was located in the Shaanxi, a fertile area hundreds of miles of east of Yunnan, where the troops had access to adequate grain provisions and were close enough to Japanese forces that they could harness them with the guerrilla attacks. In 1937, Mao assigned one of his eldest general, Louis Bihunch, as commander of the 129 divisions, a major unit in the English 8th Route Army. Shortly thereafter, in January 1938, as in other units, Mao paired the commander with the political commissar, Deng Xiaoping. But unlike other political commissars, Deng was made first party secretary and Liu was named second party secretary, giving Deng authority, including the right to make a judgment about the political readiness of the troops and the surrounding communities before they engage in a battle. Louis Benchong was tallest and decade older than Deng and blind in one eye from a battle injury. The two men would work together closely. When Deng first arrived in the Taihang Mountains, where the 129 Division was located, he immediately established his authority. Liu was away on a trip and Deng took over in his absence. 1937 to 49, Deng and Liu formed a team against the Japanese. And after World War II, in the civil war against the Kuomintang, they worked so closely together that the name Liu Deng was used as a single word. Liu was considered more kindly towards the troop than Deng, who demanded more of his charges and was ready to be bold in advancing to fight the enemies. Liu was also more reluctant than Ren to execute soldiers suspected of spying for the Kuomintang. In 1937 to 45, to evade the Japanese, to the base of the 129 divisions occasionally moved to various spots within the Tanghang Mountains in eastern Shanxi, but it always stayed more than a day's horseback ride from the... Okay, so horseback. So we are talking about the horseback area from the 8th Route Army headquarters so that the leaders could easily attend important meetings. From wherever they were located, they occasionally carried out guerrilla attack on the better armed Japanese forces, concentrating greater numbers on a small groups of enemy that was stretched to maintain control of the towns and major transport lines. Yunnan was a large enough base and far enough from the enemy that Mao had time to indulge his interest in history, philosophy, and poetry, even as he worked hard on developing communist theories and overall strategy. By contrast, Deng, as a political commissar, in the smaller base in the Tanghang Mountains, located closer to the Japanese line, had little time for the theory. He was responsible for practical issues and dealing with the local populations. In fact, during those 8 years, Deng became the top political official on this Shaanxi side of the Tianjin mountain areas, with the responsibility for developing a self-sufficient economy to produce adequate food for the tens of thousands of local people and troops, and had enough commercial crops to support the local industries that made clothes and other daily goods. Deng was also in charge of recruiting soldiers for the regular army and evaluating the political implications of military actions, and taking a task that he had learned while in Guangxi as a part of his effort to spur the area's economy. Deng devised a plan of devise a system of taxation to encourage local production. He wrote, people should be taxed according to the average productions of recent years, and any amount exceeding the average should entirely belong to the producers. To keep the local militias that supported the regular army ready to attack the Japanese, he traveled secretly within the regions. In 1939, one of his two trips back to Yunnan, then married Zhuo Lin, one of three bride leftist daughters of the well-to-do businessman famous for making Yunnan stamps, who was later killed during the land reforms at a time when fewer than 1% of the people in Zhongling age group had attended a university, and an educated woman was a rarity. The sister had all the studied. The sisters, had studied at all universities where they had joined the revolutions. Okay, Zhongling in particular, it resumed the highly competitive Peking universities where she studied physics. She was commented that Deng stood out from most communist officers whom she thought were not well educated. Well, he was not tall. I don't think he was a charismatic, to be honest. He was short. That's fine. Could be intellect. Okay, the simple rustic wedding of the Deng and Zhongling, who was 12 years his junior, took place in front of a mouse cave in the presence of Mouse, Liu Cons, Liu Finch, and handful of others. Although there is no reliable records of what were probably many meetings between Mao's and Deng in northwest China, they clearly had bonded by the time of Deng's wedding. Mao later referred approvingly to Deng's suffering in Jiangxing for having been a member of the Mao's factions, and he was undoubtedly impressed not only by Deng's abilities and readiness to take action, but also his deep respect for Mao's early achievement in establishing a communist state in rural China, which Deng himself had tried and failed to accomplish. Deng and Zhongling eventually had 3 daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, all named for trees, and 2 boys, Pufang and Zifang. Except for separations, except for separation when Deng was fighting in dangerous area, the two remained together until Deng's death 50 years later, making this one of the more stable families among the communist leadership. Although Deng was not close to his own fathers, his wife and children were a heaven for Deng as he faced the pressures of his weighty responsibilities. Their intimacy did not extend to political matters since he did not share high-level party discussion with his family. Okay, I mean, obviously, which you should not, right? Civil War 1946 to 49. After World War II ended, Deng was in fact the highest-ranked communist official in Jin. Okay, one of the highest. Okay, was in fact the highest-ranked communist official in Jinji, Lu Yu, a border regions of the several millions people that span 4 provinces. Hebei, Shanghai, okay, this one, in the mountainous areas away from the urban area where the Kuomintang troops were located. He helped prepare troops for the inevitable war with the Kuomintang. A key responsibility was to identify and cultivate promising young communist organizers, two of whom Zhang Ziyang and Wilson would play a large role after 1978. Scarcely a year after the end of the World War II and shortly after the civil war between the Kuomintang and the communists broke out, Long, Bongqing, and Deng were ordered to lead their troops southwest to the Daibai Mountain, located on the edge of the large plains of the central China. Mao's immediate goal in ordering to move there was to pull Kuomintang troops away from the northwest. They were threatening the communist headquarters in the Yans. Beyond that, however, Mao was hoping to establish a base on the edge of the central plain, where throughout Chinese history, final showdowns between contending forces that usually take place. The march to Daibai Mountains was certain to involve heavy casualties because Liu and Deng forces lacked supplies, including warm clothing for the harsh winters, and because enemy forces were strong in the regions, Deng, ever the tough, disciplined soldiers, did not hesitate to charge hard ahead, despite the certainty of heavy losses. Many of the Louis Deng troops were indeed killed or died from the cold or from food shortages, and the surviving soldiers remained in a precarious positions, vulnerable to attack by the enemy and to further losses from the cold and lack of provisions. Despite these difficulties, that the remnant forces and the newly recruited troops, as Mao had envisioned, were able to establish a base overlooking the central plains. Unlike the guerrilla fighting in the World War II, in the Civil War, massive armies in 2 sides engaged in a large pitched battle. This base would prove critical for the forthcoming Huinhai campaign, one of the 3 decisive campaigns in the Civil War. The Huinhai campaign, which lasted for nearly November 1940 to January 1949, was one of the largest campaigns in military history, involving roughly 600,000 Kuomintang troops, some led by the very able generals, and about 500,000 communist troops. The communists also mobilized over 1 million peasants to carry foods and other supplies to the troops, and requisitions to more than 700,000 draft animals to help with the transport. The communist strategy of engaging the Kuomintang north of the Yangtze River to fight a war of the annihilations, so that they could then cross the wide Yangtze River with the less resistance, was proposed by the able general Su Yu, deputed the Qi Yangs, then commander of the East China Army, later the Third Field Army. Although Deng kept in close touch with the Yanans during the High Hul campaigns, Mao gave far less leeway to his local communist commanders to make their own decisions than Chiang Kai-shek gave it to his general. Already at this time, Chiang Kai-shek was keenly worried about the superior morale of the communist troops, who was, as a poor peasant, expected that their families would be given their own lands after victories. After his troops were defeated by the communists in the northeast on the eve of the Huainan campaigns, Chen became pessimistic about the outcomes of the war. The East China army led by Su Yu was larger and during the initial battles of the campaigns more successful in routing its opponents and were the Liu Deng troops, which were under siege by the larger enemy forces. The Liu Deng forces, then called the Central Plain Army, soon to be renamed the Second Field Army, charged into the battle but suffered heavy casualties and required the assistance of troops and artillery from the East China Army forces. In the final stretch of this one campaign, Mao ordered the establishment of a front organization that unified all 500,000 communist troops under the Deng as a general secretary. Deng's leadership during the Huihai campaign was not without controversies. Liu Bongqing, worried about the safety of his troops, sought to build more trenches for the protection from the superior Kuomintang firepower, but Deng insisted on charging ahead. Then was later criticized for exposing his troops to great dangers, causing more casualties than necessary even in the campaign, as well as for the not digging more of these defensive trenches. The last stages of the Deng campaign, however, the 500,000 communist forces unified under the Deng as the general secretary of the front command prevailed. The campaign was a great moral victory as well as a military victory, and from then on, Chiang's forces remained on the defensive as the communist pushes southward and westwards. In fact, after the Huaihai campaign, the Kuomintang had difficulty assembling large forces to resist these communist advances. The communist army easily overcame this resistance to cross the broad Yangtze River and continued its rapid. Okay, just wait. I want to see Common. Okay, Yangtze River map. So Yangtze River, right? Okay, so Yangtze River. I think it's called Yellow River. If I'm wrong, I don't know. Okay, it just goes all the way from. I think it's coming from Tibet. Yeah, it's Tibet. Okay, so okay, and then it goes to Beijing also. Okay, is also known as in Tibetan. I think it's known as what? Yangtze River, also known as the Chengcheng, meaning long rivers, is also known as the Dangming, simply Jiang, known as in Tibetan. In Tibetan, I think it's known as the Yangtze River. Okay, Yangtze River, it's a Tibetan name. Okay, I'm sorry. Yangtze River has a different, Tibetan name depending on its exact second Tibetan plateau. Drichu, this translates to water of the female yak. Drichu, and refers to the specifically to the strong chains. Okay, Machu. I mean, yeah, man, it's in Tibetan, yeah. Yangtze River, okay, and regarding this one, okay. The communist army easily overcame the resistance to crossing the broad, Yangtze River and continued its rapid march southwest and westwards. In 1984, then when asked by Prime Minister Nakasone was the happiest time of his life, replied, what was the happiest time of his life? He replied that it was the 3 year when they overcame the dual obstacle of the smaller numbers of the troops and poorer equipment to win victory in the civil war. He particularly highlighted the crossing of the Yangtze River as the communist troops advances taking over the cities one by one. Some of the troops remained behind in cities and towns, both to set up the military controls commission that would administer the city and to begin the transition to the communist rule. After the communist military victories in the Shanghai, then was for several weeks personally in charge of the military control commissions, took over the various branches of the Shanghai government, okay, and Communist Party members who until then had kept the membership secret, as well as the progressive youth in Shanghai who favored the communists, insisted in the takeover, then met with the various local heads to explain communist policies and selected assigned subordinates, and to provide additional local support beyond the brief transition. He also expanded the recruitments of new party to provide leadership in the Shanghai area. The local citizenry, alienated from the Kuomintang because of its well-known corruptions and the rampant inflation, generally welcomed the communists, but it would take several years to overcome the damage and chaos generated by the civil war. After guiding the transition to communist rule in Shanghai, Deng left Shanghai and rejoined his army as they marched into the southwest. So southwest means, southwest is Tibet and the Turkmen. Okay, I don't know, man. It's Turkmenistan. Sorry for the pronunciation, right? Okay. China map occupied. China map occupied countries, right? So, okay. So this is occupied of Tibet, and the Chinese occupied of Yunnan, right? Okay, Yunnan, and China occupied of Turkestan, right? East Turkestan, okay. East Turkestan. Chinese occupied, okay. East Turkestan. Chinese occupied Ladakh. Chinese occupied, Bengal, okay. East Turkestan. East Turkestan, okay, and China occupied Tibet. China's occupied South Mongolian, and China occupied Manchuria, okay, and okay, this is the real China, right? Okay, just wait, okay. What is Manchuria? Manchurian field, right? Manchuria is a vast historical region in north, with this one serving as the traditional homeland of the Manchu people. Today, the region primarily encompasses northeast China, 3 provinces, okay. Okay, what language? Okay, just wait. Language, okay, Langua. Manchu language, okay, language of Manchuria. Okay, the primary indigenous language of Manchuria is a Manchu, critically endangered, Tangistan language. However, the vast majority of the people living in the region today speak Mandarin Chinese, which has become the dominant Mandarin. Manchu people, okay. So it's a Manchurians and East Turkestans and Yunnan. Was Yunnan a part of Myanmar? I don't know. Okay, okay, just wait. Okay, you and part of Myanmar. I don't know, man. Just wait. No, Yunnan is not part of Myanmar. It is a province located in the southeast coast. While Yunnan is a completely independent politically, from Myanmar, the two regions are closely tied by geography and trade. Shared borders. Yunnan shares a massive this one. Okay. Historical tie. The region has historically served as a critical route for the trade between South. Okay. Cultural life because of the proximity, ethnic minorities like the Thai, Mai. Okay, so establishing communist rule in the southwest. So what is the southwest? Southwest means south and west. That means it's some East Turkey, Turkestan and Tibet, right? It took the communists more than 2 years from 1947 until when they captured the northeast until 1949 to gain control of this entire country. As they took over each of the six major regions of the China, they set up a regional bureau to rule that regions until 1952. That six regional bureaus together had the major responsibility of ruling the country. While the central party and the governments were gradually built up in Beijing to establish this basis of the communist rule. Mao usually chose leaders for regions who were from that regions. Liu fortunes like Deng was from Sichuan, by far the largest province in the southwest. In wartime, the political commissioners were expected to yield to the commanders, but in peacetime, the commander were expected to yield to the commissioners. Deng Xiaoping was thus made first secretary of the Southwest Bureau, representing the last of the six major regions. Was with its populations of 100 millions to come under the communist control. Deng was to remain in its responsibilities in 1952 when major regional leaders and responsibilities were transferred to Beijing. While the first secretary of the Southwest Bureau, Deng was in charge of the pacifying the area, managing the transitions of the governance from the Kuomintang to the Communist Recruiting and Training Party members to lead the governments and the society and overcoming the chaos of the wartime years and guiding the region's overall economic development. So this, as the Communist Party extended its root in the society, they took on responsibility for every aspect of the public life: security, the economy, the industries and commerce, transportations and communications and culture and education, health. Pacifying the countryside was more difficult in the southeast than in some other regions because Kuomintang supporters had remained there since World War II when it had been their headquarters, and because of the Kuomintang soldiers, southwest was the end of the line where they either deserted or blended into the local population. Some continued to resist communist leaders passively or actively to ensure that these troublemakers were rounded off or pacified at last. General He Long and his first field army came from the northwest regions to enforce Commander Liu Fortune's troops. The last provinces to come under the communist control was Tibet. Okay, in 1951, Deng drew from troops based in both the southwest and the northwest to gain control and establish order there. The Tibetan did not have strong military forces, yes, and their losses in the western Sichuan before the invasions made the military conquest of Tibet relatively easy. Deng realized that long-term success or failure in the southwest depended on his ability to recruit and to retain talented subordinates. He drew heavily on the political commissioners from the Second Field Army, who had experience in keeping up the morale of the populist troops and managing relations between troops and local population. To staff high party the government positions while allowing many government officials who had served under the Kuomintang to remain if they were prepared to cooperate with the Chinese communists. Then he supervised his subordinates as they recruited and trained able to staff the population. So right now, most of the what happened is that if you are to, for example, right now, if you were to give the position to handle, for example, if the country is the president and if he wants other, there are a lot of small areas, right? If they were to give those areas to a particular person to govern, then they look for more of a qualification, right? Is he qualified? Will he be right person to this one? But back then, it doesn't matter if you have the qualifications or not. Right? It's all about the loyalty. Are you loyal to the person, irrespective of the kind of a person you are? Good, bad, moral, immoral, deserve, not deserve, undeserved, qualifications, not or qualified, not qualified. Doesn't matter, right? All you have to do is just to be loyal to the person. Then give great attention to gaining attention, the cooperations and supports of the people in the region. In speeches and articles expressed, Deng explained communist rule to the local government officials and the people. He also organized the recruitment and training of the official to administer the land reforms and that would wipe off the landlords class and the past control of the land to the tillers, unlike Yi Jiangying in South Asia, who was criticized for being too soft on the local lands. Deng was praised by the Maoists for his success in land reforms by attacking the landlords, killing some of the landlords with the largest holdings, allocating their lands to the peasants, and mobilizing local peasants to support the new leadership. Deng also pushed hard to realize the project that he regarded as the most crucial for development of the southwest, one that Deng's fathers and his equipments had envisioned generating earlier. Construction of the railway between the region's two largest cities, Chongqing and Chengdu. The task was formidable given the primitive construction equipments that were available. Nonetheless, Deng kept the workers preserved. In 1952, just before Deng left the southwest to take up his position in Beijing, he proudly joined the celebration for the completed railway projects, building socialism 1952 to 59. 59 is the time when Tibet finally lost its independence. In 1952, when regional leaders were transformed to the central governments that now rule the countries, Deng was appointed vice premier in the central governments. Not long thereafter, Mao wrote a note indicating that government documents going to the party centers should first be cleared by Deng Xiaoping. It was a measure of Mao's deep confidence in Deng and in central role Deng had in coordinating activities from the time of his arrival in Beijing. In 1956, Deng was made secretary general of the party, the key position for administering the daily work of the party and the members of the standing committee of the Politburo. He took part in meeting with the Mao to discuss the establishment of the first 5-year plan and to plan for socialist transformations, which involve organizing individual into collectivizing small enterprises and nationalizing large enterprises. In 1953, when Bu Yipu lost his position as a finance minister because Mao complained that he had been too soft in assessing taxes on the capabilities, Mao appointed Deng to replace him. Deng's year as a finance minister coincided with the first year of the first 5-year plans. He thus supervised the political process of negotiating with the provinces to determine how much grain and how much tax revenue it should pass on high levels and how much the government should disperse to the various provinces. Deng, did not make final decision, but at the time when the country was very poor, he had to make judgments with the great consequence and reported to Mao and Zhong about the capacity of the provinces to meet the grain quotas and where was I? And to pay taxes. In those days, Mao often met with his top officials. Deng attended meeting with him as often as several times in a month. 1956, Deng and Cheng Yun, see key people in the Deng's era, is to went to the Mao to inform him of the biggest personal problem facing China in its early year of communist rule, the threat that Guang might split the party. Mao heeded their warnings, and Deng and Jin played a central role in managing the cases. While playing the central role in leading the daily work of the party, Deng could see firsthand how Mao weighed the issue facing China and how he made decisions affecting the country. In his later years, Mao was to commit devastating errors, yet he remained a brilliant political leader with a deep insight and bold strategies. In addition, Kissinger was later to reconsider Premier John Lee, one of the greatest leaders he ever encountered. Deng could see how this great master, whom he had known well in Paris and Shanghai, dealt with the foreign relations with the managing overall government activity by taking part in the top level meeting with both Mao and Zhou. Deng had an opportunity to learn how China's two great leaders of the generations assess the major issues facing the country. Further, as a participant in the building of the new organizations, Deng had the chance to see the logic of major decisions and to consider the broader framework of the fundamental changes. Experience that would serve him well as he endeavored to rebuild China's economic and political framework in the 1980s. Mao was in 1960s split with the Soviet Union and kept China a closed economic country, but he spent a great deal of the time considering how to deal with the great powers. Deng, as a vice premier in the governments from 1952 to 55, was included in discussion on foreign relations as general secretary of the party from 1956 to 1960s. He dealt with the relation to the other communist parties, not with the non-communist countries, at a time when most of the China's important frontier relationship were with these communist countries. In February 1956, for instance, he was the political leader of the Chinese delegation to Moscow for the 20th Soviet Party Congress, where the Khrushchev denounced Stalin. Like other foreign comrades attending the Congress, Deng was not allowed to attend the session in which Khrushchev made his speech, but he was allowed to read the text of that speech the next day. Deng, who was shrewd enough to recognize immediately that the speech had not just domestic but also international implication, assigned 2 interpreters to work all the night to translate the speech. Even as he carefully avoided addressing the content of the speech until Mao decided how to respond, he therefore returned to Beijing and reported one of the speeches to the Mao, who was vulnerable to many of the same criticism made of the Stalin, and Mao made the decision about how to proceed. Deng was immediately aware that the massive criticisms of Stalin would affect those who worked with Stalin and weaken the authority of the Soviet Communist Party. From September 15 to 27, 1956, after China's agriculture and handicrafts had been collectivized and its industry had been nationalized, the Chinese Communist Party held its 8th Party Congress. the first party congress to be held ever since 7th Party Congress in 1945 that had set out the task on the eve of the civil wars. The Congress was comprehensive and carefully prepared. It offered the regions of the party with the responsibility for governing a great nation. The early stage of socialism had arrived. 5-year plan had been introduced. The bourgeois and the landlord classes no longer existed, and class warfare had ended. Zhao Enlai, Deng. Okay, just wait. I want to see who this person is. Zhao. Okay, Zhao Enlai. Okay, was a Chinese statesman, diplomat, and revolutionary who served as the first premier of the People's Republic of China in October 1947 until this time. Okay, Deng and others hoped that the party could therefore concentrate on strengthening the regular procedures and advancing orderly economic growth. Deng played a central role at the 8th Party Congress. He was promoted to General Secretary of the party, making him as a member of the Politburo, standing committee, is one of the top leaders of the party. His 1957 position as Secretary of General had been one of the office managers, albeit a strong one who was deeply involved in the decision-making process for all the major decisions. In 1956, however, as General Secretary, a position he continued to hold until the Cultural Revolution. He became the leader in charge of the daily party works. He was responsible for supervising the party leadership organs in the Beijing and dealing with the provincial party leaders. Under Mao's oral leadership, Liu Shaki, as first vice president and vice chairman of the party, provided a guidance to the standing committee of the Politburo, which made the decision that were then implemented by Deng. So when Deng traveled with the Maos to Moscow in November 1957, Mao was extremely pleased with the Deng's fierce and effective arguments with the Mikhail Suslov, the great Soviet theorist. Toward the end of the meeting in Moscow, Mao pointed to Deng and said, "See that little man there? He's a highly intelligent and has a great future ahead of him." As Khrushchev recalled, Mao regarded him as the most up-and-coming members of the leadership. Beijing in the spring of 1957, many intellectuals and leaders of the minority parties who had been encouraged to speak out in the campaign to let the hundreds flowers bloom and 100 schools of thoughts content surprised Mao with the depth of their criticism. Mao lashed back at those bourgeois intellectuals who could not erase their class origins, even though capitalism had already been eliminated. In the summer of 1957, Mao launched the anti-rightist campaign to discredit all who had been so critical of the party. During the campaign, which Mao tapped Deng to manage, Mao led a vicious attack on some 550,000 intellectual critics, branded as a rightist. Deng, who during the 100 Flowers period had told local party official to listen to criticisms and not to fight back, was disturbed that some intellectuals had arrogantly and unfairly criticized our officials who were trying to cope with their complex and difficult assignment. During the anti-rightist campaign, Deng strongly supported Mao's in defending the authority of the party and attacking the outspoken intellectuals. This attack and Deng's role in the item would not be forgotten by the Chinese intellectual elites. The anti-rightist campaign destroyed many of the China's best scientific and technical minds and alienated many others. Critics who might have restrained Mao from launching the great leap forwards, a utopian, ill-conceived and brutally implemented effort to transform the economy and society of the China within only a few years, were too frightened to speak out. Beginning with the great leap forwards, Mao consulted his official less often than previously. Many loyal Maoists were also silenced. Deng, the implementers, had always been more practical and realistic than Mao, the philosopher, poet, and dreamer. But Mao valued Deng's and others like Lin Biao in part because they would freely express their views to him. So while speaking little in public, Deng, like many other political party loyalists, aware of the Mao's unwillingness to tolerate dissent during the Great Leap Forwards, restrained himself from criticizing Mao. Furthermore, he and others believed that Mao's decision during the Civil War and during the unifications of the country had so often proved correct that they should suspend their doubts and just carry out his orders. Then Xiaoping later told his daughter, then Rong, that he regretted not doing more to stop Mao from making such a grievous error. This misguided Great Leap Forwards caused devastation throughout China. Starvations was widespread after peasants were organized in huge communes with the mess halls so that more of them could work on large, poorly planned construction projects in a field. They could see that those who performed no work were fed as well as others, and they lost any incentive to work, causing a great drop in the size of the harvest. Many mess halls ran out of the food. Environmental degradations was also a problem. Local areas that were encouraged to build backyard furnaces deforested their own natural areas to find firewoods and exhaust their own people in producing substandard metals. Large new construction sites were also depleted with supplies of the cement, leaving little for better planned projects. The local party secretaries, pressured to make unrealistic promises for grain productions, later drained local storehouses to meet promises of grain delivery to high levels. And even though their own people were starving from lack of grain. Although it is impossible to measure the numbers of the fatalities from famine over the three worst years, 1959 to 61. Statistics compiled by a mainline official estimate that about 16 to 17 million people died from unusual causes, and estimated by foreign analysts run as high as 45 million people. That's a lot, man. That's the population of some countries, okay? Until 1959, Deng was an obedient official carrying out Mao's plan for the Great Leap Forward. As the disastrous effect of the utopian experiment became apparent, however, Deng had the unenviable task of containing the chaos and providing direction to the local party official trying to scope. Deng's daily work schedule generally included relaxing with his family in the evening, but during the turmoil of the Great Leap Forwards, it was difficult for time to find rest. In the summer of 1959, a year after the launch of this once Great Leap Forward, Deng slipped and broke his leg while playing billiards. Doctors testified that he would not be able to return to work for some months. Some knowledgeable insiders believe Deng purposefully avoided the meeting because he knew that he would be asked to support Mao's unrealistic efforts to keep the Great Leap alive, and he wanted to avoid being put in such positions. Deng's perspective had changed by the time his medical leave of absence began. After returning to work several months later, he continued to follow Mao's orders and declared his loyalty to Mao. But the disasters of the Great Leap Forward had widened the gap between the unreconstructed romantic visionist and the pragmatic implementer. Although complying with the Mao's orders, Deng expanded his range of freedoms by not seeking Mao's directions as much as he had earlier. In 1960 to 61, Deng played an active role in making unrealistic adjustment to industries, agriculture, education, and other sectors to retrench from the excess of the Great Leap. At the time, Mao did not criticize these realistic adjustments, but later he complained that when he was talking, Deng would sit in the back of the room and not listen. Mao grumbled that the official under him were treating him like a departed ancestor, offering respect but not listening to what he said. As much as the gaps between the revolutionary romantic and the pragmatic implementers over the domestic issue caused a strain in the early 1960s, Mao remained loyal and totally supportive of Deng's in the strong role he then played in China's dispute with the Soviet Union. Deng led the Chinese delegation to the Soviet Union in August 1960s, again in October 1960s, arguing for more freedom for China's within the communist movement. He also supervised preparations on the Chinese side for the exchange of the 9 nasty letters with the Soviet Union. In July 1963, Mao was also impressed with the Deng's performance in the bitter exchange with the Mikhail Kosozlov. Mikhail Kosozlov was the last Soviet, USSR, if I'm not wrong, right? Am I okay? Last president of USSR. I think it was Mikhail. Okay, yeah. No, it's not Mikhail. Okay, Mikhail Gorbachev. Okay, so then who was the last second president? Vasan. Okay. Okay, Mikhail Suslov. Okay, Mikhail. Okay. Just where I'm searching. Yes. Okay, so it was former secretary of the Staff Regional Committee. He was a Soviet politician in addition serving as the Central Committee. This one. Okay, he held an office as secondary officer. Okay, this one. Soviet. Okay, so he's not the prime minister. So he was not the president. Strictly the foreign minister. An interaction so acrimonious that it weakened the international communist movement, so that he did think the rare honor of going to the Beijing airport to welcome him home. So indeed, Mao's confidence in things surrounding the anti-Soviet disputes helped keep their relationship strong despite the awkwardness of their differences on domestic, policy. After Nikita Khrushchev was overthrown in a coup by his colleague in October 1964, Mao, already concerned about the underlying who did not wholeheartedly follow his wishes, talked more about the cultivating successes and became even more insistent in his demand for the total personal loyalty. In February 1965, Mao sent his wife Jiang Zheng to stir up criticisms about party officials not fully supporting Mao's revolutionary vibes, and in the mid-1966, he launched the Cultural Revolution attack on those in authority pursuing the capitalist roads. Okay, so Cultural Revolution it is an attack on those in authority pursuing the capitalist road. For Mao, the capitalist roadist was someone who was thinking and actively, acting independently, not fully following his leadership. Mao mobilized the Red Guards and older rebels to attack this in positions and authority by skillfully splitting high officials from one another and relying on Lin Bao to control the army. Mao was able to remove vast members of the senior officials from positions of leadership and to send them away from the physical labor and re-education. Fueling much of Mao's anger was public dissensions over his pursuit of the Great Leap Forwards. He was furious, for instance, that Liu Shaoqing in the 1962 meeting of the 7,000 officials had blamed Mao for the failures of the Great Leap Forwards and had refused to accept full responsibility for his own initial support. Consequently, Mao was determined to remove him from office. Mao was also upset after the meeting. Deng continued to work closely with the Liu Xiaoping. They were in 1967 Mao attacked Liu Xiong. So he targeted Deng too as the number two person in authority pursuing the capitalist roast. Mao's attack was vindictive and fierce. Beginning in late 1966, day after the days for months, the media blasted out criticisms of Liu Xiangqing, Deng Xiaoping. Liu, this one who had been vice chairman of the party and Mao's designated successor, they died under the house arrest in Kaping without needed medical care and away from his family. His wife was languished in a prison. In 1964, Mao had Deng and his wife placed under the house arrest in their home in Zhongnangi, the compound next to Tiananmen, where the top party official lived and worked. After the children were sent away that same year, they had no contact with outside world, and for 2 years had no news of the children. They spent the time reading newspaper and books, listening to the radio as they swept the front walk every day. The situation was far better than many officials being criticized. In Zhongnangi, here they were protected from assault by the Red Guards. They were allowed to keep their cook and orderly, and they could withdraw funds from their salaries to buy necessities. Mao was teaching, Deng lessons about a personal loyalty, but he was keeping an open options of using him at later times to get down. Deng's children were not similarly protected. They were assaulted by the Red Army. Red Guards and were expressed to in the press to give information about the crimes of their father. Lin, the oldest daughter, was under attack at her art academy, while Pufeng and Nan were subject to attack at Peking University, where they were studying physics in 1964. The two younger children, Rong and Xingfeng, and Deng's stepmother, this one, was sent away to live in an ordinary crowded workers' housing in Beijing. Allowed no contact with their parents. Their Red Guards would sometimes barge unannounced into their homes, forcing them to stand with their heads bowed while the Red Guards grilled them for information about the crimes of their fathers, shouted at them when pasted slogans on their walls, and occasionally smashed things. Later, the three sisters and Xiaoping were all sent off to perform labor in the countryside. In 1968, a special case team was established to investigate the crimes of Deng Xiaoping. The team questioned those who knew Deng and investigated his desertion from the 7th Red Corps. His continued good relation with the Peng De whom Mao had criticized and the other crimes as a part of the investigation. Deng was made to write his story in history. Since age 8, listing all his personal connections, he was fortunate that early on he had learned to leave no notes and his work had never brought into him close contact with the government official. At 9th Party Congress in 1969, Jiang Quan demanded that Deng being expelled, but Mao refused and continued to protect him from the radicals. 1969, after the first military clash with the Soviet Union, Mao directed the number of high-level leaders to be sent to the countryside so that if the Soviets were to invade, they could organize local resistance. Accordingly, Zhu Deng and Dong were sent to the Guangdong, to Yejing to this one, Hunan and Nizong to this one. So, okay, this is this one. So, defense is part of this one. In fact, when they were right in the countryside, they did not play any role in organizing local defense preparation. Some astute Beijing observers believe that Lin Pia, worried about possible rivals, used the dangers of the Soviet attack to persuade Mao to exile other high officials in the Beijing who might have threatened his power. Indeed, after the Lin Bao died in 1971, the leaders in the regions were allowed to return to Beijing. By the time Deng left for Jiangxi, he was already convinced that China's problems resulted not only from the Mao's error, but also from a deep flaws in the system that has produced Mao and led to the disastrous Great Leap Forwards and Cultural Revolution. In 1949, when the communists took over, Deng, who had been a revolutionary, became a builder, helping to establish a new political system and a social structures. By the time he left for Shanxi, he was already beginning to think about what kind of reforms China needed. By then, he had accumulated an extraordinary depth of experience at the highest levels in the military, the government, and the party, spanning all the major domestic and the foreign policy issues on which to base his ruminations about how China should proceed with the reforms. Deng's torturous road to this top. 1969 to 77. So that time I think he was young. Chapter number 2, the banishments and the returns. 1969 to 74. On October 26, 1964, Deng Xiaoping, along with his wife Zuan Lin and his stepmother, Jiang Bogen, left Zhongnanhai, where they had lived for more than a decade. They were taken by a special plane to Nanchang in Jiangxi provinces, where Deng was to engage in a physical labor and be re-educated in a Mao Zedong's thoughts. They were allowed to take along personal belongings and several cases of books. Deng's request to see Mao before leaving was not granted, but he was told that he could write letters to Wang Dongjing, head of the party's general office, and was reasonable to expect that Wang Zhong would show the letters to the Mao. As he boarded the plane, Deng had no way of knowing how long he would remain in Jiangxi. In Jiangxi, Deng was not allowed to see classified materials or to have a contact with official other than specifically designated local officials, but he was permitted to remain a party member, which gave him a hope that Mao Zedong would someday allow him to return to work. In April 1969, shortly before he left Beijing, after he completed his self-criticism, Deng and his family were no longer treated as class enemies, even though Mao still insisted that Deng needed re-education. So, conversation with the Dongxing on the eve of Deng's departure from the Beijing offered another ray of hope. Wang Dongxing told Deng that he and his wife could eventually return to the original home in Zhongnanhai, which would remain vacant during their absence. All this must have offered him hope for when he arrived in Nanjing. Deng told the local representative of the special team investigating his case, "I'll be coming out eventually. I can still work for the party for another 10 years." As it happens, when Deng returned to Beijing, he served the party for almost 20 more years. Before Deng was sent to Jiangxi, Zhuo Enlai phoned local Jiangxing officials with direction for preparing Deng's living arrangement to ensure security against attack by the radicals. The Deng family was to be located in a military compound. The home was to be near the city of the Nanjing, where they could have a quick access to transport if necessary. There was to be a factory nearby where Deng and Zhongling could emerge in manual labor. Local officials, chooses the two-story house previously occupied by the superintendents of the Nanjing infantry schools. Deng was to live on the second floor with his family, while security and other officials lived on the first floor. By the standards of the day, the house was appropriate for high official, modest but comfortable and adequate. As it turns out, the house was only several miles from the sites of the much celebrated Nanchang uprising, the birthplace of the People's Liberation Army, where on August 1st, 1927, the communists, including Zhang Enlai, Zhong Zhu, Chen Yi, Liu Buchun, He Longst, and many other later leaders, and he told he had engaged in the first armed resistance against the Kuomintang. Once settled in the home in Jiangxi next day, Deng and Zhongxing rose at 6:30 a.m. in his military years. Deng had begun each day by dumping a bucket of cold water over his head. In Jiangxing, Deng doused a small hand towel in icy water, then washed his head and face with it, believing this would help build resistance to the cold weather. Apart from their re-education programs, Deng and Zhongling then engaged in an hour of supervised compulsory reading out of the works of the Chairman Mao. Deng did not discuss politics with the local official except giving the instruction to the Mao Zedong's thought. After breakfast, Deng and Zolin walked to a small country tractor repair station where they worked in the morning. Deng was employed as a mechanist performing low-level manual tasks, much as he has done in the French factories half a century earlier. The repair station was located only kilometers from the home, and local people had made a special secure path from home to the station so that the Deng and Zongling could walk to an end from each day without encountering other people. Fellow workers were aware of Deng's identity, but Deng told them simply to call him Old Deng, the familiar term for a senior colleague. While at work, Deng did not talk with the workers about anything about beyond the immediate work and his local living arrangements. At home, Deng's stepmother, Xiang Bogin, prepared their foods and was in charge of the keeping house. After lunch, Deng and Zolin took naps, then read from among the books they brought with them, and some classic Chinese history books, novels like The Dream of a Red Chamber, Water Margins, and translations of the Russian and the French literature. Televisions was not yet available, but they listened to the evening news on the Central People's Radio, and at 10 p.m. they read in a bed for an hour before going to sleep. After the children finally arrived one by one, they brought news of the outside world. When Pufang arrived in the midsummer of the 1971s, he repaired a radio so they could listen to the short wave broadcast. In addition to the factory works, Deng and Rilin worked on the vegetable garden. Deng also helped at home by washing the floors, splitting firewoods. Deng's and this one's salaries were lower than the previous ones, and their life was a Spartans. Xiang Bogan raised chickens so they could have an egg and mates. To then cut down on his smoking to one pack every several days. He gave up smoking in the morning while in the factory and smoked only a few cigarettes each afternoons and evening. He also gave up wine, except for one glass of inexpensive local wine at lunch. Once they arrived, daughters Ding Lin and this ones who still received meager salaries from their work units shared their salaries with their unemployed siblings. As distressed as Deng was about the cultural revolutions and what it meant for China and for himself and for his family, according to Deng Rongst, who was with their parents much of the last 2 years, 2 years they were in Jiangxing, his father never let his emotion run away with him. So he did not become depressed. He never gave up hopes. In his way, he was unlike some of his compatriots. Marshal Jinji, for instance, mayor of Shanghai from 1949 to 58, and foreign minister from 88, this one, whom Deng knew in France and as partner in the Hong Kong campaign, became depressed, listless while enduring his forced rustications and the Henan. Li Jianxi, once an assistant to the later an official at the Chinese Academy of Social Science and advisor who accompanied Deng on this trip to the United States, said the Mao did not realize how much Deng had changed as a result of this time in Xinjiang. Upon his return to Beijing, Deng would do what was necessary to work on a Maoist, but he had come to the conclusion after that China needed a deeper changes and he had a clearer view about what directions he believed China should take. Time to ponder. Whatever Mao intended for Deng and Xiangjing, it proved to be an opportunity for Deng to gain distance from the intense political turmoil in Beijing. Those under suspicions were preoccupied with how to defend against the next unpredictable and potentially devastating attack. Like Churchill, de Gaulle, Lincoln, and other national leaders who fell from high positions and then spent time in the wilderness before returning to high office, Deng found that the time away from the daily politics enabled him to achieve clarity about the major long-term national goals. It is hard to imagine that after 1977, Deng could have moved so deftly and forcefully had he not done a, had he not had a considerable length of time to ponder the nature of the reforms that China needed and how to achieve them. Just as Mao driven this time to isolate Tians to consider overall strategies to pursue when the communists took over the country. So Deng used his time in Jiangxing to consider directions he would pursue to achieve reforms. But Mao's in formulating these policies had held daily discussions with his comrades and his assistants, and with the help wrote essays. Deng in Zhejiang thought set by through things alone and kept his ideas in himself. The withdrawal to Jiang enabled Deng quickly to regain his emotional calm. Although Deng did not easily display this feeling, his daughter Deng wrote report that he was in fact an emotional person. He reports that her father, who had lost weight and seemed tired during the 3 years he was under attack in Beijing, in Jiangxing began to gain weight and regain his health. For many years, he had taken sleeping pills, and during the Cultural Revolution, he increased his dosage. On Jan 1st, 1970, scarcely 2 months after he arrived in Jiangxing, he stopped taking sleeping pills altogether. Deng Rong reports that each afternoon while in Jiangxing, her father would take a walk of about 5,000 paces, some 40,000 times around the house on a garden path. So she reports that he would circle the house with a quick steps, deep in thoughts. He walked around and around after day. Year after year, the prospect that he would again play an important role in Beijing gave purpose to his remunerations. Although Deng did not talk about high-level party business with his wife and children, his wife and daughters, then Rong living with him every day, so knowing a great deal about the Beijing politics, could observe his moods and sense his concerns. Deng Rong reports that they could tell that as a father paced apart, he was thinking especially about his future and China's futures and about what he would do after he returned to the Beijing. There was no way to anticipate when Deng would return to Beijing, to what responsibilities Mao might give him, nor the precise circumstances China would face at the time. He could reflect on how he might regain Mao's favor to return to the office, and he could go over his minds and all dramatic life and death struggles of the people with whom he had worked. But he could also think about Mao's some fundamental about how the party could deal with the legacy of Mao, who was already in his last years, and how could he maintain the people's respect for the party while allowing Mao's successors to pursue different directions. From his vast personal connection with all the party leaders, Deng could evaluate the role that various leaders might play. He could consider how to realize the goal of the four modernizations that Zhou and Lai had enunciated, and that he and his closest associates had already worked so hard to realize. One of the first things China needed to do was to restore order after the disastrous Cultural Revolution. Deng Pufeng was the last of Deng Xiaoping's 5 children to be allowed to visit in Chengxing in 1968. Then Pufeng had been under such a constant torment from the Red Guards that he fell from a high windows and broke his spine. Initially, hospitals were afraid to treat him since his father was being criticized and his condition grew worse. He was finally admitted to Beijing Number 3 Hospital, where doctors found that he had fractured his spine and suffered a compound fractures and of his chest word in a vertebra. He was also running a high fever as the hospital performed went in and out of the consciousness for 3 days. Doctors kept him alive but did not perform the surgery that would have prevented the severe paralysis that was able, in other words, to leave him with no sensation from the chest down and with no control over his urinary and bowel functions. He was then transferred to Peking University Hospital, but still the surgery that would have helped him in condition was not performed. Pufeng's sister Deng Rong and removed near the hospital so they could take turns caring for him. In the mid 1969s, when Deng Nan was allowed to visit her parents while they were still in Beijing, she told them what had happened to Pufeng. Deng Rong reports that when her parents learned of their son's permanent paralysis, Zhao Lin cried for 3 days and nights while Deng sat in silence, smoking cigarettes one after another. When Pufang, who had been the closest of all children to his father, was finally allowed to join his parents in Xinjiang in 1971 because he could not move his body of his own, he was given a room on the first floor of the home so he could easily be moved. He was also required to rest on a hard bed, and his body had to be rotated every 2 hours to avoid sores. Then Xiaoping, with the help from the Deng Rings, and this one was responsible for rotating him during the day. Deng also helped to wash and massage him when foreigners would later raise the topic of the Cultural Revolution. Deng passionately described it as a disaster. Mao was so powerful as a personality and as a leader with his enormous contribution, ruthless devastations of the good comrades, and brilliant use of the stratagems, that it was difficult for anyone to be neutral about him. It was especially difficult for Deng, whose life had been so deeply intertwined with Mao's. Deng had a great admiration for Mao's spectacular achievements and served him faithfully for almost 4 decades. Yet Mao's policies had devastated the countries, and Mao had launched the Red Guards to attack not only the Deng as the nation's number two enemy, but also by extension the entire Deng's family. It would have been inhuman not to feel betrayed, and Deng was very human. Deng had to consider how to get along with the Mao if given a chance to return to his house office. The questions for Deng became not only how to work with Mao while he was still alive, since as long as Mao was alive, Mao would still dominate, but also how to maximize any decision-making leeway that Mao might tolerate. When Deng was sent to Jiangxing, Mao was already 75 years old and not well, and he would not live forever. It was essential to begin think about through how to handle Mao's reputations and what directions to pursue after they departed from the scenes. Having been in Moscow in 1956, with when Khrushchev denounced Stalin, Deng was fully aware that Khrushchev's emotional attack had devastated the Soviet Communist Party and all those who had worked with Stalin. Although the Chinese press was full with the criticisms of Deng that portrayed him as China's Khrushchev. Long before he was sent to Jiangxing, Deng had already decided that he would not be China's Khrushchev. The question was how to manage the awe and respect that Mao evoked from the masses, the fury of those who cares and whose careers and lives had been ruined by Mao, and the awareness among the many party officials of the severities of the Mao's arrest. How could Deng preserve the party's orders of providing contact relationships and avoid tainting those who had worked under with the Maoist, even as he changed Mao's economic and social policies? All evidence points to Deng's having resolved in his own mind by the time he returned from the Jiangxing the basic approach he would take for dealing with the problems. Chinese leaders should praise Maoist and keep him on a pedestal, but they also should interpret Mao's teaching not as a rigid ideology but as a successful adaptation to the conditions of the time, as and interpretations that would give Mao's successors the leeway to adapt new conditions. So that's the thing, right? It's mentioned here that Chinese leaders should praise Mao and keep him on a pedestal so that the leader feels satisfied. That is exactly what is happening right now with the Donald Trump, right? Most of the people are not liking it, right? But the country to take advantage of it, just giving gifts, praising him, putting him on a pedestal. So yeah, I think it seems that Donald has not learned from history. By the time Deng was sent to Jiangxi, he could already sense the dawning of a sea change in China's relationship with the West. Ever since the Korean War, and even in the early 1960s, when Deng had supervised this exchange of 9 hostile letters with the Soviet Union, China had remained close to the West, but given the threatening Brassiere Doctrine of September 1968 that justified interfering in the internal affairs of the communist countries when their basic system was threatened, and the fighting with the Soviet along the Usuri River, China needed the cooperation of the other countries against the Soviet threats. When Mao asked for 4 marshals, Chen Yi, Niu Ronchi, Wuzinza, and Indians to recommend a response to the dangers from the Soviet Union, they responded as they knew Mao wanted them to, by suggesting that China initiated even overtures with the West. While in Chen Deng could receive newspapers and after Pufang arrived, listens to foreign radio broadcasts. 1970s, Deng learned that China and Canada had normalized relations. He immediately understood what Kissinger later admitted US officials did not understand at the time. Mao's invitations to Edgar Snow to attend the National Day celebration in 1970 signaled a readiness to expand relations with the United States. In 1971, Deng, still in a Chongqing, learned that Beijing had replaced Taiwan as a representative of China. Okay, this one's learned that Beijing had replaced Taiwan as a representative of China in the United Nations. That 11 additional countries had formally recognized China, and that Kissinger had visited Beijing to prepare for the Nixon 1972 visits. The next year, he learned about Japan, and Japan had formally recognized China. Knowing how assistance from the Soviet Union had helped upgrade China's economy and technology in the 1950s, Deng would naturally begin to think about how to expand this opening in the West and to help modernize China. So he would think through how to manage the domestic conservative opposition as China opened up and how to preserve a political structure that was both strong and flexible. One Asian country that had already benefited from the closer ties to the West was Japan, and by the time Deng left for Jiangxing. He knew that Japan was completing a decade-long period of a double-digit increase in personal incomes, while China, behind closed doors, had fallen only further behind. The West's willingness to transfer technological know-how and the equipment had been central to Japan's modernization. How could China develop a relationship with the United States that it could reap similar benefits? 1965, 69 other Asian countries were also beginning to take off economically, including not only South Korea but also places with the ethnic Chinese population, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore. Some Chinese saying how far China had fallen behind Europe expressed doubts that China's Chinese traditions was compatible with the modernization. But if people who were ethnically and culturally Chinese could modernize, why couldn't China grow just as quickly? Deng's time in Zhejiang strengthened his convictions about how far behind China was and how much it needed to change. His experience gave him insights into the extent of the great leap failures that party leaders who were continually reading exaggerated reports of the local achievement had difficulty evaluating. Deng Rirong reports, for example, that when Pufang arrived in Beijing in 1971, her father, looking for something helpful that Pufang could do, asked his fellow workers if they had any radios to repair. Workers replied that there was no way any of the workers made enough money to buy radios. So Deng Rong commented that her father was sick at heart to learn that after 20 years of socialism, a worker's family could still not even afford a ration. Radios, on the other insights, came by the way of Deng's children experiences. All of the children, except for Deng's one, who was paralyzed, were sent to the countryside to engage in a manual labor and to be re-educated. When Deng Rong's returned to Shenzhen from her assignment in the southwestern Shaanxi country, she told her family that the rural area still lacked toilets and pig pens. Further, all of the children reported to their parents that the peasants did not have enough to eat or wear. They described the devastation of the economy and the destruction of the party organizations that Deng had worked so hard to build. Deng, obviously moved by what he was hearing, listened to his children, but also said nothing. The first friends allowed to visit the Deng's family in this ones were the three children of Ling, who were permitted to a 5-day visit during the Spring Festival 1972. Ling Qin had served as a deputy political commissioner under Deng in the Southwest military regions and had succeeded Deng as head of the Southwest Bureau in 1952. At the time of their visits, these three children were working in Xinjiang. They told Deng that their father had been attacked and removed from his post and that their mother had been driven to suicide. Deng, who had also sought to learn the truth, took great interest in the details of the struggles under the Red Guards in the Southwest and in the observations about the rural areas where one of the three Li children had been sent. He made almost no comment at the time except to say that the people in the countryside needed more educations. By the time Deng left Zhenzing, he had no illusions about the seriousness of the Chinese problems and about the depth of the change that were needed. Deepening family bonds. For several years after the Deng was attacked during the Cultural Revolution, his 5 children were all subjected to frequent criticisms by the Red Guards. Deng Lin and Deng Nans were attacked in their work units, and the others were attacked in their schools. When they ventured from their homes, they were likely to be recognized, detained, and verbally assaulted by the Red Guards. The family was close even before the Cultural Revolutions. When the children came under the attack, where they bonded even more tightly, never wavering in their belief that their father was innocent and that they could endure this terrible experience as a united family. Deng was acutely aware that his children had suffered because of him. With officials outside the family, Deng remained a comrade and party policies took precedence over the personal relations. But Deng's relation with his own Lins and their children were not contingents on a policy. They had a deep loyalty and affections, and they were always together. Deng never broke up relation with any of his children, and none of them ever broke up relation with him. They also maintained a close friendship with the household helps, the drivers, the cook, the orderly, and what is the orderly? The orderly and the director of his personal office. Wang Rulin, indeed, Wang Rulin, except when separated from Deng from 1966 to 72, served as the Deng's office director from 1952 to when Wang was just 20 years old until Deng's death in 1997. He was regarded as more like a family member than a comrade. During the Cultural Revolution, problem for the children began with the October 1966 editorial criticizing the numbers 2% following the capitalist roast. Although Deng's name was not mentioned, it was clear that he was their target. His 3 daughters immediately knew that the charge were false, and they never provided any new information to the Red Guards or anyone else that could be used as evidence against their fathers. Zun Lin later praised all the children for not denouncing their fathers, even when pressured to do so. Most of the letters Deng wrote from Jingjing requested that their children be allowed to visit when they were given work assignments closer to the Nanjing, that Pufang received the medical care he needed. Deng Rong reports that that never in his life had Deng written so many letters as he did on behalf of his children. The letters which Deng assumed would be shown to the Maoist also provided a way of reminding Mao that Deng was in Chongqing and was ready to accept any assignments he was given. But the letters themselves were all about the children. There were sometimes long delays before responses came from the Beijing. But eventually, all of Deng's children were allowed to visit Deng in Chongqing for at least 2 weeks each. Deng Rong was allowed to stay much longer. In December 1969, first Rong and then Sifang were allowed to stay during the cultural winter breaks, but they were sent back to their rural brigades when their spring planting was about to begin. Next two visits were Nan's and their husband. She was then working for the Science and Technology Commissions, and the two were allowed to visit for the New Year holiday season 1971. While in Xinjiang, Nan gave birth to a girl. Deng's first grandchild, Lane the eldest, was also allowed to visit daughters during the New Year breaks. The visits were possible because Mao still felt closer to Deng than to Liu Xingqing, another official. Of the five children, Pufang was best informed about high-level political developments. Pufang's presence in Chongqing gave his father an opportunity to hear more details of the students' political struggles and to get a sense of the political situation in Beijing. Later on, people who knew Deng would say that although he did not let personal emotions influence his decision in meeting out punishments for most people, he was especially severe in insisting that Niu Yuanzi be imprisoned for 10 years for launching the political attacks at Peking University. They culminated in the Pofang paralysis and the death of some 60 people at the university. After the Cultural Revolution and even after Deng's death in 1997, all five children, along with their spouses and children, kept their residence in the same compounds. Pofang devoted himself to the cause of the handicapped, but also engaged in the businesses. Then went into social science administrations and rose to become vice ministers of the Science and Technology Commission. At Deng's request, his daughter Rong studied medicines in Nangchun, not far from where Deng was living. And Zifeng, who took up physics, also studied in Nanjing. Rong later served in the Chinese embassy in Washington for 2 years, beginning in 1980s, doing consular work and promoting cultural exchange as a part of his efforts. She became the family historian, led foundations to promote exchange with the leaders of the other countries, and helped sponsor concerts of Western music for 8 years. Xingfeng studied in the United States, receiving PhD in physics from the University of Rochester. He then joined a company engaged in importing and exporting technology and later branched into real estate and communications equipments. After 1994, Deng Xiaoping was no longer mentally alert. It was reported that Zhongling, subsequently was criticized for corruption, took drugs to attempt suicide. He was saved, and in the end, Xingfeng was not punished. By the time Deng returned from Xinjiang in 1973, his hearing was becoming more difficult, and he did not join in regular conversation with his children and grandchildren. He did, however, take a great joy in watching the grandchildren and watching television. To the extent he didn't take part in conversations with the children, speaking directly to his ears. His children offered their observation and other opinion. But Rong reports that the father had sufficient confidence in his own experience and judgment that he was rarely influenced by their opinion. Okay. Okay. So Lin Biao crashed and Deng's letter to Mao. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, Mao regarded Marshal Lin Biao and Deng as two of the most promising candidates for succeeding him. Indeed, in the fall of the 1965, Zhou Enlai told a conference Wang Qingqing that Mao was considering two possible successors, Lin Biao and Deng Xiaoping. It is understandable that the two saw each other as a rival for Mao's highest blessings. Deng Rong said that her father got along with all 10 marshals except one, Lin Biao. Mao himself noticed that conflict. Deng reports that in 1966, Mao summoned him and asked him to meet with Lin Biao and cooperate with him, sticking regularly to meeting, but the talk failed to resolve the problems between the two. It led them to go their separate paths. In 1966, Mao chooses Lin Biao as his comrade in arms and as his successor, thereby also ensuring the cooperation with the PLA. This People's Liberation Army, which Lin had led since 1959, when he replaced Ping Deonans. Even so, in 1967, Mao confided privately that if Lin Bao's health were to fail, he would bring Deng's back. Lin Bao, a reclusive psycho and hypochondriac after his head injury in World War II, was aware of the risk in getting close to Mao, and the 3 times he refused the positions before Mao in effect ordered him to take it. Once he became Mao's comrade in arms, Lin was filled with anxiety about his relations with the mercurial Mao, and for good reasons. by 1970s, the ever distrustful Mao suspected that Bin Laden might be planning to usurp power while he was still alive. Consequently, in the later summer of 1971, Mao began preparing to push him aside, to meeting first with the leading military official under Lin Bao to ensure their loyalty. In the early September 1971, as Mao was returning by the train from Hanzhong to Beijing, the train stopped in Shanghai, especially cautious about the personal security given his heightened suspicions of Lin. Mao did not get off the train but had Wang Hongsen, a former rebel leader who had become a deputy head of this one's Shanghai Revolutionary Committee, and Xung Jingyu, the head of the Ningjiang military regions, was close to Innisfans, brought the trains. Mao secured his support and told him he would deal with the problems of Lin Bao when he returned to Beijing. So on September 12th, as soon as Bin Lao's son, Lin Guang, heard that Mao was back in Beijing, the Lin family became concerned. Lin Liu hired a pilot and then the plane took off the very evening, carrying Lin Bao, his wife, Ling Guai, and a small group of followers towards the Soviet Union. But the plane never made it to its destination. It crashed in Mongolia and there was no survivor. Crashed. Then first learned of the plane crash from his son Deng Pufangst, who had heard the news on his shortwave radios, and yet he waited almost 2 months until the news became official before he took any actions. On November 6th, when the announcement of the crash reached down to county levels, then Shuang Lin, along with some 80 workers in the factory where they worked, were told to listen to a 2-hour reading of the Central Committee documents concerning Lin Bao's crimes, because he was hard of hearing. He was hard of hearing. Then was allowed to sit in a front row and take home a copy of the documents to review. After Lin Biao's death, many assumed that Mao would soon be calling on Deng Xiaoping to assume major positions. Then must have thought to so too. 2 days after he heard that official reports on Lin, even though he had been told not to send any more letters to Wang Xingsuan. So Deng was embodied to send off letters to Chairman Mao. Ding knew well what kind of letters would be most appealing to Mao. So, in addition to asking Mao to let his 2 youngest children live near him, and he wrote, okay, this is the actual letter, it seems, okay. The revelation about Bin Lao was very certain. I was shocked and angered to learn of the despicable crime. Had it not been for the brilliant leadership of the chairman and the central committees and the early exposures and the quick dispositions, the plot might have succeeded. In keeping you with your instructions, I have been for reforming myself through labor and study. I have no request for myself, only that someday I may be able to do a little work for the party. Naturally, it would be some sort of a technical job. I'm longing for a chance to pay back by hard work and work on a bit of what I owe. Despite the humility of the statements, Deng was aware that Mao would be unlikely to place a bold, seasoned leader like him in anything less than high positions. For some months, Deng did not receive any reply. Even when Deng did hear back, Mao had not yet made a decision as to whether or when to allow Deng to return. Yet, let alone what position he would ask. He asked to fill. Mao was exhausted, and what energy he had was devoted not to preparing his position lean team, but to making a preparation of the Nixon visit of February 1972. Mao turns to Zhou and party elders September 1971 to 1973. Had Mao been able to control the pacing of his plan to dispose Lin Bao, he would have prepared his replacements. The sudden plane crashes, however, upsets Mao's plan to win acceptance in high party circles for his decision to dispose Lin, when the persons whom Mao had embraced as his successor and closest comrade in arms were suddenly recast. After his still mysterious death as renegade, trying to usurp powers, even ordinary people had questions about Mao's judgments. Mao was sick and depressed, scarcely rose from his bed for 2 months. Afterward, he did gradually begin to get up, but on February 1972, he fainted. His lung problems had already affected his heart. They also made sleeping difficult due to frequent coughing. As Mao slept on a sofa, though he could not move easily, at least at some points on the big issues, his mind remained clear. Officials who had suffered under Mao and who grieved over the disasters he had perpetrated understood that the cult of Mao was so powerful that the country would be thrown into even greater chaos if Mao were attacked directly. In September 1958, when his error in charging ahead during the Great Leap Forwards and had become all too obvious, Mao had made a policy concessions and granted other leaders more leeway to make decisions, even as he maneuvered to remain at the helm. After Lin's death, Mao again made his concession policies and gave others more decision-making authority, but remained in charge. Mao needed to move quickly to establish a new post. Lin Party leaderships and the 10th Party Congress was not scheduled until 1974, 5 years after the 7th Party Congress. Mao, however, put the new leadership structure in place in less than 2 years, enabling him to hold the 10th Party Congress in August 1973. Once 1 year ahead of the scheduled days. To make this happen, Mao had to reach beyond his closest inner circle, for although he could rely on his five Ching and his associates to criticize others, they lacked the experience, good judgment, and the ability to regain the cooperation of others to govern the country. Mao had no realistic choice but to turn to experienced senior officials, most of whom had been victims of the cultural revolutions. They had risen to their positions before the cultural revolutions, at least in part because of their proven abilities to lead. And Mao once again needed their seasoned managerial skills. When Zhong Li reported to Mao on the fate of the many of these senior officials, Mao said that he had been unaware that many had been so badly treated. At this point, there was in fact only one person in place who could manage the party and the government, and who, due to deeply ingrained attitudes, would not threaten Mao's power. Zhu Enlai, of the five people who had been on the Politburo Standing Committee in August 1917, Bin Liao was dead. His ally Chen Bodo was in prison, and Kang Xing was incapacitated by cancer, thus leaving only Mao and Zhou. With so few alternatives, Mao allowed Zhou in more leeway to restore order to the parties and the governments. He assigned Zhou to chair not only the Politburo but also the governments and the party structure. Some observer thought Zhou Li would be jubilant over the death of the Bin Lao, but in fact Zhou was deeply upset. Zhou was known to have powerful control over his own emotions. But shortly after Lin Bao's crash, when he explained the country's difficult predicaments of the vice premier, Ji Lingwen, as the key people in the Deng industry, he not only wept but had to pause to try to regain control. Despite his efforts, he continued sobbing as he spoke. It is said that Zhou cried only 3 times in his life: when he was belatedly told of his father's death, after the death of Yi Ting, a fellow revolutionary from the 19th, and after the death of the Li. There were probably several reasons for Zhu's emotional reactions to this one's death. Zhu knew that despite Li's reputation as a radical, he had been a pragmatic, concerns about order, and for Zhu's easy to work with. In addition, Zhu, who had exhausted himself for decades trying to manage affairs under the Mao's, grieved for the countries, after the devastations of the Great Leap Forwards and Cultural Revolution, was now confronting yet another upheaval. He was acutely aware that that any move forward would be a monumental task. Some believed that Zhou also wept for himself. Until that point, he had been able to avoid the suspicions and wrath of Mao's that had led to the death of the two numbers deuced, Louis Quinces and Lin Bao. He had managed to remain number 3, but now he was number 2, and he knew Mao would be suspicious. Indeed, within 2 years, Mao would have attacked him. In addition to relying on Zhu, Mao called on Yi Jiangyang, as a respected senior military statesman who was not personally ambitious, to bring orders to the military without fanfare. Mao also began to allow some of the others who had been pushed aside in 1966 to return to work. While resting during the last 2 months after Lin Bao's crash, on several occasions, Mao acknowledged that many senior officials had suffered too much. He explained this mistake by claiming that he had wrongly heeded all allegations made by Lin. On September 1971, 2 months after Lin's crash, there were more signs of Mao's shift in perspective. On that day, he received a delegation that implicated Marshal Yi Jianxing, who was already beginning to rebuild army leadership structure. In a gesture that was an encouraging signal to high-ranking victims of the cultural revolutions, Mao pointed to Ji Yangzhen and said to the delegations, "Don't call him a part of the February counterparts." When the 3 vice premiers and the 4 marshals in this one side criticized and tried to stop the cultural revolution, he further said that the unrest has been directed by Bin Lao, and that term February counter-currents should no longer be used. In this way, Mao tried to distance himself from the 1966 attack on those accused of taking part in the February counter-currents. He also issued directives to correct the treatments of Tan Zhenlin, Chen Zhando, and other leading officials who had been criticized in 1967. The memorial service held on January 10, 1972 for Marshal Qian Jinpu provided Mao an excellent opportunity to connect with some senior officials who had suffered during the cultural revolutions. A few hours before the memorial service was to take place, Mao let it be known that he would attend. It was his first public appearance, since the Lin Bao crash 4 months earlier. Chen Yi, Deng's partners in the Hui campaigns, the first mayor of the Shanghai during the early days after the communist takeover, and a one-time foreign minister, was one of the nation's most beloved leaders. Years later, his statue, erected on the Bund in Shanghai, would symbolizes the public high regards for him. Yet during the cultural revolutions, he was brutally attacked. Although he did finally receive medical care at the military hospital, it was too late. He died from a lack of proper medical attention. Further, many of the Chinese Chinese leading military leaders had visited Chen during his last days and knew well how Mao's cultural revolution contributed to his death. At the memorial services, Mao bowed 3 times to show his respect for Chen Yi, and said, "Comrade, Chen Yi was a good man and a good comrade. If Lin Bao had succeeded in his plot, he would have destroyed all of us veterans. Thus, Mao passed on responsibility for the mistreatments of the Chen Yi to his one-time closest comrades in arms. Mao, dressed in a pajamas, covered by a overcoat on a cold day, was obviously ill and his leg wobbly. His frailty and message were compelling for those attending the services. What better way for Mao to pave the way for a reconciliation with the victims of the Cultural Revolution attack than by coming in such a conditions of to offer apologies and pay respect to favorite comrades? All of the Chinese high officials knew that Cheng Yi would not have been criticized without Mao's approval, but for the time being, they were willing to accept the fiction that it was Lin Biao who had caused Chen's problems. They could not expect Mao's to acknowledge his errors, and it was in their interest to take advantage of Mao's changed stance towards his old comrades. Mao's put politics before economics, but he never gave up wanting to improve the nation's economy. Moreover, he may have had an extraordinary emotional hold over the Chinese people, but he still needed competent party leaders. Even the leaders whom Mao had retained throughout the Cultural Revolution recognized that for stability and growth, the country would need the firm hand of those officials who had served before the Cultural Revolutions. By 1972, Mao was ready to bring back these experienced senior officials and to start returning to the barracks, the military officers, most of whom had been ineffective in the civilian positions they had occupied during the Lin Bao's tenure in the late 1960s. Soon thereafter, in March 1972, Zhou Enlai submitted a list of more than 400 senior officials to the party organizations department to be rehabilitated, and Mao promptly approved their returns in 1975 and again in 1978. This senior, so that time in 75 to 78, that time there was an emergency in India. These senior officials would play a key role in helping Deng to restore order and unity. In May 1972, Zhu was diagnosed with bladder cancers, but for the remainders of the 1972 and into the early 1973, he continued his heavy work schedules. During the chaotic period after the Binan crashes, Zhou had used his unparalleled close relation with other officials to keep the country from falling more deeply into chaos. Extremely knowledgeable and virtually tireless in spite of early stage cancer, Zhou continued to find a way for the people to diverse backgrounds to work together in a situation requiring delicate personal diplomacy, and no one could achieve more than Zhou. Zhou continued to seek Mao's approval on major appointments and sensitive issues, and he tried to make decisions that Mao would support, but Mao's withdrawal and recognition that readjustments was required allowed Zhou to resolve a larger range of the issues more forcefully than before. He threw himself into managing the relationship among senior officials, restoring orders to the economy, curbing leftist excesses in the countryside, and expanding diplomatic contact with the West. He even made it possible for the distinguished physicist and president of the Peking University, Zhou, being to put forth plans to promote theoretical research. These efforts by the Zhong Enlai to craft order from the chaos foreshadows the broader initiative that Deng Xiaoping would launch in 1975. It should have come as no surprise. Then Mao's criticisms of the Zhou in late 1970 foreshadowed his criticisms of the Deng in his early 1976. Unlike Deng, who first focused on the important and put aside the less important, Deng Ling, with his amazing command of the details, dealt with the matters both large and small when Mao gave him the leeway, used his prodigious memory to show extraordinary consideration to many who have been victims in the Cultural Revolution. These victims, the families, remained enormously grateful to Zhou and Lai for saving their lives and easing their pain. Zhou extended the same interest to Deng Xiaoping and his family in December 1972 when Zhou felt Mao would allow it. He prodded Wang Zhongxing to speed up the process of giving thanks and assignments. Zhong's attempts to help the victims of the Cultural Revolutions, however, were limited by his fear of enraging Mao. His concern seems to have been well founded. After a Politburo meeting in 1956, Zhou upset Mao when he told him privately that he could not, in a good conscience, support. He could not, in a good conscience. I could not, in a good conscience. He could not, in a good conscience, support some of his economic policies. After being criticized, then Zhou went to extraordinary lengths for the next 15 years as to give Mao no reasons to doubt his total commitments to carry out the chairman's wishes. Even so, in January 1958, Mao exploded in Zhou, saying Zhou was only 50 meters away from being a rightist, an accusation that led Zhou to back down. Zhou had exhausted himself. I think he is a hell of a person, right? I mean, in a good sense, Zhou had exhausted himself during the Cultural Revolutions by painfully carrying out Mao's directives while also trying to shield those whom he felt he could protect. He was a virtuous host at balancing this competing interest in emotionally charged environments. Perhaps no one was better than Zhou in intuiting what Mao was thinking about, but did not say. Some lionized Zhou for his combinations of political skills, tireless dedication to the party, and unfailing poised and gentlemanly demeanors and devotion to assisting victims. Many who knew the situation well believed that Zhou did everything he could to moderate Mao's excesses. Not everyone, however, felt that Zhou in life was a hero. Chen Yi's family members, for example, were upset that Zhou did not protect Chen Yi, and families of other victims who had not received help from Zhou expressed similar sentiments. Still, others considered him as an accomplice who was in pact with the devils, implementing the Cultural Revolution with all its honors. Is it not possible, some asked, that the horror would have ended sooner had Zhou not prevented the regime from falling apart? Regardless of one's views on the Zhou and the Cultural Revolution, it was clear that no one could have so skillfully managed that what was then high, that was then high on Mao's agenda, the opening of the relation with the United States. Zhou first met with the U.S. Secretary of the State Henry Kissinger on July 9, 1971, just 2 months before Bin Liao crash in October 1920 to October 2026, 1971. Only a month after the crash, Kissinger returned to the Beijing to plan for the visits, which took place in the following February. Kissinger later wrote that he considered Zhou to be one of the three most impressive men he had ever met. John Holbridge, a Kissinger aide, described Kissinger's mood before meetings only as an anticipation of one of the world's two grand chess masters on his way to be the champion matchup. Isn't that good? Mao and Zhuo, Nixon and Kissinger. In the 1969, China and the United States, which had been trading partners for 2 centuries, World War II allies for 4 years, and Cold War enemies for 2 decades, began to consider rekindling a diplomatic relationship. Mao, concerns about the risk of Soviet invasions after the 1969 border clashes, had, for the first time since Korean War, decided to increase contacts with the West and had assigned Zhou Enlai to carry out the negotiations. Nixon, who was looking for a way to resolve the Vietnam conflict and was seeking long-term cooperation against the Soviet Union, assigned Henry Kissinger to be the Zhou's counterparts in negotiating the new overtures to China. Kissinger's dramatic trip from Pakistan to Beijing in 1971 to prepare for the Nixon visits, and Nixon visit in February 1970 was breathtaking events that helped set the stage for the rapid expansion of the U.S.-China contacts during the Deng's era. Deng had nothing to do with the 1966-69 deteriorations in the Sino-Soviet relation that had led to the 1969 conflict, but he had led the team that drafted the famous 9 polemical letters to Moscow from 1961-63, and he had personally delivered the last major Chinese speech at Moscow in 1963 that had capped those angry exchanges. Deng also had nothing to do with the opening in the United States that took place where he was still in Shenzhen, although by late 1970s he was at those sites helping to carry out negotiation. No, Deng's contribution would come later. Okay. Restoring Deng slowly, January 1972 to 73. Not until February 1973, 16 months after, 16 months, okay, that's like a more than two years, right? No, okay, so 1 year and a half, okay, 1.5. After Lin Biao's death, did Mao invite Deng Xiaoping to return to Beijing? Having criticized Deng so severely in 1966, Mao could not expect others to be ready to accept Deng quickly, and he had not yet decided how to use him. Deng had been attacked so vehemently for taking the capitalist roads that it was a challenge for Mao to explain to others why. Yeah, it's your own. You have made the bed, now you have to sleep in it. Okay, plain. Okay, this one's okay. Capitalist road, that it was challenging for the Mao's to explain to others why he would welcome him back. Mao's strategy was to explain that Deng's, the highly respected general secretary, had been mistreated by the Lin Biao at the. Okay, so now everything is being blamed on the Lin Bianos. At the memorial service for the Chen Yang in Jan, this one, Mao said that to Chen's family that Deng was different from the Liu Sens. His situation was less serious. Zhao Enlai had then suggested to Chen family that they had they should let Mao's appraisal of Deng be more widely known. In the words of the Mao's comments reached Deng, it was the first indication that Mao had received his letter of September 1971. More hints were coming. However, in the April 1972, Deng was informed by the Jiangxi Provincial Revolutionary Committee that, in line with his wishes expressed in the letters of Mao, his youngest son, Xifang, had been admitted to this one of Science and Technology, and his youngest daughter, Tarong, would be allowed to enter the Jiang Medical University. With this positive signals of the April 1972, Deng was embodied to write to Wang Dongxing, explaining that since his 2 children had gone off to college, he wondered if he might be allowed to hire someone to help Zhou Linst and him to look after the Pufang. He concluded the letter saying that, as for myself, I'm still awaiting instruction from you, allowing me to do a few more years of work. Deng received no direct response for communications, but within a month, that salaries of both Deng and Zhou Ling were restored to the original levels. Deng Rong later wrote that the signs were, Deng's political situation had improved were enormously encouraging for the entire family. The extent to which the Deng family waited for any positive signals reveal how much completely Mao Zedong, even when he was sick and disheartened by Lin Biao's crash, could not control the fate of the people under him. Indeed, Chen Yuan had been allowed to return to Beijing from Xinjiang this month, yet Mao kept raging in Zheng for almost another year. On August 1972, after several months with no response from the Maos or Wang Zhongqing, Deng wrote to Maos trying to clear up the doubts that he suspected Maos might be harboring about him. Deng began by writing that he had just heard the reports given to all the workers in his factory about the crimes of the Lin Biao and Chen Boda. He reported that although Lin was a shrewd general on the long march, he had once teamed up secretly with the Peng Due against Maoist and recalled that the Bin Lao had refused Mao's request to lead the army during the Korean War. Deng confessed that Bin Lao was better than he was at understanding Mao's wishes, but that he could not agree with the way Lin had simplified Mao's thinking by stressing only 3 articles because of the more of Mao's work should be used. Deng also wrote that both Liu and Chen Boda would be happy only if Deng were dead, and Deng therefore thanked Mao for protecting him during the Cultural Revolutions. Deng had no compensation about telling Mao what he thought about Mao's wanted to hear. And no compromise. In his letters, Deng reinforced the message that everything he wrote in his self-criticism of June and July was correct. In addition to explaining again his error in leaving the Guangzhou troops 1931, he also admitted that there were weaknesses in his performance as general secretary of the party because he sometimes failed to seek Chairman Mao's opinion. In 1961, he had not been able to eliminate his capitalist thinking. He had also failed to implement effectively Chairman Mao's decision to build the third front by moving defense-related industries inland, and he did not in timely fashion asked Mao chairman's permission before the making reports. Deng acknowledged that it had been correct for the Cultural Revolutions to have revealed his errors in the letters. He also tried to relieve Mao for his one critics issues. He wrote that he would never reverse the verdicts on the people criticized during the Cultural Revolutions. He also indicated that he would return to the German proletarian revolutionary lines, and this message from the Deng was apparently what Mao was waiting to hear. On August 1972, only a few days after receiving Deng's reassurance, Mao wrote Premier Zhou instructing him to arrange Deng's return to Beijing. Mao reiterated that Deng's case was different from that of Liu Xing's. Deng had never surrendered to the enemy, and he was never suspected of passing on secrets to the Kuomintang. In addition, Deng had supported General Louis Bechong in battle and had made many other contributions to the party and the countries. The very day Zhong received Mao's memo, he circulated it to the General Committee, but because Zhang Jing, Mao's wife, dragged her feet on bringing Deng's back at the point that no action was taken. Then September 1972, Deng, sensing he might be allowed more freedoms, asked for and received permission to visit the old Xinjiang Soviet-based areas, including Ruchvenst. It was the first time he left his house in 3 years. He visited for 5 days and was hosted with the same courtesy given the provincial leaders. Deng also received permission to spend 2 days visiting Wang Zhongqing, his office director since 1952, was then in Zhangjiang countries to Zhangjiang performing physical labor at the March of 7 cadres. I mean, it's called cadres or cadre. Cadre, no, cadres, right? Cadre. Cadra, okay, cadra. Cadras. Cadra. Cadra. It's cadra. Cadre. What is the meaning of the word cadre? Refers to a small, specially trained and organized group of people who form the core foundation or foundation of the larger organizations. Yeah. Cadre. Yeah, it's called cadre, right? Okay, cadre. 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 It's called cadre. Yeah, I know. I mean, I've seen people say the cadre. Cadre. That's good. Cadre. But it says British, it's something else. Cadre. Okay, cadre. Cat is a completely different one. Cadre. In this one saying he might be allowed for more freedoms. Ask for this one. Okay. To serve this one. So this one in the last Guangzhou, then Jesus why Mao's August instruction regarding Deng had not been carried out. And on December 27, after checking with the Maos, they responded that Deng could return to Beijing at last. The next month in January 1973, Bao Bongkai, party secretaries of the Zhejiang Provincial Revolution Committee brought Deng the good news, and on February 20th, after workers from Deng's factories came to bid him farewell, Deng and his families were driven by a car to the Yingtangs, where they boarded a train for the Zhejiang. As they left this one, Deng said, I can still work for 20 years. Indeed, it was not until 19th years and 8 months later, after the 14th Party Congress, that Deng would retire from the political stage. Now comes Deng returns to Beijing 1973. So now Deng's return to Beijing 1973. When a person who has been criticized was to take on important positions in the Chinese leadership, it was standard practice first to hint that he was once again in good favor. That way, others would have an easier time accepting the appointment. Returned from Jiangxi on February 22nd, 1973. He was not immediately given an assignment, even though his appearance in Beijing implied that he would again play a major role. As word of his return began to spread, Deng visited some old acquaintances for weeks. But for some weeks, he still did not attend any formal meeting or assume any responsibility, ties, or nor did he meet with either Mao or Zhou. Mao gave Zhou the task of convening a series of Politburo meetings to discuss defense, Deng's futures. Members of the Cultural Revolution small group, as well as Deng's continue a potential rival for succeeding Zhou as a premier, and Jiang Kongni supporters Jiang Jing strongly opposed Deng's being given a major role. But Mao insisted that Deng should return to work and to participate in regular party meetings. At the end of the deliberations, the Politburo proposed that Deng was be assigned to be Yiwuzu, the leadership group under Zhou Enlai, and vice head Li Enziani that had maintained regular government functions during the chaos of cultural revolutions, and that he be followed to attend regular weekly party meetings. On March 9, Zhou forwarded Mao a document summarizing these decisions. Mao approved it, and the document was distributed to things and party committees down to the country levels and to military officials down to the regional regimental levels. Studying first meeting with Zhou after his return in Beijing occurred on the evening of March 28, 1973, and was also attended by Li Zianing, key people in this one, and Chiang Xing. Immediately after the meetings, Zhou reported to Mao that Deng was in a good spirit and in a good health and seemed ready to return to work. The very next afternoon, Mao met with Deng for the first time in 6 years, telling Deng, work hard, stay healthy. Deng responded that he had remained healthy because he had faith in the chairman and had been awaiting his calls. That evening, Zhou, at Mao's behest, chaired a Politburo meeting during which was announced that Deng would be made vice premier and take part in foreign affairs activities. Deng was not yet to be made a regular member of the Politburo, but he was to attend his meeting when important matters were to be discussed. Zhou sent letters to Mao summarizing the party discussion. Mao approved it, and Deng formally took on the position. Deng's first official appearance after 1968 was on April 12, 1973, a banquet for Prince Norodom's Shinchai of Cambodia. He was introduced as vice premier. Deng and others acted as if his attendance were perfectly natural, though some remained reserved as they greeted him. Following his appearance, there was a great buzz among officials and foreign correspondents about the role Deng might play. Clearly, Mao wanted Deng to be given important work. During 1973, as we will see, Deng gradually became a prominent leader. First by being allowed to attend high level meetings, then by being apprenticed to Zhou Enlai, and next by becoming a member of the Central Committee at the August 10th Party Congress, and then in December, after proving his loyalty to Mao by becoming a member of the Politburo and members of the Central Military Commissions. As an apprentice to Zhou Enlai, beginning in April 1973, Deng would accompany Zhou when greeting guests from the Cambodia, Mexico, Japan, North Korea, Mali, Nepal, Congo, Philippines, France, Canada, Australia, and elsewhere at the airport, welcoming them and seeing them off. He did attend some of the meetings with the foreigners, but as he still was not responsible for carrying out any discussion with them, Mao cultivates Wang Hongwen, 1973 to 74. Mao, unlike all other senior Chinese leaders, devoted great attention to cultivating young leaders as a successor after their Lin Biao, and with the Mao's own health declining, the issue of a successor becomes a more pressing. Mao drew on his deep knowledge of how Chinese leaders throughout the centuries had dealt with the succession when crafting his own strategy. That is, Mao kept his own option open while giving hints and signs of his intent. He continued to observe, maintain his own authority, and ensure that he could always use to observe, maintain his own authority, and ensure that he could always change his minds. Between 71 to 72, Mao brought three promising young officials to Beijing to work at the party centers. First, Hua Gofing, and then Wang Hoben and Du Di. By late 1972, he had singled out especially promising Wang Hoben, a young, strong rebel with a fierce loyalty to Mao and the Communist Party. Mao liked Wang's workers' backgrounds, his service as a soldier, and his blood-confident leadership style. Mao knew that Wang did not have the knowledge or backgrounds to lead the governments, but he believed that Wang's proven radical commitments and leadership potential made him a prime candidate to become a high-level party leader. Indeed, Mao began to lean towards the ideas of the keeping Wang as a party leader, while at the same time finding someone else to replace Zhou Enlai as a head of the government. Similarly, just finished. Okay. Head in as governors. Mao makes Deng as an apprentice to Zhou. Throughout Chinese history, as emperor age and their energy declined, they often stopped seeing a broad range of officials and narrowed their contacts to an inner cabinet of fawning eunuchs. After Lin Biao's death, Mao similarly rarely saw any official, including Deng, and relied primarily on three women to keep him posted about the outside world. Three women, okay. Zhang Wufin, an assistant who lived at the residence, and the two ladies, that is Tang Wenshu Nancy and his interpreters, and Wang Nancy, Mao's niece, actually his cousin's granddaughter. Mao had met Zhou Weifeng when he was assigned to be an assistant on his special trains. She was attractive, intellectually sophisticated, and politically astute, although she did not have the depth of experience to understand all the complexity of high-level politics. The two ladies had originally been, sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to assist Mao when first meeting in the foreign meetings. So Mao conversed with them before, after he met with the foreign visitors, and they gradually acquired a broader role as a go-between with the two outside world. Whatever their personal views, they had no choice but to be thoroughly loyal to Mao's in their dealing with the outsiders who came to regard them as a representative of the Mao's leftist. When Mao was attacking Zhou Enlai for instance, the two ladies were responsible for conveying Mao's view. The situation posed a serious problems for the relationship with the Zhao when Mao became critical of Zhou. But the two ladies became in effect Mao's mouthpiece in dealing with the Zhou, and they were expected to report to Mao any possible problems to his behavior by 1973. Mao, suffering from a Lou Gehrig disease, had difficulty holding his heads up straight and mumbled. In February 1972, he once fell unconscious, but he was still able to meet Nixon 9 days later. Mao was preoccupied with the stories from the Chinese histories and literatures, but on issues he cared about, like major personal appointments, his reputations and managing relationship, was as shrewd, devious, and cunning as ever. On those issues, he remained firmly in charge and made calculating use of the go-betweens. Beyond planning their successors and successor, aged emperor also tended to focus on ensuring their historical legacy. Mao had always been concerned about his place in history. In 1945, when he went to meet Chiang Kai-shek, Mao wrote what would become one of his most famous poems. In it, he asked, "Who was the greatest leader in Chinese history? Was it one of the great emperors, Qin Shi Huang, Han Hundi, Tang Dizhen, or Song Jiang?" Mao's answer: "To find the greatest leaders, one must look to the present in megalomania." Okay, so he was a megalomania. So in megalomania and lust for power, Mao ranked high among the world leaders. At his zenith, Mao was involved in a broad range of activities, but with his health waning and his years numbered, Mao began to focus more on his place in history and on his successors who would honor his legacy. Mao also ranked high among the world leaders in a paranoid suspicions of others plotting to usurp powers, but it was not unreasonable to worry about that if Zhou Enlai were to survive him, he might abandon Mao's commitment to class struggles and the continuing revolution and reduce the glorifications of Mao's in the official history of the eras. For his extraordinary skills and prodigious memories in managing government activities and foreign relations, Zhou was been by then almost indispensable, especially to governing China's emerging relationship with the United States and other Western countries. It was well known in high circle that Mao Zedong Mao Zedong did not like Zhou, but he needed him. Zhou Enlai had developed a large numbers of internal spies, who worked under him in Shanghai in 1930s and whose identity remained secret. They remained intensely loyal to Zhou. Stan Mao was cautious about removing someone who commanded such a large secret networks of supporters. Zhou Enlai, unlike Li Kuei-shun and this one, had taken extraordinary care over the years not to threaten Mao's power. Nonetheless, by 1973, although it could not be said publicly, it was not difficult for Mao to discern that among many high-level officials, Zhou was thought of as a good leader, the one who struggled to keep orders, to show considerations for others, and drain in the wild scheme of the bad leaders. Mao's problems with Zhou was less a concern than Zhou might try to seize power, and more than Zhou's reputation might rise at the expense of his own, and that Zhou might be too soft on the United States. These problems would be especially severe if Zhou were to survive him. So consequently, when Nancy, Tang, and Wang this one reported to Mao that the lavish praise that the foreign press was heaping on Zhou's foreign policy for improving U.S.-China relationship, Mao was livid. It should be known as the Mao's foreign policy, not Zhou's. Starting around this time, the Mao began finding ways to weaken Zhou's reputations and to ensure that the person who took over Zhou's work as his cancer advance would be loyal to Mao's, not to Zhou's. Regardless of Mao's megalomania, eccentricities, and policy errors. His underlying acknowledgement that in addition to being a brilliant national strategist, he had a good eye for the talent. The one political leader other than Zhou Enlai who and Amos had power, proven that he could skillfully manage a host of complex issues, including foreign relations, was Deng Xiaoping. Deng had worked closely with Zhou since their time in France half a century earlier, when Zhou had supervised his work. But Deng had bonded with Mao in the, Sangzi Soviet in the early 1930s and risen over the years because he was Mao's man, not because he was Zhou's man. In 1973, Zhou managed a broad range of extraordinarily complex foreign policies. Deng thus had much to learn from Zhou Enlai when he became his apprentice in the spring of the 1970s. Mao, having been disappointed late that Deng had grown distant from him and too close to leave in the early 1960s, and had reasons to wonder whether Deng, if given an important position, would be less responsive to Mao than he had been in years immediately before the Cultural Revolutions and more responsive to Zhou. Was there a danger that Deng might criticize the Cultural Revolution, replace Mao's key appointments, and leave to history an evaluation of Mao's that emphasizes his errors? Throughout 1973, then Mao observed Deng's very closely. The 10th Party Congress 1973. The 10th Party Congress held in August 27 to 28, 1973 was the first high-level large meeting since 1949 at which Mao, already seriously ill, did not personally make a speech. The first plenum held as usual immediately after the Congress to announce the personal appointments was the last Central Committee meeting that Mao would attend. During the Congress, Mao would scarcely stand and waited until the participants had half left the hall before himself departed, so that they could not see how difficult it was for him to move. Mao retained the power to set the overall directions and approve important personal appointments. But with Mao's illness, participants could not attend, help but think about its successions. At the Congress, Wang Hongwen, then 38 years old, was catapulted to leadership, making it clear to leaders at home and abroad that Mao had chosen him to be the leading candidate to succeed him as the head of the party. Okay, what? At the Congress, Wang Hongwen, then 38 years old, was this one's okay. This one importance had already become obvious to party leaders when with 2 months earliest, when Wang had been named head of the election preparatory committees that would nominate the new members of the Central Committee. He had also been put in charge of the preparing a new constitution, and at the Congress he delivered the report on its responsibility that Deng had held at the 8th Party Congress in 1956 when he was the promising candidate to succeed Mao as the party leader. At the first plenum, Wang Hongwen also named vice president of the party, ranking him third in command, Mao behind Mao and Zhou. Other leaders, foreign diplomats, and the foreign press also began to treat him as Mao's likely successors. Deng's role at the party congress could not compare with the Wang's. He was readmitted as a member of the Central Committee, but played no leadership role compared to usual party congress. This 10th party congress was rushed into order to provide the new leadership structure after the deaths of the elimination of his closest followers. The Congress, like the comprehensive overview of the issue discussed at the 8th Party Congress of 1956 and even of the 9th Party Congress, where the Bin Liao played the key role. It lasted 5 days compared to the 24 days of the 9th Congress parties, and the two major speeches by Wang Hongwen and Zhou Enlai together lasted less than 1 hour, far shorter than typical party Congress speech. The Congress represented the end of the Lin Biao era with a new Central Committee membership, but not yet a new program. The Congress focused on 3 topics: criticisms of the Lin Biao, the rectifications campaign following the fall of the Lin, and the 1973 economic plans. Almost half of Zhou Enlai's political report criticized Lin Biao. The economic plan, however, was not discussed in the details because the economy was still in chaotic states, and leadership did not have the time to make a detailed presentations of the remaining 2 years, 1947 to 45, of the current 5 years plan. Perhaps the most important change at the party congress was the return to the Central Committee of the so many senior officials, for they would provide the backbone of the support for Deng when he was given more power at the end of the 1973. They replaced the many military officials who had been brought in the 1909 Congress party led by the Lin Biao. Among the 191 members of the new Central Committee, from some 40 were senior officials who had been brought back after being criticized during the Cultural Revolutions. Among those whom Mao allowed to return were the Vice Premier Tan Zhenling, one of the commanders under the Xiaoping front commands during the Huahai campaigns, who in February 1967 had boldly objected to the cultural revolutions. Wang Zhenst and Deng Xiaoping, already by mid-July, who until then was allowed to sit in the one meeting with the foreigners, had begun participating in the discussions. Mao's decision to elevate a rebel leader as young as inexperienced as Wang Hongwen was an outrage to senior officials. On August 21, during the last Politburo meeting prior to the Congress, senior officials were to raise objections to Wang Hong's appointment. General Su Xingyong spoke for less daring senior officials when he said that the one vice chairman, Zhou Enlai, was enough. When pressured, Zhu responded that Kang Shen and Marshal Yi Jiang could be added. In the end, however, Mao persisted. Wang this one was appointed, and so was Kang Shen, who had played a sinister role in selecting high official, for the attacking the cultural revolutions. The other two vice chairmen, however, Zhong Enlai and Marshal Yi Wingsun, could provide experience and moderate leadership. Although Zhong Enlai was allowed to present the political report to the Congress, it was drafted by the two of the Jing supporters, Zhang Kunia and this one, who had also drafted by the key documents for the Ninth Party Congress. Therefore, while the documents criticized Bin Liao, they basically performed the radical outcome of the Ninth Party Congress when Lin Biao was in charge. Indeed, Politburo membership of this one was dominated by the radicals. They were four radicals on the new 21 members Politburo: Wang Hongwen, Zhang Kunqian, Jing Chiang, and Ya Minson. They were not working together as a team, but their views were similar, and later they became infamous as the Gang of Fours. Other Politburo members, including Wu Di, Chen Zhelang, and Ji Jingqing, although less radical, still leaned towards the left. Mao tried to balance the senior officials who were returned to the who were returned to the central committee with a mass representation, peasants and workers representative. Even if, as Mao acknowledged, their intellectual level was a little lower, they could be counted on to support the radical who favored continuing the revolutions. Deng was not yet given responsibilities to go with his new positions, but to shrewd political observer, it was clear that Mao was beginning to think of Deng and Wang Wens working together. So Mao sent them together on an inspection trip so they would work, get to know each other. Mao attacked Zhou Enlai November. Okay, he attacked. Okay. So that's why never, I think it's in the 48 laws, right? First, never outshine the master. In February 1973, when Henry Kissinger met Mao for the first time, he found Mao upset with the United States for cooperating with the Soviet Union at the expense of the China. By November of that year, when Kissinger again went to Beijing, Mao not only complained about the US cooperations with the Soviet Union, but also about the Zhou Enlai for being too soft in dealing with the United States. During the summer months, Mao complained bitterly that the United States was standing on China's shoulders, using China to get an agreement with the Soviet Union. Mao's suspicion heightened further in July 1973 when President visited the United States and met with Nixon in San Clemente, California, to celebrate the ratifications of the treaties for the prevention of the nuclear wars. Immediately after President's U.S. visits, the Chinese delivered a formal note to the White House complaining that by helping the Soviet presence of postures of the peace, US was enabling the Soviet Union to mask its expansionism. Mao suspected the United States and the Soviet Union were forging an agreement that would leave the Soviet Union free to aim its weapon toward China without any response from the United States. Mao accused Zhou Enlai and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of being too conciliatory towards the United States, allowing China to be used to improve relations with the Soviet Union. Mao also was upset that the United States was doing nothing to weaken its ties with Taiwan or to normalize relations with China. Nixon had promised to normalize relations with China in 1976, and now whatever the explanation that the Watergate investigation weakened Nixon power so he could not get normalization through Congress, the United States was using China to improve the relation with the Soviet Union. When Kissinger arrived in Beijing in 1973, he found Zhou power much reduced by Mao. Zhou was so sensitive to accusations of being a Confucianist, to being too moderate, not fighting for China's national interest. When Kissinger said China was still influenced by Confucius, Zhou flew into a rage. The only time that Kissinger recalls Zhou became angry in all the dozens of the hours of meeting. Clearly, Zhou was under pressure, and the two ladies would report his behavior to the Mao. By the time Kissinger arrived, the United States had just appointed a new level ambassadors to Leonard Unger to Taiwan and had agreed to supply Taiwan with a new military technology. Mao was furious. In the November, after the first day of the discussions between Zhou and Kissinger, Zhou and Nancy Tang reported to Mao. Zhou told Mao of Kissinger's suggestion that Washington might be able to win congressional approval to advance now towards normalization of the US-China relationship if the Chinese could be somewhat more flexible than in the Japan formula and allow Washington to maintain close relations with Taiwan. Nancy Tang chimed in at that point, telling Mao that it sounded like a two-China policy. Zhou later confessed to Kissinger that when we were with the chairman, I dared not explain this statement, but she dared to make an explanation. When Mao heard that Zhou was seriously listening to Kissinger's proposal allowing the United States to keep a stronger relationship with Taiwan as well as with the mainland, Mao, elemental patriot, was furious at Zhou. Kissinger told Zhou that the growth of Chinese nuclear capability was unacceptable to the Soviet Union. Kissinger also proposed the establishment of the hotline so the United States and China could immediately exchange information in case of a possible Soviet actions to lessen the vulnerabilities of your forces and increase your warning times To lessen the vulnerability, okay, Zhou told Kissinger that if an agreement were reached on the sharing of intelligence, it would be of great assistance to China. And on that last morning of Kissinger's visit, November 14, they exchanged a draft of the documents about the sharing of intelligence. To Mao, hearing reports of Kissinger's discussion with Zhou, the proposal had overtones of the Soviet Union proposal in the 1950s to provide a collective defense for the China, which had led Mao to break off relationship with the Soviet Union for fear of granting powers to the Soviet Union that would have compromised Chinese sovereignty. Now, in Mao's view, Zhou was ready to grant the United States power over intelligence gathering that would compromise China's independence. Xi Jinping, sensitive to Mao's moods and always seeking opportunities to criticize her, saw her moment and launched an attack on Zhou for being too eager to yield to the United States. She called him a capitulationist. Mao, who wanted a firmer backbone in China's foreign policy, was ready to allow a vigorous attack on Zhou Enlai. From November 25 to December 1973, immediately after Kissinger's visits, Mao organized a series of Polyproto struggle sessions against Zionist in the Great Hall of the People. After Lin Yuan's death, Mao had taken a little interest in the details of daily works, but he micromanaged the criticisms also by selecting who would attend, outlining what they would say, and setting out the overall tone of the meeting. In this view, Zhou was close to being a rightist capitulationist. Capitulationist. All of quarterly members were required to publicly criticize him. Zhou wrote a detailed set of criticisms, but Mao judged it inadequate, demanding that Zhou compose another one that condemns his own actions even more strongly. After that November 1973 meetings, Kissinger was able to visit Zhou, but never against, as Zhou made clear to Kissinger was he allowed to negotiate with him. Mao passes responsibilities to Deng, December 1973. After Kissinger November visits, for dealing with the United States, Mao turned into the persons who had proved absolutely firm in standing up to the Soviet Union. Then Xiaoping in December 1970, Deng was directed to attend the Politburo meetings to criticize Zhou. Zhou had been like an elder brother to Deng in France in the undergrounds of the Shanghai and in their work in Beijing in the early 1950s. Yet Mao had reasons to hope that Deng would choose to side with him rather than Zhou. During the rectifications campaign of the 1940s, Deng had been on Mao's side while Zhou had not. Deng had bonded with Mao since being accused of leading the Mao clique in 1936, and then he had been promoted in 1950s by the Maoist. After 1956, when Deng had become a general secretary of the party, his relationship with Zhou were sometimes awkward regarding party matters. Zhou, who remained senior in rank, had to report to and I receive instruments from the Zeng, who managed to daily report on party affairs. And during the Cultural Revolution, Zhou did not defend Deng. Deng knew very well that what he said at the meeting to criticize Zhou would be reported on to Mao's by the two ladies. And near the end of the chair meetings, then said to Zhou, "You are only one step away from the chairman's. Others could hope for such a position, but it would be unattainable for you. It is attainable. I hope you will take this as an adequate warning." On the surface, Deng's words may have had seemed vicious, but in the exact context, they were damning. In effect, Deng had implied that there was a danger Zhou might try to upstage Mao and now usurp his role. When the two ladies reported Deng's comments to Mao, Mao was thrilled and immediately invited Deng in for now. What the fuck? What kind of a leader is he? Then those two ladies, they could lie for all they care. Several days later, Mao called a meeting of the Politburo, asking the members to make Deng full members as well as members of the CMC. This was the first time in history that Mao had rushed through such an appointment without having it cleared by plenary sessions of the Central Committee. Zhou officially remained as a premier, but Deng had begun attending his meeting with the foreign officials. Indeed, although he was still physically able 7 months later to take print possibly represent China in May 1974 at the United Nations, Mao chooses Deng to attend in his instead. And after Zhong entered the hospital on June 1, 1974 for surgery, Deng began hosting the visits with the foreign dignitaries, firming up the military 1971 to 74. After Lin Biao's death in the plane crashes en route to the Soviet Union, Mao needed to ensure that his military leadership was loyal and united. Before the plane crashes, Mao had already taken precautions to firm up support against this one. In 1971, for instance, Mao took a personal tour of military bases in the Central and South Asia, talked openly about differences. Differences with Lin Biao. He also replaced numbers of military leaders which weakened Lin's base of support. Immediately after the crash, the 4 military officers on the Politburo among this ones, were given 10 days to declare their distance from Lin. So those who failed to do so were arrested within a matter of a day, or at least in the late 1980s. Just as Mao turned to Lin Biao in 1959 to unify the military after he had removed the Peng Guo, so too did he needed someone after Lin's death to strengthen the military central commands. Mao turned first to Marshal Yi Jianqing, was widely respected in the military, had no enemies, and being a decade older than Lin Biao, had no leadership ambitions. At the end of 1973, however, when Mao began to rely on Deng Xiaoping to manage US relationship with a firmer hands, he turned to Deng to help strengthen control over the military as well. Not long after the 10th Party Congress, Mao reportedly tested Wang Hongwin's and Deng by asking what might happen after his death. Wang replied that the chairman's revolutionary line would continue. Deng, acutely aware of the power of the commanders in the military region, said that warlords might emerge and the country might sink into crisis. Mao thought Deng gave the better answers, and by the end of the year, the military commanders had been rotated yet again. And also, shortly after the 10th Party Congress, Mao learned that when Lin Bao was still alive, Li Desheng, a military leader who had recently risen to the party, party chairman, had signed letters of loyalty to Lin's that, in Mao's views, went further than necessary. It was a great shock to the Maoist, fearing that others regional commanders might have taken too close to Lin Biao's. Mao decided to rotate them to reduce the risk that they might organize people in their new post. They were transferred without their staffs. After discovering other letters of the loyalty by the military leaders who had been arrested, Mao also became more suspicious of the political leadership in Beijing that had worked with the Lins and decided to bring to Beijing new regional officials who had not worked closely with the former comrades in arms, who proved unfaithful because Deng had spent his time in Jiangxing while Lin Bo was at the helm. Mao knew that Deng could not possibly have had a close relationship with the Lins. He also knew that the two of the key military leaders, Lei Desheng, who was being sent to the Xinjiang military regions, and Cheng Diswan, who was brought in to take the most sensitive positions, were the head of the Beijing military regions, had both served in Deng's second Field Army. Mao could be confident that Deng would keep them in check. Soon after the rotation of the regional military commanders, then Mao announced that a military officer, Deng Xiaoping, would be a member of the Politburo and the CMCs. And as Mao put it, I'm thinking of making him Secretary General of the Politburo. If you don't like the titles, we will call him Chief of Councils. Then always more concerns about actual authority than titles. Politely refused those titles. Mao knew that the senior military officers would be relieved by Deng's appointments, not only because he had military credentials, but also because they knew he would not take part in any vindictive purges. So, although Deng had to show his loyalty to Mao by severely criticizing the 8th military commanders who had been influenced by Linz, the experienced senior official knew Deng did this because he was required to do so. After his appointments, it was not entirely clear whether Marshal Yi outranked Deng or Deng outranked Marshal Yi, but each was differentials to the others, and they cooperated effectively in working with the regional commanders. While the curbing Lin Bao's influence in the military, Mao also launched a political campaign among the general public to criticize those who had been close to Lin. It was discovered that Lin Biao had written notes in the campaigns, in the margins of the things he had read, and showing he had a great respect for the Confucius. The campaign against him and someone also accused of being too Confucius. Zhou Enlai was therefore called the critics, criticized Lins, criticized Confucians. The campaign began with the editorial in January 1947 and continued throughout the first half of 1947. Initially targeted Li Desheng and others in the military who appeared to be close to Lin Zhenst. By late January, however, Jing Qing was using the campaign to criticize Zhou Enlai. In addition to criticizing the Confucians, they took aim at the Duke of Zhou. Zhou was damaged, but he weathered the storms. He continued as a premier and even chaired meetings during which he was being criticized, although he was removed from the sensitive negotiation with the United States. At the end of the campaign in August 1974, Mao, the instigators, became the Mao the Magnanimous. He blamed the two ladies for acting like a little generals when criticizing Zhou Enlai, and he criticized Jiang Qing for overdoing the criticism in the campaign to criticize Bin Liao and Confucius. He went as far as to tell Jing that he should stop attacking. What the fuck are they doing, man? Are they actually running the government or just playing some politics, dirty politics? And that she did not represent his views. I mean, it looks like a very unproductive conversations of all those things, man. She was strong. Mao asserted that to declare that Zhang's problem was too serious as to be called an 11th line struggles, and she was doing wrong to have accused Zhang of being impatient to seize authority. At 17th July 1974 Politburo meeting, Mao warned Jing Qing, Wang Hongminst, this one, and knew that they should not be a gang of fours. It was the first time the term was used to describe these four radical members of the Politburo Standing Committee, although this force had not operated as a tightly organized and well-planned clique. They had played a central role in attacking Zost. The name Gang of Fours would catch on, as would the idea that they were dangerous. As Jing Qing continued to attack Zost and senior official, she and the other three in turn became the target of intellectuals and senior officials who attacked this Gang of Fours. It was not yet possible, however, to push back against the one who made it possible for the Gangs of Fours to launch their attacks, Chairman Mao. Indeed, it was only in a private conversation that some brave people with their friends they thoroughly trusted would hold up four fingers and wiggle their thumbs thumbs, indicating that it was not just as a gang of fours, but there was a fifth as well, Mao Zedong. While under criticisms, Zhou Enlai cancer continued advanced. On June 1, 1974, he entered the hospital 301, sorry, for an operation and remained living there in the attractive suits of the suites of the rooms for much of life until his death in January 1976. Zhu was seasoned enough to know that Deng's criticisms in late 73 had been made under pressures from the Maos. By early 1974, Zhu and Deng were working together closely on foreign policy issues, with Deng in effect deserving and as acting premier under the personal guidance of the hospitalized Zhou, so officially kept his post. Deng may have been returned to the office by Mao's, but not by Zhou's. But in 1974 and 75, Zhou and Deng were once again collaborating as closely as they had in France. In the Shanghai undergrounds and in the Beijing there for the Cultural Revolution, Deng knew that the Mao wanted him also to work with the Chiang West, and he would try to do so. But as Zhou became weaker, Jiang Qing began to worry about the Mao's willingness to give more responsibilities to Deng and began redirecting her criticisms towards him. Jiang Qing was right then that Deng was rising in prominence within the party. The most striking sign of Mao's growing trust in Deng was Deng's selection as the first Chinese leaders to make a major presentation at the United Nations General Assembly. Deng's historic UN address. In the spring of 1974, Deng was elevated to international prominence when Mao designated him to make the presentations for China at the 6th special sessions of the UN General Assembly since 1971. Since 1971, when mainland China had replaced Taiwan in the China seat at the United Nations, no Chinese leaders had addressed the General Assembly. Months earlier, it was expected that the maiden speech by a Chinese representative would focus on economic issues. The Ministry of Foreign Trade, not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was assigned to prepare the speech. Ministry of Foreign Trade was assigned to prepare the speech for the Chinese leaders, and Li Qiang, in charge of the trade policy, was to make the presentation. Shortly before the event, when it became apparent that the United Nations would focus on China's international relations, the responsibility for preparing the speech was handed over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In making the decision to send Deng to New York, Mao took into considerations that Zhu was too soft to be reliable representatives. Wang Hong winced with his lack of seasonings would have been an embarrassment. Above all, Mao wanted a senior leaders who would stand up to the United Nations. To put his plan into action, Mao, the wire pullers, had Wang Hedongst and Nancy Tang approached the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to ask that Deng be made head of the delegation to the United Nations. The ministry quickly obliged. Jiang Qing, unaware that Mao had been behind the decision to send Deng to the United Nations, bitterly opposed the selections. She knew that the visit would strengthen Deng's influence at the home and abroad, and that Deng, whose firm resolve had inspired the nickname the Steel Factory, might well place limits on their activities. On March 1974, Mao, who by this time was living apart from Jiang Qing, warned her by letter not to attack Cheng's selection because he himself had made it, except for Jiang Qing, the poorly Porto unanimously supported the selection of Deng as being head of the Chinese delegations. Mao's decision to send Deng to United Nations was made at the last minutes. Foreign Minister Kwang Kwana was given scarcely a week to prepare the speech. When Kwang, who was thoroughly familiar with the Mao's views, completed the draft of the speech, he sent it to Mao, who wrote, "Good, approved." Kwang's speech, which Deng read to the United Nations, basically represented Mao's new view of the world as one in which nations were all lied not by their commitment to the communist revolution, but by the economic developments. He described them as a first world, second world, and the third world countries. Against this background, Mao, through Cao and Deng, described how, although he had hoped the United States would join China to oppose the Soviet Union's recent setbacks, notably the Brisbane's visit to Washington, convinced him that the United States and the Soviet Unions were scheming to this. Mao was not now hoping to unite the developments in the developed countries of the Second World War in a second world and the developing countries of the Third World against the two superpowers. Officially, Foreign Minister Guo, the sophisticated, knowledgeable diplomat whose family was rich enough to have supported his university training in philosophy in Germany, was the head of the delegations. Knowledgeable people at home and abroad, however, understood that Deng held the real power. Chinese leaders saw the trip to the United Nations as a major breakthrough, as an upcoming party in the Council of Nations. Though Zhou Enlai and an estimated 200,000 others went to the airport to send off the delegations. Zhou also joined the large crowds at the airports that welcome of the delegations back in April 6. Deng's speech to the United Nations was received with an unusually long period of applause because of its size and potential. China was seen as rallying force among the developing countries. The delegates of the developing countries were especially pleased with the Deng statement, so that China would never become a tyrant, and that if it were to ever oppress or exploit others, then the rest of the world, especially the developing countries, should expose China as a socialist imperialist country, and in cooperation with the Chinese people. Okay, while at the United States, Deng held in a meeting with the leaders from various countries. He was cautious in answering questions and making comments because he had witnessed Mao's severe criticisms of his host, and he had only a week to prepare for the visit. Instead, he referred the difficult questions to main foreign minister this one. Personally, Deng was well received by other foreign leaders and by the foreign press, since the basic idea in this speech about the third world came from Maoist and became because Americans were not happy to be linked with the Soviets. The speech is not among Deng's speeches included in these selected works. In New York's Deng and Kissinger met for the first time a few days after the speech. After the initial meeting, Kissinger was somewhat taken aback by Deng's direct, blunt style. Deng was courteous, but he had a tough message from Mao, knowing how Zhou Enlai had been criticized for being soft on the United States. And he ensured that he would not be made vulnerable to such charges. Being Deng conveyed Mao's displeasures to the United States for standing on China's shoulders to reach détente with the Soviet Union. Okay, détente. I think this is like a political term. Détente, coup détente. Détente, an improvement in the relationship between two or more countries which have been unfriendly towards each other in the past. Détente. Origin. Etymology, right? Okay, détente. I think it's a French. Détente refers to easing of strained relationship or relaxing of tension between countries. The word is direct borrowing of the French word détente, which literally translates to relaxations. Coup détente. Okay, no, détente, right? So détente means, okay, it basically means to improve the relationship, okay? China's wants to reach a détente with the Soviet Union through the agreements on missile controls. He also repeated Mao's view that the Soviet Union's strategy was to feign towards the east in order to strike the west. That is, the United States should be on its guard against the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, Deng told Kissinger was then anti-Chinese, but its real target was the West. Deng also expressed the fear that the United States would no longer regard the Soviet as its key adversaries and might encourage China to fight the Soviet Unions. They were weakening both socialist adversaries. Kissinger later compared Deng's direct style with the subtle, polished, and urbane manners of his own English, noting that Deng's unfamiliarity with some of the global issues raised in his discussion, his frequent reference to Maoist, and his passing question on to Quang Quinning. Kissinger said that Deng seems to be on a training mission. Deng's cautious manner in 1974 was to be in a striking contrast to his confidence in meeting with the foreigners beginning in the mid-1978s. After he was more experienced in meeting foreign leaders and Mao was no longer alive to receive reports of the Deng's competence. Kissinger also observed that compared to Mao and Zhou, who sought to improve relations with the United States primarily for security reasons, Deng focused on domestic developments and was already thinking about what improved relationship with the United States could do to fight China's modernization. Kissinger later came to have high regard for Deng's abilities in representing China's. Zhou's name was never mentioned by any members of the Chinese delegation to the United Nations. In fact, several friendly references from the Kissinger to Deng concerning Zhou was unacknowledged. When Deng said that Confucius was conservative and that to emancipate people's thinking, Confucius needed to be criticized, Kissinger asked if that view had any practical relevance for contemporary individuals. Deng replied that criticism of a conservative ideology does in fact have implications for those individuals who represent those ideologies. This message, though indirect, was loud and clear. Deng was not assisting Zhou but replacing him. On Sunday, when Deng's schedule in New York allowed some free time, she stopped and inquired that what he would like to do. Without hesitation, Deng said, visit Wall Street. To Deng, Wall Street was a symbol not only of an American capitalism, but also of an American economic might. Deng had an instinct for finding the resource of real power and wanting to understand it. Although Wall Street was closed on Sundays, Deng still had his staff take him there. At least he could get an impression of the place. Deng was allocated only a few dollars to spend on the trips, and his personal office director Wang Rinfin was sent off to buy some 39-cent toy at Wolframs for Deng's grandchildren. Tang Minzun, Nancy Tine's father, who was also the editors of the leftist Chinese language newspaper in China, with his own funds purchased for Deng's a doll that could cry, suck, and pee. When Deng took it home, it was a great hit. So page number what? What is the page number 86? Okay. And Deng, right? Okay, just wait. I'll drink of water. Deng flew home. I'll tell you, it's a big concern, right? When I speak out loud, when I pronounce it, when I read out loud, my voice I know that there's an improvement because it's like a muscle memory. I've been just reading out loud. Muscle memory just sticks with my mouth for a long time. Okay, but also concerned about the fact that it really dries your entire mouth, and it does have an effect on that your okay. It's basically like when you talk for a long time, right? What happens? Your mouth inside that, what is it called? When inside mouth, it just blocks for some time, and it's difficult. So that's why I have to drink water. Deng flew home from New York by way of Paris, where he stayed several days in the Chinese embassy. It was his first visit to France since leaving there in 1926. While there, he enjoyed coffee and croissants, as he had half a century earlier. For security reasons, he was not allowed to walk around the city. So he stopped to try to locate the place where he had lived, but they found no traces beyond. Before flying home, Deng, brought 200 croissants, 200 croissants and some cheese, which upon his return, so he divided up and distributed to Zhou and Lai. Then Zhou and Lai's wife, Li Fuchun, Lai, this one, another French fellow revolutionary who had been with him in France in 1920. What the fuck? Mao considered Deng's visit to the United Nations a great success and continued to assign him the major role in welcoming foreign visitors. Mao allowed Hongwen to visit in one meetings with the foreign visitors, but he did not participate actively in the discussions. In fact, before 1973, Wang had never met any foreigners. On June 1st, only a few weeks after Deng's speech at the United Nations in New York, Zhou and Lai entered the hospital for another operation and stopped meeting foreigners. At this point, Deng met most of his foreign visitors in one of the provincial rooms in the Great Hall of the People, and they were housed in the gracious Dia Yorta guest facility like Zhou. He entertained guests in a style that had caused Kissinger to comment only half jokingly, "I come from a country undeveloped in hospitality." In fall of 1974, Deng met with officials from all major continents, including from countries such as diverse as Japan, Pakistan, Iran, Yemen, Congo, Romania, Yugoslavia, Vietnam, North Korea, Turkey, Germany, France, Canada, United States. The meeting included political leaders, business leaders, journalists, scientists, athletes. Certain themes came up repeatedly in discussions. In particular, he was interested in how Japanese leaders had led Japan's economic developments and how Japan had modernized its science and technology. With some foreign leaders then engaged in broad discussions on world affairs, and especially in the context of the competition between the Soviet Union and the United States. He strongly approved of efforts by the European countries to strengthen the cooperation with each other, and the United States, which he saw as a bulwark against the Soviet Union. He expressed skepticism of the ability to contain Soviet military growth by armed control agreements. He encouraged Turkey to resolve its problem with Greece to avoid letting the big fishermen, the Soviet Union and the United States, take advantage of the country during the fish. He explained that China had difficulties with the Soviet Union because Khrushchev had tried to exert too much control over China. He also made clear to US business people that the economic exchange could progress more rapidly with a formal diplomatic relationship, and that in turn would depend on the United States strengthening its moral formal relation with Taiwan. The American he met included George H.W. Bush, he then head of the US liaison office in China, Senators Mike Mansfield and Henry Jackson, and delegation of university presidents to exchange views with Mansfield and Jackson, convinced souls on how to resist Soviet advances. When he met the university presidents, he told them that scholarly exchange would continue and increase. Mao's call for stability and unity. Mao was a bold revolutionary who could ignore realities in the short runs, but even he could not improvise to serious problems forever. He had overpowered resistance to greatly forwards, but in late 1958 and again after 1960s, he had allowed some adjustments to deal with the disaster. By 1974, the chaos from the Cultural Revolution was so widespread that even he realized that something needed to be done. The economy was not really moving ahead, and by the mid 1974, reports were coming in that campaign to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius and had created even further disorders. Steel production had declined and the railway transport was down. Mao, thinking about his legacy, did not want to be remembered as one who left the economy in a disastrous state. In August 1974, Mao called the regional military commanders and the heads of the political departments to his residence in Wuhan's Rohong Milling, East Lake in the Plum Mountain Range, one of his favorite locations. He told them that the great proletariat cultural revolution has already gone on for 8 years. Now it is time for stability. The whole party and the whole army should now unite. Mao was mercurial, but in the late 1974, he consistently supported the need for the unity and stability. When he met Zhou Enlai in December 1974, Mao approved the use of the expression stability and unity as a keynote for the second plenum that was to be held in January 1975. The implementers and the watchdog clash. By late 1974, it was becoming clear that Mao wanted Deng to play a major role in restoring stability and unity. 1974, Mao announced that he was appointing Deng Xiaoping first vice premier of the State Council. The appointed reflected Mao's satisfaction with Deng's performance. It was first clear indication to party leaders that Mao intended for Deng to take over Zhang's responsibility premiers. Mao's decision to wind down the turmoil of the Cultural Revolutions and appoint Deng to bring stability and unity was as deserving to Jing Qing as radical as it was exhilarating to pragmatic senior officials. Mao asked Wang Hongwen, as head of the daily party works, to announce the appointments, but Wang stalled long enough to convey the news to Jiang Qing, which gave her time to prepare a response. Other high-level political leaders knew that Xing Guang and Wang were promoting Zhang Guanyi for the positions, but Jiang Guang was unsuccessful in her attempt to persuade Mao to change his mind about Deng's appointments. 2 days later, after delaying the announcement more than he should have, Wang had no choice but to follow Mao's orders and announce Deng's promotions. Even though Mao had sent Deng Zhuang off to live separately until the end of his life, he regarded her as faithful to his cause of promoting the revolutions and the only one both tough and determined enough to stand up to other high-level party officials, including the most resolute of them all, Deng Xiaoping. Yet Mao was upset at sign that he was scheming to seize power after his death. As recently as 1972, she had been unhappy that she had spent a week talking with American soldiers, Roxanne Whitcase, who was planning to publish a book about her, just as Mao had talked to Edgar Snows to publicize his personal rise to the power. The issue of the Deng's promotions further soured the relationship. In her later recollections, Jiang Wing said that when Deng first returned in the spring of 1973, the problem between Mao and herself was not as serious as they were later become. This may have been due in part to Mao's in mid 1970s, as Mao sought to restore unity and stability. He told Jiang Qing to calm down and Wang because not to pay so much attention to her. 2 weeks after Deng was formally named vice premier, Jiang Qing, always on the lookout for ways to arouse Mao's suspicions of Deng, chanced upon a newspaper article that praised the Chinese built ship that this one's okay, I'm not a reference. Fang Qing loans. At this point, Deng, eager to increase foreign trade, has supported the Ministry of Transportation conclusion that China was not yet up to producing large transport ships, and that in the short run to increase trades, it was necessary to purchase foreign vessels. Jiang Qing, drawing on the newspaper article, she wrote comments to praise the 10,000-ton Fang Qing and to protest that Zhang and Deng were wasting the country's money buying foreign ships. Further, she declared that Deng's interest in buying the foreign ships showed that he, as well as the officials in the Ministry of Transportation, had a comparative mentalities and worship things foreign. Domestic vessels, she wrote, are just as good. We can build even 10,000-ton ships like this, like the Franklin. The next volley came at Politburo meeting in this one when Jiang Qin again attacked Deng, this time verbally for supporting the purchase of the foreign ships and for being a slave to the West. China, she repeated, could produce its own excellent ship. Deng was ordinarily able to keep his cool, but under Qing continued attacks, she lost it. Deng, who was then also angry at Jiang Qing for trying to promote her ally Yang Zhongzhong to be chief of staff, replied angrily that when he had traveled abroad a half-century earlier, he had traveled on a 40-ton ship made in the West, and that even then a ship of that size was not unusual. In short, China was far behind in shipping, and Jiang was out of touch. After Deng exploded at Ling this one urging, he left the room and red-faced with anger. Deng later confessed to Zhou Enlai that Xinjiang had attacked him 7 or 8 times during the Politburo meetings, and he could no longer stand it. The day after Deng's October 1917 outburst at this one meeting, Wang Hongwen, on behalf of the party, flew to Changsha, echoing Jiang comments. He tried to raise doubts in Mao's minds about Deng's ability to play such an important leadership role. The meeting, however, only increased Mao's doubts about whether Wang was the best person for his jobs. 2 days later, on this one, when Mao met Danish Prime Minister Paul Harling in Changsha, Deng Xiaoping was invited to join the receptionist. By this time, the two ladies, Wang Horling and Tang Udagust, had briefed Mao on the confrontation between Jiang Wen and Wang Deng Xiaoping in Beijing. Mao was furious at Deng Xiaoping, who was clearly continuing to carry on a political attack when he wanted her to quiet down. During the next months, Mao criticized Xing for interfering, for criticizing government documents like the decision to buy foreign imports, for issuing documents without consultations, and for trying to form her own leadership teams against the wishes of the majority. Alluding to characters in a play by Shi Zhongde, Mao told Xing Jiang to act like a kind old lady, not a scheming matchmaker. Mao did not dismiss her. She had approved to be a determined ally in attacking whomever Mao wanted to be attacked, and he might again need those skills, at least for the moment. However, as he began to prepare for the forthcoming Fourth National People's Congress, he held her back while encountering Deng to take on a greater role. Chapter number 3, Bringing Order under Mao. 1974 to 75. In December 1974, Zhou Enlai left his hospital bed and flew to Changsha to meet Mao. The two men were convening to decide an appointment for the key leadership position in Beijing, and because they knew that neither had long to live, their work had great urgency. Following a major cancer operations in June 1, Zhou Enlai was so frail he could not carry on his daily works, and his plane carrying him to Changsha was like a small hospital with the doctors on board. Mao, suffering from the heart troubles and from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis (ALS), also known as the Louis Gehrig's disease, had been told that he had less than 2 years to live. His eyesight had deteriorated and his slurred speech was difficult to understand. But despite their health problems, both of their leaders' minds remained clear. Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, despite their differences, shared a commitment to choosing leader for the party and governments who would continue their lives well. Changsha they were joined by Wang Hongswin, then 39, who was in charge of the daily work of the party. Although it was not formally stated, the expectation was that if those whom they selected performed well, they would continue to serve after the Mao and Zhou had left the scenes. The party appointments they decided on were to be officially approved at the second plenum scheduled for January 8, 1975, and the government appointments were to be officially approved for the National People's Congress that would be held immediately thereafter. Zhou's physical condition prevented him from long daily sessions, so the three stretched their meetings out for 5 days with ample time for the rest. They met daily from December 23 to 27, except on December 26, Mao's 81st birthday, when Mao and Zhou met alone. In preparation for the meeting in Changsha, Zhou had consulted with government leaders for several weeks, winnowing down the list of the names of those who they considered best for the top positions. Dr. Zhou and his staffs worked through the three drafts of the list of proposed appointment and the agenda for the NPC. The final versions, which were forwarded to Mao a few days before the meeting, became the basis for discussions. Mao, though aged and infirm, still possessed the power to shake up the country. In December 1974, however, his top priority was stability and unity. His sharp attack on Zhou during the campaign to criticize Lin Biao and confusion had ended, and the two towering leaders now work together as before. In the meeting, Mao expressed his continued dedication to the revolution, but in fact, he approved the selection of the experienced official whom Zhou and his underlying in Beijing considered most able to lead the government and guide the economy. Buoyed by Mao's support for high officials who could provide a more stable political environment, one that would promote orderly economic growth, Enzo returned to Beijing exhausted but exhilarated to the Mao-Zhou succession plan. December 1974. Before Mao and Zhou met, it was already assumed that Wang Hongwen would remain as the first vice chairman of the party. They also agreed that the major responsibility for the leading government work would officially be assigned to Deng Xiaoping. Then had capably filled in for Zhou after his June 1 to operations, and Mao announced his support for Deng to be the first vice PM in October. At the NPC meeting, it would become official. In addition to his major responsibility for the leading the governments, Deng was to be promoted to high positions to both the party and the militarist. Wang Hongwen and Deng Xiaoping would formally carry on the work as top leaders in the party and the government, but they remain in effect, apprentices to Mao Zedong to retain the title of the chairman and premier until their deaths. Wang and Deng, would continue to receive directions from the two senior leaders, and Mao retained the power to replace him at any time if he was dissatisfied with the performance. On January 5, 1975, the Central Committee document number 1, the first documents of the year, listed Mao as the chairman of the party and the Central Military Commissions, and named Deng as the vice chairman of the CMC and chief of the general staff. At the second plenum 10, the party congress held January 8 and 10, Wang Hongwen was confirmed as the first vice chairman of the party general committees, rank after Mao and Zhou. And so was confirmed as the first vice chairman of this one. Okay, and Deng was named as the vice chairman of the party's central committee and as a member of the standing committee of the Politburo. And at the NPC meetings held this one, Deng officially became first vice premier to Mao. The team of the Wang and Deng was a promising combination. Wang, a former rebel leader, completely beholden to Mao, with no independent power basis, could be counted on to lead the party along Mao's revolutionary path and would display ample respect for the Mao's personal legacy. Deng, meanwhile, with his wide knowledge, experience, and proven leadership capabilities, could direct foreign affairs and complex works for the governments. Anyone who knew Deng and Wang and Deng realized that Wang, with so little experiences in high position, would in fact wield far less power than Deng, who had mastered the working of the party and the governments during his 10 years as general secretary and who was not bashful in exercising power. But by placing Wang Hongwen in the high positions and by giving responsibility for propaganda to the radicals led by Jiang Qing, Whatever tendencies Deng might have had to depart from Mao's legacy, like those he had displayed in the early 1960s, could be kept under control. Mao had criticized Jiang Qing for her excesses and her ambitions, but he knew that she was a tough and thoroughly reliable in supporting his propaganda lines. Furthermore, the radicals under Xiangjing and with the people of Xiaoping took charge of the party newspaper, the People's Daily, and its theoretical journey, Red Flag, and while the Jiang Kongqing, also radical, took office of the political department of the People's Liberation Army. Zhou was farewell January 1975. On January 13, 1975, when the NPC convened for its first meeting since this one, Mao remained in Changsha, as though drawn and pale from the late stage cancer. In his last major public appearance, presented the government work report. Behind the scenes, Deng had supervised the preparation of the Zhou's speech so as not to exhaust Zhou's. Deng had told the drafters to keep it to fewer than 5,000 characters, much shorter than a typical work report. Deng, acutely aware of Mao's remaining powers and determinations, filled the report with the Cultural Revolution rhetoric. In the speech, Zhou praised the Cultural Revolution and its models, Dazing and Taking, and said at one point, our primary task is to deepen, broaden, and preserve in the movement to criticize Bin Liao and Confucius, a moment that must have struck the audience as especially poignant because Zhou himself was one of the main targets in that campaign. When he finished speaking, the NBC members, many of whom he had been tearful during Zhou's painful performance, gave him a standing ovation for several minutes. This emotional responses showed their respect for dying leaders who had dedicated his life to the party and country, who had served with such distinctions and had protected so many of them during the cultural revolutions, but yet had suffered unfairly at the hands of the Maoists. Looking forward, many hoped that the devastations of the cultural revolutions would soon be over and the country would finally take on the task that Zhou had first enunciated 11 years earlier and again spelled out in his reports, achieving the four modernizations of agriculture, industries, nationals, defense, and science and technology. By the end of the century, on February 1, 1975, at a smaller meeting of leaders of the various main ministries and commissions associated with the State Council, Zhou explained that in the future he would no longer attend their meetings. The chairman directed that the first premier, Deng Xiaoping, the chairman. The chairman directed. The chairman directed that the first vice premier is Deng Xiaoping. The chairman said that Deng is an able person with a strong political ideology and rare talents. I cannot ordinarily take part in these meetings. In the future, I asked Deng Xiaoping to chair such meetings. In fact, for almost a year, beginning with his trip to the UN meetings at this one, 1974, Deng had been hosting foreign visitors and performing the other duties as a substitute for Zhou Enlai. But in February 1975, Zhou Enlai, February 1975, authority was firmly passed to Deng, allowing him to take full charge as long as Mao was not too upset. Deng, respectful of Zhou, often visited Zhou in the hospital and explained with appropriate modesty that he was helping the premier because of his illness. In fact, Deng had taken charge, consolidating party leadership team. For Deng, the issue in 1975 was how to maintain Mao's support while restoring orders and setting China on the path for growth. To help him stay, stay on the Mao's good side, Deng paid a great attention to his favorite theme. He repeatedly praised Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thoughts and avoided criticisms of the Cultural Revolution. In early 1972, Deng's effect creatively combined several Mao's expressions to support his own agenda. The three directives, which Mao himself had never liked, which Mao himself had never linked, were first presented together in a speech he gave on 1975, May 29. So they were the first to oppose revisionism. Second to revisionism means the people, it's like the revisionist. Revisionist is someone who re-examines, questions, or reinterprets established beliefs, historical accounts, or history. The term usually describes individuals who reject the traditional consensus in favor of radically different interpretations based on the new evidence shifting. Historical revisionism. Historical revisionist re-evaluated the cause of the American Civil War to focus more heavily on the soul of the. Revisionist. First to oppose revisionism, second to promote stability and unity, and third to improve the national economy. The inclusion of the first statement as about revisionism provided the public assurance to Mao that Deng was determined not to follow the bourgeois path for which he had been criticized during the Cultural Revolutions. But it was also meant as a sugar for helping the medicines go down. By emphasizing in the same breath Mao's support for stability and unity and for improving the national economy, they then made it difficult for Mao to oppose the rather dramatic step he was taking to both stabilize and reinvigorate China wary for the excesses of the cultural revolutions. With Mao's 3 days directives as cover warrior, Deng boldly swing his broad swords and axe. Tata Kufu set out to eliminate chaos and to put the country on a path to modernization. The problems he faced were monumental. Like leaders of the other countries after a civil war, he had to unite the perpetrators and the victims of the cultural revolutions. Meanwhile, the Chinese economy was stagnant, planning was in disorders, and statistical reports were unreliable. Agriculture, I can imagine there's a lot of the leaders not able to have a good coordination with each other, and not exactly sure about the leaders which are below who are actually managing those city town. It's a big country that time. Agriculture production was not enough to feed the populations, and let alone produce industrial crop like the cotton or flax. The transportation, where was I? Transportation system had broken down, keeping resources in one locality from reaching the industrial produce in other localities. The military, overstretched from the countless political struggles and its limitless responsibilities, running civilians work through the work units throughout the country, starting related to retraining and fallen for behind possible adversities in terms of military technology. China simply was not prepared for armed conflict, and because Chinese intellectuals had been decimated during the Cultural Revolutions, virtually no technical specialist had been trained for an entire decade. Deng thus lacked the trained manpower needed to guide the work on the four modernizations. Since 1941, Mao had used rectifications campaigns to bring unity to the Communist Party. The campaigns were powerful weapons for attacking those who were not sufficiently committed to Mao's personal leaderships and Maoist. During lengthy inquisitions, the victims were required to give detailed protestations of loyalty that would convince a colleague of their sincerity. Psychological pressures on those being criticized were enormous, and the result were ugly. Some were killed or sent to engage in a physical labor, and others unable to stand the intense pressures to committed to suicide. The discipline gained through such rectification during the 1940s and early 1950s had been critical for enabling the communists to defeat the Kuomintang during the civil war and unify the country. The rectification campaign after 1956, however, was so severe that they had alienated many intellectuals and party members who previously had been loyal. The term Deng used in 1975 to describe this effort to achieve unity was consolidations. The term used in the Chinese Communist military that Zhou had adapted in 1970 to describe an initiative similar to things. Among the soldiers, Deng Zun described show how after a battle or campaign, the surviving troops in various units would regroup to prepare for the next battle. A key part of the regrouping was identifying and empowering a new leadership team in each unit to replace those who had been injured or killed. During consolidations, errors in the previous battles were criticized, but the main focus was on rebuilding the supply lines and reorganizing the leaderships to face the next battle. In 1975, in carrying out consolidation, it was not easy to prevent lower level officials from reverting to the more vicious attack they had come to know during the rectifications campaigns, especially when they found opportunities to settle accounts when those who had earlier destroyed their friends and relatives. Deng sought to end the cycle of retribution and the political campaigns of the previous 25 years. He continued to reiterate that the purpose was to not settle old scores but to regroup to prepare for a new round of challenge. The key to organizing an effective national government, Deng believed, was not changing laws and rules, but locating and empowering a team of leaders in every administration units to provide a capable direction based on a good grassroots information. It was essential that at each level officials would choose able and reliable leaders for the next level below. In Deng's view, for organizations to reliability, a team of leaders was better than a single leader. No matter how able, something might happen to one leader, but if there were small teams that the others would be ready to take over if problem arises. Ideally, these leadership team members would not only be able to provide overall leadership when needed, but also develop a specialized knowledge in the areas to which they were assigned. For example, industries, culture, or political legal work. In the larger unit, as many as even 7 or 8 leaders might constitute the teams. In smaller units, perhaps only 2 or 3. The leaders would be given a great leeway in how they went about their work, as long as they met the goals set by the higher level units. During the 1975 works, Deng made identifying team leaders in units throughout the country a top priority. Until 1975 October, Deng enjoyed Mao's full support in his efforts, which at times included clamping down on former revolutionaries and replacing them with their experienced officials who had been attacked during the early years of Cultural Revolution. In late 1974 and 1975, Mao supported the rehabilitations of the more than 600 senior officials. Taking a long-term view, in late 1975, Deng began to improve the education system so that at some point in futures, new officials would be chosen based on their knowledge and ability to manage, not just on whom they knew. By necessarily, this was a distinct dreams. The system Deng inherited in 1975 was in shambles, and many of the most able officials had not had any opportunity to study. The experiences were so varied that even standardized tests could not be useful. It would take another decades before schools and universities produce enough graduates so that one level of education could be a useful criterion for selecting team and leaders. Even for mid-level units, instead, for many years, the governments had to continue to rely primarily on their personal evaluations for the selection of an officials. For the official chosen or not chosen, the stakes were high. Those chosen received not only employment but also requisites and honors, as well as improved job prospect and the possibility of better housings and education for the families. Moreover, given the divisive legacy of the Cultural Revolution, the process of selecting a team of officials is contentious. To make the to make the system more meritocratic, Deng would have to start at the top with a proven senior officials who would choose team leaders, who would in turn would pick those at the next level down and all the way down to the lowest levels. So Deng began his consolidation with the military, consolidating with the military. When he was named chief of the general staff, Deng wasted no time in getting to work on what he considered the most important step towards consolidation in the PLA, restoring discipline, downsizing, improving trainings, and establishing a new team of leaders in each unit. In January 25, 1975, when Mao's full support, Deng called together officials at the regimental level and above. Former political commissar Deng did not mince words, or he spelled about what was wrong with the militaries. The PLA had become overextended as it took out on civilians' functions during the Cultural Revolution. In addition, many officials had become bloated, disorganized, and arrogant, extravagant, and lazy. A lack of discipline at the top, Deng said, had resulted in a factionalism. Officers had become arrogant because of the power over civilians during the Cultural Revolutions, and many used this power to enjoy luxurious housing, expensive banquets, and lavish entertainment, as well as to shower extravagant gifts on their friends. High officials had only become lazy in attending to the problems at lower levels, lax in carrying out orders, and reluctant to undertake bold initiatives. Consequently, the military, despite its huge size, was in a poor position to defend the countries. Many military units behaved like the groups of the guerrillas on a separate mountaintops during the anti-Japanese struggle. Then the steel factories made it clear how he would treat those who disobeyed orders to end factionisms. To people guilty of factionism, he said, will all be transferred out. We won't leave a single officer or enlisted man. This threat had been made it clear, included people at the very top. He vowed to carry it out, no matter how many would be involved. Where the PLA, our job is to fight. Many still involved in factionalisms had taken part in the Red Guards and revolutionary rebel activities, but he did not attack them for having taken part in those organizations in the past. The important thing was what they are doing now. Whatever the past battle, all those who were ready to work with their new leaders were welcomed. Fortunately for Deng and Marshal Yi, their efforts to restore discipline and plain living in a military. Just wait, where was I? I keep getting lost because I'm using a laptop. So and it's a big page. So when I try to zoom it, and when I try to zoom out, it just goes to the next page. Fortunately for the Deng and Marshal, the effort to restore discipline and plain living in the military was supported by the solid majority of the 11 members of the Standing Committee of the CMC. And the CMC officially restored in February 5th, 1975, provided leadership over the daily work of the military affairs. The radicals on the standing committees, were completely outnumbered. The radicals on the standing committee, Wang Densong, Wang Hongwin, and these ones were completely outnumbered by the supporters of Deng and Marshal Yi. With the support of the standing committee and the Mao's approval, the two leaders continued to bring back many of the 25,000 former military officers whom Deng said had been falsely accused during the Lin Biao. Peter Deng directed that those people wrongly accused should be allowed to return to work and receive necessary medical treatments. Investigations, he said, should be carried out quickly and without publicity. Before he took on his new responsibility, Deng had clearly been thinking about what it would take to modernize the military. On January 1975, after scarcely a week in his new positions, Deng directed his staff to begin working on 5 and 10-year visions for upgrading military equipments and munitions. This is how it is, right? Leaders, they just don't think about the present. Today, tomorrow, what will happen today, tomorrow. They will think about far more than that. 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 15-year plan, 20-year plan. The conceptual plan would address the repairing and upgrading old equipments and manufacturing missing parts, areas badly neglected during the Cultural Revolutions, as well as the developments of the missile and other modern equipments. Like Maoist, being Deng bristled as he talked about the growing threats of the Soviet Union after the United States pulled out of Vietnam. He worried about the loss of the public support in the United States for remaining firm against the Soviets. He worried that President Ford, who had replaced President Nixon in August 1974, lacked Nixon's deep understanding of. Okay, we worried that President Ford, who had replaced President Nixon in August 1974, lacked Nixon's deep understanding of the strategic issues and his sure-footed readiness to respond to any new Soviet threats. Because the United States would not press the United Soviet Union, the Soviets were left free to advance in Asia, where 1 million Soviet troops were already stationed not far from the Chinese borders. Knowing that the United States was the only power capable of pressuring the Soviet Union on the broad scale, Deng, in all his meeting with American officials, pressed them to take a stronger stance against the Soviets. Maoist did not need to worry that Deng would be as soft as Zhou in dealing. Did not need to worry that Deng would be as soft as Zhou in dealing with the United States. When Deng met Kissinger in April, and just wait, okay, who made the Kissinger? Who made the foreign secretary? President Richard Nixon made Henry Kissinger the United States Secretary of the State. Nixon officially appointed him in September 1997, and Kissinger also continued to serve in the cabinet position after Nixon's successor, President General. Gerald Ford. I want to see the Gerald Ford because there is a United States. Gerald Ford. President Gerald Ford, because I think one of the biggest aircraft carrier ship. It's named Gerald Ford, right? Was it for 80 this one? And serving from 1947, 74, 5, 6, 7. He was famous for being the first and the only person in U.S. history to serve both as vice president and serve without being elected to the executive. He assumed presidency, the executive pardons. He granted a controversial full president pardon to Richard Nixon for any crime he may have committed while in office. Ford defended the decision as necessary to help the nation move the past Watergate scandal, though it severely damaged his approval. The Helsinki Accords. Just wait. Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon was accused of what? Was impeached. Was it? I didn't know that. Richard Nixon was impeached. Richard Nixon was never actually impeached. While it is a common misconception, he avoided formal impeachment by resigning from the office first. The distinction between inquiry and impeachment equals to illegally impeach under the Constitution the full representatives. But what happened? Donald Trump impeached twice. Impeached equals to this one. To legally impeach under this one, the full House of this one must vote and approve at least one article of impeachment in case they. What was he accused of? President Nixon was primarily accused of orchestrating a massive criminal cover-up and abuse of presidential power to sabotage his political opponents and highly illegal activities, obstruction of justice, effort to blindfold investigators, abuse of power, weaponizing to arrest, illegal wiretapping of the journalist, creating a secret unit, using campaign funds to contempt of courts, defying smoking gun. Hey, it's fine, man. It's not a big deal. But I want to know, Watergate. What is Watergate scandal? The Watergate scandal was a major American political crisis that led directly to the resignation of the Republican President Richard Nixon on August 19, and then the scandal stems from the Nixon administrations. The scandal stems from the Nixon administration's continuous resignation of this one's attempt to cover up its involvement in the June this one's to break in the Democratic National Committee's headquarters located in Washington Watergate complex. Initial arrest: the security guard named Frank Wills discovered tape over a basement doors to locate the Watergate movement, leading up 5 men inside the DS office. The mission, the burglars carried surgical gloves, wiretapping equipment, cameras, and thousands of dollars to cash buck police offices and correct Senate documents. The recognition, one of the burglars, James Response, was the security chief for the committee re-elected the president as response. While the Nixon did not have proven advanced knowledge of the actual break-ins, he immediately orchestrated a massive illegal cover-up to protect his administration obstruction. Nixon ordered the CIA to falsely tell the FBI to halt its investigation of the guise of the national security. Hush money, the white money, not money, the White House authorized hundreds of thousands of dollars in illicit campaign funds to pay off the arrested burglars to keep them quiet. Hush money, the plumber. Okay, so I think what is the hush money? I've heard hush money means to payment to keep someone quiet. Is it? Hush money is a secret payment made to an individual to prevent them from revealing sensitive, embarrassing, or potentially damaging information. Okay, so hush money. Understood. He was worried I'm back to the book. He was worried that President Ford, who had replaced Nixon's deep understanding of the strategic issues and his sure-footed readiness to respond to any new Soviet threats. Because the United States would not press the Soviet Union, the Soviet were left free to advance. Okay, knowing the United States was only power capable of pressuring the Soviet Union on a broad scale, Deng, in all his meeting with Americans officials, pressed them to take a stronger stance against the Soviets. Mao did not need to worry that the Deng would be as soft as this one. Okay, when Deng met Kissinger in April and November 1974, he not only called the attention to the Soviet Union aggressions to actions, but kept needling Kissinger for being too timid in responding to the Soviet threats. In fact, Deng instructed his foreign ministry officials, particularly Foreign Minister Huang Hua, to complain to the Americans at every meeting that the United States was not standing firm against the Soviet Union. The military issues that occupied most of Deng's time in 1975 was downsizing, the huge size of the military strain in the budgets. More than 6 million people were serving in the military, over 20% more than in 1966. China needed to reduce the numbers of less educated senior officers and train a new, better educated generations of leaders to handle modern technology. Downsizing was a critical first step for the long-range developments of the modern sustainable military, but Deng knew that he could not undertake a disruptive downsizing if a war were imminent. Although Mao had said that the war was inevitable, and Deng did not yet challenge his views. Deng did say that China could reduce the risk of a conflict occurring over the next several years. No military issue, aroused more seriously resistant than downsizings, and leaders without any military situation would have found the task nearly impossible. Every year, many soldiers who completed their terms in the military were able to find civilian jobs. New market opportunities were not yet available, and the government budget was limited. Placement services were in shambles too, causing groups of discharged veterans to protest that they had not been given appropriate work assignments. The essence of Deng's approach to downsizing was to develop a new table of organization that reduces the targeted numbers of the soldiers to be allotted to the various units throughout the military as early as January 1975 at a forum of the officials from the General Secretary and Staff Departments. And Deng announces that a new table of organization were to be drawn up. When the new tables of the organizations were completed, the Air Forces and Navy did not lose slots, but the Army did. In addition, the numbers of positions for technical specialties were not reduced. In some locations, troops numbered could be substantially reduced, but in the sensitive regions like Xinjiang, the targeted numbers of the soldiers were increased. After the new tables were completed, the units were responsible for managing the concrete reductions within their units, selecting who was to be retained and who was to be discharged. As always, when dealing with the controversial issues, Deng not only issued directives but also presented his rationale. He explained that with the limited national budgets, the only way China could find money to invest in modern weapon systems was to cut personal cost. Even those who worried that they themselves might be retired found it difficult to disagree with Deng's logic. Deng tried to reduce the resistance to downsizing by strengthening the efforts to find work for those who could be pushed to retire. Positions in local party or government units or state enterprises were sought for the retiring senior officials. Ordinary citizens or ordinary soldiers, meanwhile, were to be assigned primarily the countrysides as the commune officials, with some transferred to factories. Government officials were assigned responsibility for finding jobs for veterans within their respective localities. Then used an enlarged CMC meeting held June 24 to June 15, 1975. After a 4-year postponement due to Lin Bao's defection to seek support for his downsizing plan, some officer made special appeal to avoid reductions in their sectors, but few changes were made. The meeting set the targets of reducing military position by 1.6 million, including by some 600 officers within 3 years. Once the new organization tables have been drawn up, the military began selecting the leadership teams at each level. Deng set the tone for what his new leadership should look like, and saying that the selected officers should be able to use new technologies and improve both their conventional equipments and their advancements weapons, as well as to conduct a scientific analysis to enhance their commands and administrative skills. Additional trainings and maneuvers were needed to enhance the quality of officers and to help them develop strategies appropriate for future nations. Able of political officers who could respond to the personal concerns of the troops and improve relationship with the public were also needed. Although China's weapons were badly outdated and few funds were available, Deng wanted to make the best use of the funds they had. From July 22 to August, that is immediately after the enlarged CMC meetings, leading officials from more than 400 major defense industry factories were made to review their responsibilities in line with the new priorities for upgrading technologies. In few weeks after the enlarged CMC meeting, the new membership of the CMC was announced. Mao still allowed the radicals to dominate propaganda works. Jiang Quanqiu, the most experienced official among the Gang of Fours, was the head of the general political department of the PLA, but Deng remained chief of the general staff. Marshal Yi retained leadership of the CMCs, and most of the standing committee members of the CMC were experienced military officials who could work with Deng and Yi. Deng and his allies were effective in controlling the radicals. During the enlarged CMC meetings, the highest-ranking radicals, Wang Hongwin and Zhong Wenji, made no public presentation. The Gang of Four tried but failed to gain control of the personal appointments and to obtain a dossier they could later use to attack their opponents. Zhang Wenqi had leverage over propaganda, but he never controlled the personal decisions, and Deng and Marshal Yi, who enjoyed far more support in the military than Zhang, determined the agenda played the major role in guiding appointment as the lower level. Deng also revived military training programs. Most of the 101 training institutions existed in 1966 had been closed down during the Cultural Revolution. Some were in the bad shape that they were not fit to reopen, at others, however, the faculty, although no longer teaching, that remained living in the school compounds. Now experienced faculty members still able to teach were invited to revise their teachings materials and reopen their classrooms. Compared to the schools, the highest military technology research centers had been protected in the Cultural Revolution. Even some civilians research centers had been protected by the being placed under the National Defense Technology, but without support from the universities and new graduates, without civilian research centers to provide related supports, and without access to foreign technologies, civilian Chinese military technologies had fallen further behind those viewed by the potential adversity. The research centers needed revamping, and by 1975, Marshal Yi had persuaded Zhang Xiaoping and a real high general experience in organizing military research to return to the farms because this one's in two research and development centers. Factionalism was so serious as to require special attention. The number 2 Ministry of Machine Building, which focused on nuclear developments, and then number 7, the Ministry of Machine Building, which was devoted to ballistic missile technology. 1974, 3 attempts to fire intercontinental ballistic missile had all failed. 3 attempts to fire intercontinental ballistic missile failed. The failure made it easy to win political support to criticize the current leadership of those ministers, but support for the radicals were not next. Followers of the Gang of Four, still active in a factory under one of these ministries, put a poster denouncing Deng Xiaoping for his emphasis of productions. On 19th May, the day after Deng returned from his state visit to France, Deng joined Nai Rongjin, China's leading official concerned with the military technology, one of the one Deng's comrades since their days in France in the 1920s, at a meeting at number 7, Ministry of Machine Building. In this speech, Deng, with steely resolve, said that the government would no longer tolerate factionalism. Leaders had until June 30 to eliminate all factions. By July 1, everyone should be working together. So if not, the government would not be polite. Punishments would be meted out. With approval from the Mao and Zhou Enlai, Deng and Marshall saw that the two troubled ministers carried out consolidations, eliminating workers of still taking part in factions, and setting up a new leadership team to organize research. During the last quarters of 1975 and 1976, as a part of the downsizing, some 464 positions were officially removed from the organization tables. No one was surprised when some people in these positions found ways to continue working in these jobs. But Marshal Yi and Deng did all they could to see that their plans for downsizing were implemented and the new leadership teams were selected that were able, the time came, to incorporate modern technologies into the departments and groups. In short, Deng and Marshal Yi, with the support of the Chinese Chairman Mao and the solid majority and the TMC, were able to, in 1975, to make a considerable progress in restoring discipline, downsizing, and paving the way for improving the education and teach technical levels of their troops. strategic civilians consolidations, Zuhua railway centers. For his civilian breakthrough in consolidations, Deng chooses to focus on a project that would quickly both increase populations, productions, and inspire others. Ever since his guerrilla days, he had believed in fighting small battles that he was sure to win as a way of encouraging his troops as they prepared for larger battles. 1975, many of the factories are criticized for failing to meet productions. Targets complained that they lack adequate supplies. Transportations was an obvious bottleneck. Could a success in transportation provide an early victories that would both increase productions and demonstrates possibilities for a success in other states? In the mid 1970s, China lacked a modern highway system, so goods were transported by rail. In this quest to improve transportation, Deng chose to focus attention on Zhuhua railway junctions in northwest Jiangsu, northwest. During the 21 months prior to March 1975, the Zhuangzhou Railway Bureau had never once met its quota for loading or dispatching railway cars. Since January 1967, there had been almost a continuous fighting between the rebel factions. The situation in 1975 looked both ugly and entrenched. Gu Binhao, a rebel leader who headed the Zhong Railway Bureau, had access to arms and stubbornly resisted outside attempts to control. Since 1966, Gu and the rebels occupied the material bureaus, building next to the railway stations, which they treated as their personal storehouse of material supplies. When Public Security Bureau officials registered some workers, Gu's allies forcefully detained the officials. Gu's allies were even brazen enough to take over the Zhuhua municipal party offices and detain city party offices. Mao strongly supported Deng's effort to bring order to the railway, in part because he had personally experienced the railway delay due to the turmoil. On February 3rd, 1975, Mao was supposed to travel from Changsha to Hangsua by the special train, but security officials could not ensure its safety, so the trip was put off until on February 8. Wang Hongren, a former rebel leader, was now ready to put down the rebels. He supported a crackdown at Zhongshu as deputy head of the Shanghai Revolutionary Committee. He knew that Shanghai needed supplies with rail. So the thing is that most of the leaders, right, the prime minister, president, who is the head of the government, if they were given a chance to choose between a person, if he were to govern a city or a country, then I think he would choose rather a person who is expert. I mean, if he were to choose between a person who is an expert or a person who is loyal, I think he would definitely choose a person who is loyal, because a person, I mean, even if he's an expert, if he's not loyal, then it becomes very difficult for it becomes very difficult for the leader to implement his plan, right? So that's why you see, even if that person does not have that experiences or education or an expertise, but still he chooses a person who is loyal, because the loyal person. So I mean, that's how the delegates, right? The people leadership at the top delegates. He wants, for example, like in the Modi, right? Narendra Modi, he will choose the cabinet ministers. I think, yeah. I mean, so if you're talking about the big countries and all, then yeah, they do have an options of. I mean, they have more options of finding a person who is both expert and at the same time is loyal. So yeah, they might not necessarily choose a person who's an expert. They will choose a person who is very loyal, right? Because when they will tell something, that the loyal person will ensure that the thing is being done by hiring an expert below that. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to track everyone. And even this, for example, even your personal secretary is very important, right? Your advisors, all the leaders who's governing a city town, they have their own advisors, right? And there's a quote which says that a prime minister or the leader is as good as his as an advisor. That means advisors are the more important people, right? Because they advise the president, the prime minister, and based on that, the prime minister, president make decisions. So if the advisor is not good, then obviously the prime minister is not good. The support of Mao and Wang allowed Deng to move quickly and forcefully in Zhuzhou. By this time, Wang Li, this one was on board as a minister of railway. One of Deng's first steps, which he took even before his new positions began in January 1975, was to recommend that Wang Li, who had a great reputation for breaking through the bottlenecks, be appointed minister of railway. Where was I? Okay. But a great reputation for this one. Mao had earlier praised Wang Li for an excellent job he did in overcoming obstacles when he was in charge of the construction projects around the Tiananmen squares, including the Great Hall of the People, the museums of the Chinese history, and the museum of the Chinese revolutions. Indeed, the characters for Wan Li's name mean 10,000 li. 1 li is half a kilometer. 1 li, 500 meters, okay? And Mao had joked that Wang Li was a man who could run 10,000 li. When Mao and Zhou met in Changsha in December 1974, they had quickly approved his appointments. When Wang Li took up his new post in January 1975, Deng told him to improve the situation in the railway as fast as possible by the most effective means. By Deng asked Wang Li as a new minister of railway to prepare a report immediately on the Zhongxing province, and 10 days after he became vice premier, Deng received Wang Li to hear it. Wang Li reported that the key problem was factionalism, and that the issue was so complex that they would take 6 months to resolve. Factionalism, I think a person who'd oppose, right, is the tendency of a larger group of organizations or political party to split into smaller competing subgroups. These divisions are typically driven by differing opinions, personal ambitions, or conflicting interests, or often resulting in an internal conflict in areas. Okay, factionalism. Now this one's okay. Factionalism is the splitting or of a larger groups organizing government into smaller factions. Okay, so yeah. A problem, and 10 days after to prepare a report immediately. Okay, this one, and 10 days after he became vice president. This one's Wang Li reported that the key problem was factionalism, and that that the issue was so complex that they would take 6 months to resolve. Deng responded that the situation was too serious to wait that long. Several weeks later, so on 6 Feb, Deng summoned J. Dengki and Wang Xin to hear Wang Li's plan to resolve the Zozi issue more quickly. At this meeting, General Wang Xin, rough, ready, and loyal to Deng, offered to send in troops. When Wang Li reported that the many officials in Zhongzhou worried that an order directive might soon be reversed, had requested a written order from the central government granting him the authority to crack down on the revolutionary rebels who control the Zhongxi railway street junctions. Deng ordered that such a documents be drawn up immediately from February 25 until 9 March. The party secretaries in charge of the industries and transports from all 29 provincial level governments, including the autonomous regions and the cities directly under the central governments, were gathered together in Beijing to respond to Deng's call to draw up a written documents to prepare to break through the railway bottlenecks. The participants agreed that the Zhongzhou problems were the most serious and should be dealt with the first. They hoped that by the second quarters of the year, freight traffic on the railway would be flowing smoothly. Immediately after the meeting and drawing of this discussion, Central Party, document number 9, that is the 9th of the important document promulgated that year was issue titled The Decision of the Central Committees of the Communist Party of the China on Improving the Railway Works. The documents approved by the Mao provided a systematic analysis of the problems and outlined the resolutions. Above all, it showed that the leadership in Beijing, including Chairman Mao, fully backed Wang Li's efforts in this one. Document number 9 resolved the alignment of the overlapping jurisdiction by the centralizing all political and military authority for the Zhongzhou in hands of the Wang Li and the Ministry of Railway. Until this point, operations of the Zhuhu railway junction stand in the northeast and northwest corner of the Jingzhuang, close to the borders of the Shandong, Hohe, and Henan provinces, had involved officials from all the provinces who handled various parts of the operation, from security to railway management and railway maintenance. Document number 9 further decreed that factions were to be abolished and that railway minister's official would be held responsible for incidents. Anyone found to be opposing these measures, those engaged in a faction activities, work stoppage, or destruction of property, was to be punished immediately. Then captured the ideological high grounds by declaring that anyone who resisted the leadership of the Ministry of Railway, even those who had joined radical groups, was to be labeled bourgeois for pursuing an individualistic path of resisting organization discipline. In addition, anyone who destroyed the railway property was to be labeled as a counter-revolutionist and punished severely and quickly. Then Xiaoping's speech at the end of the conference of the providing provincial secretaries was brief and to the point. It was showed his firmness of purpose and was presented in a way that he made it difficult to Mao to disagree, even though Deng was constraining some revolutionaries. He quoted Mao by saying it was necessary to make revolutions, promote productions and other work, and to ensure preparedness in the event of war. If there was a war, transportations would be essential, and at present the system did not function properly. To reassure those leaders who feared that they would continue to be attacked for paying too much attention to the economy as they had been during the Cultural Revolution, Deng said some comrades nowadays only dare to make revolutions but not to promote productions. They say that the former is safe but the latter is dangerous. This is utterly wrong. He made it clear that the Mao's now supported the focus on the economy. How can we give a boost to the economy? Analysis shows that the weak link at the moment is the railways. And right now, though, if you see the railway systems of the China, it has gone ballistic. The bullet trains all over the places. Railway since railways were to be the model for civilian or consolidations, then personally plunge into the details of the national railway problems. He stated that the estimated loading capacity nationally were 55,000 rail cars per day, but only a little more than 40,000 cars were being loaded daily. The present numbers of the railway incidents is alarming. There were 755 major ones last year, some of them extremely serious. By comparisons, in 1964, there had been only 88 incidents. The disciplines was poor and poor rules and regulations were not enforced. The train conductors goes up to eat whatever they like, and therefore the train frequently run behind schedule. For instance, and rules against consuming alcohol on duties were not strictly observed. In addition, if we don't take action now against bad elements whose spectacles speculate, engage in profiteering, growing grab hours and money, how much longer are we going to wait? Person engaging in a factionalism should be re-educated and their leaders opposed to those participating in a faction, but also correct their mistakes. We can let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. But if they refuse to mend their ways, they will be sternly dealt with. Meanwhile, active factions must be transferred to the post. And if a faction ringleader refuses to be transferred, stop paying his wages until he submits. Switching to a more positive tone, Deng proclaim, I think the overwhelming majority supports the decision. Railway workers are among the most advanced and best organized sections of the Chinese working classes. If the pros and the cons are clearly explained to them, the overwhelming majority of the railway persons will naturally give their support, and the experiences gained in the handling the problem in railway work will be useful to the other industrial units. This was vintage Deng. Paint the broad pictures, tell why something needed to be done, focus on the task, cover the ideological basis, and seek public support for replacing officials who were not doing their jobs. To implement Deng's plan, the day after the meeting concluded, Wang Li held a mass meeting. Meetings of all the units under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Railway in the Beijing area. A summary of the key points on document number 9 and Deng's speech was distributed to the participants. The next day, in a telephone conference of the railway units around the country, local officials were briefed on the significance of the documents and Deng's speech. Wang Xin spoke on the phone saying he would be sending teams from the Ministry of Railway to areas where blockage seems serious. Official news that the General Wang Xin's work teams includes troops ready to use forces if necessary. Standing work team for higher levels has been a basis approach for imposing national policies on the local areas ever since land reforms. Armed with the national supports for cracking down on railway stoppage, including written documents. On March 9, Wang Li, accompanied by work team from Beijing Might Party and government leaders of the Jiangxing province and this one. Upon his arrival, it was announced that the Gu Binhua, the leaders of the Zhejiang Railway Bureau, whom Deng had criticized by name 4 days earlier, had been arrested on a warrant personally approved by the Dengs. Wang knew that if Gu had not been arrested, some officials still intimidated by Gus would be cautious about sticking their necks out into criticism. He also knew that others would still be frightened, as Deng had said in his speech, of being a labeled leftist, rightist, and experienced revolutionary leaders. Wang Li knew that for people to feel secure in denouncing Gus, a mass meeting would have to be held that displayed overwhelming support and that showed prominent people publicly denouncing Gu. The issuance of the document number 1 was critical because it made clear that this crackdown was not just an expression of the one leader who might soon be transferred, but he had the full support of the central party in the government. The day after he arrived in Guangzhou, and then Wang Li spoke at a huge 10,000 person meeting for employees and their families in the Zhou Railway Bureau. He spelled out the content of the document number 7 and urged them to make the Bureau a model for promoting the smooth flow of transportations by the end of the month. The next day, there is, at the Zhou Gymnasiums, Wang Li and others addressed a large meeting of Zhou City of Party officials. Wang Li passed on Chairman Mao's 3 directive highlighted by Deng and repeated Mao's call for stability and unity. After Wang Li spoke at another mass meeting, this time of the maintenance workers, the leaders guaranteed the freight would flow smoothly. After the cause arrest, his forces associates continued to resist until they too were arrested. Wang Li and another team worked from Beijing, like any other team, were sent down to the managed locations. Distinguished between large-scale troublemaker who were arrested or at least moved from the offices, and those who were educationists would still cooperate with the new leadership team. Lower level leaders were told to disband the factions and admit the arrest. Many dates and were allowed to stay on. Then in small groups, an individual declared that he or she would take part in the factions and would help to ensure the smooth flows of the trade. To strengthen supports for the new leadership strategy, to help them put the area's tumultuous story behind them, and to assure the local public that followers of the radical left would not easily return. Passed verdict on some 6,000 people in Zhongzhong's areas who had been persecuted early during the cultural revolutions were declared unjust, and those people those people still under detentions were freed. Apologies were offered to the relatives of those who had been killed in the factional fightings, and living victims were compensated. Employment opportunities were found for many who had been unjustly punished. To motivate railway workers to meet their targets, Wang Li encouraged the local leadership teams to help improve their workers' living condition. After Wang Li met with the newly elected leadership teams, he and his work team left Zhuzhou just 12 days after the arrival, leaving the local leadership team followed to the past and reports. By the end of the March, average numbers of the railway cars handled per day in Zhuzhou had increased from 3,800 to 7,700, and those loaded per day had doubled from 700 to 1,400. Introducing new program throughout the country, communist leaders talk of moving from the point to line, from the line to the whole surface. Deng, after having made a breakthrough, great breakthroughs in Zhuzhou, he built on that point experience to consolidate other sectors. By the late March, officials had moved from Zhuzhou to railway centers in Nanjing, and then themselves to Qingqing. Then first concentrated his effort on the railway centers that exhibited serious problems as Taiyong, Kunming, and Nanchang. When he heard that Taiyong Vice Party Secretary was interfering with the progress and opening rail transport in his locality, Deng directed that the case be investigated immediately. If such a report was confirmed, the Vice Party Secretary's any superior who supported him were to be transferred by the end of the month. Wang Li continued to travel to railway trouble spots and followed up with visit to all the railway car factories in Loyang, Toyang, Chengdu, and Li Song to ensure they just wait. I want to see why Chengdu is famous for what. Chengdu is famous for, I think, is it panda? Yeah, giant panda. Chengdu, the capital of China's Sichuan provinces, is the world famous as the hometown of the giant pandas. It's celebrated globally as Sichuan cuisine, tea house culture, rich historical. Chengdu, okay. Map. Where is Chengdu? Okay. Okay, I don't think it's in Tibet. I think last time I checked it, if I'm wrong. Was Chengdu a part of Tibet? Chengdu was never historically part of an independent Tibet. It is the capital of the China's Sichuan provinces. However, the west portions of the Sichuan provinces, or specifically the historical Kham region, has a deep cultural geographic depth. In traditional Tibetan regions, the Tibetan culture area often referred to as the Greater Tibet historically consisted of three main regions: Uzang, Amdo, and Kham. The three Kham region extended into western Sichuan, meaning a larger Tibetan population just left. Okay. Chengdu population consists of, with a sprawling total permanent population exceeding 21 million residents, the demographic of Chengdu are primarily defined by the overwhelming majority of Han Chinese, complemented by the diverse minority groups, significant influx of expatriates, and growing. Okay, was 98% of are Han Chinese. Okay. Then I don't know. Which city in China is famous for manufacturing? I think, yeah. It's Chengdu, if I'm not wrong. Okay. Oh yeah, it's Shenzhen electronics. Yeah, Shenzhen market. China's manufacturing centers are heavily specialized by regions. Key hubs include Shenzhen, okay, SHEN, Shenzhen, electronics, Guangzhou, garments and consumer, fashion, furniture, and automotive industries. Okay, Shanghai automotive rights. Okay, so it's Shenzhen. Okay, Shenzhen, SHEN, ZN, Shenzhen is famous for. Global Silicon Valley of China. Okay, Shenzhen is globally renowned as a Silicon Valley of China, serving as the epicenter for the country's technology, hardware, and manufacturing startup ecosystem. Futuristic skyline, massive. Okay. In map. So where is it? Shenzhen. Okay, so Shenzhen. Okay, so it's near. Okay, it's a coast area. I want to see. Okay, Shenzhen. Oh, I would like to go to the Shenzhen. Let's go. To ensure, okay, I'm back. Wang Li continued to travel to railway trouble spots and followed up with the visits to all the railway car factories in Luoyang, Taiyong, Chengdu, and Lizhu to ensure the availability of railway equipment. On April 22, when Deng accompanied 2nd swung to Nanjing. Wang Li went to Nanjing to report to Deng on the progress of the railways. In other railway bottlenecks, Wang Li followed the same strategy used in Zhuangzi. He met with the small groups to hear reports on local conditions, publicized document number 9, reiterated Mao's commitment to stability and unity, and held mass meeting to get a broad public commitment to these changes, and an effort that, if necessary, was backed by the forces. The new leadership teams were selected and put in place. Not surprisingly, those who were replaced and had been revolutionary rebel. From June 30 to July 7, a work meeting was held in Beijing under Wang Li leadership to summarize the experience of the previous few months to following issuance of the document number 9. Clearly, the changes had been a great success. Wang Li reported the nationwide in the second quarter rail freight transport has increased by 19.8% over the first quarter, and in the same period, some 18.4% more rail passengers cars were used in. Deng could not spend as much time on the other cases as he did on resolving the Zhu Sui railway blockage, but this case illustrates Deng's approach to overcoming chaos. For example, others to Vogel. He did what he could to make sure Mao remained on his side. He relied on officials with the proven records of success. He provided documents, held large mass meetings, and assigned the troops to assure local people that there would be no easy returns to cultural revolution policies. He arrested those who blocked progress, and he supervised the establishment of the new leadership teams. Further, he did all this quickly and with a firm hand. I think he was the most important leader, right? Okay, so if I just search it right on internet, who is the most important, who is the most famous leader, who is the most famous leader in China's history? Most famous, I mean famous in a sense, like famous means popular, right? So popular, widely recognized the most. Mao Zedong is widely recognized as the most famous leaders in China history, as founding father of the Republic of China and the iconic figure of the 28th century. Has an impact. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor to unify China in 2021, he initiated the construction of this one, the word. Deng Xiaoping, the paramount leader who succeeded Mao and launched the reforms and opening up policies in the late 1970s, which propelled China's massive modern economic transformation. Xi Jinping, as the current paramount leader, he is arguably the most powerful and recognized Chinese leader since Mao Zedong, overseeing China's rise to the global power. So yeah, these are the people. Extending the Zhuhua model to coal and steel. After the great victory in Zhuzhua, Deng used the Zhuzhua model to drive consolidation elsewhere. On March 25, Deng had Wang Li report on progress in Zhuzhua, not to railway officials but to a large meeting of all state council employees. Deng usually listened quietly during such reports, but he became so intense that several times he interrupted Wang Li to amplify his dark comments. The official under Deng has thus moved from attacking factionalisms in Zhuzhua attacking factionalisms in all of the Zhuzhua prefectures where the Zhuzhua was located. Then in the rest of the Jinghua provinces, 1975, Jinghua was one of the most troubled provinces in the nations. By the end of the 1974, national GNP, cross-national products, had increased, but Jinghua productively had decreased by 3%. Wang Li was given support to move beyond railway to carry out overall consolidation in Jiangsu provinces. So he held in Zhuzhua by attacking factionalisms and selecting a new officials who seemed promising to bring order and growth. Within 3 months, Wang Li was reporting substantial progress in consolidating a new leadership in Jinghua. And on 2nd June, Beijing issued a document number 12, which in fact a rapid document number to report on progress made in Jinghua, Hozhuang, and other parts of the Jinghua. Then praises the report, saying that Jingzhu's experience could be used as a guide for the other localities. Indeed, from Jinghua, the reformers moved on to Zhejiang, although Xinjiang posed special problems because of the rebel resistance, remained strong there. But by July 17, those problems essentially had been resolved, and document number 16, based on the Zhejiang experience, was drawn up as a model for consolidation in other provinces. July 4 then outlined the task of extending consolidation from the point and line to the whole surface, from railway and local governments to other sectors, to first coal and steel, next to other industries and other forms of transportation, then to commerce, finance, agriculture, and finally from the economic sectors to the culture and education, from defense technology to the technology in general, and from the military to local governments. The key to energies, China's energy supply was coal, which was used to heat buildings, to generate electricity and power fractions. Distribution was essential. Roughly 40% of the total freight carried by the railway consisted of the coal, but when during the cultural revolution, transportation system lagged, coal simply piled up near the coal mines and there was no incentive to mine more. So by mid-1975, as the railway bottleneck began to be opened, Beijing, began to pay more attention to the coal productions. Indeed, when document number 9 appeared, Deng encouraged Zhu Jingjiang, ministers of mining, to use the prospect of the improved transportation to spur increase in coal mining. In the spring of 1975, Zhu focused his attention on the coal mines with access to railway transportation, and Jiangxing, Hebu, Henan, Anhui, and Northeast. Under Deng's leadership, Zhu waged war on factionalisms, focusing on improvement. Provinces where the problems seemed especially severe, these mines, which provided about 40% of the coal for eastern China, played a key role in supplying steel plants in those provinces. Consolidation made a huge differences in their productivity. Coal productions expanded rapidly in the second quarters of 1975, and so that by the end of the first half of the year, 55.5% of the new annual coal transportation quotas has been achieved. During this time, improvement were also made in the productions of the fertilizers, light industrial goods, and electric power steel manufacturing. However, continued to lag. Steel production had peaked in 1973 at 25.3 million tons, but fell to 21.1 million tons in 1974 as a result of the disruptive campaign to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius. In early 1975, the annual targets were set at 26 tons. At the State Council meeting, they then chaired up March 25 after Wang Li reported on how to use the Song tank example in the sectors. Deng said that solving the steel problem must now occupy the top position in our position in our work. Top position is our work. In a speech at a forum on a steel that month, Vice Premier Wong declared bluntly, "There we have been 26 years since the founding of our nations. We have invested over 50 billion yuan. We employ over 3 million people in the steel industries, and we are still scarcely, producing 20 million tons a year. You stated that to increase steel production, the government needed first to ensure that the long-term transportation of a coal and needed to supply of a heavy oil and electricity. Second, to mobilize the masses and place in responsible utilization good managers who understood the technology, and third, to deal with the weak links, especially for the four-leg steel plants at the Anyang. Wu Gang, Bang Gang, Zhang Gang. If the people did not perform their jobs, they were to be fired. They should shit or get out of the port hall." In early May, Vice Premier Li Jiang named assembled the party's secretaries of 12 leading steel plants and of the local governments supervising these plants for a forum on the steel industries. They are the leaders of the steel plants that did not meet their targets had to explain to the critical audience why they were still underperforming. They explained that the officials who had been criticized during the crisis, campaign against Lin Biao and Confucius feared making political errors. They were afraid that there would be a revergence to Mao's policies, and they would be punished for promoting economic expansion and productivity rather than emphasizing politics. On May 21, 3 days after he returned from his week-long visit to the France, Deng clarified a forum responsible with the State Council to discuss the steel problems. Deng could not discuss openly the underlying body of many officials that Mao might change his minds and again attack those who were paying close attention to the economy, as the Gang of Fours was urging him to do so. In March and April 1975, articles by the Zhang Guanyi and Yu Wenhang publicly attacked empiricisms. They focused on economic productions and neglects of ideology. What Deng knew but could not say publicly at the time was that Mao had reassured him on April 8, 18, and had written a note on an article by the Wu on this one that further confirmed both his current positions on such attacks on empiricisms and his solid supports of Deng's effort to achieve order. What Deng did say at this May State Council forum was, "Not now that transportation had been restored, it exposes a problem in metallurgy, electronic powers, and other specific sectors. Each ministry must calculate again how to resolve the most difficult long-term problems. The core of our next phase should be how to resolve the steel problems." Gu Mo began to speak about the seriousness of the steel problems, but Deng interrupted. He didn't put it strongly enough. "If we continue in the way we are, it will be a disaster," he went on. Gu Mo missed, said it shouldn't be a problem to increase 2.5 million tons a year. I say it shouldn't be a problem to increase 3 million tons a year. It doesn't matter what your rank is. You can't always be afraid of this and that. And among other officials, a major problem is fear itself. Some are afraid of stroking the tiger's rear ends. We will support you. Then explain that if it didn't matter if they were 40 or even 50 years veterans, if there is a fractions, we don't care if it's at a tiger's rear or a rear end or a lion's rear ends. We aren't afraid of stroking. If people transferred out because of a factionalism form factions again, they will be transferred again. If necessarily, we will transfer them 360 days a year. We will give you until July 1. If necessary, we will transfer you to Uramq in the far west, where most of his officials dreaded being sent. If the wife threatens divorce, maybe then he will be listened. He added, "We have to be very strict. Those who deserve it will be attacked in a criticism session. You can't just stand around and wait. In the railway, people look solid steps, but here I don't see many people like that. And he continued, perhaps some of you will commit errors. We need to find people who aren't afraid of being knocked down, who dare to accept responsibility. We want in the leadership teams those who dare to struggle. I myself am like a young Uyghur girls who, with a lots of braids, are vulnerable to being yanked, and that is criticized. Deng said that a large plant like Anyang was complicated to run, but that senior managers should not be concerned only with the muniated of keeping the technology going in a day-to-day. Instead, we need a group with overall responsibility for productions. In his remark at a meeting on the steel industries on May 29, Deng stressed the need for a strong leadership team in every enterprise. He focused on the 8 large steel plants that produces half the steel in China, complaining that each of the top 4 steel mills, Anyang, Woyang, Tangyang, and Boagyang, was behind in meeting its targets. The biggest problem, Deng said, was that a huge steel complex at Anyang, where the key issue was leaders who were soft, lazy, and disorganized. On 4th of June, he did a lot of things in that 1974-75 document number 13 which was analogous to document number 9 that the railway was issued and distributed to the local authorities to deal with the steel issues. The document, which had been cleared by the Politburo and approved by the Mao, reiterated a target output of 26 million tons for 1975. The State Planning Commission set up a small group from various ministries that would directly answer to the state councils and would guarantee that the steel quotas would be met. Ministers' concerns with the electricity's coal transport, electric powers, and petroleum represented in this group were expected to ensure that the necessary supplies were available to the steel plants. Provincial and municipal party committees were told to exercise leadership over the steel plants plants and to steel plants and to make sure that they were meeting their targets. To implement the directives of the document number 13, the major steel factories all organized mass meetings, some with as many as 40,000 people in attendance. At the top, the small group under the state council met quickly to review individual plans and to ensure that the targets were being met. By August 1, however, when a small group was holding a conference to assess the steel productions, participations were acknowledging difficulties in meeting their previously high targets. One setback was the sudden illness of the Yu Kuei, who had boldly led the efforts to promote steel in the spring, but was unable to provide his unusual firm leadership after he became ill during the summer. Officials were still afraid that if they neglected their leftist, if they neglected lefty politics in favor of the production, they might later be in trouble. Indeed, Gang of Four was then criticizing Deng for making such an error. In 1975, China produced 23.9 million tons of steel, a significant increase over 21.1 million produced in 1974, but still short of the goal of 26 million tons. Deng accepted these improvements and declared victory, but from December 15 to December 23, 1975, when criticisms of Deng was already beginning in a small circle at the top, Go Mung chaired a meeting of a provincial level official responsible for steel productions to discuss the problem. Despite the bravado at the meeting, top officials already knew that in the new political atmosphere with Deng Xiaoping under siege, local officials had become more cautious about continuing their single-minded effort to increase productions. Indeed, in 1976, after Deng fell from the power for the 3rd time, after Deng fell from power for the 3rd time, he was removed from all his positions. Production fell to 20.5 tons. The improvement in Chinese steel production in 1975 was the infinitesimal compared with the Japan steel production at the time, as Deng would see for himself 3 years later when he was shown a modern Japanese steel plants that by that way itself produced several times as much steel as all of the China's increased steel production in 1975. In fact, Deng's 1975 efforts marked his last attempt to increase steel production by political mobilization. After he visited a large modern Japanese steel plant in October 1978, he took a very different approach to increasing steel production, focusing on science and technology instead of consolidation. The payoff of that revised strategy would be huge in the 1980s with the imported modern steel technology from Japan. China's steel productions would leap from 37.2 million tons in 1982 to 61 that's close to 2x, almost 0.8x. Millions, 80% increase. Okay, this one's and then to 101 million tons in 1996. And when China became the world's largest steel producer by 2010, steel plants with the modern technology were being duplicated in the various localities. China, without political mobilizations, would produce 600 million tons per year, almost 30 times what it had produced in 1975. Zhejiang and the fall of Wang Hongwen. In 1975, Mao supported Deng's effort to select new leadership teams that could get people who had formally fought against one another to work together. No provinces were No provinces was then more divided and in need of such efforts to bring unity than Zhejiang. 1974, all provinces except Jingzhou and Jingxiang. Jingzhou and Jingxiang. I think I forgot, man. Xinjiang, I think it's Xinjiang. Tibet was called, right? Tibet is called in China. Zhejiang, okay, Zhejiang. No provinces was then more divided than in need of such efforts to bring unity than Zhejiang. That's not the same thing. Other was is excised. Xinjiang, okay, this is Xinjiang. In 1974, all provinces except Jiangsu and Zhejiang had recorded economic growth as a result of the partial restoration of orders. Xinjiang was a populous, relatively advanced coastal provinces with a large industrial base, but yet its problem continued in the first quarter of 1975, where industrial production fell 20% below that of the first quarter in 1974, and provincial revenue was down 28.5%. Due to the efforts by Deng, Wang Li and others compared to the previous years, industrial production in the first 8 months of 1975 across the nation rose by an average of 87%, but in Zhejiang it was down by 6%. Mao took a special interest in Xinjiang when on February 8, 1975, he moved from Changsha to the beautiful West Lake area of the Hangzhou in Zhejiang provinces and remained there until April when he returned to Beijing to host North Korean leader Kim Il-sung. While in Hangzhou, Mao had ample opportunity to talk with the Xinjiang provincial officials, and particularly, Tan Qiulong, a senior party officials, and Tang King, a senior military officials who had been attacked during the Cultural Revolution. In his current move to restore order, Mao found them able leaders. Conversely, while in Hangzhou, he formed a negative impressions of the Wang Xians, the former rebel leaders who had been supported by the Wang Wins in 1973 and 74. The problem in Zhejiang had grown worse when the campaign to criticize Lin Biao and Confucius in 1974 when Wang. Okay, why did they confuse you? Okay, Confucius, it's a religion now, I think. Confucianism is an ancient Chinese ethical and philosophical system founded by Confucius. Confucianism, okay. Rather than an organized religion with the deities, it is a practice. It is a practical way of life focusing on personal morality, social harmony, and duty to one's family, and virtuous governance. Its core principle, benevolence and humanness. The ultimate Confucian virtues are the profound love, kindness, and empathy towards each other, towards others. Li, the proper behavior, etiquettes, and social norms. Okay, deep respect and devotions. What is the religion of? Okay, what is the religion? Proportionality of China. China's landscape, religious landscape is highly diverse, though the traditional survey definition can make the numbers tricky. Roughly 50 to 52% people are unaffiliated or non-religious. The remaining half mix of Chinese folk religions, Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam. So, unaffiliated, agnostic, or atheist. 50%, okay, that's a lot, man. That means more than 600 million people. Chinese folk religion, traditional beliefs, Buddhism, 16 to 18%, okay, it's a considerable time. Christianity, Protestant, Catholics, 50. Islam is also 1 point something. Government state. The People Republic of Army is officially an atheist state. The members of the ruling Communist Party are expected to be non-religious. The state officially, recognizes and manages 5 religions through a specific state-run associates: Buddhism, Taoism, Islam, Catholicism, Protestantism. The blended nature of the belief, okay, religious minorities, okay. I want to know this one, okay. What is the, okay, does Confucius have a god, right? Okay, Confucianism does not have a personal god in the Western sense. Rather than focusing on deities, in the Wikipedia and we explained it's a primary systems of ethical, social, and political philosophy that honors the founders. Confucius is a moral model and teaches the pathos. Goes on this one. Heaven. See, instead of a deity, Confucianism emphasizes and translated as heaven. This represents the supreme cosmic orders, natural laws, and the ultimate moral authority rather than a personal creators. Focus on humanities. Then Tao, right? Then Taoism. There's a Taoism also. There's a Tao. I think Taoism is mostly from Japan, if I'm not wrong. Taoism does not have a single all-powerful creator in this one. The Tao way. The Tao means the way. Okay, the Tao means it's the way. At its core, Taoism revolves around the Tao, an impersonal, natural sources that is sources of all existence. The Tao is not a god to be worshipped, but a fundamental principle of the universe to be lived in harmony. Pantheons of the deities. Tao. Tao also spells a Tao is a foundational concept of Eastern philosophy and religion, primarily originating in Taoisms, literally translating to the path, the way. It refers to the natural orders and underlying principle of the universe. The core meaning, Tao is described as the unknowable, unconditional source of all reality. It is not, it is not a deity, but rather the continuous natural progression. Okay, it's like the same, right? Sanatana. That means continuous, eternal, living in harmony. The practicing principle of Tao involves aligning. Okay, Tao. Okay, Taoism is uh, founder founded by, right? Okay, is founded by who? Lao Zi. Okay, Lao Zi. Okay, Lao Zu is traditionally considered the founder of Taoism. He is credited with authoring this one's foundational list. Okay, as a semi text. Okay, Confucius. Okay, scholar attended with this one's. Lao Zi name translates to all masters. School repeats his exact historical existence. Okay, yin and yang. Okay, key concept. Taoist. Okay, yin yang. Okay, country of origin. China. China is the country of Taoism. Okay, and then what about the Japanese? Japanese religion. Okay, religion. Shinto, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Shinto. Shinto, yeah. Shinto, the indigenous spirituality of Japan, focusing on rituals and worship of the kami, spirits of the gods, or their innovative natural elements. Buddhism, introduced in the mainland Asia, these ones have coexisted for centuries. Okay, I want to know the charts. Wikipedia goes to the religious denomination in Japan. It's to pure, land. It goes to this one. Zen, Sokai. Okay, I don't know. Folk Shinto. Okay, Buddhism. Okay, it's 30 to 40%. It's a big number then. I don't know. Do they have a scriptures where they have to study? I don't know. Where was I? I'm sorry. Where was I? Okay, I was in the book. Okay, Zhejiang and the fall of the Wang Hongwen. Right. Okay, Mao took a specialist interest in Zhang Wen. On February 1st, he moved from Changsha to the beautiful Westlake area of this one. He there. Okay. Mao was displeased that he was following Jiang Bongs too closely. By the spring of 1975, Mao doubts about the Wang Hongwen had grown. The seriousness of the problem in Xinjiang was receiving attention in Beijing, and Wang Hongwen who was assigned to meet with Jiang leaders to resolve the problem in November 1974 and 75, failed in his assignments. In a series of Politburo meetings from April 27 to June 2, Wang Hongwen was criticized along with the Jiang Qing in a part of his inability to resolve the Xinjiang problem. Wang undertook a self-criticism. After Wang was arrested on October 1970 as a member of the Gang of the Four, he was criticized as an incompetent, radical, bold, and course who had begun to enjoy the high life of a fancy banquet and elegant clothes. In fact, Wang did make a serious efforts to carry out his responsibilities, leading the daily work of the party. Indeed, some of you felt that he should not have been implicated in a crime committed by others in a gang of fours. But in Beijing, a city of many proven officials with a great experience, Wang, a young upstart, and suddenly, capitulated ahead of more experienced and more skillful officials, failed to win the respect he needed to provide a free, high-level leadership. In the late June 1975, it was announced that Wang Hongwen would temporarily give up his responsibilities, leading the daily work of a central committee in Beijing to take an assignment in Shanghai and then in Zhejiang. Mao supported the recommendations by Zhou Enlai and then Xiaoping that Wang Hongwen had to be sent to Xinjiang as a part of the work team led by the Vice President, Premier G. Deng to deal with the problem there. Wang was sent in effect for training and reforms and was in an awkward position of joining. Xi is in a criticizing the Ji Wang rebel with whom he previously had supported. His presence was helpful in solving the Xinjiang problem because the radical whom he had supported could see that even Wang Hongwen, with his august titles and radical credentials, were unable to help them. The work that Ji Deng did in Xinjiang was similar to what Wang Li did in this one. Ji and his team, met with local official to understand the problems, held mass meetings, selected a new leadership team led by Tang Qinglong and Tang Ling, and used formal documents to support their efforts. Although Deng was centrally involved, Mao, having just been in Xinjiang and having talked with those who would now take charge, played a more active role in resolving the Zhejiang problem than the Zhongjing problems. Zhu Enlai, whose family had originally come from Xinjiang and who took a deep interest in Zhejiang affairs, was also consulted in Zhejiang Denggu's last days in Xinjiang. He worked with the leaders on this draft of what would become a document number 16, which would do for Zhejiang what document number 98 had done for the railways and document number 13 had done for the steel industries. On June 14, 1975, Ji Dengguai, Wang Wangdin, Ten Wanglang, and Tai Ling flew to Beijing with the draft of the documents. The next day, Deng Xiaoping chaired a meeting to review the draft and make decisions about the leadership in Zhejiang province and Hangzhou cities. Tai Ying said to Deng's left to make sure that Deng, increasing heart of reading in his right ears, could follow the discussions. On the next day, the document was forwarded to Mao, whose appropriate as well as the personal decision. On the following day, document number 17 was issued. The consolidations in Xinjiang, whereby Mao and the central leadership came down firmly on the sides of the enforcing unity, achieved its goal of restoring order and semblance of the cohesions in the most troubled provinces. Tan Quinglong, who in his talks apologized for his weak leadership in the previous years, was greatly buoyed by the support from the highest levels, and with the help of a Beijing gained firm control over the levels. At the end of the 1975, Zhejiang official announcement that industrial production in the second half of the 1970s was focused and higher than that it had been in the first year of this one. Mao did not shake the party by certainly announcing the Wang Hongwen when was relieved of his official position. Wang kept his title another half year after the trip to Xinjiang, and until the general public knew nothing of his fall from the place. But Mao never returned him to his leadership position in Beijing. Promotion for Deng. The first clear hint that Mao intended to give Deng even more responsibilities came in 1975, April 18th, when Mao invited Deng to join his meeting with Kim Second Sung. Mao said to Kim, "I won't speak to you about political matters. I will let him talk to you about that. That person is named Deng Xiaoping. He can wage a war. He can oppose revisionism. Red Guards attacked him, but now there are no problems. At the times, he was knocked down for some years, but now he is back again. We need him." During the Kim visits, Mao talked briefly with the Deng alone. Deng raised his concerns about the growing attack on empiricism by Jiang Quen, Wang Wenzhen, and others. Fearful about Deng's growing influences with the Mao's due to his success in bringing orders and economic progress, they had begun attacking him for paying too much attention to economic matters and too little attention to underlying principles, an argument that had previously appealed to Mao. But in April 1975, Mao reassuringly told Deng that these criticisms were excessive, noting that in our party not many people understand Marxism, Leninism. Some people believe that they understand it, but actually they don't understand it. This issue should be discussed by the Politburo. To acknowledge insiders, the implications of the Mao's comment were perfectly clear. Some people, the Gang of Four, had were stretched and now they were vulnerable to criticisms. Indeed, the Politburo took up the issue soon after thereafter. They had sessions to discuss the Mao's April 25 criticism of the Gang of Four's writings attacking empiricisms. At the Politburo meeting, Marshal Yi Jiangcheng criticized Jiang Qing and other members of the Gang of Four for attacking empiricism. Empiricism means it's like empirical, right? That means based on evidence. Something which is empirical means which is proven. Empiricism, right? Empiricism is a philosophical theory stating that all knowledge originates from the sensory experience. It argues that we learn through observation, perception, experimentation rather than through innate pre-existing ideas. Yeah, empiricism means learning by doing. Knowledge requires an interaction with the five senses. Okay, so empiricism. It's empiricism. Okay, why do I say empiricism? No, it's empiricism. Empirical evidence. Empiricism is a philosophical theory stating that all knowledge originates from sensory experience. It argues that we learn through observations. Okay, empiricism versus rationalism. Empiricism stands in a direct contrast to rationalism, which claims that some knowledge can be acquired independently of sensory experiences through logic, reasons, and innate concepts. Everyday learning, you know not to touch a hot stove, not because you were born with the knowledge, but because you would experience the pain of a burn. Science of biologists determining the migration patterns of the birds do not guess or deduce it logically. They observe fact. Okay, what is empiricism? The idea that knowledge comes from experience and sensory observation. It means that you learn and prove things are true by seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, testing them in real world, rather than just guessing or thinking about it in their head. Okay, so Instead, the political took up the issues after this one. The session discussed Mao criticism of the Gang of Four attacking, all of these things, attacking empiricisms. As a result, Jiang Guang was forced to engage in a self-criticism. Immediately, self-criticism means you have to criticize yourself. What? Immediately after the meeting, Wang Hongwen, who supported Jiang Deng in trying to block the growing power of Deng, wrote to Mao complaining that Zhou Enlai's characteristic pessimism about the state of affairs was now being expressed by the others on this behalf. It was clear to everyone reading his note that the primary other was Deng, but at this point, Mao's confidence in Deng was unwavering. Late at Mao's confidence, but at this point, that means there could be change. Okay? But at this point, Mao's confidence was unwavering. Late at night on May, this Mao called a Politburo meeting at this homes. For Mao to chair a Politburo meeting was a signal that he had unusually strong views that required discussions. For he had long before passed on responsibility for this high-level meetings to others. Zhou Enlai, making a great effort, left his hospital bed to come to the meeting. The first time he had met with Mao since December. Zhou lived 8 more months, but this would be the last time the two leaders would spend time together. Mao was still physically able to visit Zhou in the hospital, but he chooses not to do so. At the May 3 meetings, Mao criticized Jiang Qing and others who attacked empiricisms without also attacking dogmatisms. Mao never cut off his relationship with the Jiang Qing, but at this meeting he was very severe with her. He declared, "Don't behave like a gang of fours. Why are you acting that way? Why aren't you uniting with the more than 200 Central Committee's members? You must unite and not split. You should be open and above board and not carry on hidden plots." Mao added, "If you have opinions, you should discuss them in the Politburo. When you publish things, they should be in the name of the party centers, not your personal name. You should not use my name. I haven't seen your materials." Then pointing at Deng, he said, "You are the representative of Mao Zedong." This was also to be the last time that Mao would attend the Politburo meetings. At the Politburo meeting, Deng, Marshall, and others added to their voices to the Mao's, further in criticizing the Gang of Four. They said that the Mao's directives on May because was very important. It instructed them to practice Marxism, Leninism, not revisionism, to seek unity and not to separate from the mainstreams, and the party should be open and above board, not hatch secret plots. They also criticized Jiang Zheng for exaggerating the differences between Zhongling and for using the campaign to criticize Bin Liao and Kong fusion as a way to attack the Martial East. On May 27 and June 23, Deng for the first time replaced Wang Hongwen as a chair of the Politburo meeting. At the June 3 meetings, Jiang Qing and Wang Hongwen were forced to carry out self-criticisms. Deng told Mao about it a few days later. What is self-criticism? Okay, I don't know, man. Do you have to criticize yourself? What is self-criticism? Self-criticism is the act of evaluating and judging your own faults, behavior, or shortcomings. What is self-criticism in Chinese culture? In Chinese culture, the self-criticism is a deep-rooted psychological influence, social practice rooted in Confucian philosophy. It is primarily used as a tool for moral reflection, in Chinese collectivists, cultures and personal identity is deeply tied to their social relationship, family, acknowledging personal shortcomings, is the right strategy, more than political response, struggle session. These were the public meetings where individuals accused of counter-revolutionary or bourgeoisie thinking were forced to undergo intense public self-criticism, often accompanied by verbal or physical humiliations. Okay, cadre. About it a few days later, when he joined Mao for the visit of the President Marcos of the Philippines, and Mao expressed his approval for his conduct of the meetings. First, he had not been overly harsh with Jiang Zheng. Deng had approved to Mao that he would do that what Mao wishes and would continue to working with her. Mao never completely shut out Wang Hongwen, who would assist Wang Hongxing in officiating in Mao's officiating Mao's funeral. But in fact, after his trip to Zhejiang, Wang did not play a role in party deliberations. When Wang was sent off to Zhejiang, he suggested that Mao ask either Marshal Ye or Deng to take his place in chairing party meetings. When Marshal Ye declined, writing to Mao only on June 7th, he was too old and that Deng should lead the daily work of the party. Mao immediately approved. On July 2, Marshal Ye wrote the official documenting announcing that Deng would now, in addition to the leading the government, also as a de facto premier and military as vice chairman of the CMC, that lead the daily work of the party. The topping it all off, around the time Mao also gave them him new assignments in the country of the foreign policy. Deng was also able to become the first Chinese communist official to make a state visit to the Western country. Breakthrough to the West, to the French connection. from May 12 to this one, 1975, during the first state visit of the Chinese communist leader to the Western country, France, Deng had an opportunity to begin preparation for helping China learn from the West, just as it had learned from the Soviet Union in 1950s. Deng's selection by the Mao for this important trip arouses the suspicion of the Gang of Fools, who correctly saw it as one of the most sign of Deng's increasing power. The trip certainly had a great influence on Deng as a leader. In contrast to his trading trip through France the year before, Deng's visit would offer him an opportunity to learn in some details how much the country had had known half a century earlier had been transformed, and to consider what China might need to do achieve for modernization. Why France? A year earlier, Mao had put forth his theory of the three worlds, which presented the developed European countries as a part of the second world, and that is countries that China should join to, what to resist the two dominant power of the Soviet Union and the United States. Of all the second countries worlds, France had taken the most initiative to build good relationship with China. It had normalized diplomatic relations with China in 1962. It's 1962 when India and China had a war, when few Western countries were willing to do so. In September 1973, too, President Pompidou had made a formal and well-received visit to Beijing, the first visit to visit by the head of the European country. So in 1975, when France offered a formal invitation for a state visit, China welcomed this opportunity to both return Pompidou overtures and signaled that it was rousing itself after the self-imposed isolation of the Cultural Revolution. During the 1975 visits to France, Deng was received by President Giscard d'Estaing and Prime Minister Jacques Chirac. Chirac later recalled that Deng was a straightforward, warm-hearted, and well-informed about interpersonal, international relationships. While touring the country, Deng showed his personal appreciation of the French life as he traveled to Lyon and Paris to visit some of the places he had seen while there was a century earlier. Deng's key foreign policy message to France was a request for continuing support from the West as they together resisted the most aggressive, dominant power of the Soviet Union. Deng expressed doubts about the values of the détente. Deng expressed doubts about the value of détente with the Soviet Union and praised the unity of the Western European, who was standing fast, against the Soviets. But for Deng's, learning about the modernization was at least as important as tackling foreign policy. He visited agricultural and industrial sites and held discussions about the increasing trade between the France and China. For the first time, Deng toured modern Western factories. He saw the remarkable changes in France since he had left 50 years earlier, and where he was struck by how far China had fallen behind. The ripple effect of this learning experience, and the successful state visit was far-reaching. Just 3 years later, Chinese economic officials led by Goma would follow up Deng's visit and play a crucial role in both awakening party leaders to economic and diplomatic opportunities overseas and building up support for this one. Right? So that is the thing, right? If you don't go outside, that means it's very important for any leaders in a country to go outside foreign to see what is happening in the other countries, right? And then you come back and then you see your country what is doing. I'm sure there are lots and lots of things that the countries are doing it wrong, and there are lots and lots of things the countries are doing right. So you have to take out what the things that we are doing wrong, and you have to replace it with what's doing it right. You just have to learn from everyone, right? And recently I was not learning as such, but I was reading a podcast. No, I was not reading a podcast. Yeah, I was reading the transcript of the podcast, and then I saw it, that how to become modernized without becoming westernized, right? So you have to become, you have to modernize yourself, right? But without westernizing, you have your own indie culture, right? So how to become a modern society without losing the indie culture? That means what is the Indus Valley civilization, our own civilization. You don't have to become a westerner to become modern. So I think it was a very important speech. And so that's how later he will become, and then he will become, transform the Chinese economy to a whole new level. And okay, just wait. Visit, okay, so Deng Charlek, okay, so aggressive detente, okay, Western zone, okay, so I don't get it, okay. Why Russia was, they have to ensure. Oh, I want to search something. I think back then Russia also is a big country, so was there any moment in history where Soviet Union had the largest GDP? I mean, obviously, right? They have Ukraine. No, Soviet Union never had the largest gross domestic product in history. Well, it was the world's second largest economy for several decades after World War II. Its GDP never surpassed the United States, which has held the world's largest economy at the peak. The closest the Soviet Union ever got to the United States was in the 1970s, when it estimated GDP roughly touched half to two-thirds the size of the US economy. The metric difference is because the Soviet Union utilizes a centrally planned economy with a heavily subsidized non-market prices, accurately measuring its GDP with complex. Okay, so understood. So they were not, because just imagine, okay, Soviet Union is a big country, man. I want to see, okay, 10 largest, okay, 10 largest country by size. I think I don't want to look at it, okay, I just want to guess it. 10, I would say first is Russia. Second, I would say it could be Canada. Third, it could be United States. I don't know. Fourth, it could. Oh, no. First is, I'll do it again. Okay. First is Russia. Second, I would say Canada. Third, I would say Australia. Fourth, United States. Fifth could be China. Sixth, it could be China, Canada, all those things done. Sixth, it could be India, if I'm not wrong. Seventh, it could be who else? Which all countries is large? Seventh, Mexico. Yeah. And eighth, it could be Indonesia. It's a big country. 9, it could be Mexico. 10, it could be Saudi Arabia. Because most of the European countries are not big. So these are my guess. Okay, no, I'm not. Okay, I'm not right all the time. Okay, how could I forget South America? There's a big Brazil. There's a big big Brazil is also there. So my first is right. Okay, it's Russia. It's very big. It's double the size, right? Almost close to double the size of the second one, right? First is Russia. Russia is a big country. First is Russia. Okay, so I'm just closing my eyes and just picturing. Okay, Russia is a big country. Second, it's Canada. Canada is also a big country. Third, it's China. Okay, it's third. China is third. Fourth, it's United States. Okay. And fifth, it's Brazil. Brazil is bigger than India. Okay. Brazil is 2 times the size of the India. Okay. Brazil. And then comes Australia. Then comes 7th is India. And then it's Argentina. And then it's Kazakhstan. And then it's Algeria. Okay, I want to see the size of it, right? Okay. It's a big country. Okay, India. So first it's Russia. Okay, first it's Russia. Second, it's Canada. Third, it's China. Fourth, it's United States. Fifth, it's Brazil. Sixth, it's Australia. 7, it's India, Argentina, and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is also a big country, man. Algeria. Okay, Algeria. Okay, Algeria. It's in the South. It's in Africa, in the middle of the Africa. Chapter number 4. Looking forward under Mao. I want to see when did he die, man. He's not dying. I think Deng Xiaoping, I think he could have fast-tracked the entire process of economic development, but because he was not the head, that means still that time the Mao Zedong was head. So I don't think he did the entire. He gave his full because of the Mao Zedong. He died in 1976. So 1 year later he died. Okay, 1975. Chapter number 4. Looking forward under Mao. When in 1975 Mao tapped Deng, to replace Wang Hongwen was as a chair of party meetings. The party was still in disarray from the struggle of the Cultural Revolutions. Deng's new position in the party structure allowed him to make major strides in rebuilding the party throughout the countries. The first step in renovations, the first step in renovation beyond Beijing was at the provincial levels, and 3 months later, the process would extend further down to countries and commune levels. Okay, the 2 days after Marshal Yi, July 2 later, announcing Deng's appointments to the head party of affairs. Deng addressed a party centers, theoretical study groups, attended by the provincial party leaders. The meeting focused on unifying and then rebuilding the party. In his representation, Deng, knowing he was on a short leash from Maoist, drew heavily on Mao's teachings, or at least Mao's three important instructions, the selections of the Mao's teaching that Deng had packaged together to fit his current goal. Deng's objectives were first to measure, reassure Mao that he would fight against revisionism, and then to focus on political stability and unity while boosting the economy. In his efforts to unify the party, Deng drew on Mao's efforts at the 7th Party Congress held in 1945 at the end of the World War II. At that Congress, the first one that Deng attended, Mao had stressed the need to unify various guerrilla warfare units that had been spread out engaging the Japanese. Deng, making the connection to the earlier period, explained that just as a mountain tops mentality developed naturally when guerrillas were fighting from the different locations, so did factionalisms develop naturally during the cultural revolutions. And Deng concluded that the party needed once again to overcome factionalisms and heed Mao's call for unity made at the 7th Party Congress. Members not guilty of crimes who cooperated, who traded with the consolidations and gave up factionalism, including former radical, would be treated favorably while taking care not to challenge Mao's sensitivities. Deng moved boldly and strategically to elect those who could contribute to the governing the country rather than to making a revolution. So although he did not explicitly vow to clean the party of leftists or radicals, he did criticize sectarianisms, to leftist clinging to their factions, to more than revisionist or left-rightist leadership. Deng declared should be in the hands of the officials who had 10 or more years of experience, without explicitly objecting to those who had risen through the ranks of the Red Caste. He thus excluded those who rise since 1965, namely during the cultural revolutions, when some had helicoptered up quickly to high positions. Deng also called for re-examinations of those who had entered the party without any proper scrutiny of their qualifications. Again, without specifically saying so, this directive focused on the 16 million new party members added between 1966 to 1975, and procedures were 16 million on the 16 million new party members added between 1966 to 75. So procedures were chaotic rather than on the 18 million who were admitted before the Cultural Revolution. In essence, those weeded out for lacking qualifications were those who retained factional allegiances Mao did not challenge. Deng's efforts thereby implicitly acknowledging that at that point the country did need more stable leaderships. A central task in party rebuilding was the removal of the military officers from the leadership in civilian institutions where they had been placed by the Lin Biao. On August 8, 1975, Deng directed that the army, with a few exceptions, should be drawn from all the civilian positions. Many in the military were then serving as a part of the revolutionary committees that would at some points be transformed into regular governing offices. In the late 1975, many of the troops were sent back to the barracks. And on May 5, 1975, immediately after the Maoist had chaired his last Politburo meetings, Deng again visited Zhou Enlai in the hospital. Deng was aware that he was beginning to deal with issues close to Mao's heart, and he knew that Zhou Enlai was one person who would have even more experience than he did in dealing with Mao's changing moods. Zhou warned Deng to proceed cautiously and deal with the specific issues step by step rather than to undertake all consolidations. As much as Deng respected Zhou and acknowledged the risk that Mao might withdraw his support, Deng was bolder than Zhou and determined to move ahead with overall consolidations by attacking the big long-term issues he considered necessary to promote the forward modernization. Deng was not yet talking about reforms, but he was building party structures that could later carry out reforms. He was also beginning to consider the content of the future reforms. To do this, he needed to expand his personal brain trust. Writers, theorists, and strategists operating outside the regular bureaucracy could help him think through the big issues. Shortly after Mao's asked Deng to take over leadership of the daily work of the party, Deng sought and received Mao's approval to expand his personal brain trust into the formal party structure. The Political Research Office, it was placed under the State Council, but in fact, Deng continued to provide personal leaderships, and Hu Kuomei, former head of the Brain Trust, remained to guide the work. The Political Research Office, on Jan 6, 1975, the day after Deng took office as a vice premier, he had called in Hu Kuomei and suggested him that he Wu Lengxi, Hu Sheng, Li Sheng, and others form a small group of writers to deal with theoretical issues, acutely aware of Mao's sensitivities in theoretical issues. Deng and Hu chooses people highly regarded by Mao's and selected optics to work on that were dear to Mao's hearts: the three worlds, the characters of the Soviet Union, the crisis of capitalism, and the critics of revisions and imperialism from the beginning. And the problem with China is that they claim they are communists, but the communists are not imperialism. They are anti-imperialist. From the beginning, Deng spent a great deal of time and energy to find ideological arguments acceptable to Mao, to permit himself to have maximum freedom to pursue policies that he felt beneficial to the party and country. As the small brain trust that he had assembled in January expanded its membership in the Political Research Office beginning in July, Deng could work on issues he personally regarded as important that Mao would not object to, especially science and technology and industrial improvements. Although the Political Research Office was much smaller than the US White House and was not responsible for implementation, it shared a similar purpose to act in effect as an inner cabinet, a small group of independent advisors directly responsible to Deng, who could help him define an overall strategy and draft a public announcement. Deng had far greater control over the Political Research Office than over the party bureaucracy, which was too large and diverse to be his personal instruments. In addition to their formal exchange, members met every 2 weeks. They divided their work into the three main areas: theory, Marxist theory, and Maoism. Okay, now they've developed Maoism. Great. I mean, what is the differences between Marxism and Maoism? Domestic issues and international relations. Initially, there were only 6 senior members: Hu Kuami, Wu Lengxi, Li Jing, Zhuang Cong, Feng Qing, Zhang Neng, Yu Huang Wang. But soon as 7th was added, Deng requenced. See, key people in this one. So, okay, even at its peak, the only 41 staff members, including support staff, worked in the Political Research Office. The numbers of the members had been part of the Deng's Dia Vyoto groups, which had worked on famous 9 letters to the Soviet Union 1960 to 63. All the office members were recognized as senior party intellectuals, creative strategists, and good writers. Wu Ling, this had a great deal of experience in carrying propaganda work under Maoist. But who could this one, like Deng Quinn, and this one's had a strong theoretical backgrounds and broad intellectual training. Deng worked closely with the office members when preparing major speeches and documents. He provided the political directions and laid out the ideas to be incorporated into the draft they prepared. But he relied on their expertise to ensure that their speeches and documents were faithful to these historical records and consistent with the Mao's past writings and Marxist theories. Deng personally read the drafts of important speeches and documents, then met with the writers to go over them. So on especially important issues, the documents were then passed on to Mao before they were released. And after Deng received Mao's comments, he would check personally that Mao's view had been incorporated properly. Even though Deng had an unusual relationship with the Maos, he, like others, worried that the mercurial Maos might find some documents unacceptable and let lose his fury in attack like those at the peak of the cultural revolutions. Despite Deng's general authority over party affairs, Mao allowed the Gang of Four to retain control over the propaganda in order to prevent Deng from veering from Mao's intended message. In fact, Jiang Qing had her own special writing groups, which met at Peking universities, at the Beijing cities and party offices, and which was constantly looking for opportunities to criticize documents coming from the Deng's Political Research Office. Jiang Qing's propaganda work including responsibility, including cultural and science and technology, inevitably overlapped. To Deng, consolidations in the cultural sphere required a fundamental reorientations, other than one that involved winning back intellectuals who had been alienated by the cultural revolutions and putting them in a position where they could contribute to China's modernization. The Political Research House played a role in 1975 in the strengthening institutions that promoted science, particularly the Chinese Academy of Science. But I don't get it. Okay, why people are so feared of Mao Zedong? If the number 2, that means right now we're talking about the Deng Xiaoping. If he's so convincing, then he could convince other people that, okay, Mao Zedong is not anymore. I'm the head of yours, because I don't think he could talk very properly, and he's not fit also. So one of the most important disputed areas between Jiang Qing and Deng was over the compilations and editing of the 5th and the final volume of Mao's selected works. It became a battleground for how to define Mao's legacy. One reason Deng had invited Leasing into his brain trust was because he is a former secretary to Kang Sheng. He had retained control over many Mao's paper. Lin Xing's presence in the Political Research Office strengthened the case for keeping the compilations of the 5th volumes under Deng's control. Yet, even though Hu, Kwame, and Ling Bin, this one's others on the Political Research Office, staff prepared papers for the 5th column, they conducted their work in a separate office under the umbrella of the different organizations. One document considered for inclusion in volume number 5, Mao's speech on the 10th grade relationship, emerged as a major point of contention. In speech originally given on April 25, 1956, after collectivizations and nationalizations of enterprises had been complete, Mao made a number of points that Deng could use to support programs he was promoting in 1975. Mao said that in a peaceful times, China should reduce military and defense expenses and channel resources to support economic developments. Okay, that's a big one, because that time there was a threat from the not just India, India at the south, north. There's a Russia, and from the I would say west there is a Kazakhstan and all those things. They're not danger, but you do need a border, right? You do need an army over there. And then there's Japan's North Korea over there, northeast side. One document relation emerged as a major pole in this one. Okay, and Mao made a number of points based on this one. Mao said that in a peaceful times, China should reduce military and defense expenses and channel resources to support economic developments in the coastal regions, and that the leaders should learn from the strong points of all the nations. Deng requested Mao's permission to republish their speech. When Mao reviewed the draft of that speech prepared for the republications, he suggested some changes which Deng made. When Deng returned the revised draft to Mao, he cover letter suggested that because the speech had implication for the current domestic and international work, it might be useful to publish it soon. Even before volume number 5 as a whole was published, Mao returned the draft once again with the comment that it should be sent to the Politburo members for discussions. Not surprisingly, the Gang of the Four objected to its publications, and Mao never approved its distribution to the general public. On December 26, 1976, shortly after Mao had died, and the Gang of Four had been arrested. Okay, he has been arrested, obviously, now the Deng is in power. Gang of Four had been arrested. The speech was finally published. Political Research Office officially halted its work on December 1975 after the Deng lost Mao's support. What do you mean by less support? He was dead, right? Okay, the Political Research Office officially halted its work on December 9. Okay, it's 1975 after Deng lost Mao's support. In its 5 months of activity, it had held only 13 meetings of the entire staff. In this brief time, it had spearheaded Deng's effort to develop a long-term and roadmap describing the change needed to in the remainders of this one's. Okay, it played a critical role in preparing for the revival and of higher education, widening the range of acceptable cultural activities and promoting science, including social science. In 1976, it would be criticized for its role in producing the 3 poisonous weeds, the 20 articles on industries, the outline reports on the work of the CAS, and the discussions over the overall principles. The office played a major role, but not exclusive role, in shaping the first documents, and the third was product produced entirely within the office. The 20 articles on industry with his new broad responsibility, then called together officials from all the major economic industry and ministries. From 16 June until 1st of August, participants met at the State Council Theoretical Forum on Planning a Week, where they discussed the long-term plan goals for the economy. The forum planners from the state planning commissions created an agenda for that avoided the contention that inevitably arose in discussions of the 5-year plan that specific where the resources would come from the size of the allocation to specific factors. And although work on the 10-year economic visions, a 5-year plan, and the 1976 annual plan had begun even before the forum opened. The final decision on the plan were shaped by the long-term goals set by the forums. The discussion on the State Council Forum centered particularly on the industries in the recovery from the Great Leap Forwards. Then had supervised the draft of the 70 articles on industries in 1961, which provided an overall framework for the structures and goal of the industrial system. This forum addressed similar issues, and although the numbers of articles varied in different drafts, the last version in 1975 contained 20 articles because statistical system and reporting were still in disarray in 1975. Participants in various fields first exchanged what information they had about the economic situation during the forum. First 2-week plenary sessions were held during which leading economic officials heard reports on all the major sectors of the economy. Participants in each sectors could see that from these reports how much their sectoral roles had to be balanced with the needs and the capacities of the other resources sectors. Beginning on July 2nd, Gomo divided the forum into various working groups to deal with the problems in theory, organizations, and several key sectors. At the end of the month, the meeting resumed as a whole and pulled together the participants to conclusions at the 20 articles on the industry. By 1975, official heard about the takeoff of the 4 little dragons: South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore, all capitalist countries that were growing more rapidly, than the Soviet Unions and the socialist countries in the Eastern Europe at the time. At the time, however, it was still a taboo to openly praise capitalism because doing so would raise questions about the value of the China sacrifice over many years, and even about whether the Chinese Communist Party should remain in power. Instead, Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism remained the official creed for justifying the high-level discussion making. After the disruptions of the Great Leap Forwards and the Cultural Revolution, our leaders' enthusiasm for modernizing the countries but relying heavily on willpower as they had during the Great Leap Forwards had virtually disappeared. Most participants believed that to grow economically, China needed to return to the sober planning of the 1950s. Before the Great Leap Forward and of the early 1960s during the recovery from the leap, participants believed that China should rely on a planning system because of its huge population, shortage of lands, its limited resources, whereas less crowded countries with a smaller population could enjoy the benefits of the lavish consumption despite the waste that comes from the open markets. The party leaders believed China had to establish priorities and control profits and wasteful consumptions. Furthermore, given the risk that Mao's might oppose even the sober planning, participants justified it as a Mao's way. Invitation to the forum announces that its purpose was to discuss Mao's theory of speeding up modernizations. After that forum, the 10-year economic visions that emerged was labeled as Mao's plan for the modernization. It acknowledges in acknowledging the need for China to rise its sights, Deng was ahead of the other leaders. And leaders. His travel to New York and France and his frequent meeting with the foreign officials had given him a far clearer sense that most of officials of how much old other countries had been transformed and how far China had been falling behind. To catch up, China needed a fundamental changes. Some years after Mao's death, Deng could boldly explain that China must borrow ideas from capitalist countries and that doing so would not threaten its sovereignty or be ruled by the Communist Party. But Deng had been criticized during the Cultural Revolution for being too bourgeois, and in 1975 there was not yet a consensus about opening markets and learning from the capitalist countries. So he did what he could to push at the margins. He promoted an expansion of foreign technology imports. He accepted the view of the fellow official that China should not borrow money from the foreigners, but the countries could make delayed payments when foreigners send goods or capital to China. In addition, Deng supported giving material incentives to workers by offering to pay not according to need but according to work. Even these modest efforts to modify the old system, however, frightened some conservative officials who continue to argue fiercely about the need to adhere strictly to the principle of Mao Zedong. Deng did not attend the forum, but he read the summary reports of the discussions on August 12, 18th, after the first draft of the 20 articles on the industry were completed. He gave his views on the major issue presented. He acknowledges that agriculture production had to be increased before industries could be extended and expanded, and he agreed that the industry should provide machinery to the communes to help raise agriculture production. At the time, Chinese industry was in no position to sell manufactured goods abroad. To pay for the planned expansion of technology import to improve China's production capacity, Deng was prepared to sell petroleum, coal, and handicraft. Some of the early imports would be mining equipment so that China could expand the production of coal, petroleum overall. Deng stressed the importance of science and technology and improving enterprises management and the quality of the products. He wanted new rules and better enforcement and organizational discipline. He also confirmed his support for giving extra pay to those who did difficult to or hazardous work. The drafters revised their documents to take Deng's view into the accounts. On separate September 5, representatives from the 20 leading state enterprises were invited to review the drafts of the 20 article on the industries and for their views. One round of revisions was completed on 25th October, which happened to be the same day that Mao unions first passed on Mao's criticism of Deng at the Politburo meetings. Although the draft had taken care of all the taken care to all the plans, Mao's plan on October 29, Zhang Quanning complained that the 20 articles used quotations when Mao's only from him before the Cultural Revolutions. Hu Xiaoping quickly turned out to the new draft that incorporated phrases Mao had used during the Cultural Revolutions. He later blamed himself for failing to anticipate the problems, which triggered the Mao's criticisms and gave Mao an excuse for dismissing Deng. Members of the Gang of Four had not been included in the discussion on the economic issues, but early 1976, once the issue had been politicized, they joined the criticisms, calling it one of the three poisonous weeds that had encounters material incentives and neglected mass mobilizations. And while the 20 articles on industries were taking shape, the 10-year economic visions was also being drawn up in a preparation of the planning meetings to be convened in November. On October 5, Deng personally chaired the initial State Council meetings to discuss the draft of the 10-year economic visions that had been drawn quickly, then approved the draft, and on October 27 forwarded it to Mao, who gave permission to distribute it to those center and provincial officials responsible for the economy. On November 1, with Mao's approval, a national planning conference was convened focusing on the fifth-year plans, 1976-1980, and the 1976 annual plan. Officials from the various localities suggested possible revision to the 10-year economic vision, some of which were incorporated in the revision of the documents. Meanwhile, discussions of the 5-year and annual plan continued, and by the end of December, the drafts were composed to Mao. The newly formulated 5-year and annual plan represented a clear victory for the cautious planners who had been struggling for years to overcome the chaos and planning work, and finally they achieved their goals. But division had emerged between the cautious planners and the conceptualizers who created the more ambitious 10-year economic divisions that would become even more acute in 1980s. The Chinese Academy of Science. 1975, Deng turned his attention to rebuilding China's scientific establishments during the Cultural Revolutions. One out of every 250 scientific personnel at the CAS, where the vast majority of high-level scientists were concentrated, had been persecuted to death in CS Shanghai branch. The figure was one of every 150 scientists. Even in the small numbers of the civilian research units that remain open, work was separated. 1965, on the eve of the Cultural Revolution, there had been some 106 research centers under CAS with 24,714 scientific and research personnel. In 1975, by contrast, the CA has been reduced to 13 research institutes, 2 research offices, about 2,000 employees, of whom 1,800 were official researchers and 200 for lower level staff, support staff. Many of the scientists who had been sent to the countryside had not yet returned. So on June 29th, Deng told Hu mentioned that the Political Research Office should spearhead the consolidations of CAS, which would include selecting new leaders and preparing to resume the publication of the scientific works. Accordingly, the consolidations of the Chinese scientific instruments began at CAS and then spread to the many other institutions. Deng himself decided that the man on the ground at this one directed the actual consolidation work should be Hu Hongping. And in the mid-July, in Hong Gofing, on behalf of the Deng and the party centers, explained to Hu that the parties hoped that CES would play an important role in the foreign modernizations. Hu was to investigate current conditions at the academy, report his finding to the party centers, and then drop a plan for reorganizations. Only after consolidation had been achieved at CES would it be carried out at the other institutions. Those under the directions of the national defense ministries, economic ministries, and local governments, consolidations of the goals and publications would follow. Hu Yaobong, heading a team of 3, arrived at CAS on July 18th with his mandates to carry out consolidations. He declared that the Cultural Revolution was over at CAS and that the propaganda teams of workers and the military should leave. Former employees of CAS who had been sent to the countrysides would now return to their offices and resume their work. Researchers would be allowed access to needed research materials, including foreign publications. So, a few weeks later, Hu Wangping held a series of fair meetings with each members of the CAS and representatives of the key ministries and discussed China's science and technology need for the next decades. This meeting marked the first step towards drawing up the 10-year vision in science. From 15th of August to August 22nd, he met with the relevant party officials to discuss the reorganizations of CAS and the selection of the key leaders. He announced that China's goal was to achieve the 4 modernizations, including scientific modernization, by the end of the century. Throughout September, Hu met with the leaders in each of the various institutions to discuss how to overcome a specific obstacle in their works. Before going to the institute, he reviewed thoroughly the material related to the institute and met with the people familiar with the working traditions. So first, what is the full form of TNT? I'm sorry, I'm digressing, but yeah. Trini, okay, trinitrotoluene, trinitrotoluene. To those who had suffered, who could relate his personal experience both as a victim and survivor. Shortly after he joined the communist movements as a teenager, he had been sentenced to death for questionable association. He also suffered during the Cultural Revolution before being allowed to return to party to work in Beijing. The scientists returning to the jobs could relate to Hu and came to trust him. There was, here was someone who understood their suffering because he too had suffered. Moreover, by careful study, he had come to understand that specific problem in each institute, and we believe the complete and scientific ambitions of CAS, who also helped to resolve problem in the personal lives of CS personnel, in part by improving the living condition and bringing back their family members from the contingents. In fact, he guided the official at each institute in drawing up a list of all the former employees who had been sent out of the countryside for labor and study, and he found ways to cut through the official red tapes to bring them back to Beijing. He was not afraid to speak out and fight for their cause, and when he gave talks at institutes, it was always a dramatic moment. So he soon became a hero to the Chinese scientific communities. When Hu Yaobong met with Deng Xiaoping on September 26 to update him on the progress of at CAS, Deng strongly endorsed Hu's efforts. On October 4th, Hu Yongwang was formally named first deputy head of the Communist Party small groups at CAS. From his new position, Hu appointed within the institute separate leadership team for the party for scientific works and for supplies and support. He showed respect for the specialists and made it clear that they would be allowed to make decisions about the content of their works. When then began to be criticized in the late years, Hu was in process of naming new administrative heads of the various institutes. At that point, the climate change and progress stalled. Climate changed. Okay, now what happened? While plans were being made for the consolidation of CS and the birth of an independent Chinese academic social science, Hu Yongbang was following Deng's direction to help put together a 10-year vision for the developments of a science that could be under this one. Because the plan was being drawn up in a great haste, Hu drew heavily in the existing 12-year visions that had been approved in 1956. At first draft of the new vision was completed in this month. It affirmed the progress made during the first 17 years, which had produced some 150,000 scientific and technical specialists who later were criticized by the Gang of Foes as bourgeois scientists. The drafters of the plan tried to cover their political basis by quoting Mao's 1962 statement that China needed to continue its class struggle. They emphasized that the document's struggle was in providing stable work conditions to promote the struggle for productions and scientific experimentation. The document discussed the technology needed to meet demands in agriculture and industries and military, but it also addressed strategies for developing cutting-edge computers, laser remote sensing, and bionic technologies, as well as a plan for the conducting basic research scientists and nuclear energy and particle physics and other areas. Reviewing the documents, Deng was concerned about the Mao's probable reactions, he directed Hu Young Bungs that the drafters to take the scatters reflecting references to Mao's and he put him together in a place to make clear that the document was in keeping with Mao's view. While emphasizing the successes during the first for 17 years, drafters were told to tread lightly over the problems and conversations. Deng also said that the document should be shortened. Deng asked who this wants to oversee these revisions, and on August 26, who wrote a memo to the drafters regarding Deng's view and then supervised the editing, with the hope that the result would be more acceptable for draft. Completed on 2nd October discussed China's scientific progress not during the first 17 years, but during the entire 20 years of the People's Republic, thus avoiding criticism of the Cultural Revolution. The document announced that the aim was to realize Mao's goal for full modernization by 2000s and to catch up or even surpass world scientific level. Scientists, it read, must continue to perform themselves and to unite with the workers and peasants. Action clauses specified how criticism were to take the lead in opening a new areas for the basic research as a part of the mandate to support the full modernization. Finally, to reach Mao's goal, the report stated large numbers of the outstanding scientific specialists with advanced training would be required. The documents noted, although they must not assure that all things foreign were goods, when appropriate, in Chinese, the Chinese should be open to learn from foreigners. At the State Control Council meeting on September 26 to discuss the report as Hu Yaoping was making the presentation, Deng interrupted frequently when Hu Bang talked about reaching about world scientific level. Deng emphasized that China had to be modest about its present level because the nation had fallen far behind other countries in scientific and technology. Deng continued to interrupt, reflecting his passion to revive service and science in China, a step that, as he repeated, was essential for achieving the full modernization. Then, even if they were unusual character, it was important to solve their housing problems and other problems of daily life. Their children should be placed in a good kindergarten, and any spouse still in the countryside should be allowed in 1950s. He had learned that the allowed to return to Beijing. Deng later learned that he was in the Soviet Union in the 1950s. He had learned that the basic work on the Soviet atomic bombs he advanced by three, all in the 30s, 40s. In contrast, Deng complained that the brilliant semiconductor scientist Wang Guangyong had not been given any its position, and he said that if the Peking University did not want him, he should be made head of the Semiconductor Institute, where the party secretly would support his work. Deng continued that although he had never become fluent in either French or Russian, Chinese scientists had to learn foreign languages so that they could read foreign reports. They also had to learn scientific theory, and if they could read foreign reports, they also had to learn scientific theory. And if they did not understand maths, physics, and chemistry, regardless of the degree, they would not be able to handle scientific works. He defended those scientists. He defended those scientists who had tried to keep their studies going during the Cultural Revolutions, despite having been criticized, saying that they were a lot better than those who fight factional battles, who occupy the pothole without taking a shit one, then hold back with the wheels of the progress. Deng complained that some were even afraid to use the word expert. In his views, China should cherish its experts. We needed to introduce automations into its awareness. The continuing ideological criticism of the bourgeois intellectuals then stressed that scientists were members of the working class. He directed that after 10 years plan for the developments of the science and revisions, it should be sent to Mao and to the members of the Politburo. Really was Deng as passionate as he was at the meeting on science. Not only did he interrupt it frequently, but he fervently argued that the scientific research must take the lead among the four modernizations, but taking the lead would not require a complete reorganization. So Deng insisted rather than change as many as 45,000 officials in the science sectors, as some had proposed, some proposed changing only 5,000 would be sufficient. The key was the leadership team at each level. Why should people at each be kept in a position post if they don't know a specialist and they don't yearn to get something? Why can't China promote people with a high level of knowledge to become heads of the research centers? The challenges were immense, and the key was to rely on scientists and leaders to in their early 40s and older when they were transferred or trained before the Cultural Revolution. Indeed, Deng said that China's education systems, which some college were operating at the level of the high schools in the West, faced a crisis that could hold back the entire modernization efforts. By September 28th, Hu Kuoming had incorporated Deng's comments into a fifth draft. The report gave the necessary praise for Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's thoughts, but boldly stated that political theory could not be used as a substitute for science. The fifth draft was the first to be shown to Mao just at the time. At Mao's request, his nephew Mao Hongxing was visiting him in Beijing. Mao complained to his nephew about Deng and his consolidation efforts at Tsinghua University. Mao was also furious about the document on the science. He zeroed it on one sentence that Hu Kuoming had inserted in the final draft, questioning Mao as saying that science and technology constitute a force of production. Mao insisted that he had never said that. Just at that time, Deng plans for the developments of the social science were coming to fruition. Deng was personally focused on reviving the natural science, but he also accepted the need for revitalization work in philosophy and social science. Considering the minefield of political sensitivities in these areas, Deng showed courage when he argued that the social sciences were important enough to deserve a separate academy. On August 13, 1975, whom in with the supports issued State Council Directives number 142 established a philosophy and a social science department at CES. In that document, he laid out a plan for developing an independent academy that would later be known as the CASS. Deng also declared that the institutes in the social science would gradually resume in issuing politicians, starting with a more general journals intended for non-specialist disciplines that would start up the theoretical basis for the work. To reduce the danger of attack by the gangs opposed by possible Mao as well, Deng ordered that all articles submitted to the journal should first be cleared by the Political Research Office, which could scrutinize them for any comment likely to provoke the radicals. In this letter announcing the publications, Hu Kuoming took the precautions of notice announcing it would follow Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's thoughts. Hu Kuoming completed his letters on social science and philosophy work on October 1st, and the next day Deng passed it on to Mao, who approved the documents, including the publication of the issues of the new journals. On October 6, shortly thereafter, the forum was held to discuss the journals. After the criticism of the Deng in the report on 25 October, however, the plans for the journal were stopped. The articles never saw the light of the day. Hu Kuoming made an effort to continue the project, but on just 1976, the Political Research Office, under pressures from the Mao, issued a statement saying that it would no longer be responsible for supervising philosophy and social science, the great enterprises of restoring Chinese social science, before it really began. A many hundred flowers in the art and culture. Deng had to be particularly careful about fostering any sorts of change in the cultural sphere because Mao was especially sensitive and mercurial about controlling the arts. During the Cultural Revolution, Mao had allowed Jiang Qing to keep a tight grip on all cultural affairs. No dramas were performed except for model Peking operas. Virtually all periodical, ceased publication. I think, as far as I know, Mao Zedong was completely completely against the religion and all sorts of the traditional, all of those things. And only a handful of short stories and novels were printed. Bookstores sold collections of Mao's works, tales of revolutionary heroes, and small numbers of the school textbooks, a few books on elementary technology, but there were virtually no customers. Many intellectuals too had been sent away to rusticate at May 17th, cadre schools, where they took part in physical labor, studied Mao Zedong thoughts, and joined in mutual criticisms and self-criticisms. They were not given opportunities to read novels, short stories. 1975, however, the mercurial mercurial. What is mercurial? That means a person who is like a doubtful of all this. Mercurial, very sensitive. Mercurial meaning. Mercurial is an adjective used to describe someone whose mood. Okay, and source of adjectives. Okay, is an adjective. Okay, mercurial. Mercurial is an adjective used to describe someone whose mood, behavior, or opinion changes very quickly and unpredictably. It can also describe things like the weather, stock market. Okay, if that kind of a person is your leader, then I'm sorry. 1974-75, however, the mercurial Mao, aware of how few stories and dramas were produced, complained to Deng that model Peking opera aren't enough. If people make a little mistake, they are criticized. There is no signs of hundreds of flowers. The others aren't allowed to express their opinion. This is not good. People are afraid to write articles. They are afraid to write plays, and there are no novels. no poems or songs. With Mao's permission, Deng immediately directed that Mao's views be printed and distributed within the party. On that same day, July 9th, Deng, while acknowledging that he himself was unfamiliar with the culture and arts, he called a meeting of the senior members of the Political Research Office and told them to collect publication in the field of culture, science, and education so they could see to what extent Mao's policy of encouraging 100 flowers to bloom was to be implemented. The judgment that there was indeed a breadth of cultural activity paved the way for a modest expansion of the range of what was considered permissible in China's cultures and arts. A few days before he first complained to Deng about the lack of cultural, vitality, Mao had asked a secretary to send letters to the Politburo to declare that Zhong Yang, in effect, the ranking cultural czar before the Cultural Revolution, should be released because locking up leaders in the cultural sphere is not a good way to deal with them. On July 12th, Zhuang Yang's wife received word that her husband had been freed, and soon after, other prominent, people. Oh, that means there are a lot of people still in jail. Prominent people once associated with the Zhuang Yang were also released. A few days later, Mao told Jiang Ying that he wanted to see a broader range of works in arts and greater leniency for writers. When writers have problem in ideology, he advised an effort should be made to cure the patients. Yet Mao allowed the Gang of Fours to retain authority over cultural institutions, including the propaganda department, the Ministry of Culture, the political departments of the army, the People's Daily, and the Red Flag. In essence, then beginning in July 1975, Mao allowed a tug of war between the Gang of Fours to remain alert to any criticisms of Mao's real or implied. Then Deng Xiaoping, who with the support of Hua Mengmi was promoting a mini 100 flowers policy. Every hint that Mao dropped for widening the sphere of the permissible activities was quickly followed up by Deng and Hu Xiaoma, who nevertheless proceeded carefully to avoid crossing boundaries that might arouse Mao's concern. Not surprisingly, the re-entry of Zhou Yang continued to be a source of the conflict between the two sides. On July 27, Mao announced that Zhou Yang's problems were not so serious, so to be called a contradiction between the people and enemy. The very next day, Deng had Mao's statement widely distributed, but the Gang of Four still managed to prevent Zhong Yang's salary and position from being fully restored. In the tug of war, Jiang Xing also blocked Zhu Yang from receiving a special invitation for the National Day celebrations on the October 1st. When Mao later found out, he complained angrily. Other skirmishes erupted over films. Hua Zhongmi came across and some documents that showed how Gang of Fours has suppressed film celebrities working and some senior leaders, especially Yu Wenling, whom Jiang Qing disliked. Hu Zhuangming guided the scriptwriters in the writing a letter to Mao asking for release of the film. He advised the author that the letter should not be emotional, but instead should be report verifiable, unbiased information that would still lead to the conclusion that the movie should be shown. The scriptwriters who took Yu's advice, his later made clear that in making the film, he had followed Mao's directives about literary works issued at the Yan's Forum on Literatures and Arts, and particularly the film showed the contributions of the workers, and workers took pride in the films and warmly welcomed it. A great breakthrough in expanding the range of the cultural freedoms occurred on July 25 when Mao reviewed the film pioneer, the Zhuanghe, which lionized Yu Yuelin and the team of workers who had developed the Daiqing oil field and had been long praised by Mao, who claiming, judging that Mao would be sympathetic since he had strongly praised the work of Gangwing, directed the information about the case be collected. On July 25, Mao, who had just recovered from an eye operation that greatly improved his vision, saw the movie and was in a very good mood. His speech was not clear, so Mao scrawled out his views in several lines of big characters, between 5 and 12 characters per page, stretched out over 6 pages. He wrote, "This film doesn't have many errors. I suggest it be shown. It doesn't need overall criticism. To say it has 10 errors is a great exaggeration and not beneficial for the party's policy on literatures and arts." The next day, Mao letters was delivered on Deng Xiaoping while he was holding a meeting of Political Research Office. Deng interrupted the sessions to read the letters aloud. Mao wrote the Ministry of Cultures had been too crude, had blocked the showing of a good film, and had obstructed further showing going against the 100-flower policy. Deng immediately publicized Mao's letters, setting off great excitement in the literatures and arts circle. The incident marked the first publication criticisms of the Gangs of Fours' cultural policies since the beginning of the Cultural Revolutions. Hu Kuan-mus, worried about the retaining Mao's support, cautioned the scriptwriters not to brag about his success in the public. His wife was also advised to send letters to Mao to express his appreciation. Deng lost no time in taking advantage of this breakthrough. He approved another letters to Mao about the movie The Glow Above the Sea, based on the novel The Island Militia Woman. From then on, Hu Kuami, Deng Lingwen, and even Deng Xiaoping personally helped writer and musician open prepare letters to Mao that might lead Mao to approve the greater freedoms in the cultural sphere. In numbers of the cases, they succeeded, although it was known that Mao greatly respected Lu Wing, who is widely considered the greatest Chinese writers of the 20th century. Throughout 1970s, Jiang Qing blocked plans to publish Lu Xin's letters and correspondence in the freer atmosphere of the night. So it seems that the maze atmosphere of the mid-1970s, however, the breakthrough seemed possible. Lu Xun's sons, Zhou Haiying, also with advice from the Xiaoping, drafted a letter to Mao asking permission to publish his father's work. Zhu passed the letter to Deng Xiaoping, who forwarded it to Mao. Mao responded, "I agree with comrade. I agree with comrade in Zhu Haiyang's opinion. Print the letters and send it to the Politburo members. Have a discussion, and make a decisions, and immediately carried out. By 1980s, all 16 volumes of the Lu Xun's works, including the annotations and notes, had been published. In the month after July 1995, Mao's support for expanding cultural affairs left the gangs afloat on the defensive. Wang Wenwen was in Shanghai, and Xinjiang requiting down labels. Yao Wenzhen complained that after being sent to Shanghai, he was like any other artisan citizen, hoping onto the crowded bus for work. Jing Qing remained in Beijing, but was on a short leash. She could not stop those who appealed to Mao one by one to expand cultural, Chinese culture, offering journalism publications, mostly the novels. In the summer of 1975, it was announced that the magazine People's Literatures, Renmin Vacuums, which had been closed down in 1966, would soon resume publications. Predictably, the Gang of Fours worked to prevent this from occurring, and when thwarted, tried to gain as much influence as possible over the managed magazine's content. Deng Xiaoping led the struggle for the People's Literatures against the Gang of Fours, but after he was criticized beginning in October, the Conservative Ministry of Culture gained the upper hands. By the time the first issues appeared in 1976, Deng had no control over the content of the magazines. Zhu Rongzin and the effort to revive higher education. In the summer of 1975, Deng, his education minister Zhong Rongzin, and several others made a valiant effort to bring the restoration of a Chinese higher education. A few universities had remained open during the cultural revolutions. But okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see what cultural revolution, right? But why cultural revolution? That means cultural revolution happened in China. They want to change the culture to what? The Cultural Revolution happened in China primarily because Chairman Mao Zedong sought to reclaim supreme political authority and eliminate his rivals and purge capitalist or traditional elements to revitalize the country's communist ideological favor, reclaiming political powers. Following the catastrophic failure of the Great Leap Forwards, which caused a massive famines and tens of millions of deaths, Mao was forced to step back from daily state governance. More in moderate and pragmatic leaders, especially President Liu Xiangkwai and Party Secretary Deng Xiaoping, took control of the economic planning. They introduced a market-friendly, practical reforms to build the economy wide, which deeply sidelined Mao. Feeling isolated and paranoid about his losing legacy, Mao launched the movement in 1966 to bypass the formal structure of the Chinese Communist Party and destroy his rival directly, eliminating fear of revisionism, and capitalism. Mao grew deeply anxious that China was following the path of the Soviet Union, under Nikita Khrushchev, who had renounced Joseph Stalin and moved towards a peaceful coexistence with the West. Mao viewed this as a betrayal of the Marxism-Leninism, which he recalled revisionism. He genuinely believed that the new elite class, corrupt bureaucrats, intellectuals, and hidden capitalists, and has infiltrated the CCP and were stealthily trying to restore capitalism in China, implementing the theory of the continuous revolution. According to Mao's ideology, achieving a communist society required a permanent, ongoing struggle against the bourgeoisie. Mao feared that the younger generation of the Chinese citizens was becoming complacent and lacked the cultural revolution experiences, mobilizing, eradicating the four olds. Mao argued that to successfully build a socialist utopia, the societal superstructures had to be completely demolished. He called on the young student paramilitary group known as the Red Guards to systematically target and destroy the four olds across China: old ideas, old culture, old custom, old habits. This manifested as an open attack on traditional Chinese heritage, religious monuments, teachers, scientists, and any individual who visits the structure. Okay, Tibetan people, right? Okay, Tibetan people claim that most of the Tibetan culture and monasteries and monks were killed. Is it true? And also emphasize that is it just Tibetan culture and or even Chinese culture, even Chinese, culture of other religion and Chinese monasteries or Chinese, traditions also abolish. Please enlighten me. Yes, the Tibetan claim are historically accurate. Historical data shows that between 1959 to 76, over 97 to 99% of the 97 to 99% Tibet's 6,000 plus monastery temple and shrines were systematically looted, dynamited, or completely destroyed. During this era, thousands of monks and nuns were killed, imprisoned, or forced into hard labor and defrocked. However, this destruction was not an isolated attack on Tibetan culture. It was a part of the larger nationwide campaign that aimed to completely abolish all religion, traditional Chinese heritage, and minority cultures across the entire this one's first wave. Following the failure of 1960 response, Tibetan this one Chinese military crushed local resistance. According to the famous 70,000 character petitions written by this one's Culture Revolution, the Red Guards, which included both Han Chinese and radicalized Tibetan youth. Okay, even radicalized Tibetan youth were also there. Red Guard, this one's which included both Han Chinese and radicalized Tibetan youth, targeted the Renmin's Kanden monasteries, one of the Tibetan largest and most sacred sites, were completely reduced to rubble. Sacred Buddhist scriptures were burned, and ancient gold and bronze statues were melted down. Eradications of Tibetan culture, of traditional Chinese culture. In the mainland, the Red Guards fiercely attacked their own ancestral Han Chinese heritage under the mandate to destroy the four old ideas, old cultures. Okay, so four ideas. That means four olds, right? Old ideas, old culture. Okay, ideas, culture. No, or ideas, culture, customs, and habits. Four O's. Four olds equals to old ideas, old culture, old habit, and old customs. Confucianism as the cornerstone of the traditional Chinese ethnic. Confucianism was heavily targeted. The ancient temples of Confucius in Khufu was ransacked and his grave was desecrated. Historical landmarks, sections of the Great Walls were dismantled for brick, and thousands of centuries old Ming and Qing dynasty relics, genealogical records, and private antiques collections were burned. Ancestral worship, thousands of traditional lineage, abolition of all other religions. Buddhism, Taoism, Islam, Christianity, while Tibetans suffered uniquely because their cultural identity was entirely intertwined with the Tibetan Buddhism. The Cultural Revolution was a broad ideological war against the past. It succeeded, I'm back to the book. Official directives were issued signing that the admission to universities would be, by recommendations, not by examination. This change had a devastating effect on higher education in China. 1973, when China scientists visits Peking University, when US scientists visited Peking University, the premier university in China, they concluded that the scientific training there was a part the level offered by the US technical junior colleges. Deng's effort to revive higher education begins in part with the knowledge that Mao and other radicals would find it difficult to oppose the opening of the military university. During the Cultural Revolution, many personnel from the best military science and technology university, Harbin Military, and industrial university, industrial revolution had been transferred to Changsha. They had been absorbed into Changsha Industrial University, which had been given a leeway to raise its standards. As small numbers of the promising intellectuals had been allowed to enter the schools and other military university as a way of cloaking their research as military related, even before civilian institutions resumed their normal operation. The situation for the most other intellectual was bleak. Shortly after Nixon visited China in 1972, Zhuo Peiyan, the leading academic administrators at the Peking University, were asked to report to Zhuo Li on the state of Chinese science. Zhuo Peiyan was bold enough to report that in all 32 areas of science, China had fallen seriously behind. Further, a brief glimmer of hope that academics would resume their nominal work had ended on a new year, 1975, when the outbreak of the Mao's critics criticized Lin, criticized Confucius, and campaigns advances in science would be forced to waste. Zhou Enlai returned from his December 1974 talk with the Maoist with the renewed hope of reviving higher education. During that meeting, Zhou Enlai had yielded in allowing its purpose for the gangs of force to lead the Chinese ministers for cultural and physical education, but he was prepared to fight to enable his candidate Zhu Rongzin to lead education and receive Mao's agreements. Zhu Rongzin's relation with Enzali had mostly been involved in the party works, but he had studied at the anti-Japanese university in Yan'an in 1961, had served briefly as a vice minister of education in this opposition. Zhou Rongzin had begun making plans for genuine university education, but Mao did not approve, and his plans were aborted the following years. After his appointment as a Minister of Education in January 1975, Zhou Rongzin again began planning to restore higher education. To reduce the risk of Mao's opposition, he was careful to reiterate the importance of the theoretical study, which included Marxism, Leninism, and Chairman Mao's directives on education. But he also pursued a genuine reforms from May through September. The Ministry of Education under Zhou Roxin's direction sponsored many public reforms to discuss education matters. In addition, the ministry published a journal, Education Revolutions Bulletins, in which Zhou Roxin gave voices to those with a genuine experience in higher education. He dared to say that in their 1 year of university study, workers, peasants, and soldiers, could not learn much as the students who had previously studied there for 3 years. He has boldly, asserted that the workers, peasants, and the soldiers studying at the university who would simply return to their rural cooperatives could not fill China's need for the trained officials and for scientific and technical specialists. Deng Xiaoping fully supported Zhou Rongxing in a talk on September 1975. Deng declared that all countries had modernized, no matter what their social systems, required skilled people with high level of education and training, and that Chinese university had fallen to the level of high schools, whereas during the previous years, when a visiting delegation of the US university president had cautiously told Deng that in their view, Chinese higher education had a serious problem. Deng replied to their surprise that he completely agreed with them and said that he wanted to convey their views to other party officials as well. At a rural work forums from September 27 to October 4, Deng once again spoke out about improving China's Institute of Higher Ed Learnings. He said that to meet Mao's goal of achieving the full modernization, China would need officials who had received higher education. He also explained that the primary responsibility of the university was to educate, and that in order for the faculty to teach well, their status would have to be improved. Years later, such a comment would seem like a common sense, but given the political climate of the time, Deng was courageous. He risked incurring Mao's wrath. In 1975, Deng went so far as to suggest that students should be allowed to go directly from high school to the university without the usual 2-year interruptions for physical labor. Actually, Chinese-American Nobel laureates Li Songdao had suggested this to Zhou Enlai when they met in 1972 October, and even Mao had approved of the idea when Li Songdao raised it with him on May 30th, 1974. In November 1975, however, this notion that called Premier Zhou's directives was attacked as a part of a thing supports report to bring back bourgeois officials and to carry out righteous reversal of verdicts. While Mao remained alive, Deng was not able to achieve his goal of allowing university to resume normal operations. Meanwhile, with the Deng's encouragement, Zhou Rongxin began drawing up a document to guide educational policy. A third draft was completed on November 12th. After the criticism of the Deng had begun, yet the essential course of the documents remained unchanged. A person trained from 1949 to 1966 would have the value of their education affirmed. They would not be disparaged as bourgeois intellectuals. High-level specialized training was to be resumed. The amount of time spent on high school and university training would be increased, and overall education standards would be raised. 2 days later, on November 14, Zhou Roxin was summoned to a Politburo meeting where he was bitterly attacked by their proposal. The criticism of the bourgeois was even more severe than the criticisms of Deng. In December 1975, Zhou Roxin was subject to continuous criticism until he fell ill and had to be taken to the hospital. Even so, he was taken to the hospital and subject to more than 50 additional criticism sessions. Finally, at a criticism meeting on the morning of 19th January, 1917, Zhou Roxin fainted, and before dawn the next day, at age 59, he passed away for a time. Chinese education reform also died. I mean, what do you mean by there's a criticism meeting? They have a criticism meeting. Prelude to Mao's dismissal of Deng's fall 1975. Oh, now comes prelude. In his later years, Mao spent less time on details of governing and more time indulging his interest in literatures and history, albeit with an eye to their relevance to current politics. Before his eye operations on July 27, 1975, Mao, scarcely able to see, had others to rate him. Beginning on May 29, 1975, a classic professor from the Peking University, Miss Liu Dei, came to read him a classic stories and to discuss with him. On August 14, she recorded Mao's views on the Chinese classic story of the righteous rebels in the water margin, including his view that their experiences at contemporary relevance. Mao's views were also passed on to Ye Wenyu, who seized the opportunity to join Xinjiang in criticizing Zhou and Deng Xiaoping for behaving like the rebel leaders. Song Jiang, a capitulation who had lost his revolutionary favor. At a meeting of the Political Research Office on August 21, Deng Xiaoping, sensing trouble and trying to keep it under control, announced that the discussions of water margin was strictly a literary issue and was allowed the discussion to get a broad public attention. Mao was already concerned that Deng, like Zhou, was eager to recall many senior political figures who would then turn their back on the Cultural Revolution. It would be difficult to stop Mao's suspicion from escalating. The questions of how Deng might treat Mao's reputation after his death was too sensitive to discuss directly. They brought it up directly. He was discussing how cruise ships had Stalin reputation. Deng's critics warned that he could end up being China's Khrushchev's. If Deng removed Mao's rebel under the guise of the opposing found fan of factionalism and allowed bureaucrats to return, might they not seek revenge? Again, both Mao and those rebels had, who had been attacked, who had attacked them by sullying Mao's reputations. Jiang, Qing, always looking for a chance to attack Deng, had that would appeal to Mao's, pounced on the opportunity presented by the Mao's description of the water merchant. From August 23 to September 5th, a series of articles appeared in Guanming's Daily People's Daily and Red Flag and other papers, warning them against the negative example of rebel leader Song Jian in water merchants. Jiang Qing also began speaking out more forcefully against Deng and others who had been making changes. On September 15th, she used a large political conference on the Tazia agriculture model to deliver an hour-long diatribe in which she drew an analogy from the water merchants and complained that some high officials were trying to push Mao aside. Mao, however, who since the fall of the 1974 in his efforts to achieve stability and unity had generally restrained Jiang Swain, felt that she had misused the conference and rural issues and had gone too far in her comments. When Nancy Tang showed him a copy of a Jiang speech, Mao declared that it was a bullshit and way of mark, blocked its publications, and announced that Qing should quiet down. Many high officials suspected that Mao had been growing uncomfortable with the continued criticisms of the former revolutionary rebel and the returns of so many senior officials. But for the moment, the water margin campaign trailed off. Meanwhile, on September 20, 1975, Zhou Enlai, feeling the pressure from the water merchant campaign, locked himself in a small hospital room before surgery and reviewed the entire transcript of the records about an event when, and as an underground worker in 1931, he was suspected of allowing information to be bypassed by the government. As he went into the operating room, Zhou said to his wife, Deng Xiaoping, I am loyal to the party, I am loyal to the people, I am not one who surrenders. She passed his remark on to Wang Dongring to deliver to Mao. It seems that Zhou, like Mao, would spend his last month filled with the concern about his reputation in the party. The clash over Tsinghua University fall. I think this is the top university, right? Tsinghua University, if I'm not wrong. Just wait, okay, let's see. Top Chinese universities currently. Tsinghua, yeah, it's Tsinghua University located in Beijing is university recognized as the best engineering university. Tsinghua University, Shanghai Jiangtong University, Shanghai, okay. Zhejiang University, Harbin Institute of Technology. The clash over the Tsinghua University fall 1975. After his successful eye operations on July 95, Mao began reading documents that he had not been able to read before. As he read, he became increasingly concerned that Deng was moving too fast. Yeah, I mean, he was moving fast, going beyond what was necessary to restore order. By October, Mao had begun to focus on Tsinghua University, which had been dear to his heart since 1969 when he had declared it, along with the Peking University and 6 factories, a national model. During 1970, Mao had restrained himself as Deng criticized one group after another that Mao had supported earlier in the Cultural Revolution in the case of the Tsinghua University. However, Deng had gone too far. Although none of Deng's generations of the top political leader had graduated from the university, Deng and many bright communists of his era like Zhou Enlai, Ye Zhenchai, or this one and this one, unlike Mao, were instinctively comfortable with intellectuals and believed deeply that their help was essential to modernization. Deng knew Mao's sensitivities about bourgeoisie intellectuals, but in the late 1975, having gained confidence by the retaining Mao support as he is consolidated in the other area, Deng charged boldly into the lion's den, into Tsinghua University, even though he knew Mao had a special attachment to the place. The Tsinghua leaders in 1975, Party Secretary Qi Zhuang and Deputy Party Secretary Zhe Zhuang had arrived at Tsinghua early in the Cultural Revolutions as a revolutionary rebel who were part of the worker propaganda teams. Qing Zhuang, a soldier who had become deputy head of the propaganda section of the 8341 Central Guards Regiments units that guided Zhong Nine-he was sent to Tsinghua in 1968 by Wang Dongxing, a committed radical. He rose to the position of the party secretary of the university. His comrade in arms at Tsinghua was Miss Zheng Zhongqing from 1958 to 68, had been a confidential secretary for Chairman Mao, who, using the familiar term for junior, referred to her as a Little Z. Little Z rose to become one of the party secretaries of Beijing's city as well as a deputy secretary at Tsinghua. Qi Guan and this one, supported by the radicals, were regarded by Tsinghua University intellectuals as oppressive ideologues. In August 1975, as Deng was expanding his target for consolidations, Liu Bong, a deputy party secretary at Tsinghua, became more optimistic. Our former subordinates of this one Communist Youth League was persuaded by the Tsinghua candidate to send letters to the Mao that spelled out how Tsinghua was leading a degenerate bourgeois lifestyle and poisoning the atmosphere at the university. In his letter, Liu Bing wrote that Qi Zhong did not look at documents and refused to meet people or otherwise carry out his work responsibilities. Qinghua was often drunk and ill-tempered, cursing people, flying into a rage, and smashing cups and glasses. He was also guilty of sexual harassments. When Liu Bing consulted with the Hu Hongbing about the appropriate channel to get letters to the Mao, he suggested that he first give the letter to Deng. Deng promptly and courageously forwarded the letters to Mao. Mao did not answer Liu Bing, nor did he say anything about it to Deng. But Chen Zhuang was made aware of the letters and immediately held a high-level party meeting to criticize those within the single unit party committees supporting the revisionist line, namely Liu Bing and his supporters. Not long thereafter, Liu Bing drafted a second letter, in this time focusing on the political problems of the Xinguang party secretary Xi Zhuang. He wrote, "With the support of this was obstructing the circulation of Deng's speeches and ministers of education. This one's." Zhong this one had announced that students no longer needed to spend 1/3 of their time in a physical labor, that the numbers of the peasants, the worker students with low academic credentials would be reduced, and that the focus would be in educating science and technical specialties. Deng was advised by this, and others not to forward Liu's second letters because of the Mao sensitivities about his two model universities, but Deng was undeterred. He forwarded it onto the Mao. October 19th, Mao summoned Li this one and Wang Dongxing and others to meeting, but Deng was not included. The chairman told them that Liu Bing's motive in writing the letters was impure. He wants Mao said to overthrow this spearhead in the letter is aimed at me. 1968, little this one did let 30,000 workers into Xinhua. Mao asked why this not send letters directly and instead send them by way of Deng. He told me, tell Deng Chang, then tell Xiaoping that he should pay attention and not fall into the trap of being partial to this. In line with Mao's directives, on October this one, Deng chaired an enlarged meeting of the Politburo, where he passed on Mao's instructions. High officials from the Beijing party committees in turn passed on Mao's instruction to the Single Unit Party Unit Committee. It was this point that Mao took up the quotation in the fifth draft of the 10-year visions for the development of science under the CAS that he had objected to it. It had quoted Mao as saying that science and technology constitutes a force of reproduction. After Mao's looked it over, he said that he had not said that. To say that, he argued, would make science and technology as important as the class struggle, an idea he could not accept. In Mao's view, class struggle is the key link. After being called to task by Mao, Deng told who had been responsible for the draft committee documents, to go back to the sources. When this one checked, he found that Mao was correct. He never had uttered this expression. This had simply come across as similar ideas in Mao's work, and as an editor made slight alterations in the wording. Mao had allowed Deng to undo much of the damages done by the cultural revolutions while he clinging to the fig leaf of the belief that cultural revolution was a good. Now Deng was attacking the fig leaf. While Mao was alive, Deng was already altering what Mao said and attacking Mao's favorite at Tsinghua University. What might Deng do after Mao died? Mao's new messenger. Mao. Okay. If there are if there are lots of names together, then I'll avoid reading it, because I think I'm spending more than 50-60% of my energy in just pronouncing the name of the individual. Mao's new messenger, Mao Yongxin, October 1975, April 1976. As Mao's suspicion about Deng's disregard for his own views deepened, his suspicion about his two go-betweens, the two ladies, Nancy Tang and his distant relatives, Wang Herong, also intensified. They were becoming too close to Deng. They had been behaving, Mao said, like rats on a sinking ship. Mao was fading, then was rising, and the two ladies could no longer be counted on to be loyal to the sinking ship. Indeed, Deng continued to meet with them occasionally, even after he fell into disfavor with the Mao. Because of Nancy Tang's central role in 1972 visits by President Richard Nixon, Mao allowed her to interpret during the visits of Julian Nixon and David Eisenhower a few weeks later on January, and this was 1976. But that was the last time she interpreted for the Mao. Weeks before, Mao had already begun to rely on another messenger, his nephew, Mao Yongxin, as key people response. When he became Mao's messenger, Mao Yongxin was a mature, experienced official, eager to carry out Mao's instruction. He spotted at Mao's residence in Beijing on this one en route to Xinjiang, where his father had been a communist martyr. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of the establishments of the Xinjiang. Okay, Xinjiang, that is the Tibet. I think it is the Tibet. It's talking about the Tibet. No, it's not. It's Ziyang. Okay, Ziyang, right? It's called Ziyang, but here it's not Ziyang. It's Okay, it's Xinjiang. Okay, Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Regions and several others that he had done before. He gave his uncle a detailed account of the events in the Northeast. He said that the opinion there was divided between those who thought the cultural revolutions had been 70% successful and those who thought it had been 70% failure. The negative critics, he said, even more vocal than critics of the ultra-leftists who had emerged in 1972 after the Bin Biao's death. After taking part in the celebration in the Xinjiang, Yunzing returned for a week to the northeast to wrap up his affairs, to then move to Beijing to serve as his uncle full-time licensed. Mao, this one, was still in awe of his uncle and shared his radical perspective as an experienced official, and Mao's nephew. Yuanzin carried far more authority in his role as a go-between than the two ladies had. He also played a far more active role than they ever did, as his uncle began to orchestrate an okay, is he a man? I thought he is a fucking girl. Also played a far more active role than they ever did, as his uncle began to orchestrate an almost daily campaign to criticize Deng. Some of Deng's supporters had later claimed that Mao this once made Mao's suspicions of Deng. He may have increased Mao's suspicions by, for example, calling attention to how Deng made some changes in the documents Mao had approved before they were distributed. But in fact, Mao was already suspicious of Deng's when this one arrived. Other officials were convinced that Yongxin sometimes inserted his own views when reporting Mao's instructions, whether or not he heightened the problem between Mao and Deng, as Deng supporters complained. Yongxin did have a radical perspective, and he had worked with this enlightening in 1974. The two had teamed together to promote the Chaiyong models, which was designed to promote political education by providing college with the course material adapted to the need of the rural officials. Yongxin thus personally agreed with this one about the importance of the political education at Tsinghua universities. And like she posted the new emphasis on the academic quality by this thing and this one's okay. Mao's launches criticism of the Deng. Now Deng is under scrutiny. On October 31st, Deng, aware of Mao's growing dissatisfaction in his work, requested a meeting with the Maoist. Mao saw him the next day and criticized him for supporting Liu Bing, but he also provided some reassurance, responding to Deng's request for an appraisal of the work of the committee during the previous few months. Mao said that the policies were correct, and he went on to acknowledge the achievements of the consolidations. In the several confrontations with the Jiangqing that flared over the previous few months, Mao had invariably supported Deng, and Deng, while realizing he was taking some risk, hoped Mao would continue to do so. As it turns out, Deng had overestimated how much support he would receive from Mao in the weeks ahead. When Mao met with Mao the next day, he reported to his uncle that Deng rarely talked about his achievement of the cultural revolutions, seldom criticized this one revisionist stance, and hardly ever praised the campaign to criticize Bin Liao and Confucius that he had also targeted Zhu and Lai. Mao Oxen added that Deng really mentioned class struggles and concentrated slowly on improving productions, as finally speaking on Mao's deepest fear. He told his uncle that there was a danger that Deng would restore the pre-cultural revolution structure. After that meeting with Mao and his nephew, tension between Deng and Mao escalated rapidly. Then tired on several occasions to see Mao's privately to receive instructions. But after his meeting with Mao on November 1, Mao always refused to see him. If Deng were to tell him in a private that he approved of the cultural revolution, then after Mao's death, he could deny what he said. Party historians who have seen the relevant documents are convinced that Mao wanted Deng's approval of the cultural revolution to be on the records, heard by other people, or committed in writing so that Deng would never publicly deny it. So when Mao met his nephew on November 2nd, for instance, he told this one to meet Deng that same day in the presence of the two other officials to tell him Mao's view. Although Deng's daughter, Deng Rongs, does not record the dates, she relates a meeting at their house between her father and Mao. This one's that quite likely occurred that evening. She writes that one evening, Zhuangzin, at his uncle's behest, came to their house to talk with the Dengs. The Deng's daughter did not know what went on during their private conversation behind closed doors, but she could tell that Mao, this one, had come to fuss and that her father didn't waver. She concludes the talk with Papa and Papa. Okay, Papa. The talk between Papa and Mao Yuan went badly. When Mao Zongzin left, she writes, Papa did not see him out. Mao, this one, is reported to have begun his job as Mao's messenger with some deference towards the senior party official, including Deng. But when he spoke with the full support of Mao Zedong's behind him, so he acquired some authority. It is easy to imagine that Deng, proud of his many personal accomplishments, convinced of his rectitudes, and reluctant to affirm the cultural revolutions, would have been less than enthusiastic about being criticized by some half of his age. Two people selected by Mao to join Wang Jing and Xiaoping. At the meeting on this next day were Wang Dongxing and Cheng, this ones both of whom shared Mao's commitment to the cultural revolutions. Deng knew Mao this ones would report back to Mao's, but he did not answer favor. He presented his view forthrightly. Mao Zedong said that the party center so consolidated has followed the revisionist lines, and that in all the area we have not carried out the chairman's line. We have not carried out chairman's lines. That's not right. As for what line I have been carrying out in the 3 months since I've been leading work of the central committees. As for whether the condition throughout the country are a bit bitter or a bit worse, one can evaluate by the actual result. Deng, aware of that he was in a deep trouble with the Mao, added that he was willing to undergo a self-criticism. After the meeting on the same day that Yuan reported this to uncle that Deng had not tamely accepted criticism, Mao told his nephew that they should immediately convene a meeting of 8 people, the same four. Then then Mao Zedong, Wang Dongxing, Stan Chen, this one's along with the Chiang Kyun, this one of the Kang of Fours, and 3 key vice premier. This ones who had guided economic and government during the cultural revolution. Mao says it doesn't matter if there is some quarreling. The next stage will be for the Polito to meet. Earlier, Mao had said the cultural revolutions was 90% good, but in preparation for the meeting, Mao settled for lower hurdles. Deng and the other officials must acknowledge the cultural revolution was 70% good, and if one Polito meeting doesn't resolve the issues, it can meet a second time and third times. The group of 8 met the next day, November 4. That the same evening, Yuan Xin again reported to Mao the result of their meetings. Mao Yunxin had urged Deng to accept the cultural revolution as basically good and to agree that class struggle was still the key link. Instead, Deng avoided giving Mao's nephew a direct answer. Mao was clearly displeased with Deng's response, but he said to his nephew that they were undertaking criticism of Deng not to remove him but to help him correct his arrest. Mao then directed his nephew to warn Xiang Conde, members of the Gang of Four, not to mention a word about these proceedings to Jiang Qing, who always was ready to criticize him publicly. After Mao Zongxing reported to his uncle, Mao directed that the group of 8 should meet again, and they did so. Later that day, on November 2nd, Yuan Xing reported to his uncle that there had been no progress in getting, Deng to budge. The strategy that Mao followed next was to gradually enlarge the numbers of the participants and ratchets up the pressures until Deng would give up a clear commitment of a support for cultural revolutions. Accordingly, Mao directed Yuan to assemble all 17. All of this thing, the top leaders of a country is just, I don't know what they're doing, man. Just politics, not thinking about the overall economy and all. Who joined in this one? Okay, around Deng's daughter, Deng round writes launching attack on these people were when people whom Deng had supported was a way of putting greater pressures on Deng, who knew that his refusal to yield would create a serious problem for his associates. As explained earlier, Minister of Education Zhong Rangxing, once president of the Xinjiang University and long-time staff assistant to Zhong Enlai and to this one, had been speaking out boldly about raising the education level to assist modernization, even about reducing the role of political education. So on November 8, in further blow to the Deng, Zhang, this one who was responsible for supervising the field of education, told this ones to engage in a self-criticism for encouraging students to study while ignoring China's political struggle. Parallel to the Politburo meetings criticizing Deng and his colleague, were a large public denunciation of Deng's allies for his elitist views and educations. At the time, Deng's name was not yet mentioned publicly, but on November 13, Mao, unhappy about Deng's failure to respond at the initial meetings, wrote out specific instructions for this one's meeting to help Deng. 2 days later, Deng, acutely aware of his seriousness of Mao's criticisms and quite likely thoroughly aware of Mao's disillusionment, was Wang Hongwen wrote to Mao, suggesting that Wang Hongwen, who had completed his assignment in this one, replace him in leading the daily work of the central committee. Mao replied that same evening that for the time being, Deng Xiaoping should continue to chair the meetings. Mao did not invite Wang Hongwen to resume his former responsibilities, and 2 months later, he named Hua Gonfin as an acting vice chairman. On November 16 and 17, the Politburo again met to criticize Deng and his key supporters in the field of education and science. Like Zhou Enlai, I think someone should kill that fucking Mao Zedong, right? Like Zhou Enlai, Deng had the stamina to chair at Mao's insisted in a meeting at which he was being the target of criticism. Mao this one made the key presentations criticizing Deng for the failure to follow Mao's directives, affirming the cultural devolution struggle, class struggle, and Mao educational policies. Jiang Qing, who was by then allowed to attend the criticism sessions, and her radical allies added their voices to the criticism. During the meeting, Deng made no comments beyond the minimum necessary to serve as a chair. After disallowing his attackers to present their case from the chair, Deng called on those being criticized, who Xiaoping, who this to explain their positions. When asked at the end of the meeting to summarize the discussion, Deng declined, saying that he was hard of hearing. The proceeding against Deng escalated rapidly during the first half of the November and reached a climax on night of November 20 when the discussion turned into an overall evaluation of the Cultural Revolution again. Again at Mao's directives. Again at Mao's directions. Just wait. Mao's direction is the directions. Mao's directions. Deng chaired the meeting. Deng rarely asked others for advice, but in the days before the meeting, under continued pressures, Deng consulted with the Zhou and Lai. Yeah, this once and this once, he struggled to find a way to sidestep in affirmations of the Cultural Revolution in a way that Mao would find at least objectionable. When pressed by the Politburo members to agree on a formal informing the Cultural Revolutions, then following institutions by Ji Zhengli said, during the Cultural Revolution, I was in the peach blossom grove. I didn't even know what happened in the Han Dynasty, to say nothing of what followed later during the Wei and Ji Dynasty. These clever allusions that Mao himself has used only a few weeks earlier, referred to as a well-known story, the Peach Blossom Grove by the Tao Yuanming, in which the people in the grove admit that because they were closed up, they were in no position to know what was happening in the wider world. Den's effort to dodge the issue did not satisfy Mao, who wanted a clear affirmation of the Cultural Revolutions. Mao and Deng had reached an impasse touche. For more than 4 decades, Deng had followed Mao's orders and had said what Mao wanted to hear. As a target of attack during the Cultural Revolutions and with his eldest son paralyzed, Deng undoubtedly had strong personal feeling about the Cultural Revolutions, but he had long separated those feelings from his work on a national policy, following Mao's lead without complaints. Why, when he clearly understood Mao's intentions, did Deng failed to comply this time? Deng knew that Mao was growing weaker and no longer had the commanding presence to control the event as he had earlier. Indeed, he did not have long to live, but the answer seems to lie in Deng's estimate of what was needed for China's future. Bo Yibo later said that if Deng had affirmed the Cultural Revolutions, he could not have restored order, would not have been able to seek the true paths from facts, and would not have been able to launch a new reform policy and liberate people's thinking. That is, if Deng had approved of the policy of the Cultural Revolutions, he would have undone so much of consolidation's work, and because he would have been on record as supporting the earlier fact in a failed policy, he would have been unable to do what he considered necessary to move the country forward. Some rebels whom he had removed would have returned to power, making his task even more difficult, especially in education and science. If Deng was to be given a role in governing after Mao's death, he would need to distance himself from the class struggle to continue the consolidation's policies and to gain full cooperation from those who had suffered during the Cultural Revolutions and believe it has been a disaster. If Deng, 150, just wait. If Deng had followed, if Deng had followed the advice of Zhou and Lai or this one, he would have been sent to Mao's precious and probably avoided being removed from office. But Deng did not yield. Deng recalls that when earlier that year her father began pressing for consolidation, he expected to be criticized and purged, and then he was mentally prepared. As painful and uncertain as Deng's fate was at the time when he returned in 1977, his effort to distance himself from Mao gave him a far greater room to maneuver than it had been yielded in 1975. Mao and Deng both drew a line in this sense, but in preparing for the large meeting to be held in this one, 1975, each still acted with some restraints. Mao was aware of the great progress that had been achieved during the year under Deng's leadership, and he approved of much of what Deng had done. He knew that no one else could have provided as much stability as Deng, and that he had no good replacement for him. Furthermore, President Gerald Ford was expected to visit China between December 1st and December 5th, because Zhou Enlai was gravely ill. The previous month, Deng had worked with Henry Kissinger to prepare for the 4 visits, and Mao knew of no other party leaders versed in foreign policy who could so forcefully and skillfully present China's view on sensitive issues such as U.S. support for Taiwan, the U.S. delay in recognizing China, and U.S. detente with the Soviet Union. During his first meeting with the Ford in early December, Deng used a story from the popular novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms to describe the danger that the United States might concede too much to the Soviet Union. He said that after Cao Cao, emperor of the Five Kingdoms, and won the war, losing General Wu Bin offered to work for him. Cao Cao's suspicions of this one's loyalty said, Liu Bi is like an eagle, which when it is hungry will work for you, but when it is well fed, will fly away. In other words, giving the Soviet Union what it wanted would not work for once it had what it wanted. It would pursue its own interest. Other one has to wonder to whether Deng, in telling the story ending with this one's loyalty was being called into questions by his leaders, and who might fly from its leaders' grasp. When he met Ford, Mao acknowledged that China had little weaponry to fight the Soviet Union's, only empty cannons, but he confessed, when regard to cursing, we have some ability to ratchet up the pressures on Deng. Mao allowed Jing Jiang to and her radical to make full use of that ability. Deng knew that Mao still had the power to determine his fate and that he would also have to work with other leaders who still respected Mao despite the errors of the Cultural Revolution. The planned meeting in November 24, scripted by Mao but chaired by Deng, would remind uh, senior officials about the correct party policy. 3 days before the meeting, Deng wrote Mao detailing his suggestions on how he might conduct the meeting. And the next day, Mao wrote back approving of his suggestions. Mao also directed that some younger officials be invited, since they too needed to have a correct understanding of the policy. Both Mao and Deng knew, however, that the most of the young officials were former rebels, some of whom might well exercise their ability to curse Deng. Mao soon reconsidered in his decisions, and the next day he wrote that there was no rush to educate young officials, that could be saved for their later meetings. In attacking Deng, Mao avoided going all out for now. At the November 24 meeting, to sound alerts, more than 130 senior officials assembled to receive instruction on how to avoid making new mistakes, namely how to stop following the path that Deng had been pursuing. In accordance with the Mao's directions for conducting the meetings, Deng read Mao's letters out loud. In it, Mao criticized Liu Bing for trying to overthrow this and said that this letter was in fact aimed at Mao when supported this. Deng's name was not mentioned, but because he was the one who had forwarded Liu Bing's letters to the Mao, it was obvious to those assembled that Mao was criticizing Deng. At that meeting, when called on to give his response to Mao's letter, Deng tried to walk a narrow line, not affirming the Cultural Revolution, but still following Mao's directions. He said that Mao wanted officials to make the He said that Mao wanted officials to take the correct attitudes towards the Cultural Revolutions, and that Mao saying that class struggle is the key link was the fundamental tenets of the party. In effect, he acknowledged what Mao had said was the party policy, but did not say he agreed with it. So the written summary of the meeting was approved by the Maos in the November 26th. It was sent to high-level party officials and military officers throughout the country. Even though Deng's name was not mentioned, readers understood he was in a deep trouble. Criticisms of Deng expensed. December 1975, January 1976. After the November 26th summary of the November 21st meeting was distributed. It's like a minute of meetings, right? They poorly for and held a series of additional meetings over the next 2 months to criticize Deng for his righteous reversal verdicts, which had allowed too many senior officials to return to work. Mao assigned Deng to continue chairing the meeting, with each was the main targets of the attack. Deng did open and close the meetings, but otherwise he was sat silently by Jiang Qing, and her radical heaped criticisms on him and his policies. Red flag. Daily Peoples and other media followed up with her further criticism. The four who steadfastly supported Deng during these criticisms, referred to as the four protective Buddhist deities, Hu Yongbing, even this were attacked for supporting Deng's efforts to reverse his verdicts. The political research office and senior officials there, including this, were also attacked during the criticism session for the error in supporting Deng. On December Mao forwarded his uncle the materials critical of Deng, Zhao Enlai and Yi Zhenqing, that he had been collecting since October with the help from the party commitments in Liaoning provinces, Shanghai, and at Tsinghua and at Peking University, where the radical critics had a strong base. Mao Yunzhen attached a memo asking permission to release the evidence, and Mao immediately gave his approval. 2 days later, the materials were forwarded to high officials in the party and military. On the same day, Deng made a brief self-criticism without a written text. He recalled that when he had taken office in early 1975, production was stagnating in a number of industries, and there was a serious factional strife. To deal with the problem of fractional strife, Deng had focused first on the railway, where the problem was quickly resolved. Using the same methods, then he turned to the steel industry to increase production. He said that his failures were due not to his 8 years of absence during the Cultural Revolution, but to his attitudes toward the Cultural Revolution. His self-criticism was actually, as his daughter points out, a defense to his policies, which he still believed it to be the correct. In hopes of improving his relation with the Mao, the next day Deng sent Mao a personal letter enclosing a transcript of his verbal self-criticisms and adding that it was only a preliminary version and that he welcomed Mao's advice on what he should do next. Not surprisingly, Deng regarded Deng's self-criticism as inadequate, and instead of sending him a reply, he expanded that campaign against him. Immediately after 1976 New Year, Wang Dongxing called Deng to make sure he had read the New Year editorial approved by the Maos. It declared that achieving stability and unity did not mean neglecting class struggle. Deng understood what Mao expected, and he immediately composed by hand another self-criticisms, which he submitted on January 3, 1976. He repeated in writing what he said in December 20, adding only that before enunciating policies, he had sometimes failed to receive Mao's approval. When criticized by Jiang Xing and her radical during the session that followed, Deng stood his ground. He would rather take their punishments than declare that the caste struggle should not continue to be China's central objectives. 5 days after Deng submitted his self-criticisms, Zhou Enlai passed away. Immediately thereafter, Deng was replaced by 5 days. 5 days after Deng submitted his self-criticisms, Zhou Enlai passed away. Immediately thereafter, Deng was replaced by Hu Hongfei. To the interlude with the Kissinger and the President Ford. So this is going to be interesting. In the meantime, okay, the interlude with the Kissinger and President Ford. In the meantime, then had given time off from criticism sessions to carry on negotiation with the Henry Kissinger and later with the President Gerald Ford during 3 days of lengthy meeting with the Kissinger to prepare the Ford visits from October 2020 to Deng and Kissinger exchange views on the global developments. Then scarcely let Kissinger make his initial presentation before pressing him with the pointed questions. How much grain are you selling to the Soviet Union? How much modern equipments, US equipments and technology are you passing on to the Soviet Union? What is your assessment of the Helsinki conference in which United States was promoting détente between Western Europe and the communist bloc? Then spelled out the experience of the Chamberlains and Dalal they are trying to appease Hitler on the eve of the World War II. The lessons because Britain and France gave a weak response to Hitler's initial forays. Hitler attacked the West. To stop a threat, one needs to make a firm response, and he advised United States is now giving a weak response. The Soviet Union, he said, is now stronger than the United States and Western Europe combines. The Soviet Union has two weaknesses. It needs grain and technology, and the United States is helping with both, helping resolve its weaknesses and thus increasing the risk of a Soviet attack. Zhou had been accused of being a capitalist, but when attendees at his sessions would report to Mao, it would have been hard to find evidence that Deng could be seen in a similar light. In the long conversation with Kissinger covering global affairs, Deng kept returning to the dangers of Soviet advances following the US withdrawals from Vietnam. Throughout their discussions, Deng kept up the pressures on the Kissinger from the United States to respond more vigorously to the Soviet Union's threats, and Kissinger attempt to explain how United States was doing to counter the Soviet threats. Deng was intense and feisty, but he remained within the bounds of the diplomatic courtesy. Deng set in on Kissinger's meeting with Mao, and Mao, like Deng, focused on the US failure to respond adequately to the Soviet Union. In this report on his meeting with the Deng Mao, Kissinger reports to President Ford that the discussion during these signaled a troublesome cooling of the US-China relationship linked to the China's perception that the United States was fading into the face of the Soviet advances. Kissinger concluded that the China, disappointed with the US responses, was ready to rely on its own strength to defend itself against the Soviet Union. It was a measure of the Deng's toughness under pressures that even during long negotiation sessions, he remained intensely focused on the discussions. Neither Kissinger nor any of his staff had any notion that Deng was then under severe political pressures on Mao. In fact, Kissinger concluded from the meeting that because Mao was very sick and incapable of detailed or sustained work, now Deng is the key official. November 4, the day Deng first faced criticisms at the meeting of 8 foreign minister, this called in the head of the US liaisons office, George H. Bush, to request the President General postpone the visits for December, but the United States requested the trip go ahead as planned, and on November 13, China confirmed that the trip would take place. Deng was President Ford's main host, welcoming him at the airport 1 week after he had been targeted of the attack in the presence of the 130 high officials. Deng hosted a very welcoming banquet, gave the farewell luncheons, and carried 3 lengthy negotiation sessions. In addition to joining Mao's when Mao met with Ford, Chinese officials had not expected much from the Ford visits. They had regarded Nixon as well-informed, reliable leaders in the face of the Soviet pressures. They were now Ford, still recovering from the Watergates, was weak and new to the position. Nixon had vowed to normalize the relationship with China in 1976, and they knew before the visit that the Ford would not go ahead with the normalization plans. Ford was less experienced than Nixon in foreign affairs. Indeed, in pressing the United States to take stronger actions against the Soviet Union, Deng said to Ford his first long sessions, "I hope I will not offend you, but in the dealing with the Soviet Union, perhaps you are a little more experienced than you. Perhaps we are a little more experienced than you." He pressed his views about the Soviet Union as he had done with the Kissinger 6 weeks earlier. China, he said, was prepared to go it alone in defending against the Soviet Union. Even though it was a poor country without technology, it was prepared to dig tunnels and prepare millets to feed the troops, while complaining about the US weaknesses in response to the Soviet Union. Deng gave no indication that China would be prepared to increase its own military budget. Yet Deng and Mao were more cordial to President Ford than they had been to Kissinger. 6 weeks earlier, Deng told Ford, "We believe in having deep exchange. It does not matter if we have a different views or even if we have quarrels sometimes. In addition to pressing the United States and Soviet Union's Soviet question, Deng was his charming but feisty self in pushing the United States on U.S.-China relationship. Feisty. That means someone who's like always ready to fight. If I'm not wrong." Feisty. Feisty means having a strong determined character and being spirited, energetic and courageous. It often describes someone who is unafraid or of confrontations or challenging authority despite being vowed as an underdog. There's so many stat used. It's a very feisty, feisty, okay. Deng was a charming but feisty self in pushing the United States on the US-China relationship, trade, cultural exchange, US policy forwards towards Taiwan. So Deng also found President Ford far more knowledgeable about the world affairs and the firmer in his Soviet. Deng also found President Ford far more knowledgeable about the world affairs and far firmer in his anti-Soviet attitudes than he expected. He told George Bush a week later that the result of his visit with the Ford were also far greater than expected. The criticism sessions Deng resumed immediately after Ford returned to the United States, yet still no one in US side was aware that Deng was then being criticized. A week after Ford visits, when Deng gave a farewell lunch of George Noble, who was completing his work as the head of the US license office and returning to the United States, Bush described the luncheon meeting as a relaxed and convivial meeting. Mao's meeting with the President Ford on December this one was the last time that Deng was invited by Mao to join him in a meeting and a foreign guest. It was later the last time that Deng saw Mao. Deng was allowed to meet President Nixon's daughter Julie and her husband David Eisenhower on January the 1st, and on the next day to host a U.S. congressional delegation led by the Margaret Heckler. But Zhou Enlai died less than a week and later, and this was the last time Deng would meet a foreign guest until his return. Foreign guest until his return in 1977. He died in 1976, right? Just wait. Then I did this one, and last time then would meet. Okay, it's the last time Deng. Okay, then okay. I want to know when did he exactly die? Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong. He died in September 1976. Deng's initiative placed in a cold storage. Once Mao nephew Mao Yan-sing conveyed his uncle's criticism of Deng to the Politburo on October 25, 1975. It all forwarded movement of party building, science, education, culture came to halt. The lower level units did not learn of Mao's criticism of the dead Deng immediately, but as the weeks passed, they sensed that their efforts to get approval of our changes were being stymied at the high levels. By January 1976, Deng was no longer around to support them. Deng's effort from May through the October 1975 to look forward to it lay the groundwork for the long-term progress in the party building, economy, science, technology, culture were frozen, but they were not dead. Economic plan drawn up by Deng in 1975 remained the basis for the 1976 as 5th-year plan. The Gang of Four printed out the three poisonous weeds and conducted a campaign to criticize them. Those who read them could not publicly express their appreciation for them, but in 1977 they were dusted off and became known as the three fragrant flowers, serving as the basis for the programs in the year ahead. The plans to establish an independent Academy of Social Science, for example, was stopped in the late 1975. By implementing 1977, the Academy was established. The Political Research Office by the late 1975 was moribund, but many of the writers it assembled played a role in writing the documents for the third plenum of 1978 and for the reforms it would allow. In the military campaign to criticize Deng never gained real tractions. Outside the political work department of the PLA, the Gang of Four found very little support within the military. The most noticeable effort was a slowing of the recall of the senior official who had been criticized during the cultural revolutions and delay in the reopening of the military schools. In 1977, officials were again being recalled and military schools were being reopened. Deng's fall had a dramatic short-term impact on higher education. Plans to raise education standards and reduce political education were halted. Momentum for building the CAS was lost, and the boundaries for acceptable activities in the religious arts were denied. So chill once again came over the writers, musician, and artist. In the political realms, to activity in reversing the verdicts on senior party officials. Note some of the Deng's closest supporters, particularly Hu Wang and this ones were attacked and removed from the office, and lower level of the officials who served under the Mao lost their jobs. In 1975, Mao had been willing to bend, to bring order, stability, and economic growth, but in the end, Deng pushed further than Mao could tolerate. In the last moments of their life, Mao had the power to yank the leash, remove Deng, and leave him criticized. Yet Mao no longer had the strength or the support to control the thinking of officials below him. In the short run, Deng was ousted, but his firmness in refusing to renounce that what he supported in 1975 stood him in a good stead. Beginning in 1977, when he returned and took out of cold storage the people programs that had been created, they encouraged in 1975. Okay, just wait. I'm going to repeat it. Okay, 1979. Mao had been willing to bend to bring order, stability, and economic growth, but in the end, Deng pushed further than Mao could tolerate. In the last months of their life, Mao had the power to yank the leash, to remove the Deng, and have been criticized. Yet Mao no longer had the strength or the support of the control thinking of the officials to below him. To in the short run, Deng was out, but his firmness in refusing to renounce what he supported in the data center and record studying building. Okay, and when he returns and took. Okay, so understood. So now, is this the end? Sidelined as the Mao era ends. Sidelined as the Mao era ends. Okay, this is chapter number 5 now, and yeah, just wait. Where is it? Chapter number 5, sidelined as the Mao era ends, 1976. Within a year, single year between 1975 and September 1976, 4 senior Chinese leaders passed away. First, Kang Xing, the master internal spy who had done the dirty works for Mao in arranging the killing of hundreds of officials accused of betraying the revolutions, died in 1975 December. Then, Zhou Enlai passed away during the morning of January 8, 1976. Zhu Zi, the founder of the Red Army, and then early military leaders died in July this one. And then Chairman Mao, who towered above all others, expired in September 1976 with their death and the arrest of the gangs of four in October 1976. The era with the arrest of the Gang of Fours in October 1976, the era when a godlike revolutionary could shake an entire nation come to an end. I think around that time also, right? There was in 1975. This one in India we had a emergency. Let's see. Okay, it lasted for I think 2 years if I'm not wrong, 16 months something. Emergency in India started and end. It was started in 1975, June 25, ended on March 21, 1960. Proclaim this one, and it lasted for 21 months. Okay. The death of Zhou Enlai. When Zhou passed away before Mao, it allowed Mao to shape the nature of Zhou's funeral arrangements, and he used the occasion to try to dampen the public memory of Zhou, offering what was by party standards only minimal recognition of Zhou's services. But Mao's tactic backfired. Instead of being placated, many Chinese people were upset that Zhou, who had earned their respect and admiration, was not given the posthumous recognition they felt he deserved. The afternoon of the day Zhou died, the Politburo met to plan arrangement for the funeral, and at 6:30 p.m., then still officially Vice Premier sent to Mao the draft of the announcement of Zhou's death, prepared by the Politburo, along with the message asking for his approval. Early the next morning, Mao approved the draft announcement and did not object to the selections of 107 people for the funeral committee, headed by Mao and Wang Hongwen, Ji this one, and then Xiaoping and Zhu Zi. Mao even permitted Deng to present the eulogy, and Zhou was to be cremated at Babaoshan, the cemetery for revolutionary heroes. But Mao did not attend the funeral services. 3 days before the services was to be held at the Great Hall of the People, Mao soft to his bodyguard Wang Dongxing. "Why do I have to go to the service?" He instructed his personal assistant Zhang Yufen to explain simply that he was unable to be there, even though just a few weeks later Mao was well enough to meet former President Nixon for a full honor. For a former President Nixon for a full honor in 14 minutes. Mao did send a memorial wreath for Zhou, but he did not take part in any expressions of grief. During Zhou's last months, Mao had been similarly distanced. By September 1975, Zhou's weight had dropped from his usual 143 pounds to mere 88 pounds. 88 is close to like 40 kilo. Deng, Yi, Ziyang and other close associates frequently visited Zhou in his hospital suites, and even when Zhou was not able to talk on January 5, Deng, Li, Zenzins, and other several leaders went to be with Zhou during his final operations. Mao, though far more mobile than Zhou, never once visited him in the hospital. Mao also tried to dampen foreignist celebrations of Zhou. Deng, at 4 p.m. on the day of Zhou's death, reported to Mao that many representatives of the foreign countries were asking to pay their respect. When Deng met the Albanian ambassador later that day. He announced that in accordance with the Mao's direction, the foreign ambassadors in Beijing could take part in expressing the condolences, and the leaders of the various countries could express their condolences in the Chinese embassy in their own country, but no foreign delegation were to be sent to Beijing. By contrast, and in spite of Mao's coolness among the general public, the announcements of Zhuo's death on the radios and loudspeaker precipitated in a huge national expressions of grief in public eye. In public eye, Zhou had suffered from unfair treatment since 1973. The spontaneous outpouring was comparable that to the United States 1945 when Franklin Roosevelt died, and in 1963 when Jack Kennedy was shot. Chinese people are aware of how emaciated Zhou had appeared at the National People's Congress that year before. They were not surprised, but they were frightened that no one else could defend the country against the madness the Mao and gang of the foe had perpetrated. Some leaders who had suffered during the cultural revolutions remained deeply upset that Zhou had been so willing to collaborate with the Mao, but in the public eye, Zhou had saved them from Mao's excesses. Many feared what might follow now that Zhou was no longer around the defense to them. So on January 11th, Beijing residents who had heard only by words of mouth that Zhou's funeral procession would take place that day gathered at Tiananmen Square to pay the respect. Late in the afternoons, a hearse with Zhou's body, followed by 100 black limousines, passed through the square on the way to. Okay, is it that day? Okay, let me just check. Okay, Tiananmen Square, right? Okay, Tiananmen. Okay, Tiananmen. Under which Tiananmen which leaders? Okay, Tiananmen Square road protest occurred the leadership. Okay, it's not that time. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not that time. It was January 11th. Beijing residents took the heart of this one stand. Later in the afternoon, a hearse with Zhou's body, followed by 100 black limousines, passed through the square on the way to Baboshan, the cemetery for the revolutionary heroes in the West Hills, where his body was to be cremated. Despite the freezing weather, an estimated of 1 to 2 million people lined the streets. Anxious mourners were upset at the rumor that the Politburo had ordered Zhuo's cremations against his will, blocked the processions of vehicle until Zhuo's widow, then this one, assured them at the Zhuo's himself that has to be cremated. So on January 12th, the People's Daily carried a photograph of Zhuo draped in the party flag, indicating that mourning was permitted. Hundreds of thousands of people went to the imperial city halls of the ancestor to visit the wooden casket that contained Zhuo's cremated remains. The wearing of black armbands was prohibited, but supplies of the black clothes were used to make armbands and white silk paper to make chrysanthemums for mourning sold out in Beijing. By January 12, an estimated 2 million people had taken wreath and eulogies to monuments to the people's heroes in Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square. At the Politburo meeting on January 12th, Jiang Kongjio suggested that the Marshal Yi Jiang present the eulogy that Politburo was preparing for the January 15 memorial services. Only a month earlier, Marshal Yi had presented the eulogy for the Kang Seng, but he chose to give it to Deng the opportunity to deliver Zhuo's eulogy, even though Deng was being subjected to severe criticisms at the time. And other Politburo members agreed. Mao had the power to stop Deng from delivering the eulogy, but it would have been awkward to reject the Politburo decisions. He chose instead to allow Deng to present the eulogy, formally prepared under the Politburo's directions. At the memorial ceremony, Deng, speaking on behalf of this central committee, gave the eulogy before the 5,000 carefully selected attendees. Ji Zhangzi, who often interpreted for Deng as well as for Zhu, to recall that while Deng rarely displayed any emotions, when Deng began by saying, "Premier," his voice broke. Everyone was sobbing. Deng's life had been closely intertwined with the Zhuo's for half a century, and both of them had suffered under Mao's when they had served with dedication for many decades. This would be Deng's last public appearance until the spring of 1977. The eulogy read by the Deng praised Zhuo, but the content prepared under the directions would be difficult to Mao or Gang of Four to disagree with. According to the eulogy, Zhuo had contributed to the Communist Party, to the undefeated PLA, to the victory of the new democratic revolutions, to the creation of the new socialist China, and the unity great of the workers, peasants, and minority groups. He had made indelible contribution to the dictatorship of the proletariats, and in foreign relations had carried out the revolutionary foreign policy line of Chairman Mao. So throughout his life, Comrade Zhou had been loyal to Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thoughts. He always saw the big pictures. He respected party disciplines, and he was good at uniting with the great majority of the official. He was modest, prudent, and unassuming, setting an example by his hard-working conducts and plain living. In addition, it's being then concluded that he had waged a heroic revolution in his struggle against his illness. Immediately after the memorial ceremony, the official period of mourning was declared over, although the bare facts of the memorial service and of a Deng's eulogy were printed in the newspaper. In contrast to the usual practice when dealing with the death of revolution heroes, virtually nothing about Zhou's career made it into the print, nor was there an official estimates of the crowds that had paid homage in Tiananmen Square or along the funeral procession. Many people were upset about these closings over Zhou's death, not only because it failed to provide a fitting commemorations to someone they admired, but also because of what it signified that Zhou's and Deng's enemies were in a strong political positions and would pursue policy quite different from the Zhou's. After the memorial services, Zhou's widow, then Yangshuo, was granted her request to accompany to her ashes to the airports. Their workmen carried the ashes onto a plane to disperse in the skies over the Chinese land to which Zhou had dedicated his life. Deng's fall and the selection of Hu Zhongfei, January 1976. The Zhou Enlai memorial activities interrupted the Politburo sessions, attacking Deng's for only a few days. Mao, dissatisfied with Deng's two self-criticisms, had directed the day after Zhou's memorial services that both of these self-criticisms to be printed and distributed to the Politburo for further considerations. For Deng, the meaning was ominous. After at the Politburo's meeting on January 20, when Deng made his third self-criticism, he again requested an opportunity to meet Mao. Jiang Qing demanded to know why, and Deng replied that he wanted to talk personally to the chairman about the seriousness of his error, to hear personally the chairman's criticisms and directions, and to present some problem he had in his work. Mao, however, had no exception to his usual practice of refusing to meet anyone who had become a target of his criticisms. He chose not to hear from Deng in a private what he could later easily retract. Upon hearing that he would not have a private audience with the Maos, Deng composed a handwritten letters to Mao that in effect announced his resignations, and he gave it to Mao Yun-sin to deliver to Mao, and he wrote, "Chairman, I beg that you approve my request to. I beg that. Just wait, okay, this one." Then he gave it to Mao. This one's to deliver to Mao. Chairman. Deng composed a handwritten letters to Mao that in effect announced his resignations, and he gave it to Mao. This one to deliver. This one. He wrote, "Chairman, I beg that you approve my request to be relieved of my duties leading the daily work of the party centers. For the past 2 months, I have been criticized. I fear my continuing to work will weaken the efforts of the Central Committee, and that I will make further arrests. I will follow the decision of the chairman and the Central Committee." The day after he received Deng's letter, Mao met with his nephew to hear his report on Deng's conduct at this meeting the day before. In Mao Yun's view, Deng's self-criticism still had not gone far enough. Yuzinst also report. See, that's how it's easy for the top, that's why it's important for the top leaders to stay in touch with the ground reports and all those things, right? Because in the middleman, that means the personal secretary, the advisors, if they are not telling the entire story, then the leader is gone. He's not able to make a proper decision, because his decision will be based on the opinion of the advisors, right? So that's why it's very important as a leader to just go, take a ground reports and then have a different people, right? Different people, doesn't matter. You don't have to agree with them. It's important for you to have those people around you so that you can get all the see. So right now, the Mao Zedong, right, his main source of information is only from that his nephew, and if his nephew is lying, and nephew could have biases, right? Everyone has their own biases, so. Okay, this one thing, self-criticism still had not gone for far. Yongzin also reported to Mao that the three vice premier, Huang Gefeng, Ji Dengung, and Chen, had requested that someone be named acting premiers. These three young provincial leaders had been brought into the Politburo in 1973 with the expectation that they would later be leading candidates for higher positions. Mao immediately replied that Hua should be given responsibility for leading the daily work of the party. To foreigners and even the Chinese general public, Hua was a new face, but Mao had known Hua for 2 decades. He first met Hua in 1955 when Hua was prefectural party secretary in Xiangtang, Hunan, Mao's home prefectures. Hua was then a strong supporter of the Mao's rapid agriculture and civil collectivizations, and Mao's formed a positive impressions of him. Over the 2 decades Mao had known Hua, Hua had firmly supported Mao in each political campaign and had risen in the status after each one of them. He proved reliable supporters of the Mao's controversial criticisms of the Peng Dehui in 1959 after his criticisms of Lin Biao and after Lin's crash. Other Beijing leaders had a chance to know this one after he was elevated to the Politburo in 1973 as a key people in this one. Wang Hongwen had been too strong-willed and failed to get people to work together. Hua enjoyed better relations with the officials of different political views. He had been a senior official even before the Cultural Revolution, so he could be acceptable to official returning to work. He was also acceptable to be members of the Gang of Us who were optimistic that he would be pliable and easy to manipulate. On the same day, Mao told Mao this one that Hua was to be acting premier. Jiang Xing and this one arranged a meeting of the party committees at Tsinghua and Peking University, where Deng was publicly criticized by name for the first time. And Qin Sun, the official at Tsinghua whom Deng's followers had criticized, took the lead in organizing more public meeting attacking Deng's. There was a logic to Mao's timing of the public criticism of the Deng and his withdrawal from the public life in 1975. The general public had accepted Deng as a leader and had approved of the job he was doing. If Hua were to be accepted as a new leader and not troubled by the presence of Deng, it would be better not to remove Deng from the public sense scene and to take his public reputations, his public reputation down a notch. The Chinese public and the foreign press learned that Hua was acting premier on January 26 from the People's Daily. The news was presented not in a banner headlines that might have aroused opposition, instead in an innocuous report that Hua had been hosted at trade delegations from Romania. He was listed with his new title, acting premier. On January 28th, Mao formally asked Hua to be responsible for the daily works of the party centers, and on February 2nd, 2 weeks after Deng had submitted his resignations, the party centers announced to high-level party members throughout the country that Hua, with the unanimous approval of the Politburos, had been appointed acting premier. Meanwhile, Deng had dropped out of sight. After submitting his resignation, Mao did not return to work until the summer of the 1977. Mao knew that Hong Yifeng was not as outstanding as Deng Xiaoping, Zhou Enlai or Chen this one, but he had no other officials of the appropriate age and experience who better fulfill his requirements. Mao, at least for the moment, he had abandoned his thanks, but he had not abandoned his search for unity and stability, and Hua, unlike Wang Hongwen, had no enemies and avoided fractionalisms. Indeed, Hua was the kind of a person Deng himself looked for when he was considering which lower level official to promote. He was a pragmatic problem solver who rose step by step, although Hua lacked knowledge of Marxist-Leninist theories and experience in foreign affairs. Mao hoped he could grow into those ideas. And perhaps most important to Mao, who go first, beneficiaries of the cultural revolutions could be counted on not to denounce it. Unlike Deng, Hua did not have his own base of supports, and his claim to the leadership would depend entirely on selection with the Mao. Mao could be confident that Hua would uphold his reputations and his legacy, but Hua who had not been tested in high positions, was made only acting premier. Mao still wanted to observe him before making a permanent change. In 1975, Mao, confident of Deng's demonstrated leaderships, had given him formal titles in the military, the party, and the governments. In January 1976, by contrast, Hua was not given even a position of the standing committees of the Politburo, nor was he made a party vice president chairman. Furthermore, he was not yet given any important position in the paramilitaries. Mao did, however, gave Hua responsibility for chairing Politburo meetings and for providing overall leadership for the daily work for the party and the government. On one of the Hua's initial duties was to lead the campaign opposing the rightist reversal of victorious that would criticize Deng Xiaoping efforts to bring back so many senior officials. Unsuccessful public campaign against Deng. Even after he removed Deng from his high positions and began preparations to denounce him in public, Mao limited to attack Deng in his talk on January 21. After choosing Hua Gofing, Mao said the differences with the Deng were still contradictions among the people, which were not so as serious as contradictions with the enemies, and that he would later consult against about the Deng's work situation. For now, Deng's work would be reduced, but he would continue to work. He would not be into this. Mao had not completely given up on Deng, but he chooses to proceed with a public campaign to criticize him. Mao also worked to loosen Deng's hold on the military so as to make it more difficult for Deng to try to unite with the military against Mao. Already on January 18th, just 2 days before Deng sent Mao his letters of resignation, a crowd estimated at 7,000 officials in the national defense science sectors was assembled in the peasants' gymnasiums to criticize the rightist reversal of the verdicts. General Zhang Apine, who had worked closely with the Deng on national defense science and who had already been roundly criticized and even called a Taiwan spy by Chiang Xing, sent words that he was unable to appear at the gathering because of the illness. In his brief message, he explained that he was personally responsible for the decision he made, and those working under him had no plate in the decisions. General Zhang wasn't the only one feeling ill as the political climate rapidly turned against Deng and his associates. Aside from Zhang Aping, the other three protective Buddhist deities and their closest associates were also attacked. Hua Hongbing and his colleague promoting science, Wang Li and his colleague working on the railways, and Zhou Rongzi and his education colleague were all subject to attack. 2 months later, Zhou Rongzi died. On February 2, it was announced that because Marshal Yi Jiangxing was ill, Chen this one would lead the work of the Central Military Commissions. Chen Yiling had worked closely with the Mao's nephew, Mao Zun this one Ilenim, and Mao Yuning would serve as a go-between, ensuring that Mao's interest in the military would be upheld. On February 16, the party center approved a CMC report announcing that at the enlarged CMC on conference of the previous summer, Deng and Marshal Yi had made a serious error, so circulations of the speech would be discontinued. Once this notice was published, the participation of the Deng and Marshal Yi in CMC work stopped. Mao would not run any risk that Deng and Marshal Yi, under criticisms, might try to unite with the military leaders against Mao. Mao Ungzi took the lead in organizing a conference sponsored by the Central Committee, at which provincial level leaders and leaders of the large military regions could join in criticizing them. During this conference, held from late February to early March, many regional leaders from first head about Mao's criticisms of Deng Xiaoping have based on material collected by the Mao Yunzings. Mao had complained that his nephew that Deng's linking of Mao's three directives to resist revisionism, to encourage unity and stability, and the boost of the national economy had neither been cleared by the political nor reported to Mao. Now had also protested that Deng's use of the cat, black cat theory. It doesn't matter if I think it's famous. Right? It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches the mouse. It did not make any distinction between imperialism and Marxism-Leninism. It reflected bourgeoisie thinking. Jiang Guangdong chimed in that Deng was a representative of the monopoly capitalist class, and he was a revisionist at home and a capitulationist abroad. At some earlier criticisms of Deng, his name was not mentioned, but at this meeting, Guang Rongfei mentioned Deng by name and criticized his revisionist line. Yet Hua, like Mao, placed limits on the anti-Deng campaign. There would not be any big character posting criticizing Deng, nor would any criticism be broadcasted. On March 3, a summary of the Mao's and Hua's criticisms of Deng was circulated to all level of party. Jiang Zwing was, as usual, less restrained. She called on a meeting on January 2nd with leaders from 12 provinces, at which she tried to escalate the seriousness of the Deng's creators, calling him a counter-revolutionist and a fascist. To Mao, this was going too far. He criticized her for calling the meeting without consulting him and forbade her from sending out announcements reporting on the results of the meeting. On March 21, when the People's Daily asked whether the person pursuing the capitalist or Deng, who was trying to reverse verdicts, will have a genuine change of heart, official in Beijing understood Mao, still hoping Deng might change, was giving him another chance. Deng, however, showed no signs of softening his stance. On April 5th, it would become clear that the campaign to criticize Deng had not won the hearts and the minds of the public. Now demonstrating for Zhou and Deng, Tiananmen Square, April 5, 1976. The Qingming annual grave sweeping festival is held every year in China to remember the dead. In the weeks before the 1976 festival, which was scheduled for April 5th, the Gang of Four began to anticipate that some people would use the occasion to launch demonstration to remember Zhou Enlai. They were right to be concerned. In Beijing, not only officials and students, but also many ordinary people upset that Zhou Enlai in January had not been properly memorialized, were indeed planning to show their respect for him on April 5th. On March 25, a few days before this festival, Shanghai, a newspaper dominated by the Gang of Fours, published an article criticizing Deng and his backer, another person taking the capitalist routes, to whom everyone understood no mean Zhou Enlai. In this case, the Gang of Four proved to have a poor grasp of public opinions. For an article attempting to dampen support for this backfired, angry former Red Guards turned the skills they had acquired in attacking Jing enemies against Jing herself. In Shanghai, large crowds immediately surrounded the office of the newspaper and to demand explanations. At Nanjing University too, then 3 hours from Shanghai by trains, posters immediately went up condemning Wayne Hu, and the demonstrators spread from the university to the main streets of the city. People carried wreath from the centers of Nanjing to lay at the Yunnan Memorial, which had been erected to commemorate the 100,000 communists killed by the nationalist leaders. The Gang of the Four mobilized their supporters to remove their wreath and block further demonstration. They did manage to keep news of the Nanjing events out of the official media, but they were unable to stop informal reports from the spreading to the other cities. On March 26, the day after the demonstrations in Nanjing, Deng Xiaoping was brought to an enlarged Politburo meeting to be criticized as the head of the reviled capitalists in the party. He was also accused of forming a faction designed to seize power and ultimately to restore capitalism. Deng was in effect and warned that he too would be held responsible for many of the demonstration in April this month. Just 4 days later, on March 30th, the first wreath honoring the zoo in Beijing began to appear at the monuments to the people's heroes in Tiananmen Square. Poems and essays honoring Zhou Enlai was posted, and speeches praising Zhou and attacking the Gang of Four began to attract crowds. Other posters expressed support for Deng Xiaoping, and some people placed their little bottle on the streets because the Chinese word for little bottle is pronounced Jiangping. The party leaders in Beijing, attempting to head of any larger outpouring of emotions, announced that the work units could commemorate Zhou within their units, but Tiananmen Square was to remain orderly. Patrols were sent to block any demonstration. Beijing municipal officials estimated that by Saturday, April this month, some 1 million Chinese had visited the square, with several hundred thousands there at the peak times and never fewer than tens of thousands at other time during the day. The party leadership in Beijing sent out an urgent order: do not go to Tiananmen to lay wreaths. The laying of wreath is an outmoded custom, but News spread by words of the mouth. On Sunday, April 4, there were a tremendous outpouring of people, estimated at more than 2 million, to pay tributes to Zhao Enlai, to oppose the Gang of First, and to express support for Deng. To avoid giving Jiang Xing any further excuse to attack him, Deng forbade his family members from going to the square, where poems, posters, white chrysanthemums and wreaths were accumulating. Groups gathered to hear speakers risking possible arrest by loudly expressing their own devotions. Devotions to the Zhou and their readiness to sacrifice their lives to defeat the gangs of the foe, which was plotting to seize power. People in the square, came from all the walks of life: officials, students, workers, peasants. A few of the boldest speakers were arrested. Roger Carasites, the British embassy official who personally observed these developments, commented, "As a memorial for Zhou, this people ceremony was more moving than any state funeral I have seen. As political demonstrations, it was utterly unlike anything I had ever seen in China. The crowds were acting out of convictions, expressing thoughts and the feeling that had been flowing underground for years. There was anger at what had happened to the legacy of the Zhou, a spirit of revolt against Mao's, apprehension for the future of China, and the defiance of those who would certainly seek to punish the demonstrators. The mandate had been removed from Maoist. On the evening of April 4, the Politburo met in fusion room of the Great Hall of People to discuss how to respond to the event in the square. Politburo members Marshal Yi and this one Lin, who were sympathetic to the demonstrators, were on sick leave, and Deng Xiaoping was not present. Hua Wanping chaired the meetings, and Mao this one went in. At the meeting, Wu, the chairman of the Beijing Party committees and a head of the Beijing Revolutionary Committee, which had overall responsibility for maintaining public order in Beijing, reported that 2,773 wreath had been presented on behalf of over 1,400 units. At one location, the pile of the wreath was more than 6 meters wide. Wudi also reported that some of the demonstrators had been planning these activities for some time and that they had been influenced by Deng Xiaoping. Jiang Qing, in her attempt to stop demonstrations, declared that this one was never over. Qingming was over, and that before dawn all the wreaths should be cleared away and sent to the Papa Shon's Revolutionary Cemetery in the Beijing. Huang Won directed Wu this one to find a way to implement her request. On April 5th, before dawn, some 200 trucks from Beijing's municipality arrived at Tiananmen Square. Workers tossed the wreath onto the trucks and hauled them away. So after sunrise, the crowd began to swell to over 100,000 people. As they realized that what had happened, so they grew increasingly angry and began yelling, "Return our wreath." Okay, just wait. What the fuck is this wreath? Okay.
Wreath.
Okay, it's not wreath. It's wreath. Wreath.
Wreath.
Pronunciation. Okay. Pronunciation. Wreath. Okay, it's a wreath.
Wreath.
It's wreath.
Wreath.
Wreath. Okay, wreath. It's a flower. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I was not aware of it. I thought it's some, I don't know. Revolutions. 10. This one's we were on some 200 in a truck from the Beijing municipality. Workers tossed this one's. Okay, tossed the wreath onto the trucks and hauled them away. Our sunrise, the crowd began to swell over this one. As they realized what had happened, they grew increasingly angry and began yelling, "Return our wreath! Return our wreath! Return our comrade!" Comrade denounced. The defiant crowd assaulted the Great Hall of the People. Wreath. Okay, burned cars, smashed bicycles, struck foreign cameramen, and assaulted a small building used by the militias. In the afternoons, the Politburo met again. Then Xiaoping, who had not attended Politburo meeting for some time, was brought in to receive criticisms. Zhang this once first attacked Deng by saying he was like the Emra Nike, the final leaders of the Hungarian revolt of 1956. Mao Yun-sin passed on a critical message from Mao, some written, some oral, with the Deng all the while remaining silent. Wang Hongwen then delivered to the Politburo Mao's orders to prepare 100,000 military men to put down the demonstrators, but Nai Jifu, in charge of the military, replied that at most only 30,000 were available, with Wu Yi adding that they would be no match for the large numbers of the protesters in the square. Next, Zhang this one said that Wu this one should make a broadcast to the protesters. Wu Di wrote out a brief message to the broadcast and showed it to Hong this one and other political members who approved it. The broadcast would not refer to the causes of the protester, but instead directed attention to the small group of counter-revolutionary in the square who were turning their memorial into a political movement by attacking Mao and the central committees. It would also refer to the unrepentant person taking the capitalist road who had promoted the rightist reversal of the verdict instead of uniting behind Mao and the party. Because counter-revolutionaries are misusing the incidents, the broadcasters would say the revolutionary masses should immediately evacuate the square. At 6:30 p.m. on April 5, the political tapes were broadcast in the square. The next day, the print versions of this announcement that appeared in the public's daily Deng's names, which had been absent from the broadcast, was inserted, specifically rating as an unrepentant capitalist borders. The plan approved by the Politburo called for the militia to move in at 8 p.m., but at the time, Wu Xingzang, the commanders of the Beijing garrisons who were on the scenes, judged that too many protesters remained in the square. He explained to Hua Gofeng and this ones who continued to phone him that it was too soon for militia to declare the area. At 10:30 p.m., the flood light were turned on and this one tape was playing again, telling the demonstrators to leave the square. Finally, at 11, when Wu reported by phone to this one that only about 1,000 protesters remained, gave permission to bring the militia. More than 100 people were resisted or were arrested. Although the police did not use firearms, they did use clubs and dozens of people were injured. Pools of blood remained on the streets after the area was cleared, but no deaths were reported. So a few hours later, before the drones on April 6, some members of the Politburo met to review the incidents. They concluded that the demonstrators had been planned and organized, and therefore they continued the plot against the state. That afternoon, Mao Zedong met with the Mao to discuss the natures of the incidents, and the chairman approved broadcasting that it had been a plot. There is no evidence that Mao personally believed that Deng was the Black Hands who had organized the demonstrators, as it was publicly announced, but he did believe that Deng were to remain in power. He would lead the party down the wrong path. By that evening, Jiang Xing had already met with the Maoist and again demanded that Deng be removed from the party, but Mao still did not agree. Gao Wenxing, who at the time was working in the party archives, reports that for Mao, the news of what happened in Tiananmen April was far more distressing than at the very site where millions of young redcoats had shouted "Long live" to him, the same multitudes, roaring in protest against his rules. The judgment of history he knew would be exceedingly harsh. He was certainly overwhelmed by fear and depression. China had not yet introduced voting, even in the villages, but April 5th demonstration had made it clear that at least in Beijing, where the political consciousness was by far the highest, and Mao had lost the popular mandates, that Zhou Enlai was the public hero, and then Xiaoping had enough public support to become the preeminent leader. The removal of Deng and the elevation of the Hua. April 1976. On the morning of April 7th, when Moa Huangsing reported that latest developments to Mao gave him written directions about how to proceed at the Politburo meeting scheduled for that later that day. When Politburo met, Mao Zongxing took out the note from the Mao and showed it to the others. It read, it was in the capital, it was at the Tiananmen, there was burning and heating. So the nature of the movement has changed. In short, the movement had become counter-revolutionaries. Contradictions were no longer among the people. They were more serious. They were between the party and enemy trying to bring down the party. Mo Yun-sen also conveyed to the Politburo chairman Mao two proposals. First, that Hua Guofeng, the acting premier, be made premier and vice chairman of the party, and second, that Deng, who until that time had not been officially removed from the position in the government party military, be stripped away from all his position. That's a big step. Be stripped from all of his position. Yet even at this point, Mao replaced limits on the treatments of Deng. He also directed that Deng be allowed to remain in the party to see how he behaves. When Mao's proposals were conveyed, the Politburo fell silent and then approved them. Once Mao spoke, there was never any question about outcomes. Mao completely removed Deng from the power, and yet when Wang Dongxing first informed Mao that Xiang this one might be mobilizing the masses to attack the Dengs, Mao directed that Wang this one moved Dengs to a safe place not far from his children's, and that Deng's location be kept secret from the gang of foes. By giving Hua full power and by removing Deng from all official positions, Mao cleared the way for Hua to lead the army. From Mao's perspective, Hua had made no major errors during his months as an acting premier, and Mao had no better choice who would be loyal to Mao's reputations and who had the potential to get along with the radicals and senior officials. He had also shown great strength in putting down the April 5 demonstrations. Knowledgeable officials in Beijing believed that until 5th Mao had left open the possibility of that Deng and Hua might share leadership positions, but after such a level of popular support for the Deng, it was not possible. Hua would have been overwhelmed by Deng, but allowing Deng to remain in the party, Mao left open the possibility that Deng might again be served the countries, not soon again, anytime soon. So that evening at 8 p.m., there was a public announcement that Hua Guofeng had been named first vice chairman of the party as well as the premier. Top official in the party organized demonstration in a series where cities throughout the country showed their loyalty to Hua. This one, demonstrators were also organized at the work units in a university. At Peking University, for example, all students were told to assemble to listen to an announcement at 8 p.m. on April 7. At the appointment time, loudspeaker throughout the campus bellowed out congratulations to Wang Wei for his new appointments as his first chairman, vice chairman, and a premier. then announced a huge school-wide meeting featuring the representative from each department of the university. Within that meeting, those representatives announced Deng and dropped Hua and supported Hua. Though observers noted that they carefully followed their script without showing nearly the same enthusiasm as did the demonstrations in the Tiananmen Square on April 5th and 4th. Although Hua rarely met Mao, when they met at the April 30 visits to Beijing by the Prime Minister Vogel of New Zealand, Mao took out a piece of paper and scrawled his message to Hua. Go slowly, don't be in a rush. Act according to the past directions. When you're in charge, I'm at ease. Hua did not publicize the last part of the message at the time, but there was no doubt of its authenticity and Mao's meaning. Mao had chosen Hua as his successors. Mao's judgment that Hua would remain loyal to him and his policies were proved to be correct, but his hope that Hua would unite the radicals and pragmatists was not realized. Within days after Mao's death, Hua would conclude that it was impossible to work with Jiang Qing and her fellow radicals. Mao also wishes that Hua, with support from some senior leaders like the Marshal Yi, these leaders might provide long-term relation leaderships, but this hopes too became never fruitioned. Deng after April 7, 1976. On April 7th, the day he was removed from all his posts, Deng passed to Wang Dongxing's the letter to be delivered to Mao. In his letter, Deng made it clear that he remained faithful to party disciplines, writing, I fully support the party center's decision concerning Comrade Hu Wangxing assuming the position of the first vice chairman and this ones, aware that Jiang Xing had tried to remove him from the party. Deng added, I express my deep appreciation for the chairman and to the party for allowing me to remain in the party. Yet Deng was forbidden to take part in high-level party discussions and public meetings. He was not allowed to participate in any of the funeral activities for Zhu Di, commander of the Red Army, after he died on July 6, or for Chairman Mao after he died on September 9 at the Politburo meetings on the night of the Mao's death. Jiang Xing again tried to remove Deng from the party, although her efforts were repulsed by Hua Dongfeng, who faithfully followed Mao's orders, as well as by Marshal Yi. The pressure from the criticisms and the isolation were heavy burdens, even for the one as hardened as the Deng Xiaoping and some other would prove less sturdy. After April 5, the criticism sessions against Zhou intensified. Even Wu Di, who led the clearing Tiananmen Square, acknowledged that the Gang of Four and Ji Qin had struggled him to death. Mao not only protected, the Gang of Four and this one struggled him to death. So Mao not only protected Deng and allowed him to keep his party memberships, but he offered him some special considerations. On June 10th, for example, Deng passed a letter to Wang this one to be forwarded to Hua this one, and Mao indicating that his wife had been hospitalized for an eye disease and would make a big difference if the family members could remain with her in hospital. Mao gave his permission. On June 30, Deng received information notification that he could return to his old home on Kong Street from his temporary residence from Dong. Even in his last day, Mao never completely gave up on Deng. 9 days after the Deng's family 9 years after the Deng family moved back from home, there was a catastrophic earthquake ended in the Tangshan, several hundred miles from the Beijing, that according to official figures resulted in 242,000 deaths. That tremor shook Beijing badly and caused structural damage to an estimated 1/3 of Beijing's building. As in Imperial Times, some regarded the natural disaster as a sign that the heavens were dissatisfied with the top leaderships. Deng and his family, like many others, camped out in the yard outside their residence until they feared that the building might collapse. Subsided after moving back in their homes from April 1976 until the Deng returns to work in the spring of 1977. Deng life centered as it had in Jiangxi for over 3 years on his family and news he received from the radio and newspaper. The political balance after 7th of April 1976. The selection of the Hua this one as a premier and the vice chairman meant that the first time Hua had a higher political rank than any of the Gang of Four. Hua had tried to maintain a good relation with all of them gangs, but they moved to a different drummers to ensure they were radical propagandists, and he was a pragmatic problem solver. Moreover, Hua's promotion made the Gang of Four regard him as a serious rival. Hua, a modest middle-level official, suddenly filling huge shoes, took a cautious approach in the charged political atmosphere. Many senior officials supported him because, at least in the short run, they saw no alternative for holding the country together, because he pursued a moderate policies and because he reached out to them to get their cooperation. Until April 7th, Mao retains enough power to energy to orchestrate a high level politics, but he was aware that others did not expect him to live more than a year. As he had observed, the rats were abandoning the sinking ship. When he met former President Nixon on February 23, he said that, referring to the 6 factories and 2 schools dear to his heart, I've only been able to change a few places in the vicinity of the Beijing. High officials continue to respect him only for his early achievements, but they were discerning and deciding how much to follow him. They could no longer translate his aura into a power to mobilize countries held in 1958, 66, 67. Mao chooses Hua, but they two had very little direct contact before or after April 7th, when Mao gave him a clearer mandate to lead. Until then, even from his sick beds, Mao actively orchestrated the criticisms of Deng and selected the future leadership course. After April 7th, and especially after the first heart attack on May 11th, however, Mao lacked the energies and even his visions to take active role in the tutoring. Hua Jing's, in contrast, remained highly energized, criticizing Deng and other senior officials. She endeavored to deepen her networks, located primarily in the propaganda apparatus of both the civilian and the military hierarchies, intimidating those afraid to cross someone who might gain power over Mao's death. In May 1976, General Wang Xin's, one of the Marshal Yi's most trusted friends, visited Yi at his home in the military compound in the Western Hills. The Wang Xin's raised the questions of how to respond to the gangs of four. Very few dare to say then what many knew, that it was really a gang of five led by Chairman Mao. Indeed, it is reported that when Wang Xin cautiously asked Marshal Yi, he was of the gang of four, Yi, concerned about the possibility of the bugging, replied by opening the four fingers of his right hand and moving the thumb down to the palm, indicating they should wait until Mao had passed away. Even if the story is apocryphal, it is believed by many people in Beijing and is consistent with the Marshal Yi's actions. Mao Yongxin had played a central role as a Mao's messenger in orchestrating the criticism of the Wang and the rise of the Huang Gofeng. But after April 5th, as Mao Zedong took a less active role, Mao, this one role as a messenger, became less important. Although Hua assumed higher formal positions in this one, he did not gain control over the bureaucracy to exercise power in that way that Deng had. To the extent that Hua had a policy perspective that guided his actions, it did not depart greatly from Deng's practice of using pragmatic means to work on, toward the four modernizations. High-level decision remain in the limbo and the bureaucracies, while waiting uncertainty for the new structures of the power that would follow Mao continued his daily work without a clear directives. Okay. Now comes the death. Okay. The death of Mao, September 9, 1976. Only on May 11, scarcely 1 month after the Tiananmen demonstrations, Mao suffered heart attacks, myocardial infractions. He remained conscious but was seriously weakened. Until then, Mao had continued to receive Politburo documents and to give final approval on this one's decision before they were distributed and implemented. But after May 11, he no longer looked at the documents. On June 26, Mao suffered a second heart attack. On September 2nd, a third. On September 9 at 12:10 a.m., he died. Hua, who automatically became an acting chairman of the party, immediately called together the political members who met in the V house of the morning to approve the wording of the official announcement of the Mao's death that released at 4 p.m. the same day. The death of the Mao brought on national television state-led mornings the larger-than-life man who had dominated the party for over 40 years and the nation for the 27 years had passed away, and ordinary people who knew almost nothing about politics wept as they paid their respect to the leaders they had been taught to revere. Even those who demonstrated on April 5th worried about the future of the China, and even though it might affect their personal lives, would China return to the chaos of 1966 to 69? Would the government fall apart, force the nation to civil war? However high-level official harbored similar concerns. In the short term, they plunged into work to pay atop all immediate arrangements of the announcement, the liaisons with the diverse groups at the homes and abroad, and the preservation of the security in the capital. The 377 members funeral committee headed by the Guofins was announced immediately. The list was defining moments for ranking the oral position of the officials and their contribution to the party and the country. The elaborate ceremonies in both Beijing and the provinces. Political juggling was temporarily put aside while all the work together to pay respect to Mao's memory. Leaders at all levels took their assigned places, reaffirming their position in the political hierarchy. Hua Keifeng was firmly in charge, and he was later given high marks for his overall management of the morning activities. Daily memorial services were held in the Great Wall of the People from September 11 to September 17 or September 18, following protocol. Wang Hongminst, who had been removed from the actual work but not from his formal position, was allowed to chair the memorial proceedings, but the pride of the place was given to Hua Guofin, who delivered the memorial speech in Tiananmen Square, praising Mao as the greatest Marxist of our time, while an estimated of 1 million listeners attended to pay the respect. On that same day, while the whistle of all factories and trains in the country blew a 3 minutes tribute, Hua also announced that following our autopsy, Mao's body would be preserved and displayed later. Mausoleums were erected in Tiananmen Square, where the viewers lined up outside before being allowed to enter and take their turn reviewing his body. It was a blow to Deng Xiaoping and the official with whom he had working closely in 1975. Oh, this one, this, and that they were excluded from the continuity of the party leaders, paying their respect to Mao. Deng nonetheless erected his home a special altar where he and his family paid their own private tributes to Mao. Once the memorial activities had ended, high-level political leaders resumed their maneuvering to define and control the image presented to the public, positioning themselves for the struggle that were sure to come. Arrest of the gangs of four. I mean, they shoot, man. By the, the way the way he has wrote the entire thing, I'm actually furious. I actually want to arrest those 4 people. Jiang Qing told her new Western biographers Roxane Whitkey, sex is engaging in the first rounds, but what sustained interest in the long run is power. She proudly announced after Mao's death that she had been his most faithful dog, but she might have added attack before dog. She might have added attack before dog to indicate her speciality. She was unrivaled in her fearless and destroying targets that Mao identified that educate public aware of her urgings. Privately derided her as a counter-saint and a second-class actress who had risen impromptu. She lacked the confidence and grace of someone who had risen to the power naturally. Instead, she displayed the haughtiness of one who had elbowed her way to the top. She was regarded as a rude and inconsiderate, even by the people who worked for her. She displayed the elemental anger of someone who had been shunned by senior party officials since the 1940s. By serving Mao, she acquired the power to deliver payback, and she did so ruthlessly, a symbol of Mao's worst side. She was easily the most hated figure in China, starting in 1974, when Mao began to seek national unity and stability. Mao treated her as a loose cannon in need of some restraints, but she remained appreciative of her loyalty, concerns about her welfare, and protective lest he need to call her against. There was no indication that Mao ever intended Jiang Qing to be high-level leaders, and when she revealed such ambition, she restrains her. Once Mao had formally designated Hua as the first vice chairman and premier, the possibility of getting in top positions or playing an important role in the leadership in fact disappeared, although her ambition did not. Jiang Qing never acquired the visions, the organization skill, or ability to get the positive cooperation from other power holders that was needed to be a real continent for power. She had burned too many bridges, destroyed too many high officials, and alienated so many colleagues. She lacked the self-restraints to power of a loyal opposition. She lacked support among senior party officials who were far more skilled in organizing within the military. She had virtually no support outside the political department. During Mao's last year, Jing Zhang, during Mao's last year, Jiang Qing endeavored to deepen her base, working through the civilian propaganda apparatus and the political departments of the PLA. She continued Mao's revolutionary class struggle against the bourgeoisies. She kept in touch with the radical in Shanghai militia who had access to arms. Generals did not worry that she would win in a military showdown. They were concerned that some military officers might be intimidated to incorporating her, and she might stir up so many radicalists as to create long-term struggles and chaos, which would only slow China's progress. Jiang Qing realized that her best role was to find or perhaps to alter some documents of Mao's that would allow her to secure more power and define Mao's legacy. Immediately after Mao's death, Jiang Qing went to Mao's personal assistant Jiang Sufin after day, demanding that all of Mao's documents be turned over to her. She did receive some documents and kept them in her possession for a few days, but when Guangding insisted that all of the Mao's papers was to be held by the Wang Dongxings, she reluctantly passed them over. She then began pressing Ji Dengzhui to gain access to the archives of the material originally collected and controlled by Li Wangst, which were being housed at a former Howard at Homogenst. She's a hell of a woman. That day after Huan's memorial address, Jing Jiang requested an immediate meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee, which included her allies Wang Hongminst and Dismunst, without the presence of Marshal Yi, to discuss the handling of the Mao documents. Hua, feeling that he had no choice, called the meeting that afternoon. Jiang Jing brought with her this at the meeting. She demanded that Mao Dismunst, who had managed Mao's paper during the last 10 months of his life, kept in charge of his uncle material while he prepared a report on them. Others disagreed and because the meeting reached no decision, the material remained at the party centers. Jiang Jing also attempted to extend her control in the propaganda apparatus, which she had controlled at the zenith of her power in the early days of the Cultural Revolution. In addition, she tried to mobilize youth, telling them to persist in a class struggle and either attack on bureaucratism. In a speech at Tsinghua University on October 1st, Jiang Jing encouraged young people to take an oath to fight to the end. When Hua heard that at some meeting that Gang of Four had told allies to expect good news from this one, he concluded that he needed to act urgently. Although there was no real evidence that Jiang Jing had planned a coup, there were other ominous signs. On October 4, This one swore an oath of loyalty to the Xinjiang, and on the 14th edition of the Guangman Daily featured an article written by Long Deng, a pen name used by the radicals at the two universities, Peking University and Tsinghua University, declaring that the struggle against the capitalists inside the party must be carried through the end. Concerns about these developments, Marshal Yi went the same day to consult Wang Dongminst and this one, who were already worried that the Gang of Four might soon carry out some kind of an actions. No one doubted that Jiang Xing was a part of the I Live, You Die political traditions. Prepared to fight to the ends. Any decision to arrest the Gang of the Four would require the bold leaderships of acting chairman Hua Guofing and the cooperations of both Marshal Yi and chairman of the CMC and the Wang Dongxing, head of the palace guards, which protected the party centers, also eyes to eye, and moved quickly immediately after Mao's death. Marshal Yi, then Minister of Defense, as well as the Vice Ministry of Defense, as well as the chair, as chairman of the CMC, had pledged to Hua his wholehearted support to keep this post-Mao transition smoothly. Several days after Mao's death, Hua sent Li this one to sound out the Yi on how to deal with the Gang of First, and Li and this one agreed that the fast actions were to call. When Wang Dongxing could later describe the preparations for the arrest of the Gang of Four, he would say that Hua, King, this one, and this one were the strategists, and they simply implemented her in their directions. Marshal Yi sought to make the arrest in a way that would prevent a clash between military forces, which would create further instability because the Gang of Four had their own guards at the area where they lived. That meant avoiding a confrontation there, but timing was also critical. The three partners in planning, Hua, Yi, Wang Dongxing, realized that they must take the initiative before the Gang of the Four did. After they saw the October 4 editions and editorial and heard that the Gang of Four were telling their allies to expect good news as nearly as 9th of October, Hong Yi, Wang Dongxing prepared to move swiftly and decisively. Meanwhile, one by one, Wang Dongxing was selecting a small number of the 9 men in his guard unit on whom he could rely. So that's why never celebrate too early. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? You're gonna do something or not. Please don't do something which will. Okay, so they've said right that expect good news. Obviously, some people will think that they might take this one, so it's better just to prevent it, right? On the afternoon of October 5th, Marshal Yi talked separately with the Hua and this one. Decided that on the next day, on October 6th, Hua would call a Politburo Standing Committee meeting at short notice, as was done to be held at 8 p.m. in Horiel Hall of Zongnanlia. The state agenda would include the 3 important issues: publications of Volume 5 of Mao's selected works, planning for the Mao's memorial halls, and policies on the use of the Mao's former residence in this one. Usually, Politburo Standing Committee meetings were only attended by Hua, Yi, Yang, Wang, Sinst, and this one. With these items on the agenda, Wang and this one would not want to miss the meeting, and because Yua Wang was centrally involved in the publication of Volume 5 of Mao's selected work, it was natural to invite him to join this discussion as well, even though he was not a member of the Standing Committee. On the night of October 6, although Wang Dongxing's small group of special forces was already inside, everything outside the building appeared normal. Just before 8 p.m., Wang Hongwen strode into the building and was suddenly grabbed by the guards. He yelled angrily, "I've come for a meeting. What are you doing?" The guard wrestled him to the floor and carried him to the main hall, where this one stood up to say, "Wang Hongwen, you have committed an anti-party and anti-socialist crime. The party center is placing you in a confinement for investigation." While Wang was taken away from the main hall, Jiang Gonwei, and carrying his briefcase, arrived exactly on time. About to enter the main house, he was too arrested by the guard and handcuffed. Wang, this one, announced that he would be interrogated for crimes and he submitted, without resistance. When Wei arrived, he was immediately arrested by just outside the building. Meanwhile, a small group of special forces attached to the central committees to office building went to Jiang's residence and told her that she was being held for special examination. She replied that she needed to go to the restroom, so female members of the special forces accompanied her. Upon returning, she was escorted to a car and driven away. Within 45 minutes, with no fighting of guns and no bloodshed, the threat from the Gang of Four was eliminated. At around same time, Hua and Yi also sent special team to the broadcasting studios, to the New China Agency, and to the People's Daily and to the other publications to make certain that followers of the Gangs of Four were given no public voices and that no news would spread until the 4 key followers of the Gang of had been arrested. The day after the Gangs arrested took place, Xi Jingji of the Beijing Municipal Party Committee and Queen of the Tsinghua University were placed in a protective custody to get around the problems of the Gang of Four, being Politburo members who would resist formalizing Huang this one position as a leader, a position that Jiang Xing had covered it for herself. Marshal Yi convened a meeting of the Politburo with the Gang of the Four at his home in the Western Hills. The meeting began at 10 p.m. on the evening of the Gang arrest and continued until 4 a.m. At the meeting, the participants unanimously chose Hua as a chairman of both the party and the CMC. They also discussed what cautionary steps were needed to avoid disruptions by the following of the Gang of First. In 8 editions, immediately after the Politburo meeting, it was announced that Volume 5 of the Mao Selected Works, which Deng and the Gang of Four had struggled to so hard to control, would be published under the direction of the Hao, then giving Hao the critical opportunity to define Mao's legacy. The greatest risk of the disorder from the Gang of Four followers came from the armed militia forces in the Shanghai. Indeed, Yi, Hua, and the other kept the gang's arrest secret until they were certain the Shanghai problem was under control. Zhou Xingyu, former longtime commanders of the Nanjing military region with the jurisdictions over the Shanghai areas, flew to Beijing, where he assured the leaders that the military was fully prepared in case fighting were to break out in Shanghai. There was good cause for concern. The 2 days after the arrest of the Gang of Four, the gang's followers in Shanghai began to suspect that something terrible had happened because they couldn't reach the gang and they couldn't begin to prepare for the armed resistance. Beijing countered these arguments, this threat, by sending senior leaders led by the General Su Zhenzuo to Shanghai to quiet things down. While there, the leaders also invited Ma Tinsu and others followers to Jiangxing from Shanghai to Beijing for meetings where, unbeknownst to them, they would become hostage by October 14. Those remaining in Shanghai were still planning to resist, realized that high-level party officials as well as the public were overwhelmingly opposed to the armed resistance. Seeing this hopelessness of the situation, they yielded without a fight. Meanwhile, security officials had been reaching decisions about which former subordinates of the Gang of Four were most dangerous. On the day after the Gang of Four were arrested, 30 of the gang's most loyal followers in the Beijing were taken into custody. A security official continued to observe those still considered security threats. No, Mao Zedong also was arrested. Okay, the nephew of the Mao Zedong was also arrested. The sudden release of the news of the arrest of the Gangs of Four thrilled and relieved a public wary of the sudden release of the news of the arrest of the Gangs of Four thrilled and relieved public wary of continuous struggle and afraid of their returns. The public announcement was made on October 18th. A huge, spontaneous public celebration erupted. Foreign correspondents observing the events reported extraordinary excitement as the masses poured onto the streets of the major cities to celebrate. Chairman Hua seeks party supports. Yet within the party there was no there was a doubt as to whether Gang of Four should be arrested and even whether Mao had actually chosen Hua to be his successor. Mao had never announced publicly that Hua Guofeng was his successor. High-level officials knew that Mao would never have arrested the Gangs of Four, and even some who disliked the Gangs of Four felt that Mao's wishes should be followed. In an effort to solidify supports for the Hua's role, Marshal Yi and Lia Jiangyan supported Hua Guofeng at a meeting that brought together leading central provincials and military officials in a meeting in Beijing. They enumerated the crimes of the Gangs of Four and explained the need for arresting them. Most high officials agreed with the need to arrest the Gangs of Four and acknowledged that Hua, Marshal Yi, and Wang Dongxing had acted wisely and courageously in the way they carried it out. It was at this meeting that Hua revealed for the first time that the scrawled note that Mao had given to him on April 30 during the visits of New Zealand Prime Minister Robert Muldoon. With you in charge, I am at ease. The revelations helped persuade the provisional party secretaries that Mao had indeed chosen Hua. At the meeting, Hua received a declaration of the approval for his selections as chairman of the party and CMCs. The confrontation between the Hua and the Gang of Four would be retold as a great struggle between the good and evil, between the party pursuing the correct path and the gang plotting against the party. Like many stories recorded in Chinese historical documents, the victors were seen as the virtuous and the losers as villains. This happens with everyone, right? The victorious people will write the history, and if they are writing the history, then obviously they will not paint themselves as a bad guy. And by this time, as in 1949, so there was a genuine and widespread popular support for the victors. To further solidify his positions, Hua chose to continue the criticisms of the Deng and to delay his return. On October 26, Hua announced that in addition to criticizing the Deng Gang of Four, the party would also continue its criticisms of Deng Xiaoping. The party's criticism was not as extreme as that initiated by the Gang of Four, but it continued for several months. Hua was not ready to welcome Deng back. Deng was too experienced, too confident, and too ready to take charge. Marshal Yi also thought that Hua needed time to establish himself as a strong leader, and that Deng should return somewhat later. It wasn't until near the end of the 1976 that Marshal Yi, Li Jiangxing, and other secret officials advocating Deng would be perfect. Just wait, okay, I want to see, just for the fun fact, which later became, I'm very curious about it, so I can't wait. Which person became, China's chairman after Mao. And okay, Hua Guofeng immediately succeeded Mao as the commissioner of the Chinese Communist Party in this one. However, he was outmaneuvered in 1978 by this one. Okay, just wait. I want to look at his picture, man. How does he look like? Okay, so he does look like this. Chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, and Yi Jianxing, succeeded by Hu Hong. Okay, so this is Hua Gofing. So let's see the pronunciation of his word. Okay, I'm sorry, but gotta do it, right? Pronunciation, yeah. How to pronounce? We are looking at
Hua Guo Feng.
Hua Guofang. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it. Hua Guofang. Okay. And Deng was always ready to accept power realities, as was one of the first leaders to express support for Hua Gofeng. On October 7th, Deng Rong's husbands, Ping's, heard that Marshal Yi's family about the arrest of the gangs of force. He rushed home by cycle to report the good news to Deng and his family, who thus learned about the arrest even before it was made public. On October 10, Deng wrote a letter that was delivered to Wang Gongxing to pass on to Huang Gofeng. In the letter, Deng congratulated to the party under the leaderships of the comrade Hua for its decisive actions and gave great victory over those who had been plotting to seize power. He wrote, I sincerely support the decision of the party centers on the appointment of the comrade Hua Gofeng as the chairman of the Central Committees and of the Central Military Affairs Commissions. Comrade Gofeng is the most appropriate successor to Maoist. How jubilant this makes us feel. On December 10, 2 months after the arrest of the gang of fours, Deng was admitted to military hospital number 301, stand with a prostate problem. And on December 14, the party centers passed a resolution that Deng again he permitted to ready to party documents, and the first batch of material he received in the hospital was the evidence of the crimes of the anti-party fractions activities of the Wang Hongwen and Jiang Chunyang and Jiang Xing and Wang Wangben. It was to be the first of the several batches of such material that Deng would be given in order to secure his support for Wang's arrest of the gangs of four. After reading the first batch, Deng said that there was plenty of evidence to justify the action taken, and he did not, see more. Even so, while Deng was still in the hospital, Hua personally briefed him on issues concerning the gangs of first. By this time, other leaders had begun to assume that at some point, Deng would return, would return to work. Some leaders thought that he might be assigned a role like the one Mao had conceived for him in 1947, and when he replaced Zhou Enlai in leading government work and was paired with the Wang Hongbin. Perhaps Deng Xiaoping would use his immense experience and skill to handle government's work under the party head Wang Hongbin. Others thought Deng might play a more limited role, handling foreign affairs, and still others thought he might at some point take over party responsibilities completely as he had in the mid-1975. So on 6th of Jan 1977, a decision was made that Deng would return to work. It turned out, however, that Hua Wangping would have another 6 months to establish himself before Deng to return to work. The end of a radical Mason, the end of the radical Maoism. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not Maoism. Scholar Joseph Levinson described the fate of the Confucianism in the late imperial periods. When it lost its vitalities, Confucianism was still celebrated in the temples and museums, which people visited to pay homage, but it had lost its connection to the people's daily life. Similarly, after Mao's death and the arrest of the gangs of Mao was still enshrined, and multitudes continue to visit the Mao's, mausoleums in the centers of. Okay, what is mausoleums? Okay, is it Mao's museum in the centers of the Tiananmen squares? But radical Maoisms, when it's with its Mao's movements and class warfare, was no longer a part of the daily experience of the Chinese people. This process of separating radical Maoisms from the public daily life had, in fact, it already begun under Mao's when in 1974 he announced his support for the national stability and unity. He continued under the leadership of the Deng in 1975 and under Hua's in early 1976. With the arrest of the gangs of force, radical Maoism finally lost its powerful advocates. The spontaneous celebrations after the announcement of the arrest of the gangs of force, in addition to the outpouring on April 5th, 1976, were powerful visible symbol. The public's animus against the radical Maoism that had brought such a chaos and destruction. The trial of the gang of four took shape as a giant national right in which radical Maoism was blamed not on Mao but on the gang of first. Includes many people, including some of the officials who were not celebrating the arrest and trial of the gang, had once shared the visions of the radical Maoisms and had taken part in the efforts to realize the vision. So even so, the demise of the gangs of force marked the end of an era of hopes to reshape the world through continuing revolution and class struggle. The relief and excitement of the Chinese people at this turn of events was to translate into deep base of support for the pragmatic policies underlying reforms and opening. Okay. Now we have chapter number 6, and chapter number 6 talks about the return under the Hua, and it is a period between 1977 to 1978. Return under the Hua. Shortly after Hua was named premier and first vice chairman of the party in the meeting in April 1976. Thomas Gates, head of the U.S. liaison office in Beijing, met with him for an hour and 45 minutes. Staff wrote an assessments of the Huas based on that meetings, which Gates signs. The proved remarkably precise. It concluded that the Hua was an intelligent, colorless individual, so his hallmark is cautious. He handles his material well enough, but he gave up no sparks of unusual intellect or charisma. Hua came across as an ideal transitions figure who is unlikely to take any dramatic step in either in external or internal affairs. I would doubt Hua had the visions or the leadership's qualities necessary to make it over the long run. I think new and better qualified leadership will arise, and the colorless Mr. Hua, having fulfilled his historical purposes, would be forced to step aside. Chinese officials would have never said so publicly, but a U.S. official at the U.S. liaison office undoubtedly sensed that some of them held similar views. Okay, in keeping with the long-standing traditions in Chinese political history, writing, which glorifies the victors and denigrates the vanquished. Deng had been credited with launching opening reforms, and Hua had been blamed for following everything Mao decided and directed. It is true that Hua's rise to the highest level leadership was stretched for someone who had spent his career in a province and had little experience in Beijing, had no experience in foreign affairs, and had only limited experience in military affairs. In his first year of meeting with the foreign leaders, Hua cautious about making mistakes, understandably fell back on general statements of the policy, vague, platitudes and safe slogans. Hua was bright and had been a good official, but he could not compare to Deng in overall abilities and leadership qualities. In addition, he did not support the full-scale returns of the senior officials who had been brought back to work under Deng's leadership, and he could not have provided the sure-footed pole leadership and achieved the good relations with the foreign countries that Deng had to achieve. But many underestimated Hua and his commitment to reform. Later, official histories understates Hua's willingness to depart from the way of Mao, as well as his support for the foreign policy of the opening China to the West. During his interregnance, which lasted from Mao's death in September 1976 until the third plenum in December 1978, that means 77, 78. Okay, that's close to 2 years, more than 2 years, yeah. Hua, in fact, not only arrested the gangs of force, but abandoned radical Maoisms, reduced the roles of ideologists and political campaigns, focused on modernizations more than a class struggle, and regularized the scheduling of the party meetings that has been held irregularly under the Maoist. Who also sent delegations abroad to learn about the modern technology. He not then launched China's special economic zones. Which experimented with efforts to bring in foreign and direct investments. Hua did try to delay Deng's returns to office in 1977, but he did not undo the progress that Deng had made in 1975, and he supported the later changes that Deng introduces after returning in 1977. Not only promoted the rapid opening of the country, but he also suffered a sharp criticism for carrying it too far in his western-led leap forwards. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see. What's about to say? Okay, Okay, is Mao Zedong respected in China? I mean, respected in a sense, yes, because he did, he commands respect. But yes, Mao Zedong is broadly respected in China as the founding fathers of the People's Republic. However, public perception is heavily nuanced and officially characterized by the ruling party. The Communist Party officially maintains 70 verdict in Maoist. 70% of his actions were considered correct and revolutionary, while 30% were deemed mistakes. He is revered for defeating Chiang Kai-shek nationalist and ending decades of foreign imperialism and century of humiliation, nation building, historical harms. Current status, image, presence in Chinese history. His portrait overlooks Tiananmen Square, and his mausoleum and his heavily visited monuments in Beijing. Under the current administration, his ideology lays on promoting national pride and party discipline. Okay, so he is a celebrated person. But many underestimated. Okay, I'm back. Hua's authority and official, not personal. Okay. Hua Guofeng's claim to authority and power stem entirely from his selections with the Mao's and from the official position he held in the party and governmental bureaucracies. But in China in 1976, the underpinning for formal institution authority will stay over still weak. Mao's dominance of the top positions in the party, the militaries and the government during these 27-year rule had made it more difficult for others to challenge him. But the cause of Mao's power remained personal. His authority came not from his official positions, but from extraordinary success in leading the revolutions through military victories. His masteries of the use of the powers, his grandiose vision, and the hope and awe he inspired in his people with the help of a disciplined party and a controlled media, who lacked Mao's and Deng's heroic revolutionary past, with their grand appreciation of history, their sure-footed sense of how to respond to issues, and their confidence and poise. He was knowledgeable about many different aspects of party works. He had been a minister of public security since 1971. When he was invited to attend Politburo meetings in 1973, when he was elevated to full membership in the Politburo, he had ample opportunity to learn from national politics. But his personal accomplishments, breadth of the perspective, and overall stature among the people of China could not compare with those of the seasoned old revolutionists. Okay, Deng Xiaoping and Ye Jiang and Chen Dis and Liz Wen. Seasoned, that means who's experienced. After Mao's death, the Politburo had given Hua the appropriate titles: chairman of the party, premier, chairman of the Central Military Commissioners (CMC), to enable him to govern. Yet he and his colleague announced that the party should increase the importance of the formal institution that did not depend on the personalities of one person. Earlier in 1950s, as China had begun to build a stable structure, organization had developed a predictable procedures, and again in 1960s, early after the Great Leap disaster, and in 1975 under Deng, they returned to regular procedures that limited leaders from making arbitrary decision, but there was still a long way to go before these regular procedures and emerging government organizations would acquire the same forces of laws that they had in many Western countries. Instead, when Chinese officials at lower level read documents that came from a high level of power, they realized that in a crisis, the top officials could create new documents, each undoing the content of his last. In late 1976 and early 1977, Marshal Yi and Wang Dongxing endeavored to build up a cult of personalities for Hua to enhance his weak personal base of power. Hua's extraordinary victory in arresting the gangs of first, the lone achievement that raised him above ordinary good officials, was widely celebrated. In the months after October 1976, hundreds of books and articles appeared, lauding Hua's leadership. It's not poems, I'm sorry, it's poems, okay? It's poems and songs celebrating his leaderships were composed and widely distributed, and his picture appeared throughout the country, paired with the that of Mao's. Television was not yet widespread in China, but radio message piped through the loudspeakers and works united and rural village celebrated his credibility at the helm. The promotions of Hua, however, stirred up the reaction. Senior party revolutionary leaders who had gone to battle for the country looked down on young upstarts like Hua, but entered the party after 1938 and found his glorification excessive and presumptuous. Furthermore, many influential party leaders were reluctant to again worship individuals, fearing that doing so would inhibit inner party democracy. By late 1970s, Hua was on the defensive for having allowed to publicities about his own achievements. To reach such heights, he had to fail to convince others that that he had a personal claim to power that went beyond his appointment position of the leadership. Hua's most modest leadership style was a natural response to his situation in Beijing. But even in Hunan, he had a reputation for being cautious and timid compared to other officials of the same rank. Others felt comfortable working with him because they knew he would not boldly challenge them. Indeed, except for the gangs of first and their followers whom he considered beyond the pale, Hua made an effort to get along with everyone. When the communists took power in 1949, Mao and his colleague had already spent almost 2 decades planning what to do after they took power. But Hua had little time to prepare. The former revolutionaries have built the country and created policies from scratch, held for broader perspective, and then did Hua and his others of his generations. We grew up learning how to implement rather than create and policies until early 1976, when Hua was suddenly elevated to replace Wang Gongxing as a leading candidate to succeed Mao. He was unprepared for top leaderships. Even after becoming acting premier in January 1976, Hua was so busy dealing with the urgent issues, the death of the Zhuas, the April 5th, the Tiananmen incidents, the death of the Maos, the arrest of the gangs of force, that he had little time to consider broad strategic issues. On October 1976, Hua confronted with such a huge problem like an earnest young emperor ascending the throne, and welcomed the advice of the two senior councils, Marshal Yi and Li Jiangyan. Both were ready to guide him. Hua had known Marshal Yi and this one for long before 1976, but he had not been particularly close to them until they bonded to form a small trusted circle, operating in secret to plan the rest of the gang of force. Yi and Li, like Hua, did not suffer deeply during the cultural revolutions, and they remained relatively free of the passions and animus of the senior officials who had been removed and persecuted. Marshal Yi had been shunned aside before the cultural revolutions, and therefore was not one of the powers holders whom Mao had attacked. Li was a part of the Yuwozi, the group of officials who attended to the more routine common activities like running the economy, while the political battles of the cultural revolution reached around them. Hua, Yi, and Li had all worked well with the senior officials before the cultural revolutions, and all three proved able to collaborate with the beneficiaries of the cultural revolution as well as with the senior officials. Marshal Yi and Li were not among the radicals who attacked others, nor were they on the forefronts of those demanding great democracy and bolder experimentations in the economic sphere. Instead, they were ready to help Hua navigate pragmatically and safely in the uncharted post-Mao period. In particular, Marshal Yi could pave the way for Hua in his relationship with the militarist, and Li Zian could guide Hans on economic issues. Hua's balanced Mao's legacy of the Chinese opening. From the time of Mao's death, Hua was under pressure to show the hardcore radical that he was alive following Mao's legacy. They could see that Hua, while claiming to be a follower of Mao, was not pursuing political campaigns and class warfare. Reports in the Western press that the Mao's after Mao's death, China was beginning a process of de-Maoization. Okay, Maoization created even of more of a burdens on Hua to show that he was staying true to Mao's legacy. The rest of the gangs of Hua was enormously popular with the most party officials and with the Chinese people, but radicals saw them, who saw themselves as a following the real Mao was upset about it. They knew that until his death, Mao had tried to ensure a place for the gangs of Hua among the top party leaderships. The dissonance put Hua's and his senior advisors Marshal Li and Li is on the defensive. The strain to prove that the rest of the gangs of Hua was a consistent with the carrying out Mao's legacy. Hua collected materials that spelled out the crimes of the gangs, and in 3 batches of material he had distributed, made the case that their arrest was consistent with Mao's views. Ever since Mao's death, Hua had asserted that he was following Mao's legacy and continuing his policies, but some ideologues and hardcore followers of Mao's continued to criticize him for straying from Mao's party lines. To answer such a critique, he directed his supporters to prepare a theoretical article to show his commitment to the Mao's legacy. The resulting article appeared on February 7, 1977 as an editorial in the People's Daily, Red Flag, and the PLA newspaper Jiang Fang Hongbao. The editorial declared that whatever politics Mao supported and whatever instructions Mao gave should still be followed. The editorial became known as the do whatever. I'm sorry, it's not do whatever, it's do whatever. Do whatever's. Hua's banners were showing what he was fully committed to Mao's legacy. Hua apparently had not anticipated that it would become a target for those who believed that China needed to distance itself from the policies that Mao had pursued during the last 2 decades of his life. For Hua to provide overall national leadership for a new era, he needed to convene a party congress, such as Mao had done in 1956. The 8th Party Congress in Lin Biao had done in 1969, the 9th Party Congress, and Mao had done yet again in 1973 after Lin Biao's demise, the 10th Party Congress. It makes many months to formulate economic plans to achieve consensus on policies in a major space and prepare the documents needed for Party Congress. Began the work almost immediately after Mao's death and convened the 11th Party Congress on 12th and 18th August 1977, with the 5th National People's Congress designed to provide all overall government leadership followed in March 1978. To hold the party congress so soon after taking the reign of the powers, Hua had to leave many issues unresolved. Ideology and party platitudes were used to cover up the disagreements about the policy in Hua's 4-hour speech to the 11th Party Congress. Yet there were real problems that needed the leadership's attentions, and Hua tried to address at least some of them. Following Zhou Enlai and Deng, he continued to focus on the 4 modernizations. For his closest economic advisor, he chose his builders who were ready to quickly expand new construction projects and import a finance. He does sound like a fine person. Rational persons who would not affect the economy, who would also help the economy, who were ready to quickly expand new construction projects and import of the industrial plants from the upwards, rather than economic planners and finance officials, who are more cautious, were more on builders and caution planners. This one, so he relied especially on Yu Quingli, the great leaders of the Daqing oil field, to lead the effort to update Deng's 10-year vision with even loftier goals. He also relied heavily on Guo, the head of the State Construction Commissions, who in December 1974 had been chosen by Mao and Zhong Lieh to be vice chair premier. In foreign affairs, who began as an amateur when he met Singapore Prime Minister Lee Yuan-Wu in Beijing in the spring of 1976, who were unaware of the details of Chinese policy, responded to comments and questions with the platitudes and slogans. After succeeding most, however, Hua made a serious efforts to get up to the speed on foreign policy issues. By the time he had led a delegation to Yugoslavia, why do I feel like China was quite close to Romania back then? Yugoslavia and Romania and Iran in August 1978. He was far better informed than he had in 1976. In contrast to Deng, who was on a leash from the chairman Maoist when he traveled abroad in 1974-75, Hua traveled to Yugoslavia and Romania in 1978 as China's top leaders on the first trip abroad by the Chinese top leaders since 1957, when Mao had traveled to Moscow. Upon his returns, Hua reported on what China could learn from Yugoslavia and Romania. Those countries accepted foreign currency, had joint ventures with the foreign companies, carried on compensation rates, counter rates in which investments are repaid from their profits, and brought in foreign technologies, all without any loss of sovereignty. Hua commented that the factories he had seen in East Europe, while not as large as those in China, were far more efficient. The conclusion of South China should follow the examples of the Eastern Europe and bring in a more foreign technology. Just wait, okay. I want to know if there's an article on how to modernize without being westernized. I think there should be some articles on it. Modernization with the westernization. Modernization without westernization is the process of adopting advanced technology designed with the sun's. Okay, so an article on it. There's a Medium. Okay, so there's a Medium article. So I don't know who is okay. So Indo-Christian culture. It's a 7 minutes read. I'm gonna read it. But I'm gonna read it later. I have a free time, okay? So okay. On the problem of improving in rural organizations, an area in which he did have considerable personal experience, who are not only sought to retain the socialist structure of the communes and production teams, but also organized several conferences to study Dazias, the national model village where the collective agricultures where extraordinarily large groups were put to work and agriculture engineering projects like the large-scale irrigation canals were extolled. Was main hope for improving agriculture overall in technology like Deng, who wanted to make up for the lost times and move ahead quickly, but he had less experience in judging the institutional developments required to make such progress. In his push to achieve a technological breakthrough in agricultural mechanizations within 4 years, he was naively optimistic. After Deng became the top official in December 1978, okay, so he called in, okay, who underwent self-criticisms of having tried to push ahead too quickly without considering the China's shortage of the foreign currency and its inability to absorb so much technology so quickly and its budget imbalances. Some of the criticisms may have been warranted. For instance, Hua encouraged Ukweli to consider developing within a few years 10 oil fields as large as Dakwing, a totally unrealistic goals, but in his overall aim to move China ahead quickly and hasten the import of the foreign technology. I think, yeah, even if it's impossible, it's fine, right? You will reach far, you'll reach far, you'll reach far more than what you could have reached. Hua was, was like many, well as like many other leaders, including Deng Xiaoping, he has often said that China's policy of opening to the outside world, including its readiness to learn from other countries and eagerness to bring in foreign technology, originated under Deng's leadership at the third plenum in December 1978. These efforts were in fact all begun under the leaderships of Huang Gofeng in 1977, and the policies Hua advances were not originals. Hua and Deng both promoted policies that many party officials regarded as necessary to set China on a new path. I mean, it's actually good to see that the leaders, right, leader like them, they're open-minded, not close-minded. Maneuvering over Deng's returns, October 76 to April 77. The questions of whether Deng should return to work and if so, with what responsibilities, loomed large from the moment of the Gangs of Four was arrested. Party leaders agreed that Deng was a rare talent, and senior officials were returned to work regarded him as their proven leader. As soon as Mao's death was announced, the media in Hong Kong and the West began speculating about an impending power struggle between Deng and Huan. Within China at the time, however, no one seriously challenged Mao's right to name his successor or Hua's right to be chairman of the party. There was a consensus that at least for the time being, Hua had the right to keep positions that Mao had selected for him. In the months after Mao death, strike in elite party circles wondered should Deng be brought back to perform the work of the premier and the chairman Hua Hongping. As Zhou had served under Mao and as Deng in the first half of 1974 had served under Wang Hongwen, or should he become the dominant leader? Hua's senior advisors Marshal Yi and his one supported Deng's return to work at some point, standing in some positions, but under Hua's leadership, soon after the arrest of the Gangs of Host, Li Jiani went to visit Deng in the CMC villa in the Western Hills, where Deng was then living, and encouraged him to be prepared to come back. Marshal Yi and Li, the kingmakers. Yes, they are the kingmakers now, right? Marshal Yi and Li, the kingmakers, repeated to others their support for Deng's returns. Hua never said specifically that Deng should not, be allowed to return to work. But on October 26, 1976, scarcely 2 weeks after the arrest of the Gangs of Four, Hua directed the criticisms of Deng and his efforts to allow more official to returns. The so-called rightist reversal of the verdicts should continue by the Party Worker Conference in March 1977. However, Hua encouragements of the criticisms of the Deng had ended in response to the complaints of the many officials. The Deng had been unfairly accused of being responsible for the April 5 demonstrations. Hua directed that the propaganda department no longer raises the topic of the April 5 demonstrations. He also acknowledged that the vast majority of those who had taken part in the April 5 protests were not a counter-revolutionary and the Deng had not been involved in the planning the incidents. On December 12, 1976, there was another breakthrough for Deng. Marshal Yi received a letter from his longtime colleague Geng Biao, then the head of the party international liaison departments. With his letter, Geng Biao enclosed a batch of documents showing that the Gang of the Four had doctored evidence for the report on 5th of April incident, thus deceiving Maoist and the party centers. He immediately told his subordinates and that his new evidence was important and that the verdict on April 5th incident should be reversed. 2 days after Marshal Yi received this material, Deng was again permitted. Permitted to see the party documents. By this point, it was assumed by many that Deng's returns was simply a matter of time. even though Marshal Yi had said that that the time was not yet ripe. On January 6, 1977, the questions of Deng's return was discussed at Politburo's meetings, and it was decided that he would be returning to serve in some positions. When Holmes to whatever editorial entitled "Study the Documents Well and Grasp the Key Link," that is a class struggle, appeared on February 7, 1977, it immediately became a point of contention among high official levels. If all the policies that Mao had approved and all Mao's directives were to be followed, then the judgment that the April 5 demonstrations were counter-revolutionaries and the removal of the Deng could not be reconsidered. The two whatevers editorial galvanized was critics, and the questions of whether Deng should return became a focus of the debates. Chief editors of the People's Daily later said that the two whatevers editorial blocked the returns to work of Deng and other senior officials, the reversal of the verdicts on those who had taken part in the April 5 Tiananmen incidents, and the dismissal of the charges against those who had suffered from unjust, fake, and incorrect judgments. Among those who were galvanized into actions against the two whatevers was Deng Lingprince, who took the issue to Wang Zhinst, who in turn brought it to the after election of the Politburo. Following custom, Central Party Works Conference was scheduled before the planned party congress to permit freer discussions and create a consensus that those attending the party congress could unanimously support. This famous Central Party Work Conference held the next year from November to December 1978 was the turning point that strengthened Deng's positions and solidified support for the reforms and opening agenda that would be approved at the third plenum in December 1978 at the March 10-12 1977 Central Party Work Conference in preparation for the 11th Party Congress to be held that August. Opponents of the two whatevers spoke out in calling the work conference held at the Jinx Hotels a few blocks from Zhongnan, Hai. Hua Gofing announced that the agenda for the conference would be tackling the next steps in dealing with the Gang of Four, mapping out the 1977 economic plans and planning the party's work for the second half of 1977, including the holding back of this one. This conference became the first such broad discussions held among the leading party officials since Mao's death, just 6 months earlier. And earlier, but in contrast to the later public, this one took in the atmosphere in March 1977 was constraints for those who felt that it was too soon to have a frank discussions of Mao's arrest. Even so, there was a widespread agreement on some issues, changing the main focus of party activity from the Cultural Revolution to the four modernization, maintaining the leadership of the Communist Party, upholding the banners of Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thoughts, and making increased use of foreign capital and technologies. But there remained a visceral divide between senior officials who had suffered humiliations and physical hardship during the Cultural Revolutions and those who had benefited from the political upheavals. Many leaders who had risen in the Cultural Revolution by attacking others rallied behind the campaign against the rightist reversal of the verdicts to avoid ceding power to those who had been attacked. Senior officials who had returned to work earlier were often more ready to work for the returns of the Havans who had been not been allowed to come back. The balance between the two groups had increasingly tilted towards the senior officials ever since 1972, when Mao himself had begun to allow a reversal of the verdict. Already by January 1975, as at the 4th NBC, 10 officials who had suffered severely during the Cultural Revolution assumed ministerial positions. This trend continued as many as 1959 of 174 full members of the Colonial Committee on 10th Party Congress in 1973 who were still alive in August 1977, many of whom had been beneficiaries of the Cultural Revolutions, were not chosen to serve on the Central Committee of the 11th Party Congress. Of the 201 officials who were chosen to serve on the Central Committee on the 11th this one in 1977, but all but 19 were senior officials who had joined the party before 1949. By contrast, the situation on the Politburo changed more slowly. The Standing Committee of the Politburo was composed of the 4 people who had played the key role in the arrest of the Gang of Fours, but in the issues of Deng returns only Marshal Yi and this one supported it, whereas Hua Gofing and Wang Dong dragged the feast. In his lengthy address to the Central Committee Party, Central Work Conference on March 1977, Hua Gofing said, criticizing Deng and attacking the rightist reversal of the verdict were decided by our great leader, Chairman Mao Zedong. It is necessary to carry out this criticism, implying that Deng would not have fully supported Chairman Mao. He added a cutting remark: "We should learn the lessons from Khrushchevs." Everyone knew that Deng was often attacked as China's Khrushchevs, the one who might imitate Khrushchev's all-out attack on Stalin, who were in an effort to further sustain Mao's legacy. And aware of the negative reaction of handling the eventful demonstrations, also told the conference participants not to discuss these demonstrations, but Hua did not have the commanding authority that Mao had. Chen Yun and Wang Xin, both widely respected and with far more seniority and personal authority than Hua, still dared to express different views in the small group static conference that supported Deng's return. Chen Yun, a sober, prudent, totally dedicated to the party and highly respected for his enormous contribution to the party, made a strong statement to the Southwest group to which he was assigned, advocating the return of things. As usual, Chen prepared his presentation carefully. He had Hu Kuoming writes a draft of his statements, and before he presented it, he met with the Wang Zhen and others at Ken Jones' home to identify any possible problems in his presentation. In the report, Chen Yun stated, Comrade Deng Xiaoping had nothing to do with the Taiwan incidents. In response to the needs of the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, I hear that some comrades in the party centers have proposed that Comrade Deng Xiaoping returns and take part in the leadership to work of the party centers. This is completely correct. It is completely necessary and I completely support it. It's all in another small groups. Bearded Wong, courtesy, and rustic but loyal, blunt, and even endearing to many of the party's faithful, also spoke out in favor of Deng's returns. By quoting comments about Mao had once made praises, praising things, he had made it extremely awkward for the Maos to oppose what he said. So, quoting Mao, he said that Dao's political thinking was strong, he had a rare talent, he was an able warrior, and he firmly opposed revisionisms. Wang Zhenst went on to say that in leading the work of the party and state council in 1975, Deng had carried out Mao's line and had achieved great success. He had spearheaded the fight against the gangs of first, and now Wang said the whole party, the whole army, and the whole people warmly wished for him to return early to the leadership of the party. In the small group discussions, many supported the commented by the Cheng Yunst and Wang Bins, but Wang Dongxing controlled the final editing of the reports of the conference, and Cheng's and Wang's comments and ensuing the discussions were not included. Wang Dongxing told them that if they revised their comment, they could be included in the summaries for publications. Cheng Wen and this one's with the qualification due to their long service to the party that far exceeded those of the Wang Dongxing replied that if the views were not included in the minutes, then so be it. Though not included in their official summaries, their comments on altered were widely circulated inside and after the conference. During the conference, Hu made some conciliatory comment to the many delegates who passionately wanted to reverse the verdict on April 1976 Tiananmen incidents. He acknowledged that it was the gangs of force who had suppressed the masses from the morning zone in April 1976, that Deng Xiaoping had played no part in the Tiananmen incidents, that it had been reasonable for the masses to flock in Tiananmen Square. Nonetheless, was still can call the event a counter-revolutionary incident and said that a small numbers of the participants were counter-revolutionists. He also said that the rightist reversal of the verdicts, whichever new Deng had favored, should be taxed. In response to the widespread support at the conference for Deng's returns, Hua said, when the rain falls, a channel for transporting the water is formed automatically. When the rain falls, a channel for transporting the water is formed automatically, and when the ground is ripe, it falls off the vine. His meaning was clear. When nature was ready, the way for Deng's to return work would become apparent, but they shouldn't try to rush it. As a concession to Deng's supporters, who said that at the third plenums and 11th Party Congress, it would be appropriate to make a formal decisions on Deng's returns. In this shifting political landscape, Hua sought to reinforce his interpretations of Mao's thoughts by controlling the editing of the Mao's writings to be included in the volume 5 of the Mao's selected works. On April 7th, the Central Committee released Hua Wangfin's guide on how to read the volumes, which approved a passage of Mao's urging the pursuit of the revolution to the end. A week later, on April 15, under Hua Wangfin's imprimaturs, volume number 5 of the Mao's selected works was published. Neither the guide nor the publications of the volume 5 itself, however, would stop the growing support for Deng's return to the high-level positions. Then made it clear, meanwhile, that he would not support Hua's to whatever. On April 10th, in a letter to Huang Feng's, Marshal Yi, and the rest of the central committees, Deng laid out his views on the controversial editorial. He said that from generation to generation, we should use a correct and comprehensive understanding of Mao's thoughts to guide the Chinese party, army, and people. By using this clever formulation, Deng accepted the authority of the Mao while asserting in effect that Hua Guofeng was not only the one who had the authority to interpret Mao's views, rather, particularly, issue had to be seen in a broader context than those senior party leaders who had worked with Mao far more longer and more closely than who had been were in a better position to judge Mao's views in his broader context. Then thanked the Central Committee for clearing his name from involvement in the Tiananmen incident. He wrote that as far as for personal work assignments, what I do and when it is appropriate for me to start works, I will completely follow the considerations and the arrangement set by the party centers. Deng suggested that his letters, as well as October 10, 1976 letters to Hua Guanping supporting Hua's leadership, been circulated within the party. By the time Hua received Deng's letters, he realized that he had to respond to the rising level of support for Deng's returns. Accordingly, he sent Wang Dongxing and Li Xing's high-ranking party official loyal to him to negotiate with Deng on issues concerning his returns. By this time, because Hua Guanping had affirmed the positive role of April 1976 demonstrations, Deng was telling close friends that he was confident that the Tiananmen demonstration would be considered a revolutionary movement. In this context, Deng was in no mood to support the request by Deng Wang Wangxing and this one, in preparation of his return in the firm, that the two whatevers, if the two whatevers were to become a doctrines, Deng told them it would be difficult to explain the reasons for the reversal of the judgment on him and on the Tiananmen Square demonstrations. Deng went on to explain that it would not do to take what Mao did on the one occasions and to make that explanations for something Mao did in the different places and time. Mao himself admitted he made errors. Anyone who does things make mistakes. If what a person did was 70% correct, that is very good. If after my death people say that what I did was 70% correct, Deng said that would be quite good. It was expected that in order to return to work, Deng would write a letters that would be made public showing that he accepted Hua Guangping's leadership. Deng went along with their request, writing to his letter. Not only in Hua Guangping is the most appropriate person to accuse Mao in terms of his politics and his ideology, but at this stage, he can provide stability for at least 15 or 20 years. On April 14th, after Deng had made minor revisions to the letters, Hua Guangping approved his distribution to the party members, and on May this one, it was circulated through the party ground at the country level and within the army down to the legends. The Hua had delayed Deng's return as long as as reasonably could. But in the end, with Deng's return, acceptance of his leadership, he yielded to the atmosphere and among the powers, for senior officials who wanted things back. Although Deng's returns would not become officials until the July spell-down, circulations of his letters praising the leadership of the Hua in effect constituted a notification of the mid-levels of the party, and above that, in the near future, Deng would be returning to work. Party members expressed high expectation that Deng was, as a tested leader, would play a major role in keeping orders and bringing out the modernizations. Party members also whispered privately about what the foreign press speculated about more openly, the futures of the relationship between the Hua and Deng. By May 12, it was understood that Deng would be returned to all his former positions, which would entail taking responsibility for military and foreign affairs. As before, he would be vice premier. Deng also volunteered to take special responsibility for science, technology, and education, for his considered science to be the most crucial for the four modernizations, the one that would drive the other three: industry, agriculture, and national defense. After his offer was accepted, okay, so he focused more on science. That's interesting. Of this ones, Deng invited Fang Li and Yuan at his homes. Whatever they discussed, what they could do to promote science and technology, given the prevailing mood in the China, Deng would have to begin by overcoming some lingering anti-intellectual views. He told Fang Yi and Ling Chang that they must emphasize that the people who worked with their minds could be considered members of the politically respected working class. On May 24, preparing for his return, Deng invited his confidants, Wang Zhenst and Deng Lincoln, to his house to talk about the reviewing his writing group and also about the promoting science, technology, and educations. Deng still valued the most in a small writings group he had assembled in the political research office, and he wanted to have a preliminary discussions with some of its former members about how to organize his writings team. Deng Liquin was one of the few who had, during the campaign to attack Deng Xiaoping, had absolutely refused to join in the criticisms and had suffered the consequence by being sent to labor in the countryside. He brought him letters from the Hua Communist, former head of the Deng's writing groups, apologizing for having joined in the criticism of the Deng's. Deng did not look at the letters. Instead, he told Deng Lincoln to return it, and that Hua's criticism was not a problem. Hua Guomi had merely repeated what was generally known, and that was understandable. There was no need to apologize for gestures. Deng went to praise Hu in a Guomi editing of the Mao's speech on the 10th Great Relationships, included in volume number 5, Mao Selected Books. He said he would welcome him back to the writing groups. After Marshal Yi and Deng confronted the two vice chairmen of the CMC, agreed to share responsibility for military affairs. Deng resumed working on the issues he had addressed in 1975, promoting downsizing, bringing in better trained recruits, improving trainings and disciplines, and upgrading military science and technology so that the military would be prepared for the modern warfare. In his modern warfare, so they're talking about this in the back then, also modern warfare. In his address to military groups, this remains central themes, but he also addressed a broad political issues, seek the true path from facts. But he spent far less time on military affairs than on science, technology, and education. Nor did Deng spend much time on foreign affairs. He agreed to take part in important policy decision, but said he did not want to be responsible for the day-to-day directions of the foreign affairs. It was, he said, too tiring. Deng added that he really wanted to work on science, technology, and education, which he considered the most critical areas for modernization. Deng estimated that China's science and technology lagged 2 decades behind the rest of the world. For example, he mentioned that China at the time had about 200,000 people working in science and technologies, whereas the United States has 1.2 people. To catch up, Deng said China would need to acknowledge that it was far behind and begin to develop its own talents. Resuming the policies he supported in 1975, Deng said China must use examinations to select the brighter elementary and secondary school students and give them the best trainings in the best universities and the universal training schools. by offering to take responsibility for the science and technology. Deng was also making it clear that in the near future he would not challenge one is core political areas, but to develop science, Deng did not hesitate to touch on political questions that remained sensitive. In contrast to Maoists, who insisted that policies must come before expertise, Deng dared to declare that scientists with a tight little interest in politics could still be useful, and that the military also needed to educate talented people. Now comes Deng's return. On July 17, the third plenum of the 10th Party Congress passed the decision concerning the return of the comrade Deng Xiaoping to work formally. The decision required, formally, the decision required the final approval of the party congress that followed 1 month later. But at the plenum, Mr. Deng was officially returned to all the positions he held before 5th April 1976. A member of the Central Committee, a member of the Standing Committee of the Politburo, which are vice chairman of the party, vice chairman of the CMC, vice premier, and chief of staff of the PLA, of the 5 members on the standing committees. Deng ranked third, behind Guo Fongping and Marshal Yi, but ahead of Li Jianxing and Wang Dongxing in what was in effect his accepted speech. On 21, Deng declared, "As for my return to work, we can take one of 2 approaches. One is to be an official, one is to accomplish something." No one was surprised at Deng's choice. He wanted to accomplish something, yet given Mao's lingering order in the months after his death, Deng still had to be cautious in charting his course. Deng first repeated the mantra Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thoughts constitute the guiding ideology of the party. Only then did he go on to address whatever he wanted to accomplish. First, improvement in the treatments of intellectuals, and second, party building. He repeated his argument for flexibility in drawing lessons from Mao. Some, he said, had distorted Mao's ideas by taking certain statements made in the one context and claiming that they applied to other situations. But Mao had different solutions at different times, and one must have a correct, comprehensive understanding of Mao to apply his prescriptions and correctly in such each circumstances. Deng also argued that the Chinese leadership should promote inner party democracy. 4 years later, after Deng had consolidated his power, critic would say that Deng was no longer as enthusiastic as about inner party democracy and had centralized power in his own hands. July 23, 2 days after Deng's speech, the People's Daily, Red Flag, and the PLA newspaper, Jia Fanghong announced his new assignments in an editorial that stated this meeting's decision to return Deng to his position inside and outside the party embodies the hope of the broad masses of the party members and the public. The outpouring of emotion at Tiananmen Squares on April 5th, 1976. It's weird, right? So people are coming right now. I think in 89, he was the person who ordered the firing to the people who were protesting, and the discussions at the Central Party Work Conference to confirm that this was no exaggeration. The first time Deng appeared in public after returning to work was on July 30th at a soccer match between the mainland China and Hong Kong, and as the loudspeaker announced his entry into the workers' statements in stadiums, Deng received an extraordinarily lengthy standing ovations. The publicly felt secure under the steady hands and based on his achievement in 1977. The participation at the 11th Party Congress held August 12, 1977. Welcome Deng back, but some Maos were uneasy with his return, and there was not yet a clear consensus on how to view Mao's legacy or on what concrete policies to pursue. Party leaders trying to prepare over differences and convey unities resorted to slogan that affirmed the legacy of the Maoist and spoke in general terms about the goal of modernization. The Cultural Revolution was declared over, but its value was affirmed. The revolution led by the proletariats would continue to criticize rightism, even as China sought new technology from abroad. In a small group meetings, some members expressed dissatisfaction with the host leaderships, as reflected in his 4-hour-long speech that used platitudes to gloss over differences. To be sure, these criticisms were excluded from the written records of the Congress. Deng recommended it to the political atmosphere by repeating platitudes that would reassure that those who still clung to Mao in his brief closing address on August 18th. Deng said that the Congress ushers in a new period in the developments of our socialist revolutions and socialist constructions. We must revive and carry forward the mass science. But he also tried to create some rooms for flexibility. He added, we must revive and carry forward the practice of seeking truth, path from facts, and fine traditions and style with what Chairman Mao fostered, by including Mao's true paths. Then confirmed his loyalty to Mao, but his emphasis on seeking the true path from the facts gave him a room to adapt policy to the needs of the current situations and to argue that concrete message from Mao did not automatically apply to all situations. They also provided reassurance that he would work under leaderships of the Chairman Hua. Using a military analogy, Deng said that he would look after the rear service, and his listeners understood that he meant he would be assisting the commander Hua Guofeng. In particular, he would take charge of science and education to help Chairman Hua Guofeng and Yi Jianyang then would not threaten the leadership of the Kuomintang and release for the moment. Deng micromanaged science, technology, and education. It's interesting that he was the person who opened the economy of the China, and first he was dealing with, and it's not that I think he must have been the first person. He must have been he must have been proactive in stating to the then chairman that okay, I would like to handle this ministry. So yeah, he chose science, technology, and education. After a few weeks after the party congress, Deng, in an address to Ministry of Education officials, said, "Although I realized it would be a tough job to be in the charge of scientific and education works, I volunteered for the post." Yes, I'm talking about this thing. China's poor modernization will get no waste if we don't make a success of such works. Deng was ready to continue the work he had begun in 1975 with help of Hu Zhongbing to win back the goodwill of science in 1977. While visiting Chinese American scientists, Deng remarked that if he were to not soon call Deng remarked that if he were not soon called to meet Marx in the afterlife, he intended to work on a science and education for 10 years. He said that he hoped to see a few results within 5 years, more within 10 years, and major transformation within 15 years. Deng realized that China badly needed to raise the average literacy rate as well as the public knowledge of science and technology, but he focused his attention at the high ends on research, basic research to active achieve scientific breakthroughs throughout, and would drive the other three modernization in industries, agriculture, and national defense. In his views, China must catch up with the most advanced countries in the world. Deng met again and again with the Chinese American Nobel Prize winners Liu Zhongduost, Yang Zhenxin, and Samuel. The central question was always the same: what can China do to raise its level of science? Deng had an almost magical faith in the role that science would play in the China's renewal, and he approved the project accordingly. When asked why he wanted China to spend so much money on the nuclear accelerators so early in its modernization efforts, he replied that China must look ahead to develop Chinese science. 1957, Deng had been Mao's right-hand man in implementing the attack on intellectuals, but he did not hesitate instinctively dislike them as Mao's did. Mao, who denigrated them as the bourgeois intellectuals, time and again found ways to humiliate them and to send them to be educated by performing physical labors. They never had an opportunity to study at a university, but he never had once been on track to receive higher education and made his best efforts to enter a French university. His wife had studied physics at China's premier university, Peking University, and 3 of his 5 children had also studied physics at Peking University, and one studied medicine and another had art because she was considered too sickly for the demanding program in science. Moreover, Deng had come to see that the attack on the intellectuals had devastated China's science and technology, which would be essential for the Chinese modernizations after he returned to work in 1973. Deng never again tracked intellectuals at his 1957. Other leaders sometimes talked of bourgeois intellectuals, but not Deng. Science, Deng said, had no class characters. It could be used by all classes and by all countries, despite their differences, political and economic systems. Deng soon laid out his agenda for upgrading China's scientific levels. We should select several thousands of our most qualified personnel within the scientific and technological establishments and create conditions that allow them to devote their undivided attention to research. So that's why I think most of the people are not aware that most of the rich people, right, they're investing in lots and lots of different researches. Those who have financial difficulties should be given allowances and subsidies. Some now they have their children's age parents living with them, earn well under 100 yuan a month, and must spend lots of time doing houseworks. They can't even find a quiet place to read in the evening. How can the state of affairs be allowed to continue? The political requirements set for those people must be appropriate. They should love the motherland and stop socialism and accept the leadership of the party. We must create within the party an atmosphere of respect for knowledge and respect for the trained personnel. The erroneous attitudes of the not respecting intellectual must be opposed. All work, be it mental or manual, is labor. All work, be it a manual or be it a mental or a manual, is labor. Deng thought it was a terrible waste to send young intellectuals off to do physical labor when he should be advancing Chinese science. Although he did not use the term, in fact, he believed in meritocratic elites. He sought to attract the best and the brightest and to provide the condition that would allow them to achieve the most for China. Deng encountered massive resistance in his effort to promote an educational and scientific elites. When he complained about the treatments of the intellectuals, Deng was shrewd enough not to talk about the role of Chairman Mao, who in fact was ultimately responsible for those policies. Instead, he focused on the gangs of force. Deng said China must avoid the gangs of force, destructive habits of being a hat company. That is one that puts hats, political labels or intellectuals on the stick companies. That is one that uses stick to beat intellectuals. Before Deng returns, to many conservatives still argue that the educational policies in the Communist Party first 17 years should be criticized as a bourgeois. On the eve of Deng's return to work, at the June 1977 in Ministry of Education, All China, higher education admissions work forums in Taiwan, Shanghai participants had engaged in lively debates over whether the base future policy on a cultural revolution policies or an earlier ones, and ended the discussions by choosing the cultural revolution policies as their guides. So Deng clearly had plenty of work to do. As Deng aged, he began to raise his work schedule, but in 1977, when he returned to work at the age 72, Deng was energized and threw himself into his work. Deng ordinarily dealt with the broad issues, and he was what core managers, crew managers, and only when he considered an issue to be of the highest priority. In 1977-78, he considered science and education of that importance. When he initially expressed the task, he said, over the next 8 to 10 years, we should bend all our efforts to educational work. For my part, I intend to pay close attention to it, keeping an eye on the leading comrades in the education departments. Deng made the round party leaders in various regions, attacking the radical views of the intellectuals and making concrete suggestions for how to cultivate a new appreciations of their potential to help China move forward. For several days, beginning on July 27th, within a week after the end of the film that officially gave him responsibility to work in the area of science, Deng held a series of talks with the presidents of the Chinese Academy of the Sciences, Wang Li, the vice president of the Academy, Li Chang, the minister of the Education, Liu Bei, in which he laid out his agenda to speed up China's modernization in the science. Deng said plans thus far were insufficient. They should draw up a list of China's most knowledgeable scientists in various specialities and make sure that they were given adequate facilities and living conditions so they could concentrate on their work. 1964 to 1995. Graduates who still did not have appropriate work should receive better assignments. In addition, Deng continued, Chinese scholars who go abroad to study should be given incentives to return, and if they decline to return, they should still be considered a patriots and invited them to come back and give lectures. Scholars should collect textbooks from abroad to update their teachings material, which must be consistent to the points. And the Ministry of Education should make a list of the schools with the highest standards and ensure that students with the highest entrance exams, scorers and attendance. They also said that different scientific works must be part of the oral planning for science, and the officials should not be afraid if there were some duplications with the science works. Commander Deng, the micromanagers had taken charge, and as he's explained to the officials to carry out his orders in the areas. We don't want to fire empty shells. Despite Deng's energetic representations, opposition remained strong enough that at the Forum on Science and Education School, at which some 30 famous scientists and educators met from August 3rd to 8th, 1977, Deng felt it necessary to attack again the prevailing science assessment that education was a bourgeois failure. No longer would practical technicians be extorted to the expense of theorists, as Deng envisioned it. Sometimes this would be selected from the productive units, but most of the pioneers on the cutting edge of the science and technology would have to come from the university in order to produce good scientists. Elementary school should build a strong basis in math and foreign language. Universities, meanwhile, should reduce the numbers of factories they operate and increase their laboratories. Deng believed that some of the Chinese most capable young people should go abroad for advanced studies, and he made efforts to establish programs for the Chinese to study abroad. He expressed confidence in that China, which had invented the compass, the printing press, and the explosives, had plenty of smart people, but China had fallen far behind and must now learn from the West. To learn from the West, China could buy and must learn from the West to learn from the abroad. China could only buy written material from the other countries for Chinese textbook developments and send scholars to study overseas and invite foreign countries to visit China. By September, after 2 months of the pushing the military educations of the first lecture actions, Deng was still frustrated. Mao had once commented that in the military troops were afraid of things. Now commanders Deng aimed his big guns at the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education should take the initiative so far as you have done so. You are overcautious and afraid of making further mistakes. If you follow my advice, we need to have a specific policies and measures. You should work freely and should only and think independently instead of always looking for your shoulders. Those comrades who are in favor of the policies of the party centers should get on there with their job, and those who aren't should switch to other lines of work. They added that the ministry needed some 20 or 40 people about the age of 40, whose duty is to make the sound of the schools. Like commanders to going down to the companies, they should sit on the classes as pupils, familiarize themselves with this real situation, supervise the implementations of plans and policies, and then report back. We can't afford to be satisfied with the idle talk. advocating policies, fervently supported by the scholarly communities. Deng won back some of the goodwill among the intellectuals that he had lost in 1957 as the leaders of the anti-rightist campaign. The goodwill was important for Deng's public image, and for many of the same intellectuals who drafted documents and wrote speeches to the propaganda departments and the media. Even though they worked within the limits set by the political leaders, they still had opportunities to certainly shape the documents and speeches that appeared in print on radio and television. So it did not hurt for Deng to have their support. Returns of the university entrance exams. A crucial issue for Deng and for everyone else in China regarding the quality of education was the revival of the university entrance examination. Long before Deng returned to work, he believed that students should be selected for the better educational institution, not on the basis of the proper class backgrounds and proper political thinking most criteria, but on the basis of the academic merit as determined by the comparative entrance examinations. During the 1950s, children had been tested in schools, but the results were played down since officials did not want to embarrass the children, the peasants and workers who had scored poorly in a comparison, the children, landlords, and the bourgeoisies who had benefited from the better educational opportunities before 1949. As many at some universities began to reopen in the early 1970s on a scale, they accepted young people from the poorer class, workers, peasants, and soldiers, based not on exam scores but on recommendation from members of their work units. It was too blatant, of course, to recommend one's own children, but one official could write a recommendation for another child, and then favor could be returned to even students from a good class backgrounds who did well on examination were upset when others with the better educations, connections, and lesser ability were admitted in there. Instead, the system of recommendations had become thoroughly corrupt. Deng, in arguing that a class background was no longer an issue since the bourgeois and the landlords classes no longer existed, felt strongly that the sooner entrance examinations were reintroduced at every level from the elementary school through higher educations, the sooner China leadership could start improving education. Deng deeply wanted to restore the unified entrance examination for institutions for high learning that had been terminated during the Cultural Revolutions by opening sessions of the Forum on Science and Education on August 3rd, 1977. Plans were already underway for universities to reopen the fall and to enroll students based on recommendations. Would it be possible to introduce entrance examination in just a few weeks before the fall semester begins? When an issue came up at the forums, Deng turned to Minister of Education's Louis Ginswan and asked him if they thought it were possible. From the movement, Minister Louis responded, yes. Deng was prepared to move heavens and earth to hold the university entrance examinations in 1977. Indeed, before the forum ended, Deng announced, we will end the system of recommendations and will accept applications directly from high schools. This is a good way to begin producing people of our talents more quickly and to achieve better results, fast result, and accomplish such a huge turnaround in such a brief time frame would not be easy. Deciding what subjects would be tested is fine. Selecting faculty to prepare the content of the test, announcing these examinations plans, holding the examinations for millions, organizing and completing the gradings, and determining which universities would be reopened and how many students they would take was a staggering task. Inevitably, universities opened some months later than expected, so not everything went smoothly, but they did reopen. The Higher Education Enrollment Commissions had never convened twice in the same semester until 1977. On August 13, within a week after Deng issued his decision, the second All China Higher Education Enrolled Work Conference was convened to plan for the fall enrollments. At this work conference, Deng explained further one of his policy changes. In the past, I too stressed the advantages of having a secondary school students do physical labor for 2 years after graduation. Fact shown, however, that after a couple of years of labor, the students have forgotten half of what they've learned at school. This is a waste of time. He directed that 20 to 30% of those accepted to universities that year would be admitted directly from high schools, and then in the future, most students would be admitted in that way. Respect for labor could be taught to students without interrupting their education. Deng also gave his official order for unified entrance examinations to held in 1977, which soon official complaint would be difficult or even impossible to accomplish so soon. Impatience. Then could counter that the policy was set the examination would be held in 1977. There would be no changes. The summary document was prepared on the basis of the conference, discussed and approved by the Politburo on October 5th, ratified by the state councils on October 12th, and published in the People's Daily on October 21st, and directions to students to how to sign up for the exams. Some 5 million 780,000 people who had reached college age within the last decades, many of whom were still working in the countryside, took the test. Okay, that's a big number. Paul, but there were only about 273,000 slot in the university in 1977 and 1978, and only about 5.8% of those who took the examinations could actually be enrolled. So, okay, so it's going to be, what is the 10% of it? So if you see 10% will be 5 million. So 10% would be 5,78,000, not even 5. So yeah, around 10%, and yeah, around 5%, yeah, slotted this one's 5.8% in this one's would actually be enrolled. For the first time since the communist ruled China, class backgrounds was not a factor in selecting those to be admitted to the university. State enrollment was entirely based on a merit test measured with examination scores. That's a good thing. It was a strain for the university to prepare for the students. It was a strain for the universities to prepare for the students. Even by the end of the year, when they finally opened, the workers' propaganda team still quartered at the university had to be moved out. So university facilities to disappear had to be patched up. Teachers who had for years had not been allowed to devote themselves to professional activities had to put together their curriculum and prepare teaching material for their courses. The first students on the scene complained that that at the hastily revamped university, both the living conditions and the academic experience left something to be desired. They were at some students themselves raised it. Students of the 1980s uses text of the 1970s, taught by the faculty from the 1960s. The system, Deng introduces in 1977, said continued ever since, like creating a cascade of the positive result for the China, as in Japan and South Korea, Taiwan and Singapore. Chinese university entrance examination raised the quality of both university applicants and recruits entering the workforce. In particular, later after examinations were introduced at all levels, ambitious parents began preparing their one-child since urban families were allowed to have only one child in math, science, and foreign language, so they could be admitted to a top elementary school, a top secondary school, and a top university, primary and secondary schools to begin preparing their students to take examinations as they moved up the education latest, and university began preparing some of the ablest students to go on to the higher education. The best, I think it's under him that the one child policy was introduced. Those who left behind the lost generations of youth sent to countryside during the cultural revolutions, who did not pass the examinations, and those who scored only high enough to attend ordinary school rather than the select top schools, were not necessarily happy with the new system. But many of those who passed the examination, as well as those who cared about the quality of education, including parents, faculty, and employees, remain enormously grateful to Deng Xiaoping for hastening the return of the entrance examination, for his decisive support for quality education, promoting science. Soon after he returned to in 1977 work, Deng said, "I have a persistent feeling that at the present things are not going well in science and education." Despite Hu Yaoman's efforts in 1975, many intellectuals had not been allowed to return to the usual works, and conflict between scientists criticized for their bourgeois lifestyle at the young rebel accuser remained intense. For the scientists, as for university faculty, living conditions remained terrible. Scientific researchers were almost exclusively doing their work at research institutes, and worker propaganda teams and troops that have been sent to the university during the cultural revolutions to support the left and to criticize the bourgeois intellectuals still occupy the campus and gave direction to the scientists. Deng found the situation untenable. He stated that problems with workers' propaganda teams must be settled, that they and the troops sent in support of the left should all be withdrawn. There will be no exceptions. Deng also responded to the continuing complaints of the scientists that their professional work should be directed by someone familiar with the competent content. He directed that the scientific institute be reorganized with the three top leaders at the institute. The party leaders would manage all overall policy, but the basic work of the institute would be under the directions of the leaders trained in science. A third leader would be in charge of the rare services with the responsibility for improving the living conditions, ensuring that the scientists had adequate supplies to work, carry on their works. Aware that intellectuals were upset that they still had to spend so much time engaged in physical labor, political educations, Deng established a new rule that at least 5/6 of the scientist work week was to be spent on basic research. Because the State Science and Technology Commission had been abolished more than a decade earlier in 1977, there was still no overall administrative services structure to oversee the science. Which field was to receive priority? How could people be trained to meet the needs of the various fields? 1975, Deng had relied on a small group within the Chinese Academy of Science to draft documents for the developments of science. But now in 1977, Deng directed that the State Science and Technology Commission be re-established to coordinate developments in science and to draw up a 7-year science plan to reduce the proportion of the sixth 5-year plan, 1980 to 1985, devoted to science. The documents that Deng had directed to be drawn in 1975 had been dubbed by radical as three poisonous weeds were dusted off, and the work completed in 1975 provided a basic for the new plants. Deng may have started with 1975 plans, but his dreams of China had grown in the intervening years. Deng believed that China increased contact with the outside world. Compared to that, in 1975 meant that planners could and should set higher goal for the developments of the science to guide him to guide his ambitious new strategy. Then could continue to make good use of the advices from outside outstanding committee Chinese American scientists, and to work closely with the Fang Yi, the Politburo members with overall capacity responsibility for the science. Wang Yi and Science and Technology Commissions were put in charge of the guiding the development of science and industry in the Middle East and in other sectors, but they focus primarily on basic research conducted within universities and independent scientific institutes, particularly the Chinese Academy of Science and the newly established Chinese Academy of Social Science. Although Deng was more focused on the natural science than the social science, he believed that the social science, including economic philosophy, so there's a social science and normal science. So he focused more on natural science than the social science. He believed that social science, including economics, philosophy, Marxist theories, and knowledge of different societies were also necessary to guide modernizations. But in May 1977, Hua also had approved the plan developed under Deng's direction in 1975 to establish an independent Chinese Academy of Social Science. By the time it came into the being in the fall of the 1977 with some 2,000 members, Deng had returned and he arranged that its first to be Hu Homi, who had outlined the plan for the developments in 1975. CAS required the status of an independent ministry directly under the state council. It is independence from the Ministry of Education, enabled it to be relatively free of pressure to impart propaganda, and allowed scholars to concentrate on research rather than the more routine task of the passing on the current state of knowledge. Tentative plans for the new 7-year plan for the scientific developments to include some 108 major projects were presented at a large conference held from March 1831, 1978. In his opening address, Deng said that the science and technology were a force of productions, the same comment that had got him into the trouble with the Mao in the late 1975 regarding science as an important class struggle. He continued by drawing on what he had learned from the Chinese American scientists. He announced that the world was experiencing nothing short of a revolution in science and technology, with an entirely new field opening up, polymers, nuclear energy, electronic computers, semiconductors, astronauts, and lasers. In a move typical for Deng, he then reassured and reminded his Marxist-leaning audience that the labor power has always included knowledge of science and technology. The science developments were universal and could be used with all of mankind. So Deng acknowledged that some scientists would be needed for applied fields like the engineering, which would foster advance in such an area, industrial automations. But Deng's focus was on science, and he again stressed the need to learn from advanced science abroad. Deng, speech reflect the juggling act that Deng needed to perform, fighting political battles while working with the specialists to develop concrete plans for developments of the field. Even as he supervised the selection of the project and the plan for the specific institute, he had to continue to struggle against the perception of the old Maoist leadership. He argued that the science was important enough to be considered for force of productions, that mental labor would be regarded as a labor, and that scientists would be allowed to devote themselves to their professional work without distraction from their political activities. Although he did not use the words, he answers to the old debate about which is more important, red or expert, or was definitely an expert. He was ready to fight the political battles to allow the experts to pursue what was more important, to realize the four modernizations. After assuming his position as a vice chairman of the CMC in July 1977, officially then ranked under Chairman Hua Comting, but as a chief of the general staff, he exercised responsibility for guiding military planning. Moreover, with his long years of military leadership, he sought to maintain personal control over the militaries, to not let it slip into the Hua's hands. Like Mao, Deng expected strict obedience from his military leaders, and he was prepared to be strict in enforcing compliances. The troop had no difficulty in understanding that Deng had more power over the military than Hua. Okay, that's a precarious positions. Practice challenges the two whatevers. When the Central Party reopened in 1977, it quickly became a center for progressive party scholars and students. Scholar conducting research on party theorist and history began work on 1977 March, and the school opened its first group of students in October. In the first class, there was about 807 students, including approximately 100 middle-aged and older officials who had been selected by the ministers of provinces as especially promising, and so were sent to study in an advanced group for the next 6 months. There was a special excitement among the first few groups of students who expected to land important positions upon their graduation. Most of the 100 students in the advanced group had suffered during the Cultural Revolutions and wanted both to analyze what had gone wrong during the previous 2 decades and to discuss what the visions of Canada's futures. To be sure, there were limits to what they could criticize and what they could propose, but within their limits, the students were open to a wide range of new ideas, and their enthusiasms was shared by faculty and researchers who also were eager to help define the theoretical and policy direction for the new era. The desire to explore new ideas was thoroughly supported by Hua Yaobang, although Hua Yaobang, this one was officially president of the Central Party schools, and Wang Xing was officially the first vice president. Hu Wangyang's as vice president, who came to the school more than they and took a lively interest in the students, the staff, and their ideas. He encouraged fresh thinking. The staff and the students responded warmly to his encouragement. The Central Party School soon became a center for creative thinking, new thinking within the party, a place where senior officials could occasionally break away from the daily work to explore the new ideas with the staff and students. On July 15th, even before the first group of students had arrived at the Central Party School, Wu Yongbing's staff began a series of papers called the Theoretical Fenced, intended to be read by a small group of high officials. The series explored new ideas and interpretations in a format that gave it more freedom than other publications. A brief numbered paper on the given topic would be released every year. The papers were not circulated outside the inner circle, but they attracted great interest because they expressed the cutting edge of the new thinking acceptable to the party. On May 10, 1978, paper 60 practices the sole criterion for judging truth, appeared in Theoretical Fenced. The article had been in gestation for several months and was based on drafts written by Hu Fomingst, a young philosophy faculty members at Nanjing Universities, Sun Yangqing of the Central Party School's Theory Research Office, and Yang Jingcheng, a students of the Central Party School in the fall of 1977. In early 1970s, Yang Jingcheng became the editors of the Guangming Daily and always alert to ideas that would be new to his readers. On May 11, reprinted Practices the Sole Criterion for Judging Truths was with a productive binding, specially invited commentators on 12 May daily and the PLA newspaper. This one reprinted and it was quickly picked up reprinted in many regional papers as well. The article argued that the only way to evaluate truth was by the broad social experience of the people. Marxism is not an unchanging body of thinking. Instead, Marxism must continually be reinterpreted as a result of an experience. The basic principles of Marxism encompasses the combination of the theory and practice. Under certain circumstances, errors will be made in perceptions of truths, but if experience reveals error, change should be made. In this way, new experiences and practices will bring about new theories. If the existing formulas of the Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thoughts are limited or cause disaster, they should be changed. After the article appeared, it immediately arouses great interest. Some readers were full of praise, but Wang Dongxing's, the Politburo Standing Committee's members responsible for overseeing the propaganda works, and Wu Lengxing's, former editors of the People's Daily, were furious. Wang Wangxing's had exploded just a week earlier with an article entitled Pay According to the Work Performed, and had appeared by demanding to know which Central Committee had authorized that article. Only later did he find out that Deng Xiaoping and his staff had supported it. Hua Yongbang and other labor officials had taken advantage of an arrangement whereby papers from theoretical trends by specially invited commentators could be printed in a newspaper without the usual surveillance by the Wang Dongxing and his staff. Otherwise, Wang Dongxing and his conservative staff would have weeded out such an article before it was published in the newspaper. Wang Dongxing and this one accurately perceived the article encouraged questioning the orthodoxy of Mao Zedong, that they believed in. If the class struggle and continuing revolution caused disaster, it followed that they should be abandoned. Wang Dongxing and Wu is also corrected, perceived that the article by criticizing ossified dogmatism and godlike worship was an attack on the two whatevers and simplicities on those responsible for it. Hua Guofeng and Wang Dongxing argued that without a common creed, the party would not be able to maintain a unity, and he phoned Wu Wangxing personally, complaining that he permitted the publication of such an articles. Then Xiaoping later told Hu Yongbang that when the article practices the sole criteria for judging truths. I think it talks about the empiricism, right? Empiricism, practice. Practice is the sole criteria for judging truths. First came out, he did not notice it, but when the controversy became heated, he looked it up and read it. The article he said was a good one, and it accorded with the Marxism Leninism. He praised the theoretical groups that Hua Hongping had assembled to work on theoretical trends and said it should continue its work. Deng reassured Ho, who sought to keep a good relation with the Ho Gofeng and other leaders, by saying that some struggle over the issues was unavoidable because of the other leaders' support for the two whatevers. Deng's support gave Ho Wing great encouragement at a critical time in course of the debates. Without it, Hu and many others might have lost heart and yielded. The two articles practice. The two articles practice and the two whatevers became two magnetic poles, attracting those with the different perspectives. The controversy between the two exposed and sharpened the divide between those who supported Hua Wangping and feared the consequences of losing the traditional orthodoxies, and those who supported Deng and pushing away from what they saw as a stultifying dogmas. The argument was raised in an ideological, but the passions of the two sides stem from the underlying politics. In China's communist circle, it is taboo to criticize the leaders openly and indirectly, but beneficiaries of the Cultural Revolution generally supported Hua Yongping, and targets of the Cultural Revolutions generally supported Deng Xiaoping. Their article practices the sole criteria for judging troops, became a vehicle to rally the growing numbers of the officials who believed that Hua Yongping was not up to the task of leading China, but who dare not say so publicly. It also helped to draw military leaders to the side of Deng Xiaoping, including the Secretary General of the CMC, Luo Rengping, one of the earliest targets of the Cultural Revolutions, and unusually strong and able leaders who had worked with Deng Xiaoping for many years. In the following months, as the debate heated up over the two articles, it increasingly became a political struggle between those who praised practices the sole criteria and believed that Deng would be the best top leader, and those who upheld the two whatever and supported Hua Guangping. A showdown seemed inevitable. And now to the next entire play. Now that's creating the Den era. Now it's going to be like the entire improvements, and I have to agree with I have to say it loud that the writer Ezra Vogel has not written much about the dark side of him. It's mostly, it seems, that he has only written the good side about, I've not heard even a single thing which is bad about him. So you could say about that. Was it a biased? I don't know. Could be. And it is written in a detail. I'm not exactly sure how unbiased it is, but I have to be careful that while reading any history, there's always a biases, and I'm not saying it's bad, and I'm not saying it's good also, right? You have to be very careful. This is how you have to read it, right? You have to read it in such a way that you know that it could be biased. You shouldn't take everything literally. Now it's time to talk the good side, the improvement side, and the creating the then era, 1970 to 1980s. 2 years. Really? Now chapter number 7. 3 turning points, 1978. In Japan, the historical turning point that set the nation on roads to modernizations was the Iwakuru missions from December 7, 1871 to September 1873. 51 major government leaders traveled by ship and rail to 15 different countries. The mission was composed of an official from all major sectors: industries, agriculture, mining, finance, culture, education, and military, and the police, and was led by Iwakura Tomini, a court noble who had become one of the top leaders of the major governments. When the group left homes, Japan was essentially a closed country. The Japanese knew little about the outside world, but as the members of the mission visited other countries, factories, mines, museums, parks, stock exchange, railway, farms, shipyards, their eyes were opened to ways that Japan could remake itself. Not only with the new technologies, but also with the new organization strategies and ways of thinking. The trip created a shared awareness among the missions members of just how far behind Japan was from the advanced countries, and the common perspective about how to introduce change. Rather than becoming discouraged by what they saw, the official returns from energized, excited by future perspectives for Japan, and was eager to send additional teams abroad to study in more details. In China, no single group of officials traveled together for such a long period as the Iwakuru missions, but from 1977 to 80, 2 years, many separate studies tours by the senior officials had a similar influence on the Chinese thinking. Then, Deng's pioneering 1975, 5-day visit to France, when he took, along high-level officials in industries, transport management, and science who made observations in their respective fields set a precedent. Deng's return from the trip, believer in study tours, and began encouraging other groups to go abroad. So he complained that the other official did not know how far behind China was, and he was confident was a trip would open their eyes. Hua Gofinst, who had led delegations to visit Eastern Europe, also returns as supporters of the trips abroad to observe modern countries. For centuries, individual Chinese had gone to the West and returned with the ideas for the China. Wang Tao, for example, 19th century translators, returned from London and wrote vividly about what China could learn from the West about the modernizations. What was different in the late 1970s was that the key officials and positions of the responsibility traveled together, and with the firm support of the Deng and Huang were later in position that enabled them to implement what they had learned on a large scale. After Deng returned from the France and Mao and Jiang Xing had died, officials who long suppressed their desires to travel abroad had a new opportunities. Officials who for decades had warned the public about the horrors of the capitalism wait with one another to observe capitalism and visit firsthand. Retired senior officials sought overseas trips to capitalist countries as a reward for the dedicated years of service to communism and the suffering during the Cultural Revolution. It took some months after Mao's death and the arrest of the gangs of force to make an arrangement of the foreign travel. But by 1978, when such preparations had been completed and many high official level officials had their first opportunities to take part in the foreign study tours. In that year, some 13 officials of the rank of vice premier or the equivalent took some 20 trips abroad, visiting a total of 50 countries. Hundreds of ministers or governments to first party secretaries and their staff took part as well, like the Japanese officials on the Iwakura missions. Chinese official returned exhilarated by what they seen, excited about the new steps in China could take, and ready to send additional team abroad to study in more details. In 1970, Deng, summarizing the effect of the trips, heavily reported. Recently, our comrades had a look abroad. The more we see, the more we realize how backward we are. Deng considered this recognition so essential for building support for the reforms that on December 2nd, 1978, he told that he was drafting his speech that would launch that his reform and opening policy, that the basic point is we must acknowledge that we are backward. It takes a lot of guts for the leader of a country to say that acknowledging that we are a backward. Otherwise, if you don't accept the fact that you are a backward or any of those things, you won't be able to move forward. That many of our ways of doing are inappropriate and that we need to change. The study tours reinforced the growing convictions among many high officials that Deng's perception was correct. China, must embark on a new path. And the highest level delegations that China sent abroad in 1970s were 4 study tours organized in the springs of that year, one each to Eastern Europe, Hong Kong, Japan, Eastern Europe, Western Europe. From March 9 to April 6, 1978, a study tour headed by the Li Yuangs, the deputy head of the International Relations Department of the Communist Party, with the Xiangxi and Yu Huangbing as deputy heads, visited Yugoslavia and Romania. Okay, why is there's a lot of why did they go to Yugoslavia a lot, man? It's not a developed country, but in world map, right? See. Okay, so Yugoslavia, that's Yugoslavia. Where exactly it is? Yugoslavia. Okay, so Yugoslavia, it's okay, is it called country name? Just wait. Okay, I don't know, is it called Yugoslavia? It is Yugoslavia, right? What country Yugoslavia now is to this one? Okay, the territory of the former Yugoslavia is separated into Bosnia. Okay, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Slovenia, and this one is a partially recognized states that declared independence. Okay. Okay, so it's a okay, so that's what I'm saying. No, I've not heard of Yugoslavia. Okay, Yugoslavia means olden days Slovenia, okay, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, okay, Yugoslavia, and Serbia, Kosovo. Okay. Macedonia, okay, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia. I think Croatia is a beautiful country. That's what I know. Okay, so understood. Yugoslavia and Romania. From their visits to factories, farms, and science and technology units, the group returned home with some concrete suggestions about what China might do. But more Importantly, after the trip, Chinese leaders stopped calling Yugoslavia a revisionist, the derogatory term Mao had used to criticize the departures of the socialist countries from the true path of socialism. Furthermore, the Chinese Communist Party re-established relations with the Yugoslav Communist Party. This exchange expanded the range of reforms China could consider. It was now possible to draw from the experience of the Eastern European economic reforms without being accused of committing ideological impurities. From April to May 1970s, officials from the State Planning Commissions and the Ministry of Foreign Trade visited Hong Kong to evaluate its potential for assisting China developments, its finance industries and management. The official explored the possibility of setting up a Bao'an's County, Guangdong provinces across the border from Hong Kong, and export processing zones, a place where materials could be brought from abroad to manufactured by the Chinese laborers and then exported without any tariff or other distributions. Within a few months, the State Council formally approved the establishment of such an area, which later would become the Shenzhen Special Economic Zones. Shenzhen, the electronics, the manufacturing hub of the electronics. At that time, Guangdong was suffering from a real security problem. Tens of thousands of young people each year were escaping to Hong Kong. Being told of the problem during the visit to Guangdong in 1977, Deng explained that the solution lay not in tightening border security with more fencings and more border patrols, but in improving the economy of the Guangdong, so young people would not feel they had to flee to Hong Kong to find jobs. After the State Planning Commission's delegation returned from its visit to Hong Kong, Beijing formed a Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office under the state controls, and in December 1978, Li Guang, vice ministers of the foreign trade, stopped in Hong Kong to strengthen relations between Beijing and the Hong Kong colonial governments. While there, Li urged Governor Murray McClellan to take measures so that Hong Kong would play a major role in the modernization of China. He also invited the governor to visit Beijing, before the State Council visit to Hong Kong. Contacts between Hong Kong and the mainland were highly restricted. So the visit paved the way for Hong Kong to become a major conduits to China for capital knowledge about global economic developments. Chinese leaders were interested in Japan not simply because it was a source for modern industry technology, but also because it offered successful strategies for managing the overall modernization process. A delegation headed by the Lin Huajis, deputy head of the Shanghai Revolutionary Committees, and in fact the vice mayor of the Shanghai, visited Japan from March 28th to April 22nd in 1978. The group included representatives from the State Planning Commission, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of the Foreign Tourism, the Bank of China. So Japan was especially in this because it had dealt successfully with the problems similar to those China was facing. At the end of the World War II, the Japanese people lost. Japanese lost the war, right? And it was devastated. So how did they come back? It's a big lesson. It's a big study you have to study. The Japanese economy had fallen into a disastrous state under a strong central government leadership after the war. However, the Japanese economy had progressed rapidly and caught up with the West. On the way, Japan had also moved from a wartime system with a tight economic control, centralized economic planning, rationing, price controls, to much a freer, more dynamic civilian economy in which consumer industries were major drivers of the industrial growth. Upon its return to China, the Lin Huaji delegation reported to the Politburo on Japanese economic progress of since World War II. The Japanese had boldly introduced foreign technologies to make use of the foreign capitals and vigorously developed education and scientific research. The Lin Huaji missions reported that the Japanese governments and businesses communities were prepared to provide aid and technology for the production Chinese developments. Among other projects, the delegation recommended that the Politburo that there are 10 million tons steel plants be built, although a later deteriorations in Sino-Japan relations led the Chinese government to play down the Japanese role in Chinese resurgence. Yeah, historically they don't have a good relationship. Led the Chinese governments to play this one to carry research. This delegation, as well as the Deng's visit to Japan the following October, helped facilitate substantial Japanese contribution of the capital, technology, and industrial management. Of all the study tours in 1978, the one that had by far the greatest impact on Chinese development was the study tour led by government into Western Europe from May 12 to it ranks with the November 1970 Central Party Work Conference and the December 1978 Third Plenum as one of the three major turning points in China's reform and opening. Kumo's trip and the Modernization Forum. May-September 1978. Guo second only to Li Juan and Yu Will in leading the economy, led a high-level delegation to Western Europe. France, Switzerland, Germany, Denmark, Belgium from May 2 to June 6, 1978. Although the group was briefed before the trips, the members had very little background knowledge of the West. What these highly respected officials saw and learned in Europe, how they articulated the new possibilities for China at that state forum that followed the visit, made their observations extraordinarily influential. Unlike Deng's 5-day trip to France in 1975, which had focused on foreign relations and had included only brief visits to enterprises, the 5-week Gomo tour, which consists of a team of officials, which they're broad based of expertise, delve deeply into possible technologies and ideas that China might make use of. Mugo recalled that on the eve of her trips when Deng met When Deng met with him to give his instructions, he said, have a broad context, make detailed investigation, carry on a deep research into the issues, look at how they manage their economic activities. We ought to study the successful experience of a capitalist countries and bring them back to China. The 20 members of the Gomo's delegation had been appointed by Huo no fewer than 6 of those traveling were of a ministerial rank, including the 5, the vice ministers of the agriculture and water powers and the directors of the state planning commissions of Guangdong. They had been selected as the members of the Iwakura missions had been because they were expected upon their returns to lead the various sectors of the economy. Vice Premier Gomu, an experienced and widely respected economist, bureaucrats, had been the top leader in economic circles since the coming from Shanghai to Beijing in 1954 as a deputy head of the state construction commissions. During the Cultural Revolution, he had risen to become second only to Li Jiangjians in leading the economic world in the Yevuzos to provide overall economic directions. He had worked not only on economic planning but also on science and technology, though Deng initially had some doubts about Guomo because he had become more important during the Cultural Revolution. Since Deng observed that Guomo was an effective, pragmatic official who supported modernizations, those doubts were quickly cast aside. Guomo managed to maintain good relations with the senior officials who returned and with those who had risen during the Cultural Revolution. In fact, Guomo was sufficiently respected that the following European study tour he was given was given the leading role in the development of the foreign trade and developing this SEZ special economic zones. When the Guomo study missions sets out, it was not yet clear when relations with the United States would be normalized, but China had already normalized relation with all 5 European countries that the group visited, and the head of the state of all those countries had sent a high-level delegation to China in 1970s as China's first state delegation to the most of the Western European nations. Guomo's group was received at the highest level, except for the Belgian ambassador in Beijing, who was still ill. All the other ambassadors in Beijing flew home to accompany the delegation as it toured their respective countries. Given that China was just the beginning of the emergence from the Cold War mindset, the members of the Guomo delegation had been prepared to treat as the enemies. Despite the informative briefing to prepare them for the trips, the friendliness and openness of the host took them by surprise. At the time, most Chinese factories and many other facilities were clothed in secrecy and were not given or not even open to ordinary Chinese. So the Chinese were shocked at the willingness of the European to open for inspection factories, office shops, and virtually any other facility they asked to see. The group visited 15 cities in 5 countries. They observed ports and roads on the ships and trains as well as in automobiles. They visited electric power plants, farms, factories, markets, in research institutions and living areas. The group divided into subgroups from some visits in total, touring other over 80 different locations. They were briefed as they traveled and collected material from places they visited because they were focused on economic issues. They mostly economic specialists. They met mostly economic specialists, but they also met diplomats, politicians, and military officials. They viewed China factories making silicon chips, optical equipments, and chemical. They had little time for sightseeing, but they did visit Karl Marx's birthplace in Trier, paying homage to their communist origins while observing Germany's success with the capitalism. They were impressed with the level of mechanizations and automations and with the overall productivity of the workers. They were stunned by the use of computers at a Swiss power plants and the Charles de Gaulle airport, where takeoffs and landings were guided electronically. For the first time at the port of Bren, the Chinese representatives of modern containers lived into ships. The agricultural productivity was higher than they had ever imagined. They concluded, as Deng had several years earlier, that China's needed to concentrate on learning about science and technologies. The members of the group had expected to see evidence of exploitations of the laborers, so they were stunned by the high standards of living of ordinary workers. Wang Guangwu, head of the state planning commissions of the Guangdong provinces, summarized this impression as follows. In a little over 1 month of such inspection, our eyes were open. Everything we saw and heard startled every one of us. We were enormously stimulated. We thought the capitalist countries were backwards and decadent. When we left our countries and took a look, we realized that things were completely different. Delegation members were taken aback with the willingness of Europeans to lend them money and to offer them modern technology. At one banquet alone, a group of Europeans announced that they were prepared to lend as much as $20 billion US. The group was surprised as well as how the European countries gave local governments the freedoms to handle their own finances, to collect their own taxes, and to make decisions for their own affairs. The group returns from abroad believing the Chinese finances were too centralized, with not enough leeway given to the more locally based party leaders. Upon the return to China, Guomo delegation was scheduled to report immediately about the trips to a meeting of the Politburo chaired by the Huagofins that began at 3 p.m. Politburo members were so excited that they decided to continue the discussion over dinner and did not include the meeting until 11 p.m. Those who heard the government reports were surprised to learn how enormous the gap between the China and the outside world. Some Chinese leaders suspected the reports about the West, but they knew and respected the members of the government delegations whose credibility was unquestioned. After all the years of fearing the West, they were even more surprised that the Europeans were such a warm and gracious host that was so open and willing to extend loans and technologies, knowing his colleagues' suspicion of capitalist. Cuomo explained that the Europeans were eager to invest because of the factories were operating below capacities and they hoped to sell China their goods and technologies. Cuomo suggested numbers of the possible ways that foreigners could resist China in improving the production, compensation for joint productions, foreign investments. Suggested that China should carefully examine all these possibilities, lest there be any doubts about the Cuomo might have been exaggerating his accounts. The top officials most familiar with the foreign developments, Marshal Ni Rongzin, and this one all praised Cuomo for his objectivity and for the clarity of his presentations. Very impressed, the Politburo members agreed that China should move immediately to take advantage of those opportunities. And opportunities for if other countries can import capitals and material can carry on the processing of goods for exports, why can't we? Over the next few weeks, the delegations organize their material, which they present it as official written reports to Politburo on June 30. Deng Xiaoping, who chose not to spend his time attending Politburo meeting that he had trouble hearing, met with Cuomo individually. When they met, Deng said that China should move as quickly as possible to follow off all of Cuomo's suggestions, including borrowing money from parts. To begin with, Chinese leaders decided to concentrate on textile. Cloth was in such a short supply in China that all the clothing purchases that required the use of the ration coupons. Increasing the supply of the clothes would quickly demonstrate to the public that the value of the opening to the outside and they would gain support for further reforms and opening. Moreover, because they were given, there were grain shortages, it would not be easy to expand rapidly the cotton crops to increase the supply of the cloth. Instead, then Cuomo advocated quickly introducing factories that would produce synthetic fiber as needed, and like in Japan and Taiwan, South Korea and Hong Kong, allow textile and apparel industries to drive the takeoff of the light industry in the China. China's new willingness to work with the capitalist countries as a result of the Cuomo trips required not only rethinking specific industries plan, but also revising government rules and bureaucratic procedures to allow foreign firms to operate in China. Suspicion that Western capitalists would take advantage. Suspicion that Western capitalists would take advantage of the Chinese ignorance of the international practices did not disappear, but Chinese officials still pushed ahead. They considered any questions and touching of all aspects of economy, which firms in China would be allowed to work with foreigners. How could they best guard against foreigners taking advantage of them? How could foreign trades be integrated with the Chinese planning system? How should they decide which localities and which sectors should receive the incoming loans and technology? In more leisurely stages of Meiji Japan, the Iwakuru mission had taken more than a decade to reduce its dual volume. Opinions on industries to guide industrial developments. By contrast, after the Cuomo trips, it just took several weeks for the delegation to complete its reports and for Chinese economy leaders to organize the appropriate units to discuss the implications of what they had learned. As soon as the reports were completed, the state councils and they convened the forums on the principle to guide the four modernizations, which lasted from 6th July to 9th September to consider how to take advantage of the new opportunities for the borrowing and technologies and capital from the West. And at the opening session, Cuomo represents a lengthy report of what they have learned from the trips and added some personal impressions. The meeting were chaired by Li Xianxin, who was still the highest official in the charge of the economy. Participants were told not to focus on the errors of the past, but to think of what the country should do in the future. Deng Xiaoping, who was busy with the managing the education, science, technologies, and foreign relations, did not attend, but he followed reports of the sessions and at the end read the draft final reports and made suggestions for the revisions. Unlike workforce conference in which participants are closed in a hotel for several days, the forum was conducted in a series of 23 morning sessions spread over 2 months. The Hua Guangping, who rarely attended States Council meeting, regarded those gathering as so important that he took part in 13 of those 23 morning sessions in afternoons. The official returns to their regular work units to report on the morning discussions and to prepare the units written to respond to the issues raised. The forum allowed some 60 representatives of the key economic ministers and commissions to the present overall activities and planned the units this way. Each unit could get a sense of what all the units were thinking without becoming involved in arguments about the precise location, allocations, and production targets. Such details will be discussed at later planning meetings. At the closing sessions on September 6, September 9, Li Jiangxing, who had led the economy with its, when it was virtually closed to the outside, announced the beginning of the new age of the openness for China. In his concluding report to forums, he explained that China could no longer remain a closed economy, that it must import foreign technology, equipment, capital, management, expertise, experience in order to accelerate its developments. Li further stated that if the Chinese took full advantage of the present favorable conditions, China could achieve a high degree of modernizations in the 20th century. to achieve this goal, he declared that between 1978 and 1985, China should import $18 billion worth of goods and equipment. In the mid 1978s, the foreign participants were just beginning to learn about the global economic system, and China was not ready to begin experimenting with the markets. But in the relatively free atmosphere, the participant could raise all the big issues about the market: decentralizations, prices, foreign trade, micromanagements, and macro management that would be addressed in the credit details during the ensuing 2 decades of this. Two of the most pressing were how China expanded foreign trade and the role of the foreigners without losing controls, and how could China provide incentives to individual local areas and foreigners but still retain over the control of the national planning system. The 10-year visions that were shaped by the discussions at the forum reflected the optimisms and excitements that had grown out of the Kumu strips, made some assumptions, for instance, that China could pay for imports of new plants and equipment with the petroleum exports were to prove completely unrealistic, excited with unprecedented new opportunities, ambitions, but any experienced official who wanted the countries to make up for the 2 lost decades, the conceived vision that they would exceed their capacities. Yet, although they were excessively optimistic, officials at the forum did not abandon government controls. Foreigners were not given full control, unfettered access to the Chinese economy. Instead, foreigners' contact with the Chinese economy were mediated through the special units of the governments involved with the foreign trades, where Chinese officials with the linguistic skills and some knowledge of the foreigners guarded Chinese interest. The optimistic two forum, participated with no mood to listen to the champion of the sober cautious official Chen Yun. Although Chen Yun had not been an official since being pushed aside with the Mao in 1962, no one knew better how the excessive optimisms of the greatly forward had devastated the economy, and no one had better bolder in trying to temper the optimism than so. Towards the end of the forums, Chen Yun, who had been informed of some of the foreign discussions, told his former underlying Yuan Zhen that the forum should be extended for a few more days in order to hear other point of view. Chen said it is correct to borrow money from foreign countries, but to borrow so much at once, we can't manage it. Some comrade took at the conditions abroad and have not looked at the realities in our countries. Our industrial base cannot compare with theirs. Our technical capacity is not up to theirs. They only see that we can borrow money. So if we don't do it in a balanced way, if we rely on loans from abroad, it will not be reliable. Foreign participants were eager to move ahead, and Hua did not extend the meeting to consider other views. Deng did not participate in the forum, but he followed proceedings and did nothing to restrain the optimisms. When told of the decision to borrow $18 billion to both of technology and goods, Deng casually said, "Why not $80 billion? Jim, this one's okay. Zipping knew Brazil, who had met Deng twice, I think, months before the forum convened, accurately, observed Deng's moods. Deng, he told President Carter, was in a hurry. Okay, so page number 227, just wait. 27, okay. 227, okay, 27. Lighting the spark. September 13 to 20 and 1978. When Mao was planning to ignite the Chinese revolutions, he wrote a famous essay declaring that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Echoing those thoughts, Hu Wang said that things stripped to the northeast helped light the spark for a fire that would forge dramatic changes in China. Changes reflected the Central Party conference held later that fall. He might have added that the change included the elevations of Deng Xiaoping as a paramount leaders. Deng Xiaoping himself later recalled that there were 3 occasions when he wanted to resign. He went to the regions to light a spark for reforms and opening. The first occasion was Guangzhou in November 1977, when he and Yi Jianjiang met with PFLA officials and civilians to live up the Guangdong economy. The second was in Sichuan on February 1978 on a stopover between visits to Burma and Nepal, when he met Zhou Ziyang to discuss the promotions of the rural and urban reforms. While in Sichuan, Deng mocked those who said that if a farmer has 3 ducks, he is a socialist. But if he has 5 ducks, he is a capitalist. They should liberate their thinking from his rigid dogmas. Then argued socialism is not poverty. The third was on the trip to Northeast on his way back from attending the 13th anniversary celebrations of the founding of the North Korean Worker Party. During these last spark lighting trips, Deng spent several days in China, 3 northeastern provinces, Heilong, Jilin, and Liaoning, called the Manchuria by the Japanese, and also then Sangsan and Taichung, where he championed a bolder departure from the Maoism than Hong Kong, who to 2 whatevers. By the time Deng visited the Northeast, the struggle between the article practices the sole criteria for judging truths, which first appeared 3 months earlier, and 2 whatevers had begun to heat up. Just a few weeks earlier, Jiang Pinguin, Hua Guanping's propaganda department, had made these 2 rounds of the Northeastern urgent officials to support the 2 whatevers. Jiang was to become one of the first officials whom Deng Xiaoping then replaced after he gained more power at the 3rd tendency. Hua Bangwang took his place. Deng's Northeast tour Then then was in effect a way of answering arguments made by Xiaoping, stating up support for a bolder efforts to expand reforms and openings. In Beijing, chairmen who are controlled own the propaganda apparatus. So to avoid causing a direct confrontation, Deng spoke in Beijing with some cautions. Away from Beijing, however, he could address to a larger audience and speak with less reserve. He spoke for informally so that he did not have to go through bureaucratic process of getting official clearance for a formal speeches. In his presentation, Deng did not attack Xiaoping directly, but he did criticize the two whatevers and supported practice, presenting indirectly his case against Hua. Politically, savvy Chinese officials observing them concluded by making the case for the practice against the two whatevers. He was gathering support in this competition with the Huas for the preeminent position in the party. It was logical for Deng to begin by lighting a spark in the northeast because there he had his base of supporters, and particularly Ren Zonins in Liaoning provinces. Wang and Mai in this one provinces, and this one commander of the Shenyang military regions, who were among the first to declare support for the practice at a gathering of Jilin provincial party officials. Then criticized advocates of whatever for not conveying Mao's true spirit, which is to seek the true path from facts. Deng said Marxist-Leninism did not tell the Chinese revolutionary to surround the cities from the countrysides. Mao had succeeded militarily because he adapted Marxism Leninism to Chinese particular conditions at the time. Similarly, Deng argued when foreigners had refused to sell their goods to China, conditions were not yet ripe for developing foreign trades, but conditions had since become favorable for improving economic relations with foreign countries. The Gang of Fours may have denounced improving relations with foreigners as a national betrayal, but the correct way to hold high the banner of the Mao Zedong's thought was to adapt to such changes and promote foreign trades. In Liaoning, Deng said that the Chinese leaders, including himself, must admit that they had let down the wonderful Chinese people who had been very patient. The politically sophisticated understood, so Deng did not have to ask who was in charge when we let down the Chinese people, who was not making any changes to correct those errors. How could anyone believe that everything Mao said was correct? Instead, Deng said, our nation's system is basically taken from the Soviet Union. It's a backward, deals with the issues superficially, duplicates structures, and advances bureaucratisms. Bureaucratisms. If we can't grow faster than the capitalist country, then we can't show the superiority of our system. It took no usually to conclude that Deng's belief Hua was not doing enough to change the structures and to lay a solid foundation for the economic growth. In the northeast, Deng also wanted to firm up his support in the military. Li Dengsheng, the highest military official in the northeast, who was commander of the Xinjiang military regions, had served under Deng in his second field army. Deng had ample opportunity to talk with Li, who accompanied Deng as his visited practice armed farms and military units. At the time, Deng was concerned about the personal loyalty of the another high-level military official who was stationed in the northeastern at the port of Dalian, Admiral Su Zhenxue. Su had served under Deng in the second field army, but he had not proved very loyal when officials were called upon to attack Deng in 1976. He had been more critical of Deng than Deng's just necessary. In April 1978, when a destroyer accidentally exploded in Shangjing harbor, causing many deaths, Deng held Su as the highest-ranking naval officials in the country, and the military representative on the put as responsible for shooting. After being criticized, Su was notified that Huang would stop in the northeast on the way back from the trip to North Korea. Aware of the rivalry between Deng and Huang, and unhappy about being criticized, Su and his men offered to hold a naval exercise with some 120 ships as a part of the welcoming ceremony when Hua arrived in Dalian. When Deng heard that Su was planning to give such a display of support for Huang, he was furious and used his leverage over the military to have the military exercise cancelled. During his visit to the northeast, Deng wanted to make sure that there were no remnants of military support for Huang Gongming. To achieve this, he worked closely with his loyal former underling Li Dengsheng as they traveled together. Deng repeated to his audience that the criticism of the gangs of four should end and focus should be on doing what was necessary to increase the production. Deng was prepared to start working to increase productions, and the audience had no doubts that he stood ready to take on a greater responsibilities as well. Central Party Work Conference on November 10, December 15, 1978. In official Communist Party histories, the third plenum of the 11th Party Congress, December 12 to 22, 1978, is acknowledged as the meeting that launched Deng's policies of reforms and opening. In fact, the plenum was merely a formal ratification of what has been resolved in the lively discussions at the Central Party Work Conference held from November 10 to December 15, coming 2 years after Mao's death and the arrest of the gangs of four. The conference took place at a time when various perspectives could be discussed afresh with the less concerns about being improperly disrespectful of most. As the meeting came to an end, Deng praised the conference, which marked a return to the party's traditions of democratic discussion, in which people could speak frankly about what they really believe. He said it was the best such discussions at the party meetings since 1957, when 100 Flowers campaign had encouraged free air expression. Some thought it was the best meeting since 97th Party Congress of 1945. While others thought it was ranked alongside the Yan'an rectification campaign of 1941 to 42. Central Party Work Conference was called by Chairman Hua Guofeng, who in his initial presentation gave little indication that he understood what was in store for him. When he opened the meetings on November 10th, he said that the meeting would focus on agriculture and the national development plan for the 1979 to 80s and would serve as the follow-up to the forum on principle to guide the foreign modernization. His plan for the conference was fully consistent with what Deng had advocated the previous years at the PLA conference in Guangdong. They should end the criticisms of the gangs of first and concentrate on the four modernizations. Yet 2 days after its opening was planned for the conference was derailed by broader building political discussions. Neither Hua Guofeng nor Deng Xiaoping had anticipated how completely and how rapidly political climate would change. After a few weeks earlier, Deng had outlined his speech for the conference and had tasked Hua Guofeng and Yuan to help flesh it out. But after Deng returns from the Southeast Asia in November 14 and heard reports of the changed atmosphere in the Beijing, he asked his speechwriters to draft an entirely different speech for him. Marshal Yi, who quickly realized how much the changed atmosphere had weakened the support for Huang Guofeng, advises Hua on November 11 to begin preparing a speech showing that he too accepted the changes. The crucial drama took place between November 11 and November 25. By the time Deng joined the conference on November 15th, its focus had already shifted from economic to politics, and the political winds were blowing against Hua and his two whatevers. Some senior parties leaders would later remark that just as the Zuni conference had been the decisive turning points in Mao's rise to the chairman, so this work conference proved the decisive events in the rise of the Deng. The work conference brought together 10 top party official attendees, included many who held important party, military, and government positions, including the head of all major branches of the party works, two top leaders from each provincial level units and respected senior official no longer on the top front lines. It also included other parties members who could help provide a broader theoretical perspective. In his opening presentation, Chairman Hua Guofeng announces that they had originally planned to meet for 20 days, but more time might be needed. In the end, the meeting lasted for 36 days. Attendees closeted themselves in the Jiangxi Capital West Hotel within walking distance of the Zhongnanhai, so the discussions could continue in the evening and on weekends in and out of the formal sessions. The format of the meeting, which included both plenary and small group sessions, and the closeting of the participants in the Jiangxi hotels were identical to the setups and the procedures used at the Central Party Works Conference of the March 1977. But 20 months later, the political climate was totally different. The format of the meeting encouraged participants by all those present except for the party plenary session. The participants were divided into 6 regional small groups: northeast, northeast, east, central, south, southwest, and the northwest, in which each participant was expected to express his views. Each day was written summary reports of the small group meeting was passed on to all the participants, and every wanted to express his views for the reports. The members voted with a show of hands, although then, like other Politburo standing committee members, did not take part in the small group meeting. He followed the daily reports very closely. But by the beginning of the conference, Hua realized that many participants were dissatisfied with the two whatevers, with the harsh criticisms of those who had been taken part in April 5 demonstrations, and by his unwillingness to reverse the verdicts on more senior officials who had been criticized during the Cultural Revolution. The April 5th demonstrations were a particularly touchy issues, and Hua still had not gone far enough to satisfy many of the participants. As early as March 1977, at the earlier Central Party Work Conference, Hua had acknowledged that the most of those who had gone to Tiananmen Square on 5th April had done so to praise Zone and Light, but even so, the demonstration was still labeled as a counter-revolutionary incident. Most conference participants in November 1970 found this injustice upsetting. Who repeated that Deng had not been involved in the April 5 incidents, but many senior officials believed that Deng had been improperly removed and replaced by Hua as a result of those events. The evaluation of the incidents to some extent was evaluation of a Deng, and many were insisting that there be a new evaluation of the incidents in which it would be labeled as a revolutionary movement. By focusing in his initial speech on the 4 modernizations, Hua hoped to cite and accept the political differences and talked about economic issues for which there was a high level of consensus. Hua's opening speech was carefully crafted to go on considerable distance towards accommodating his critics. Not saying explicitly that he was abandoning the two whatevers. He did not even mention the two whatevers. Instead, after outlining the agenda for the conference, Hua made clear that he was ready to accept foreign loans, foreign technologies, and foreign goods as a part of an economic plans, none of which Mao had authorized. He did not directly say he was rejecting political campaigns, but he said that he had carefully considered whether to initiate a campaign to mobilize people from the top to the bottom of society. He said that he had concluded that this would take time and energy that would be better spent working on the pressing issues than the country faced. In addition, Hua told the conference that he had directed the people should not be paraded through the streets in the mass criticism sessions. Even many of the attendees who sought more reforms and more rapid returns of the senior officials acknowledged that Hua, although not directly criticizing the cultural revolutions and the class struggles, was making a serious efforts to end some of its worst excesses. Deng Xiaoping would have found it difficult to disagree with the main thrust of the Hua's comments. Hua managed to keep control, though, through the secondary plenary sessions on the afternoons of November 13th, when Vice Premier Ji Deng made his presentations on agriculture. Most attendees had some time been responsible for the rural area at the basic levels. They had seen firsthand the starvations after the Great Leap Forwards. Although the communists had risen to power with the support of the peasants, they were keenly aware that the tens of millions of peasants had starved to death under the mistaken policies. The serious food shortage continued to exist, and that scarce foreign currency was being used to import grains. The leaders assembled had been forced to deal with the result of this disaster, facing starving peasants and distraught lower level of the officials. The party could not escape responsibility for having implemented these bad decisions, even though the main responsibility for the painful mistake was placed on Lin Biao and the gang of first officials were unwilling to say privately what they did not yet say publicly, that some of the responsibility should be placed on the Mao. Not some, the entire responsibility should be placed on the Mao. Innit, me? Placed on the Mao. Okay, so I'll just go back and see, okay, how there's an article, and I'm going to read that article in the modern, that how to modernize without being westernized. And okay, there's an article. I shall read the article. Yugoslavia. So, modernization without westernization, part 1. Indo-Christian culture. Okay, in 20, I think, yeah, it's written from the Indian perspective. I don't know, I think so. Just wait, okay, I'll see who is the writer. We want part 2, especially written by the Indo-Christian culture. Indo-Christian culture, no. Just have 138 followers. Okay, your repost has. In 2013, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while speaking to students at the Pune's Ferguson College, said that India needs modernizations, not westernization. His desire isn't unique. It's a sentiment that has been expressed by leaders in the Northwest ever since the great divergence began and Western civilization went from a secondary culture forces to the first globally dominant and civilization. It's a sentiment I also share, but what does it exactly mean, and is it possible? If you ask your average Indian uncles what the difference is between modernization and westernization, he will respond with something along these lines. Modernization, industrializations, technology, innovation, first level living standards, high quality infrastructure. Westernization, youth disrespecting their parents, sex before marriage, girls in short skirts who stay out late, drinking and partying, divorced. I would say openness. So what does India and the entire non-Western world wants? The first, but not the second, simple enough, right? But this is a simple notion that fails to understand the true origin of the culture and how cultural value changes. Here I try to explain why current attempts at modernization without westernizations are shallow and bound to fail, and the origin of the modern values. To this, we need to understand a concept called cultural evolution and its relationship with the industrial world we live in. What is traditions? An intro to cultural evolutions. A tradition is a succession of successful innovations. Tradition is a succession of successful innovations. Tradition is a succession. Okay, tradition is a succession of successful innovations. Okay, and it is by Pier Carlo Portembi. are countless arguments or traditions that at first seem illogical and counterproductive, but in reality comes with the real and practical benefits of the people who faithfully adhere to them. Cassava is a poisonous if it not prepared right, so Amazonian women split 1/4 of their time following these complex steps. But poisoning takes years of eating unsafe cassava. It would be difficult to connect the two together since the process was mainstream for few ever poisoned. Effect of each one is once okay. Amazonian women had to choose faith in the traditions over their own deductions and critical thinking to avoid poisoning the children. This is just one example of where seemingly impractical accumulated practices that human learns traditions, procedures, and survival advantages. Now consider what might result in if a self-reliant Tucanon's mother decided to drop any seemingly unnecessary steps from the process of her bitter mania. She might critically examine the procedures handed down to her from her early generations and conclude that the goal of the procedure is to remove the bitter taste. She might then experiment with alternative procedures by dropping some of these ones. She'd find that with a shorter and much less bitter taste, she'd find that with a shorter and much less labor-intensive labor, she could remove the bitter taste. Adapting is easiest, okay? The decision to follow seemingly redundant practices is a unique psychological trait in human. Unlike apes who abandon learned practices and don't produce an immediate gains, humans innately follow them, probably because of the hidden survival advantages they might provide, okay? In fact, it seems that the reasons human dominate is not because we are individually intelligent, but because we are good at learning and remembering what we learned. This allows us to develop and learn a toolbox of accumulated specialized knowledge that can help survive. History is full of examples of seemingly well-prepared outsiders struggling to survive in environments where locals have been thriving for centuries, and in some cases with significantly less technology, accumulated practice, traditions, and wisdoms, critical thinking, and educations. These traditions develop not from one individual, but the accumulations of beneficial innovations discovered with the chances, accidents, random experimentation to produce a survival advantage to the other day. But aren't some traditions backward? Yeah, man, there are many traditions. Yes, many are. It's critical to remember that a survival advantages to the population level does not mean that traditions are not against morality, be it Christian moralities or secular human rights. Nor will am I trying to defend a tradition that promote violence, discriminations, and exploitation. I just want to explain the origin of the traditions, good or bad, and what they survive. If traditions are so beneficial, why does it seem like society is abandoning them? Tradition relates to an environment. By an environment, I mean nature, society, technology, all coming together. As a last factor, technology is almost always ignored. Technology is one of the biggest determinants on the cultural values, and right now, the world is going through a technological shift, the likes of which have not been seen since the invention of agriculture. The West was the first cultural source to undergo the process of industrialization. Yeah, it happened in Manchester, United Kingdom industrial. Okay, the West was the first cultural response to undergo the process of industrialization. With that trigger, a massive cultural change as a tradition that developed and thrived for centuries on a world dominated by farming, village gave to a world of industry, globalization, urbanizations, and so forth. It's an example of with an individual. Okay, here's an example with individual will versus subservience to the family. Prior to the rise of modern nation states and extremely recent social institutions, people were dependent on their families, networks, and other personal network, clan, tribe, guild, etc., to provide for them your education, your protection, your relationship, your access to social services that we do now associate with the governments were provided by these personal networks. The larger the network, the more resources were within your access, and the trade-off was the expectations of loyalty. Loyalty is intangible, so to signal it, the expectation was the people would conform to the social expectations of that. In the modern era, people of civic institutions in the modern jobs market, this is no longer the case. Education, healthcare, security, old age protection, etc. is ideally provided by the state, and increasingly the same goes with the jobs and earning money. It used to be an anonymous anomaly for sons to perform job that's differed from her father. Now it's the norm. So in a world where technological advancement triggered a never-ending wave of creative destructions that remade society, people realizes those networks that when served them have nothing much to offer, then the state's sacrifices or destabilization. Okay, how does this connect modernization with modernization? Modernization leads to urbanization. Modernization leads to urbanization and dissipations of an existing social ties to your village. Extended families, extended network, clan, tribe, guild, etc. Combine that with the technological like the printing press, mass media, etc., internet, etc. You have a population that is alienated but more connected than ever before. This produces new ideological paradigms for which society should try to or reorganize under. The three ones currently seem to be fascism failed, communism failed, and liberalism succeeded. Fascism failed because the aggression that extreme racial or religious identity breed is at odds with the reality of the cooperation needed to sustain modern economies and international relations. Communism failed for not living up to the expectation. Liberalism, defined by its focus on consumer capitalist economic, is now dominant. So dominant that the few mainstream ideology seeks to challenge its supremacy, merely augment its no ideology today communism, Islamism, Hindutva, socialism, nationalism, etc. has any real desire to challenge core consumer capitalist ethos of liberalism. That is the economy we always grow, and that the human life revolves around the consumer. Okay, so in India and South Asia as a whole, adopts technological modernity as a whole in its current package, where globalization, urbanization, mass society, etc. reign dominate, then it has no long term hope of resisting westernizations, because westernization is a modernization. It is the cultural package that comes with adopting the current mix of technologies and economic structure. What we will see is a temporary rise of religious ideology that mirror Western, ethnic nationalisms, fascisms. We already went through our communist socialist phase in the 20th century, but this will fail the same reasons they fail in the West and everywhere else, because they have no real alternative to the core techno-economic mix that modernization comes with. They just try to dress it up for a while before they do get swept away. This has happened in the past, and the rise of the Western colonialism spawned a wave of reactionist religious movement throughout the world. Mother state of Sudan's Boxer rebellions, even when they saw short-term success, they failed in the long term because they had no solution or alternative to colonial measures. So to close off, is modernization is without westernization possible? Yes. Is it desirable? I think it can be. Can we achieve it? No, not if we go down the same path of a wholesale adoption of a techno-present tradition that will promote the adoption of the values we associate with the modern tech West. Even if we eliminate all Western culture influences from Hollywood to woke Twitter hashtag, possible alternatives and specific implications of the South Christian response. I think, okay, I want to see when was this written. So it was written in 2020. Very old, right? I think if you see China, right, they have modernized without being westernized. Even in Japan, they have modernized and without being westernized. I think India is a unique case in that sense. But yeah, we could learn from Japan, right? Because Japan, it's a democracy in Japan, right? China, you could argue that it's not a democracy, but Japan is a democracy, and they have their entire thing, everything, culture, tradition, rotate everything in Japanese traditions. But yeah, technological, if you ask, I think they're more advanced than some of the Western countries. So yeah, they've done it well. So let's see, okay, if there's any other article. Can a non-Western nations modernize while maintaining modernization with the Westernization? This chapter examines various radical and incremental changes in innovation, physical, economic, and this one's okay. Part 2. There is a part 2. Note to the reader, this article is of the modernization with the Westernization part 2. I actually made a part 2 of this article to Twitter back in November, when I may have been why I've been so lazy to write these articles. While sitting on the bank of a river one day, I picked up a solid round stone from the water and broke it open. It was perfectly dry in spite of the fact that it had been immersed in the water for centuries. The same is true of many people in the Western world. For centuries, they have been surrounded by Christianity. They live immersed in the waters of its benefits, and yet it has not penetrated their hearts. They have not loved it. The fault is not in Christianity, but in men's heart, which have been hardened by their materialisms and intellectualisms. It is by Sadhu Sundar Singh. Western civilization made a fatal error in assuming it was possible for Christianity and consumer capitalism to coexist. Christian virtues that paved the way for its success were missing, and exploitations, environmental degradations, and embrace of the hedonistic outlook ensued. The West is like a Judas Iscariot to aid with Yesu, only to later deny him. The West ought to fear that a warning to the West fate of Judas led hit. Okay, the claim that Christian virtue led to the rise of the West isn't just a vague, boastful claim. Dr. Joseph Henrich, chair of the Department of the Human Evolutionary Biology at Harvard University, has written on how Christianity promotes social cooperation outside the social. Okay, the Amish may be the best modern day example of this. They are thriving, growing communities of Christians who live in a self-sufficient, tightly knit communities built on a sustainable living in Christian virtues. The Amish are not anti-technology, but they evaluate now new technologies to see if will it help or hurt them from achieving their goal of Christianity living. Compare this to our own society, where all new technology is embraced and consequence considered after only. Although the Amish do not fly in aprons, you may see an Amish family ride by bus, train, or hire vans. That's how they travel long distance to visit relatives or to attend weddings and funerals in other states. They also might occasionally hire a van to go to see doctors, to attend an auction in nearby towns. If the distance is too far to travel in buggy, it's not that they are against riding cars, or one Amish can explain. It's just that if everyone owned a car, it would destroy the community. If you drive a horse and buggy, you stay closer to home and family. You rely more on your neighbors and local merchants for your needs. The horse and buggy has become a symbol of the Amish belief that you should be in the world, but not to fit. We have our South Asian Christian intellectuals who have advocated for alternative to capitalism, communism, who is centralized and standardized. And okay, this one's. Joseph Chila Durai Kumarappa. If the nature of the work is properly appreciated and applied, it will stand in the same relation with higher faculties as the food is the physical body. It nourishes, enlivens the higher man and urges him to produce the best he is capable of. It directs his free will along the proper course and disciplines the animal in him in progressive chain. Okay.